A year post-graduation, he often finds himself working overtime, earning a meager income. Su Yang is engulfed in confusion, utterly lost in the vastness of the metropolis. By chance, he comes into possession of the Entrepreneurial Tycoon System. As long as he establishes a company and determines the salaries of his employees, the Entrepreneurial Tycoon System will reciprocate with an equivalent salary. Simultaneously, he acquires the skill of business forecasting. This skill enables him to predict the annual profit revenues of his future company. Thus, a prosperous entrepreneur emerges. Chapter 1. You are a good person. The Super Entrepreneur System is activated. Rongqing Second People's Hospital. Young man, are you leaving already? Sir, you wouldn't be trying to swindle me, would you? Su Yang inquired with a hint of trepidation. I have already covered your medical expenses. The elderly gentleman lying on the hospital bed hurriedly replied, I am not that kind of person. Well, I must be on my way. The company has notified me of overtime. Overtime on the weekend? Indeed. Then your salary must be quite high? Su Yang's expression instantly soured. The old man questioned, no overtime pay? Having been with the company for over a year, I have never encountered what is termed overtime pay. Your boss truly lacks integrity. Your words ring true. Have you considered starting your own business? Su Yang quickly shook his head. My family lacks funds, and I have no one to guide me. How could I dare to venture in entrepreneurship? Moreover, the current environment is dire, with layoffs rampant. What a pity! You are a good person if you were to become a boss. You would undoubtedly be an excellent one. You are mistaken if I were to become a boss. I would surely be even more ruthless than my current one, and furthermore, do not label me a good person. I despise being handed the good person card. Upon arriving at the office, he discovered his senior, Lu Yong, had arrived before him. Su Yang greeted him and settled into his workspace. While waiting for his computer to boot, Yi Yuhan, who had recently married, also made his entrance. He plopped down into his chair and vented in a disgruntled tone. Every day it's overtime. Overtime, does the boss aspire to drive a Ferrari this year? Lu Yong, sporting thick glasses and noticeably receding hair, patted Yi Yuhan on the shoulder and said, think of your mortgage. Think of your wife. Wouldn't that calm your spirits? Yi Yuhan slammed his hand on the desk. Now that you mention it, I feel even more agitated. Su Yang managed a forced smile as he contacted the client and revised his previous designs. However, Lu Yong would not let up. He called out to Su Yang, Su Yang, would you like me to introduce you to a girlfriend? Su Yang promptly declined. I just broke up. I'm not looking for a girlfriend yet. Hasn't it been a year since your breakup? I have no house, so I doubt anyone would be interested in me. Lu Yong chuckled. With your looks, you could surely find someone with a house. I do not wish to rely on my appearance. Your statement is misguided. Lu Yong imparted sagely. In this society, one must fully leverage their advantages. At 6:30 in the evening, after several revisions, Su Yang finally satisfied the client. At this moment, he found himself alone in the office. Resting his head on his desk, he felt utterly drained. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but emotional fatigue. He contemplated resigning, yet feared the uncertainty of job prospects thereafter. He considered returning home, but dreaded facing the disappointed gaze of his parents. He yearned to amass wealth, to become a boss, unwilling to be a mere cog in the machine. Yet his capital was scant, and he lacked connections, coupled with a fear of risk. At this juncture, his ex-girlfriend, Ning Jiechi, inexplicably crossed his mind. Alas! Su Yang sighed heavily, retrieving his phone to order takeout. Just then, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Ding detected the host's 99th instance of intense entrepreneurial aspiration. The Super Entrepreneur System is officially activated. The Super Entrepreneur System? Is this the legendary Golden Finger System? Su Yang's pupils widened in astonishment. Super Entrepreneur System, an enterprise management system developed specifically for conscientious entrepreneurs, aimed at providing more job opportunities for society. Rule 1. The total monthly salary and benefits for employees who exhibit a happiness level above the social average and demonstrate loyalty towards the host and the company studio shop will contribute to the host's monthly earnings. Rule 2. In the event of company studio shop losses, employee salaries must be adjusted according to local prices and the specific circumstances of the company, prohibiting the deliberate issuance of excessively high salaries or benefits. Rule 3. The total bonuses awarded to employees of the company studio shop must not exceed the net profit of the company studio shop. Rule 4. It is imperative to assign suitable and valuable work to recruited employees, otherwise, the salary granted to said employee will be deducted tenfold. Rule 5. Upon reaching a specific standard for the total number of employees under the host company, special rewards will be granted. Rule 6. Special rewards will also be granted when the number of employees in each of the host companies reaches a certain standard. Rule 7. Please treat each employee kindly. When employees' loyalty to the company exceeds 90, you will receive random rewards. Ding. Does the host wish to bind the Super Entrepreneur System? Once bound, auxiliary functions will be activated. Yes or no? Su Yang meticulously read through all 7 rules and ultimately clicked confirm. Only a fool would refuse. Having a golden finger is undoubtedly better than having none. Ding. Congratulations, host, on binding the Super Entrepreneur System. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the rule-based skill business forecasting. Business forecasting rule-based. The host can simulate the operations of the company's studio shop for the upcoming year, altering various business elements during the simulation to ensure the company's smooth operation as much as possible. Gazing at the rule-based talent business forecasting, Su Yang fell into silence. This talent appeared to be quite formidable. Ding. Your personal attribute panel is now open. Name: Su Yang. Level 00 Spirit, 10 Physique, 9 Strength, 9 Agility, 9 Attribute Points, none Special Skills. Common skills. Skill levels: Beginner, Ordinary, Proficient, Master, Grandmaster, Sage. Ding. Detected that you do not yet have a company studio shop. Please establish one promptly to unlock and gain more system functions and rewards. Ding. You have received 3 million in startup capital. This is the system's sole instance of financial assistance. Please make the most of it, host. At that moment, Su Yang noticed a text notification indicating that 3 million had been added to his bank account. 3 million. This amount is sufficient to purchase a house outright in Rongqing. It was the first time Su Yang possessed such a substantial sum of money. Without the system, he might never have earned 3 million in his lifetime. He departed from the company and repeatedly confirmed at several ATMs that indeed, his bank account had increased by 3 million. He finally assured himself that he was not dreaming. How could he utilize 3 million to embark on a business venture? He meticulously examined the 7 rules of the system, alongside his innate talent for commercial simulation, and considering his circumstances, ultimately resolved to open a shop. Ideally, he would purchase an already established storefront. If he were to start from scratch and prepare a shop independently, it would be an immense waste of time. From selecting a location, renting a space, and renovating, to hiring staff and sourcing inventory, he would likely encounter numerous pitfalls. While acquiring an existing shop might also present challenges, he possessed the skill of commercial simulation. As for the type of shop he should open, Su Yang preferred that the transfer fee for the shop be sufficiently low, and the number of employees along with their salaries should not be too minimal. This way, even if the shop did not turn a profit, as long as it could barely sustain operations, he could still receive a guaranteed minimum wage from the employees. Which type of shop will be suitable? Su Yang slapped his thigh and promptly set off in the direction of the Kaiwa building. Chapter 2. Business Simulation. Resignation. Transfer fee of 88,000. Shortly thereafter, he found himself standing before Zhongliang Gym. The gym was ablaze with light, still bustling with activity. A small blackboard was displayed at the entrance, emblazoned with the 4 prominent characters, business for transfer, easily visible to all passers-by. Su Yang had a vivid recollection of this gym when he first joined the company. He had been lured by a charming young lady into purchasing a seasonal membership for 600 yuan. In the end, he had barely visited the gym 5 times that quarter. What a loss. As Su Yang gazed at the gym's exterior, he inhaled deeply and activated his business simulation skill. Under the guidance of the receptionist, you met the gym's owner, Zhang Liang. Upon revealing your intentions, he informed you that for 800,000 yuan, he would transfer the gym to you, albeit with the stipulation that you must accommodate the existing members who had purchased their memberships. You acquiesced to his terms, acquiring the gym for 800,000 yuan and signing a 3-year lease with the landlord, which required a deposit of 50,000 and a first quarter rent of 150,000. The gym spans 1,800 square meters, staffed with 15 personal trainers and 6 additional employees, bringing your total to 21 staff members. Your entrepreneurial level has ascended to level 2, granting you the special skills of investigation and photographic memory. At this point, Su Yang felt a surge of excitement. Investigation skill? Photographic memory? The system had bestowed upon him extraordinary advantages, a truly benevolent system. You now own a gym and have acquired the talent of a fitness powerhouse, gaining 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 3 points in agility. Exercising within your gym will yield beneficial buffs. You opt for a 30 muscle gain effect and a 15 weight loss effect. Su Yang's enthusiasm soared. With such advantageous buffs, it seemed improbable that his gym would incur losses, right? You chose to maintain the original compensation for the gym staff and did not replace the manager, Su Jiping. In the first month, the gym earned a profit of less than 50,000, but member Chun just slipped in the bathroom and fractured his thigh, resulting in a court-ordered compensation of 600,000. Oops. Su-young decided to retract his earlier statement. In the second month, the gym's net profit was 60,000. While member L Yiping committed indecent acts against Yuan Cece, prompting manager Su Zhiping to choose to let the matter lie. In the third month, the gym's net profit remained at 60,000, but Yuan Cece resigned. In the fourth month, the gym netted a profit of 50,000, which was used to pay the next quarter's rent of 150,000. In the fifth month, the gym's net profit reached 70,000. A minute later, Su-young gradually returned to reality. His business simulation capability merely displayed the monthly profits for the first year following his acquisition of the gym, as well as significant events affecting those profits. It felt akin to a web-based management simulation game. In Su-young's eyes, this gym possessed intrinsic value. As long as no one suffered a fractured leg, the simulation indicated that there would be minimal profits in the initial months. This was primarily due to Zhang Liang having taken the early revenue from membership sales and courses, which meant that Su-young was essentially working for free during those early months. As time progressed, monthly, seasonal, and annual memberships would gradually expire, and the accumulated personal training sessions would be utilized, leading to a steady increase in the gym's profits. Of course, the enhancement of profits could be attributed, in no small part, to the special buffs provided by the gym. Another aspect that pleased Su-young was the considerable salaries of these personal trainers and employees, with monthly expenditures exceeding 300,000. If the gym did not yield profits, he could still rely on the salaries of these employees as a safety net, effectively milking the system for a monthly income of over 300,000. Moreover, Su-young felt that his business simulation ability had yet to reach its full potential. In this instance, his simulation had not utilized his initiative at all. He had conducted the simulation in a hands-off manner. He could have ramped up marketing efforts, capitalizing on the gym's unique features to launch more weight loss classes. Or he could have replaced the manager, altering the operational strategies of the establishment. After all, it was merely a simulation. He was free to experiment as he pleased, albeit at the expense of mental energy. Su-young rubbed his temples and resolved to return to his rental apartment and conduct a few more simulations. The next day, Su-young was roused from sleep by the sound of his phone ringing. He glanced at the screen. It was Lu Yong calling. "Hello, brother Yong, what's up? It's already 9:30. Why haven't you come to the office? I overslept. The boss discovered your absence and said he would deduct 100 for being late. If you don't arrive by 10, it will be considered an unexcused absence." All right. Su-young yawned, feeling as though he had not yet fully awakened. He had conducted over 10 simulations the previous night, which had taken a significant toll on his mental faculties. Lu Yong exclaimed, "Su-young, something seems off with you." Su-young replied candidly, "I'm preparing to resign." "Really? Of course it's true. Do you have another job lined up? It's tough to find work these days." "I do." "Well then," Lu Yong said over the phone, "but you still need to go through the proper procedures, right?" That afternoon, Su-young submitted his resignation letter directly to his boss, Xia Jianjun. "Boss, I'm resigning." Xia Jianjun glanced at the resignation letter, then at Su-young. Taking a deep breath, "Su-young, the company hasn't treated you poorly, has it? Low salary aside, you often work overtime during holidays without any extra pay." Xia Jianjun chuckled coldly, ruffling his thinning hair, and added nonchalantly, "Most advertising companies don't offer overtime pay." Su-young retorted, "Then why can't you learn from the better companies?" Xia Jianjun stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. He felt a surge of anger rising. Yet, looking at the resignation letter in his hand, he found it hard to muster any ire. Su-young was resolute in his decision. He was beyond persuasion. "Can I leave tomorrow? Typically, you need to wait 30 days. I'm willing to forego 20 days' salary. I'll complete the handover in the next couple of days, and then leave." Xia Jianjun regarded Su-young thoughtfully. He was swayed. After all, Su-young was determined, and his workload was not particularly complex. Allowing him to leave now would also save 2 months' salary. Furthermore, he didn't want to argue with an impulsive young man. "All right." Xia Jianjun nodded, contemplating for a moment. "You can go and hand over your duties to Yi Yuhan. Just let her know it's my decision." "All right." Su-young felt a twinge of sympathy for Yi Yuhan. He also resolved to gift her a monthly gym membership as compensation. Given her work intensity, she likely wouldn't be able to use it. On Wednesday morning, Su-young arrived at Zhang Liang Gym, where he was greeted by the receptionist, Fang Tong. This young lady had a moderate appearance, slightly plump, but rather charming. "Hello, welcome. May I ask if you have a membership card?" Fang Tong's demeanor brightened upon seeing Su-young. She had a penchant for handsome men. Su-young replied in a neutral tone, "I heard this gym is up for transfer. I'd like to speak with your owner, who should be present." Fang Tong, not daring to be negligent, responded, "Yes. Our owner is here. Then please lead the way." "Certainly." Su-young was somewhat introverted and not particularly talkative. Yet, in pursuit of profit, He was determined to make an effort. In this world, one is often judged by wealth rather than virtue. Without money, one cannot even hold their head high. Having finally acquired the legendary golden finger, he was resolved to make the most of it. In the gym's office, Su Yang met Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang stands at approximately 173 centimeters, a full 10 centimeters shorter than Su Yang. However, he possesses an extraordinarily robust physique. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, his arms are thicker than Su Yang's thighs, presenting a rather intimidating appearance. Upon hearing that Su Yang is contemplating the purchase of a gym, he expressed his delight and personally offered to show him around. "Brother Su, for 800,000, the gym can be yours." "That seems a tad steep," Su Yang remarked. The gym spans 2,000 square meters, situated in an excellent location. The fitness equipment I've acquired is all top-tier brands, with 30 central air conditioning units. And the interior is exquisitely designed. I initially invested $4 million to establish the business, and our management and coaching teams are highly professional. Zhang Liang confidently proclaimed with a grand gesture. 800,000 is an absolutely fair price. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang replied, 800,000 is acceptable. But I will not be responsible for the existing old members. How can that be? You would essentially be leaving with millions. Zhang Liang chuckled. Actually, it's not that much. This realization dawned upon him. Although Su Yang appeared quite youthful, he was evidently knowledgeable and not easily deceived. "May I take a look at your membership system?" Of course. The gym's membership system was rather straightforward, primarily recording the number of memberships sold, personal training sessions, and group purchases, with data laid out clearly. After Su Yang meticulously examined the membership system, Zhang Liang relinquished his resistance. "Brother, what price are you willing to offer?" 880,000, for good fortune. "Brother, the rent for this month is already due." Su Yang replied with a smile. "If it were due this month, I could only offer you 380,000. That's quite harsh. How about we add another 200,000? It's 880,000. Zhang Liang's frustration was evident. "In that case, this business negotiation is off." "Then so be it." Su Yang responded nonchalantly. "I'll explore other gyms. There are plenty of gyms in Rongqing looking to transfer ownership." With that, he turned to leave. As he reached the gym's entrance, Zhang Liang's voice called out just in time. "Brother, wait. 880,000 it is. Let us consider it a friendship." Hearing this, Su Yang smiled. Everything had unfolded as anticipated. Chapter 3, Spark Fitness. Special buff, enhanced dopamine secretion. 880,000 was already the limit. Should he continue to press for a lower price, Zhang Liang would waver, and the current manager, Su Zhiping, would take over the gym for 200,000. At this stage, Su Zhiping likely harbored intentions of acquiring the establishment, but was hesitant due to the associated risks. After all, taking over this gym meant inheriting the members who had purchased annual, semi-annual, quarterly, and monthly passes, as well as those who had signed up for personal training sessions, weight loss classes, and yoga sessions. All of these constituted hidden liabilities. Once the transfer price was confirmed, the subsequent steps proceeded smoothly. Su Yang enlisted the assistance of a professional lawyer to sign the business transfer agreement with Zhang Liang. Additionally, he reached an agreement with the landlord for a 3-year lease, paying a deposit of 50,000 and the first quarter's rent of 150,000. Simultaneously, he secured the priority leasing and transfer rights for the commercial property. His business simulation was set for a 1-year term. Should circumstances take a turn for the worse, he could still transfer the property. After 2 days of efforts, Zhang Liang's gym was officially renamed Spark Fitness and was formally transferred to Su Yang's name, with all requisite documentation completed. Ding, you have acquired your first store, gained your first employee, and become a level 1 entrepreneur. You have received a cash privilege of 1 million and an achievement reward. Exploration skill. Exploration skill allows you to investigate the attributes of all personnel, including employee capabilities and loyalty. Ding, you now have more than 10 employees. Becoming a level 2 entrepreneur, and you have received an achievement reward. Photographic memory skill. Photographic memory skill, anything you have seen will never be forgotten. Even though he was somewhat prepared for this, Su Yang felt a surge of excitement upon obtaining these 2 skills. They were exceptionally powerful, particularly the exploration skill. The ability to discern loyalty was akin to possessing a divine talent. However, the system's notifications continued. Ding, you own a gym, and your gym has its first employee. You have received an achievement reward. Fitness enthusiast talent. 1 agility, 1 constitution, 1 strength. Your gym will receive a permanent buff. 1. Weight loss effect enhancement. 2. Muscle gain effect enhancement. 3. Dopamine secretion enhancement. 4. Disease resistance enhancement. 5. Sleep quality enhancement. 6. Potency enhancement. 7. Reduced injury and fatality rate. Please select. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang chose the third option, dopamine secretion enhancement. Exercise can indeed become addictive. Working out stimulates the body to produce dopamine and endorphins, leading to sensations of pleasure and achievement. It elevates mood, incites excitement, and helps relieve stress while enhancing overall health and endurance. However, exercising is paradoxically counterintuitive. Many individuals purchase memberships yet may only visit the gym a handful of times throughout the year. While this seemingly saves costs for the gym, it is not solely reliant on membership sales for profit. If income were based purely on membership purchases, losses would be inevitable. Selling personal training sessions also constitutes a primary revenue source, alongside various weight loss programs, yoga classes, and nutritional supplements. If members do not come to work out, how can trainers promote courses? Thus, enhancing dopamine secretion becomes crucial for helping customers experience the joy of exercise. Through countless simulations, Su-Yang discovered that as long as he selected the dopamine secretion enhancement buff, his gym's business would see a significant improvement. Ding, your gym receives a permanent buff. 15 dopamine secretion enhancement. Ding, the number of employees at your Spark Fitness has exceeded 10, granting you an achievement reward. Fitness Titan talent. 2 agility, 2 constitution, 2 strength. Your gym will receive a new permanent buff. 1. Weight loss effect enhancement. 2. Muscle gain effect enhancement. 3. Dopamine secretion enhancement. 4. Disease resistance enhancement. 5. Sleep quality enhancement. 6. Potency enhancement. 7. Reduced injury and fatality rate. Please select. This time, Su-Yang opted for the weight loss effect enhancement. Most individuals who come to the gym do so with the intention of losing weight, regardless of gender. Women are one thing, but many middle-aged men only realize the need to exercise after noticing their growing waistlines. Ding, your gym receives a permanent buff. 30 dopamine secretion enhancement. 15 weight loss effect. Fitness Titan talent, all your fitness effects are increased by 200. What more can be said? Su-Yang was thoroughly delighted. Those physical attribute points were immensely beneficial. Who wouldn't want a fit body? No need for strenuous workouts, just allocate points. Moreover, the Fitness Titan talent was exceptionally advantageous. In the future, 10 minutes of exercise would equate to half an hour for others. The gym's special buffs of 30 dopamine secretion enhancement and 15 weight loss effect could undoubtedly yield substantial profits if utilized wisely. Furthermore, he began to fathom the system's intricacies. Desiring advancement and an increase in the buff bonuses, the solution was as simple as hiring more staff. It was indeed a straightforward and somewhat brash approach. With a sufficiently large number of employees, achieving a 50 or even 100 increase should pose no challenge. Upon examining Su-Yang's personal attributes panel, it was evident that significant changes had occurred. Name: Su-Yang. Level: 2, 21. Talent: 1 fitness enthusiast. 2 photographic memory mentality. 10 constitution. 9 strength. 9 agility. 9 special skills. 1 business simulation. 2 investigation, common skills. 1 advertising design, proficient. 2 driving skills, beginner. Company studio shop, Spark Fitness, 21. Cash, 372, 682. Available attribute points, 3 agility points, 3 constitution points, 3 strength points. Next month's anticipated funding, 320. 000. Note: the standard physical attributes for a healthy adult male are 10. Skill levels: beginner, common, proficient, mastery, grandmaster, expert. Upon returning to Spark Fitness, Su-Yang was promptly greeted by the receptionist, Fong Tong. "Good day, boss," she exclaimed. Su-Yang smiled and nodded at Fong Tong before entering his newly arranged office. The office had been redecorated, adorned with 2 potted golden pothoes and a money tree. Opening the window, Su-Yang could gaze upon the greenery of the gym outside. In the spacious 30-square-meter office, he was alone, with a small side room available for rest. Settling into his newly purchased office chair, he propped his feet on the desk, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. At last, it was his turn to assume the role of a boss. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and Su-Yang saw Su Zhiping standing at the entrance. Casually, he placed his feet on the floor and gestured to the sofa across from him, saying, "Manager Su, please. Have a seat." "Of course, boss," Su Zhiping replied. "Feel free to make yourself comfortable. Would you like some tea? I can manage that myself." Not wishing to take over Su Zhiping's initiative, Su-Yang let him be. Once they were settled, Su Zhiping inquired, "Boss, have the formalities been completed?" "They have indeed," Su-Yang confirmed. Su Zhiping politely asked, "Do you have any instructions for us?" In recent days, Su-Yang had not neglected to win Su Zhiping's favor and reassure him. Su Zhiping was quite capable, diligent in his work, and would undoubtedly manage the gym effectively in the coming year. Name: Su Zhiping. Loyalty, 67. Status: healthy skills, 1 strength training, mastery, 2 gym management, mastery, 3 driving skills, proficient. Su-Yang, touching the somewhat warm disposable teacup, instructed, Please notify all gym employees that there will be a brief meeting at 11:30 this morning. I would like to meet everyone and outline the upcoming tasks. Understood, boss. Su Zhiping had no objections. It was entirely normal for a new boss to call a meeting. He merely hoped Su Yang would excel in managing the gym, especially given the current economic downturn affecting the fitness industry, with many gyms closing down, transferring ownership, or even disappearing entirely. If the gym were to fail, it would be challenging for him to find new employment. Chapter 4. Reforming the gym management model. Is 100 million enough to incur losses? At 20 minutes past 11, the employees of Spark Fitness gradually arrived in the conference room, with the only absence being the receptionist, Fong Tong. Su Yang assessed his staff, comprising a total of 15 fitness instructors. Most male instructors were muscular and robust, while the female instructors were all curvaceous and striking. Regarding their appearances, none were lacking. Su Yang's attention lingered on Yuan Cici. She was the most beautiful among the 7 female instructors at Spark Fitness, easily earning a score of over 90 in attractiveness. As for her physique, it was even more commendable. Not only was she curvaceous, but she also possessed long, elegant legs. Moreover, she adeptly capitalized on her advantages, selling personal training sessions better than anyone else among the 15 instructors. With her base salary and commissions, she could effortlessly earn around 40,000 each month, occasionally more. Next, there was the second receptionist, Zhou Xiaolu, along with the cleaning staff, Su Lian and Chen Xiuru, and Lu Feng, who simultaneously handled finance and cashier duties. Lu Feng, at 25 years old, had graduated high school and held a junior accounting certificate. Previously, Zhang Liang's cousin managed finances at Spark, with Lu Feng assisting her. After Su Yang acquired Spark, Zhang Liang's cousin promptly resigned after completing the financial handover. The employees at Spark had already become acquainted with Su Yang over the past few days. Most employees and instructors greeted him as they entered the conference room. Settling into his chair, Su Yang began utilizing his newly acquired investigation skill, casually entering the general information of his employees into his notebook. The results were somewhat disappointing. Several fitness instructors were not particularly skilled in fitness guidance, but excelled in selling courses. By 11:30, all employees had arrived except for the diligent Fong Tong. Leaning back in his chair, Su Yang relaxed as he surveyed the gathered employees, adopting a storytelling tone as he began. It's interesting to note that just a year ago, I purchased a seasonal pass at a gym. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, everyone sat up attentively. Their curiosity piqued about what he might share next. At that time, I knew nothing about fitness. I merely wished to exercise a bit outside of work. I entered the gym and was taken by an instructor for a body assessment. While waiting in that cramped little room for the results, I felt quite anxious. As Su Yang recounted this, several instructors lowered their heads. I assumed my body was in decent shape, being young and all. However, when the results were revealed, the instructor tore into me, declaring that while there were no significant issues currently, I was bound to encounter problems in the future, and he ardently recommended personal training sessions. I was genuinely frightened at that moment, fearing that the instructor might chastise me. While I wasn't truly afraid, Su Yang's exaggeration colored his account. Yet, it was true that he felt a degree of anxiety. After all, that instructor was quite imposing, and I was alone with him in that tiny room. The atmosphere in the conference room was palpable, with the employees exchanging glances. Some instructors began to worry, apprehensive that the instructor who had pressured Su Yang might be one of them. Su Yang continued, "After I declined the instructor's offer, I went to the workout area, eager to try exercising. At that time, I was a complete novice, unfamiliar with the equipment and unsure how to use it, especially without any guidance from a fitness instructor, which left me feeling quite awkward. I do not blame that instructor. I understand you are also under pressure to sell courses to make a living, especially given that your base salary is only 3,000. Living and working in Rongqing, what can 3,000 really cover?" Upon hearing this, the instructors who had been silent and downcast breathed a sigh of relief. However, Su Yang mused, "I later thought that if I were to own my own gym, I would never pressure instructors to sell courses, nor would I compel customers to purchase them. I shall recruit a greater number of exceptional coaches and generously remunerate those outstanding fitness instructors. My aspiration is to ensure that every newcomer, eager to embark on their fitness journey, feels the warmth of our welcome and the professionalism of our guidance upon entering the gym." Having concluded this statement, Su Yang took a sip of tea and summarized, "Thus, here I am today." A profound silence enveloped all present. Most employees perceived Su Yang as overly idealistic. Some were already contemplating whether they should seek employment elsewhere. Without selling classes, the gym is destined for failure. The fitness coach Tian Sheng whispered to his colleague Zheng Jianba, "This wealthy second generation is utterly reckless. If he drives the gym to bankruptcy, we will all find ourselves unemployed." Zheng Jianba, equally resigned, replied, "What can we do? After all, he is the boss." Yuan Cici furrowed her brow. The gym, lavishly decorated and strategically located in an upscale area, presented the possibility of a significant decline in income if she were to switch to another establishment. After all, if her gym were merely a couple of hundred square meters with outdated equipment, how could she dare to charge clients high prices for personal training sessions? Su Zhiping inhaled deeply and raised his right hand, signaling his desire to speak. Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Su, do you have something to say? Indeed, boss. Su Zhiping understood that now was the moment for him to stand up. Please, go ahead. He addressed the assembly. Boss, you may not be fully aware of our domestic fitness industry's dynamics. If we solely sell various annual or semi-annual memberships, our gym cannot achieve profitability. We must sell personal training sessions and conduct various weight loss and yoga classes to ensure the gym does not incur losses and can generate profits. Su Yang nodded. I am aware of this. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. Nevertheless, I do not concern myself with whether the gym is profitable. At his words, a chill swept through all the gym employees. Encountering such a capricious boss was a source of trepidation for every employee. Tian Sheng stood up defiantly and declared, Boss, you may not care about the gym's profitability, but we certainly do. Tian Sheng, sit down. Su Zhiping admonished sternly. Reluctantly, Tian Sheng complied. Su Yang, not overly perturbed, continued. I may not be preoccupied with the gym's financial success, yet if you all dedicate yourselves to your work, I shall ensure you earn even more. Su Zhiping inquired, Boss, how do you mean? I have reviewed your salary structure. While most coaches can achieve monthly earnings exceeding 10,000, one-third of them barely scrape by with a few thousand. The coaches who earned only a few thousand a month lowered their heads in embarrassment. They were fortunate, as Zhang Liang had recently contemplated transferring ownership of the gym. Otherwise, some among them would undoubtedly face dismissal. Therefore, I have decided to increase the salaries of the fitness coaches. Su Yang cleared his throat and announced. The base salary for each fitness coach will rise from 3,000 to 10,000. Almost all the coaches gazed at Su Yang in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that he would directly elevate their base salary by 7,000. While the base salary has increased, my expectations of you all will likewise be raised. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to coerce customers into purchasing personal training courses in any manner. Instead, you must approach each client with exuberance. I hope that you will earn the trust of clients through your professional knowledge and demeanor, encouraging them willingly to invest in your personal training sessions. Moving forward, I will engage third-party organizations to follow up with customers regarding their experiences, soliciting their evaluations of your performance. Those coaches who receive high ratings will enjoy a greater share of the profits, while those who receive low ratings or face complaints will see their share diminished or eliminated, and may even face termination. At this juncture, Yuan Cece suddenly raised her hand. Yuan Cece, do you have a question? Boss, what if a customer maliciously gives me a low rating? In the event of low ratings or complaints, I will have someone review the surveillance footage to ensure that you are not unjustly penalized. Su Yang responded, casting a glance at Yuan Cece. You may also install a recording device, with the gym covering the costs. That works for me. Yuan Cece replied, relieved. It was worth noting that many of the men who purchased personal training sessions from her were not genuinely interested in fitness. Moving forward, there will be no sales quotas for classes, and you will not face dismissal for selling fewer classes. My primary focus will be on your service attitude. The coaches who had previously sold fewer classes displayed expressions of delight. Additionally, I will allow members to rate your professionalism and service attitude. If they appreciate you, they will have the opportunity to vote for you. Monthly cardholders will have 3 votes. Quarterly cardholders will have 10 votes. Semi-annual cardholders will have 25 votes. And annual cardholders will have 50 votes. The top 5 coaches each month will be awarded the title of Most Loved Coach, receiving bonuses of 10,000, 8,000, 6,000, 5,000, and 3,000 respectively. This ranking will also influence all future bonus distributions. After articulating these points, Su Yang exhaled slightly, for his naturally introverted disposition made it challenging for him to deliver such extensive remarks all at once. All present recognized that Su Yang was enacting a significant reform at Xingho Fitness, a truly bold and transformative reform. For now, that is all. Further details may emerge in the future. Su Yang concluded, inquiring, does anyone have any further opinions? Su Zhiping was the first to raise his hand. Su, please speak. Su Zhiping expressed his concerns. I understand that the boss's changes can significantly enhance our gym service quality, but it may also lead to substantial losses. Losses? Su Yang chuckled. He posed a question to Su Zhiping. What if we incurred losses of 500,000 each month? For a moment, Su Zhiping was taken aback. He could not keep pace with Su Yang's line of thought. The other gym employees were similarly bewildered. I have stated that opening a gym is my passion and my dream, Su Yang declared unabashedly, addressing the crowd with a serene smile. I am willing to invest 100 million to realize this modest dream. Enduring losses of 500,000 each month, I can persist for 20 years. Investing 100 million in a dream? Sustaining losses of 500,000 for 20 years? Upon hearing this, nearly everyone was left speechless. Su-yang continued, as long as you are willing to follow me, willing to assist me in realizing my dream, and help me create the gym I envision, I, Su-yang, will never fall short in compensating you financially. At that moment, nearly everyone perceived a radiant aura emanating from Su-yang. He did not explicitly state it, yet all regarded him as a genuine wealthy heir, the kind who was not burdened by financial constraints. Chapter 5. Employees whose loyalty cannot be enhanced by salary increases must cultivate gratitude. Yuan Cece gazed at Su Yang's handsome visage, her lips parched, her heart racing, struggling to catch her breath. Among her clientele, while there were indeed some affluent individuals, the majority were rather unremarkable men, most of whom were not as wealthy as Su Yang. At the very least, those men would not dare to claim they could invest 100 million in their dreams. The circumstances of other female fitness coaches were similarly aligned with Yuan Cece's predicament. Some individuals harbored an almost ravenous desire to consume Su Yang whole. Their gazes upon him resembled that of treasure hunters, for he was not only youthful and affluent, but also tall and handsome, truly an embodiment of the ideal partner. He appeared somewhat naïve, excessively optimistic, and perhaps a tad reckless with finances. Yet, these traits could also be considered virtues. His innocence rendered him more susceptible to manipulation than the average scion of wealth. His idealism made him easier to charm. With such qualities, who knows? They might even secure a marriage with him and live as affluent wives. As for his financial recklessness, could that truly be deemed a flaw? If they failed to marry Su Yang, given his propensity for extravagance, they could still benefit from his generosity. Wasn't that a safety net? Su Yang continued to announce, Xiao Lu from the front desk and Fong Tong, your salaries will be increased from 3,500 to 7,000. Upon hearing of her salary raise, Xiao Lu was utterly astonished. She had thought this round of increases would not include her. Yet, her remuneration had doubled. The cleaning staff, Su Lian and Chen Shiru, would see their wages rise from 4,000 to 7,000. The two ladies, both over 50, beamed with joy. Lu Feng, in charge of finances, would have her salary elevated from 3,500 to 9,000. Lu Feng was equally exhilarated, never anticipating such a generous salary, let alone Su Yang's faith in her. After all, many establishments entrust their finances to relatives of the owner. As for our store manager, Su Yang turned to Su Zhiping with a smile, announcing, your base salary will increase from 8,000 to 16,000. Hearing this news, Su Zhiping also broke into a grin. As long as the boss was willing to part with funds, he was more than willing to indulge the boss's whims. Following this series of salary hikes, Su Yang inquired, does anyone have any objections? Yuan Cece replied, none. The majority of employees wore expressions of delight. The raises were exceedingly generous. What objections could they possibly have? Although they were initially skeptical of Su Yang's reforms, they could hardly complain given his willingness to invest. Su Zhiping and Lu Feng, please remain. Everyone else may disperse. Most of the gym employees departed in high spirits. Many glanced at the time. Only 11:43. A mere 13 minutes had passed. They had braced themselves for a hunger-inducing meeting, yet were pleasantly surprised by Su Yang's decisiveness. This only enhanced their impression of him. Once the others had left, Su Yang addressed Su Zhiping and Lu Feng. I need you to procure another batch of anti-slip mats. We must cover every area in the restrooms and showers that requires it, leaving no corner unprotected. The mats previously placed in the showers were too small. I want to inspect this in 3 days. It must be completed. Su Yang had observed the gym's anti-slip mats, which had been poorly procured by Zhang Liang. Perhaps for ease of cleaning, they did not adequately cover the entirety of the showers and restrooms. He wished to avoid a financial loss of hundreds of thousands and did not want customers to encounter accidents at the gym. Lu Feng quietly inquired, boss, we only have 32,000 left from what boss Zhang left us. It's only enough to cover the salaries for the 7th. Su Yang confidently replied, I know. And I will transfer 100,000 to the account shortly. Lu Feng smiled. Then we have no issues. Also, purchase a batch of safety signs, such as caution, steps and beware of slips, ensuring no potentially hazardous areas are overlooked. Understood. Su Yang continued, acquire another set of surveillance cameras. He informed Su Zhiping, I have reviewed the gym's monitoring system. Some cameras are malfunctioning, and there are dead zones. My requirement is to minimize these blind spots. Of course, boss. Su Zhiping, prepare to recruit 6 men and 6 women, 12 young fitness trainers, preferably fresh graduates. Additionally, we need to hire an accountant, a cleaner, and a front desk staff member. Upon hearing of the recruitment of 15 individuals, Su Zhiping was taken aback. He quickly cautioned, boss, Hiring 15 people all at once will significantly increase our monthly wage expenditure. Su-Yang waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. I can afford the losses. Do not worry. His biggest concern at present was indeed paying his employees. With the super entrepreneur system backing him, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunities it presented, were it not for system constraints. He would have eagerly hired 100 employees at 10,000 monthly salaries each. With 100 staff members, his level should increase. Let the losses accumulate. Very well then. Su Zhiping resigned himself to the whims of a wealthy boss. Even if Su-Yang lacked branded attire, he treated him as if he were a privileged heir. There were plenty of wealthy individuals who preferred to dress modestly, eschewing ostentation. All he hoped was for the boss to keep his promises and maintain a long-term strategy for absorbing losses. He did not want any halfway measures. However, boss, is hiring 12 new trainers not excessive? It may be challenging to manage their schedules. Moreover, they might affect the earning potential of the older trainers, potentially leading to discontent. Su Zhiping expressed his concerns. We work from 9 in the morning to 10 at night, with only one day off. It's quite taxing. You could arrange shifts, providing them with more free time, allowing more trainers to assist regular members who do not purchase sessions. After all, a base salary of 10,000 is still quite competitive. If the older trainers are truly dissatisfied, they can simply leave. Understood, boss. Hearing Su Yang's rationale instilled confidence in Su Zhiping. For fitness trainers, a base salary of 10,000 was indeed highly competitive. Ordinary trainers, with a bit of effort, could easily earn over 20,000 monthly. Such a salary was considered high in Rongqing, rivaling that of software engineers in major firms. After all, supermarket cashiers and property staff earned only 3,000 to 4,000. Restaurant servers, with meals and lodging included, earned between 3,000 to 4,000, while factory workers made 4,000 to 6,000. Couriers and delivery workers, braving the elements daily, earned merely 6,000 to 8,000 a month. Although salaries here did not match those of coastal metropolises, the cost of living was astonishingly high. With such elevated compensation, was there any reason to fear difficulties in recruitment? Su-Yang did not disclose to Su Zhiping that he actually intended to phase out several older trainers. The younger trainers were meant to replace them. His business was destined for expansion. New hires were akin to blank canvases, ready for him to mold. Moreover, these newcomers would be more amenable to embracing and executing his vision, positioning themselves as the backbone of his fitness enterprise. Many older trainers were either lacking in skill, overly sales-oriented, or insufficiently loyal. Those with skill, yet strong salesmanship, could still be salvaged. As long as they exhibited a commendable work ethic and loyalty, he could assign them to different roles. However, a lack of loyalty was a fatal flaw. Paying salaries to those lacking in commitment was pure loss. Furthermore, after such substantial raises, their ingratitude was disheartening. What purpose did such ungrateful individuals serve? In his notebook, Su-Yang marked Tiansheng's name in red. Prior to the meeting, Tiansheng's loyalty stood at a mere 47, the lowest among all fitness trainers. When Su-Yang announced a salary increase of 7,000 for all fitness instructors, the loyalty of other trainers surged rapidly. However, Tiansheng's loyalty plummeted to a mere 31. The raise seemed to have diminished his loyalty instead, leading Su-Yang to suspect that Tiansheng regarded money as inconsequential. It wasn't until Tiansheng later mentioned he could sustain a loss of 100 million that Su-Yang finally comprehended the root of Tiansheng's disdain for him. It appeared that Tiansheng had mistaken him for a wealthy heir. The system could attest to his capacity to absorb the apparent losses. Yet he was far from being a rich second generation. He had never claimed to come from a wealthy background. As for why Su-Yang sought to reform the gym, it was because he realized that such reforms would only incur losses for a few months, and those were merely on paper. After the system refunded employee salaries, he would still manage to earn a significant profit. By the latter half of the year, as the gym's positive reputation spread, it would attract a multitude of clients. Moreover, the unique buffs of a 30 increase in dopamine secretion and a 15 enhancement in weight loss effects would allow more ordinary individuals to experience the allure of fitness, ultimately converting them into paying customers. Thus, the gym's profits would surpass those prior to the reforms. In truth, Su-Yang could have maintained the status quo and still made a decent income. Yet, he yearned for a challenge. Frankly, possessing the extraordinary skill of business simulation assured him that the gym would be profitable. Nevertheless, the routine management left him yearning for a sense of accomplishment. If he was to undertake a venture, it should be executed to perfection. Furthermore, with the system's assistance, how could he possibly lack ambition? At the very least, he genuinely aspired to establish a premier gym or a chain of fitness centers. Back in his school days, he had a penchant for running, basketball, and table tennis. However, upon entering the workforce, his physical condition had deteriorated. He truly wished for ordinary individuals to relish the joy of exercise, hoping they could attain healthier, stronger bodies. He envisioned creating a gym that embodied his dreams. He knew many working individuals whose physical states were quite concerning. Having graduated only a year ago, he had already lost a classmate to illness. Liu Yong, who had been particularly supportive at work, had recently been distraught over his health report. He had a cousin under 30 who had developed fatty liver disease at such a young age. He also had a childhood friend, not yet 25, who was already experiencing back issues. Even his parents had begun to exhibit numerous minor health problems. He himself occasionally felt stiffness in his neck. Just then, Su Yang heard the familiar notification sound. Ding. Employee Fong Tong's loyalty at Xingho Fitness has increased to 90. You have received a reward of 50,000. This sudden windfall of 50,000 instantly alleviated the weight of Su Yang's contemplations. He couldn't help but think, look, this is what a grateful employee looks like. He then marked an X next to Tian Sheng's name. Chapter 6, Fitness. I can do it for free. What else can 1 million accomplish? With this unexpected fortune, Su Yang was in high spirits. Before acquiring his special ability, 50,000 had already represented half a year's salary. Thus, he turned to Su Zhiping and said, Manager Su, I wish to train at the gym for a while. Please recommend a suitable fitness instructor. Su Yang had not forgotten his talent for fitness. It would indeed be a waste not to capitalize on such a remarkable gift. Due to prolonged overtime and a gradual decline in physical activity, his attributes of constitution, strength, and agility were all below 10. He desired to attain a healthier physique. As for the 3 points recently acquired in constitution, strength, and agility, he had yet to allocate them. These attribute points were precious, and he intended to train for a period before applying them. What kind of physique are you aiming for? Boss, Su Zhiping inquired. Do you require bulky muscles? Not at all. I merely seek to enhance my overall fitness. I am willing to pay for one-on-one personal training sessions to ensure the instructor is compensated for their efforts. Please recommend someone proficient in teaching. Su Yang could indeed perceive the teaching levels of the fitness instructors. However, within the gym, several instructors possessed expert-level teaching skills. He had no way of discerning who among them was superior. Su Zhiping pondered for a moment before responding. Let me inquire with them. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Su Zhiping chuckled. I'm concerned that they might feel nervous about coaching the boss. Very well. Su Yang chuckled in response. Outside the office, Tian Sheng expressed his discontent to Zheng Jianbao. I can't shake the feeling that this rich kid is unreliable. Zheng Jianbao replied with a grin. I think the wealthy heir is quite commendable. At least he is willing to increase my salary. Tian Sheng countered. I recall him riding a shared bike each time he visits the gym. Perhaps he is a fake rich heir? Zheng Jianbao waved his hand dismissively. General Wang, who frequently visits our gym and is worth over 100 million, walks here too. Tian Sheng retorted. But he doesn't let us use those little tactics to sell courses. So what? He has already raised our base salary by 7,000. Zheng Jianbao observed the customers sweating profusely as they exercised and remarked. As long as I put in a bit more effort, my salary won't fluctuate much. In fact, without the pressure of course sales, the stress has significantly decreased. Nearby, a fitness instructor chimed in. Exactly. The pressure from selling courses was immense. I often struggled to sleep and lost hair, nearly going bald. Another instructor added. If we could focus solely on teaching, who would want to become a salesperson? Fitness instructor Wang, who interjected in a deep voice. I believe the boss is genuinely a good person, and the gym should operate this way. We are fitness instructors, not salespeople. Zheng Jianbao laughed, patting Wang Hu on the shoulder. For you, of course, the boss is a good person. Your performance is often at the bottom, and you haven't sold many personal training sessions. With the salary increase of 7,000, your monthly earnings will finally exceed 10,000. Wang Hu irritably shrugged off Zheng Jianbao's hand. I simply lack the gift of gab and don't wish to employ those petty tactics. Zheng Jianbao shrugged. All right. Forget I said anything. CC, what do you think of the boss? Female fitness instructor Hu Li inquired. Quite decent. Yuan CC replied cheerfully. Even though she often earned a high salary of 40,000, the increase of 7,000 in her base pay was still quite significant. Although Su Yang's regulations might affect her course sales, the additional 7,000 in base pay made it more acceptable for her to sell fewer courses. Primarily, her sales techniques surpassed those of ordinary instructors. Hu Li continued, CC, what are your thoughts on the boss? He's a nice person. You don't happen to have feelings for him, do you? How could that be? Yuan CC immediately became defensive. You're not harboring thoughts about the boss. Are you? Hu Li quickly denied. Of course not. I have a boyfriend. Chen Xiaoyan, who had been listening nearby, remarked. I think it's best not to dwell on this. The boss is most likely a super wealthy heir. He has encountered countless women, and he might not even notice us. At that moment, Su Zhiping approached. Yuan CC, Hu Li, the boss wishes to work on his fitness. Is anyone willing to be his personal trainer? He will surely purchase your personal training sessions, and you will not suffer any losses. After some contemplation, Su Zhiping resolved to find a young and attractive female fitness coach for Su Yang. Female fitness instructors are naturally more adept at interacting with men. Moreover, both Yuan Cece and Hu Li possess commendable teaching skills. Many male trainees, under their guidance, can lift barbells with great vigor. With their encouragement, their physical limits can be effortlessly surpassed. As soon as Su Zhiping's words fell, Hu Li stepped forward. "I'll do it." Yuan Cece replied, "Let me take this opportunity." Not wanting to fall behind Hu Li's eagerness, Yuan Cece was determined to seize the chance. Chen Xiaoyan interjected, "I can do it too." Hu Li and Yuan Cece exchanged wary glances before turning their attention to Chen Xiaoyan. Hu Li remarked, "Chen Xiaoyan, the manager did not call upon you. So why are you so excited?" After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiaoyan said to Su Zhiping, "Manager, I can teach for free." Hu Li scoffed. "Does the boss care about such a trifling sum?" Yuan Cece looked at Hu Li. "Did you not say you were uninterested in the boss? You already have a boyfriend." Hu Li retorted angrily, "This is merely normal teaching. What are you insinuating?" "Enough of this." Su Zhiping interrupted their quarrel. "Yuan Cece, you shall go." "All right, manager." Yuan Cece beamed with joy. Defeating Hu Li brought her immense satisfaction. After all, Hu Li was the only female fitness instructor in the gym who posed a threat to her. Hu Li, feeling somewhat aggrieved, exclaimed, "Manager, this is unfair." "Why is it, Yuan Cece?" Su Zhiping pondered for a moment and replied, "Your boyfriend does not appreciate you being a fitness coach, while Yuan Cece is single and less likely to cause trouble for the boss." Hu Li had no retort. This was indeed the truth. Nevertheless, she still felt that Su Zhiping was somewhat biased. "Fine, let it be." Su Zhiping decided to end the discussion. "Yuan Cece, please follow me." "Certainly." Yuan Cece skipped along joyfully, following Su Zhiping to the manager's office, embodying the triumph of a victor. Hu Li stomped her foot in frustration, but said nothing. Upon seeing that Su Zhiping had brought Yuan Cece, Su Yang felt a flicker of happiness. Any normal man would not be indifferent to a stunning beauty. However, he maintained a serious demeanor as he addressed Yuan Cece. "Since Manager Su has recommended you, you shall be the one." Yuan Cece replied obediently, "Thank you, boss, for this opportunity." Yuan Cece was indeed quite skilled at engaging with men, yet she felt a slight pressure in front of her boss. Su Yang contemplated for a moment and said, "Let us see when you are available." 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yuan Cece smiled, "I have classes from 1 to 3, but I will be free by 4. Then it is settled for 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After Su Zhiping and Yuan Cece left, Su Yang went out for a meal. While dining, he began to ponder what his next steps should be. The system had granted him 3 million as startup capital, and he had an additional 40,000. Ultimately, he spent 88,000 on acquiring the gym and 20,000 on rent. With various other expenditures, he had spent just over 300,000 in total. Earlier, Fong Tong had gifted him 50,000. Even with a requirement of 100,000 in working capital for the gym, he still had over 170,000 at his disposal. What could he do with this sum? Chapter 7. The Deceptive Gym. The middle-aged driver of a ride-hailing service. After much deliberation, Su Yang concluded that opening a store was still his best option. A gym, with its relatively low transfer fees and a greater number of employees, was the most suitable choice for him. It was not that he did not wish to establish a high-tech company, but the barriers to entry for such enterprises were exceedingly high, making them unsuitable for Su Yang's current situation. He needed to accumulate considerable capital and connections. After finishing his meal, Su Yang casually transferred 1 million to the Xingho Gym's bank account. The monetary rewards provided by the system were exempt from bank scrutiny, allowing for very convenient transfers. Su Yang strolled through the bustling streets of Rongqing. One must admit, the people of Bashu truly love to eat. Apart from convenience stores and supermarkets, Su Yang encountered numerous noodle shops, restaurants, hot pot stalls, and snack bars. Following closely were clothing stores, foot massage parlors, and pharmacies. He recalled that Zhang Liang had ventured into the foot massage business and had even gifted Su Yang a VIP card before leaving. If managed properly, foot massage could undoubtedly yield better profits than a gym. However, without connections, it would be challenging to run a foot massage business, unless it were to be included in health insurance. After wandering for half an hour and feeling fatigued, Su Yang decided to sit on a stone stool by the roadside and pulled out his phone to search for shop transfer information. By chance, he discovered that someone was offering a 300 square meter gym for a transfer fee of only 100,000. This piqued his interest. He summoned a ride-hailing service and, when the car arrived, he noticed it was a BMW. Although he could not identify the specific model, he recognized the emblem. After approximately 20 minutes, he finally arrived at the entrance of the Yedong Gym. "Driver, could you wait for me for a moment?" Su Yang said upon payment. "I may need to take another ride shortly." "How long will you be?" "No more than 5 minutes." "All right." The middle-aged driver agreed readily. Upon reaching the Yedong Gym, Su Yang again spotted a sign indicating the shop was up for transfer. He did not enter but instead sat on a bench along the street. The owner of Yedong Gym, Kong Yuanjia, is offering to transfer the gym to you for 100,000, but you must take over the previous members with active subscriptions. You have agreed to his terms and purchased the gym for 100,000, signing a 1-year lease agreement with the landlord, paying 8,000 as a deposit and 3 months rent. The gym spans 300 square meters, employing 3 personal trainers and 3 other staff members, with a monthly wage expenditure of around 50,000. You have renamed the gym Xingho, gaining a 30 boost in dopamine secretion and a 15 enhancement in weight loss effects as a special buff. In the first month, the gym suffered a loss of 40,000. In the second month, the gym faced a loss of 50,000. In the third month, the gym incurred a loss of 40,000, necessitating the payment of 20,000 for the next month's rent. In the fourth month, the gym experienced a loss of 50,000. Su Yang was truly exasperated. Continuous losses were one thing, but even with the returns on wages, he was still losing his principal. Even if things improved 6 months later and business gradually picked up, the earnings barely covered the rent, leaving little for himself. It felt as though he was laboring for the landlord, pouring in both money and effort. Given the special buffs in the gym, Su Yang was still losing money. So one could only imagine how others would fare if they took over this establishment. At that moment, Su Yang suddenly felt that Zhang Liang was quite genuine. He was indeed transferring a promising shop. At the very least, Xingho Gym boasted an excellent location, situated in a bustling commercial district, near a subway station and high-quality residential areas. The manager, fitness instructors, and marketing were all reasonably well handled. Furthermore, Zhang Liang had never considered fleeing. Before contemplating the transfer of the gym, he had not drastically discounted the membership cards, which made Su Yang's subsequent operations considerably easier. In contrast, this Yedong Gym was truly a trap. Just then, Su Yang noticed a few seemingly youthful and inexperienced individuals entering Yedong Gym. He perused the mobile map to ascertain the circumstances within a 5-kilometer radius. The area was predominantly populated with primary and secondary schools, 2 vocational colleges, and aging residential complexes. The clientele of the gym typically comprised middle-class professionals and affluent individuals. Students and young adults exhibited a significant lack of purchasing power, and they possessed their own methods of exercise. Su Yang was bewildered as to why the owner of Yedong Fitness chose to establish a gym in such a location. Without further hesitation, he rose and approached the roadside, opening the door to a ride-hailing vehicle. Where to? 28, Binhai Road, Qinglong District. During his journey, he had scrolled through his phone and noticed a relatively large hot pot restaurant up for transfer. Very well. The driver smoothly started the car. Su Yang settled into the back seat, enjoying the breeze while observing the storefronts along the street. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was rather stifling, the driver casually inquired, "Young man, are you planning to open a business? How did you know? I noticed you gazing at that gym for quite a while." "Indeed, I initially intended to take over a gym." The driver couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly possess a remarkable amount of courage." "How so? Isn't it common for gyms to go out of business?" "I reckon this venture isn't profitable." "That is not entirely accurate," Su Yang clarified. "There are indeed gyms that are profitable, but the operational methods of gyms in our country are flawed." The driver, intrigued, asked, "What issues are present?" "Furthermore, operating a gym is a capital-intensive industry. Even a moderately sized gym requires an initial investment of several million for renovations and purchasing equipment. Many gyms initially opt to aggressively sell memberships to accumulate funds, leading the owners to mistakenly believe that this money is theirs. Consequently, they begin to open new locations or divert funds elsewhere." After researching the fitness industry for several days, Su Yang had frequently engaged in discussions with Su Jiping, an industry elite, thus acquiring a level of understanding that surpassed that of the majority. He spoke with authority on the subject. They subconsciously overlooked the financial risks involved. After all, those sold memberships do not equate to actual consumption. Gyms must subsequently provide corresponding services for the members. Utilities, rent, property management fees, labor costs, and equipment maintenance represent significant expenditures. Su Yang pondered for a moment before stating, "This situation is akin to real estate, where pre-sales occur without a clear understanding of where the funds have been allocated." "Real estate?" the driver exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "With your explanation, I comprehend it now. It's a financial fiasco. Moreover, due to the lack of professionalism in many gyms, fitness trainers often resemble salespeople, resulting in a poor experience for many members, which leads to an extremely low membership renewal rate. As a result, numerous gyms find themselves increasingly unable to sustain operations as time progresses." The driver casually inquired, "And then they just abscond?" Su Yang sighed. "Some do not run away. For instance, Zhang Liang transferred his gym to me. A few conscientious owners will refund membership fees before closing." Haha, indeed. To determine whether a gym is on the verge of closing, One should first observe if they suddenly begin selling annual memberships at discounted rates, or even 3-year memberships. Additionally, gyms that have been operating for 1, 3, or 5 years are the most precarious. How so? Their leases are expiring. The driver chuckled again. It seems your research is quite thorough. I own a gym. What is its name? Xingho Gym. Never heard of it. It was formerly known as Zhongliang Gym. The driver suddenly asked, is that the one in the Kaiwa building? You know it. I used to be a member there. The driver glanced at Su Yang through the rearview mirror. I had purchased an annual membership there and had even taken a few personal training sessions. A loyal customer? The driver shyly admitted, I transferred my annual membership. Su Yang inquired curiously, was it due to inadequate service at the gym? I previously worked in the Kaiwa building, but I no longer do. Economic issues arose, prompting me to sell my membership. What did you do before? I was in game development. The middle-aged driver chuckled ruefully. However, I graduated recently and have yet to find employment, so I am currently driving for a ride-hailing service. Graduated at 30 or 40, Su Yang remarked. That sounds quite like the tech industry. I've heard that ride-hailing can be quite lucrative. The middle-aged driver sighed. That was in the past. It is no longer profitable. The competition has become overly fierce, with employed individuals also vying for customers during the evenings. Then you should seek employment promptly. I am making every effort to find work and am attending interviews. Su Yang noticed the adorable cartoon stickers on the back of the driver's seat and suddenly asked, I need to frequently scout for storefronts. Would you be willing to drive for me? The price is negotiable. Upon hearing this, the driver expressed some interest. Aren't you a big boss without a car? I can only be considered a small boss. The driver seemed skeptical. Zhongliang Gym is around 2,000 square meters, right? Such a large establishment, and you call yourself a small boss? At this stage, my funds are primarily allocated for entrepreneurship. I do not plan to purchase a car just yet. Su Yang possessed less than 2 million in available funds. With the entrepreneur system in place, every penny invested now could potentially yield exponential returns in the future. Buying a cheaper car would not align with his image, while purchasing a more expensive one would bring him discomfort. After all, his money could indeed generate more wealth, and he was still in the phase of capital accumulation. Su Yang found himself somewhat envious of protagonists endowed with extravagant systems, effortlessly attracting wealth while lounging in bed. That is logical. The driver nodded in agreement. A car is a depreciating asset. Its value begins to decline the moment it leaves the dealership. You should focus on developing your business. If you truly require a luxury car for appearances, renting is a viable option. Exactly. How about 300 a day, boss? The driver pondered before asking. However, I occasionally need to attend interviews, though it won't take much time. That works. I can reimburse you for fuel costs. Generous of you, boss. Chapter 8. Hot Pot Restaurant Transfer. Fitness Center Assessment. Su Yang was not pleased. After conversing with the middle-aged driver, he learned that the driver's name was Ma Ran. Ma Ran was 32 years old, previously engaged in game development, and was now married with a child in elementary school. Each month, he had a mortgage to repay, creating considerable economic pressure. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang arrived at the entrance of the fragrant hot pot restaurant. It was similarly a sought-after establishment up for transfer. You purchased the hot pot restaurant and its various equipment from the owner's son Xinyan for 300,000, also acquiring her hot pot broth recipe and supplier contacts. Alongside signing a 1-year lease agreement with the landlord, paying 8,000 as a deposit and 3 months' rent. Sun Xinyan took her 3 relatives with her, and you quickly recruited staff to prepare for reopening. The fragrant hot pot restaurant spans 500 square meters, employing 13 individuals, with a monthly payroll of 70,000. You now own a hot pot restaurant, gaining a sensitive taste talent and 3 points in physique. Your fragrant hot pot restaurant receives a 30 flavor enhancement and a 15 health damage buff. Upon seeing the 30 flavor enhancement and the 15 health damage special effect, Su Yang's eyes lit up. This is quite commendable. After all, the taste is paramount for a dining establishment. As for the 15 health damage, those in the know would certainly understand. Hot pot restaurants in Rongqing naturally emphasize spicy and numbing flavors, which can be somewhat detrimental to health. The abundance of anal hospitals in the Bashu region is a testament to the numerous cases that have arisen from such indulgences. Just like how doctors in certain foreign countries excel at bullet extraction. However, the 3 attribute points related to physical fitness somewhat disappointed him, as they were fewer than the points awarded for opening a gym. You discover that the employee Jian Wei of the fragrant hot pot restaurant possesses proficient operational skills in running a hot pot establishment, thus appointing him as the manager. In the first month, the fragrant hot pot restaurant incurred a loss of 40,000 yuan. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the vast majority of prime shop transfers are traps. If it were truly profitable, why would anyone relinquish it to you? However, this didn't bother him too much. Each month, the system would refund the employee's salaries amounting to 70,000, meaning he could still earn 30,000. Of course, things were also developing positively. Jianwei spent 15,000 yuan on promotions through platforms like Dazongdiamping and Xiaobai Book, hired influencers from Bilibili and Douyin to explore the shop, and initiated group buying activities. In the second month, the fragrant hot pot restaurant suffered a loss of 40,000 yuan. Su Yang felt that Jianwei was relatively competent. At least his mind was in tune with the times, though the 15,000 spent on promotion seemed to yield little effect. But as long as the number of customers increased, the 30 deliciousness bonus would take effect, leading to a better reputation and consequently more returning customers. Sometimes, running a restaurant requires perseverance, which is why many established eateries thrive. They gradually accumulate a good reputation. Ordinary individuals may be somewhat oblivious to the effects of dopamine secretion at 30 or so, for the dopamine derived from exercise is, in fact, quite limited. Yet, the 30 deliciousness bonus is particularly sensitive to the residents of Rongqing, who have a penchant for delectable food. As a native of Rongqing, Su Yang naturally had a fair understanding of the hot pot industry. The flavors of hot pot are notoriously homogenized. Whether one directly purchases ready-made hot pot base or has a chef prepare it, the taste does not significantly differ. It's merely that chef-prepared dishes may lack consistency. With a 30 deliciousness bonus, as long as one can procure top-tier hot pot base, the resulting flavor will be unparalleled in the realm of hot pots. In the third month, the fragrant hot pot restaurant incurred a loss of 30,000 yuan. You need to pay next month's rent of 20,000 yuan. A loss reduced by 10,000. Su Yang's brow slightly relaxed. In the fourth month, the street in front of the fragrant hot pot restaurant was blocked off as construction teams began work, incurring a loss of 40,000 yuan. You need to pay next month's rent of 20,000 yuan. In the fourth month, the fragrant hot pot restaurant suffered a loss of 60,000 yuan. You need to pay next month's rent of 20,000 yuan. In the fifth month, the fragrant hot pot restaurant suffered a loss of 70,000 yuan. Road construction truly was a devastating blow. What a pity. Su Yang gazed helplessly at the hot pot restaurant plastered with transfer notices, uncertain if any unfortunate soul would take over this establishment. Without the roadwork, if he had devoted a bit more time and energy, he might genuinely have had the opportunity to turn this hot pot restaurant's fortunes around. But now, this restaurant had indeed lost all value. He was too disheartened to engage in further business simulations. Nevertheless, his visit was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, he had gleaned insights into the potential benefits of opening a hot pot restaurant. Hence, his spirits remained buoyant. He possessed ample patience to meticulously seek out a suitable establishment. There were still many hot pot skewer shops in Rongqing looking to transfer, and he was in no rush. At 3:50 in the afternoon, Ma Ran steadily parked the car near Xingho Fitness. Su Yang casually transferred 700 yuan to him, which delighted Ma Ran immensely. Upon entering the gym, Su Yang spotted Yuan Cece instructing a young girl in the aerobic area, seemingly teaching her how to use the treadmill. This left Su Yang quite pleased. "Hello, boss." Fang Tong greeted with a beaming smile. Su Yang nodded and found a chair nearby to sit down. Soon, Yuan Cece approached him. "Boss, are you busy now?" "Not busy." "Then let us begin. We'll start with a physical assessment." "All right." Almost every gym offers physical assessments. These assessments can evaluate various body metrics, such as body composition, weight, height, waist circumference, hip circumference, muscle quality, and bone quality, with the aim of helping individuals understand their health status and fitness needs, thereby formulating a more scientific and effective fitness plan based on foundational data. Of course, this is the gym's official narrative. From the gym's perspective, it also facilitates personal trainers in selling private lessons to customers. However, some gyms' physical assessments can be dubious, as they may alter certain values. Customers who are perfectly healthy might be reported as having issues, including at the former Zhongliang gym. He suddenly asked Yuan Cece, "The physical assessments are fine now, right?" When he learned of the situation a few days prior, he wasn't the boss yet, and couldn't he intervene. He had forgotten about this issue during the meeting this morning. Yuan Cece paused momentarily, then smiled. "Boss, the assessments will definitely be fine." Pushing open the door to the assessment room, Su Yang saw Tian Sheng holding a physical assessment sheet, telling a bespectacled young man, "Your scoliosis is slightly severe." "Really?" "Absolutely." Tian Sheng handed the assessment sheet to the young man. "If you don't believe me, take a look. Our assessment device is imported from abroad, absolutely accurate." "Oh." The young man began to feel anxious upon seeing the assessment sheet. Tian Sheng continued, "The risks associated with scoliosis are substantial. If severe, it can impair lung function, heart function, or even lead to paralysis." "Really?" The young man was evidently intimidated by Tian Sheng's words. Tian Sheng confidently stated, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can look it up." The young man nodded vigorously. Su Yang felt somewhat speechless. Look it up? In this day and age, are there still people who believe that? As the saying goes, look it up, cancer begins. Water boils at 1,000 degrees. and a person dies at 1,000 degrees. I'm telling you. Thankfully, you came to us for an assessment. Your scoliosis is not yet very severe and can still be corrected through exercise. Just then, Su Yang rapped on the door, unable to listen any longer. Tian Sheng turned around to see Su Yang standing at the door, along with Yuan Cece. Coach Tian, are you treating my words as mere whispers? Su Yang's tone was icy. Anyone could discern his anger. Yuan Cece quietly stepped aside. Be boss. In the face of Su Yang, Tian Sheng's bravado diminished. I told you, we can't discuss such matters in the assessment room. It's entirely different from the spacious and bright gym area outside. The gym's assessment room is quite cramped, with no windows, relying solely on artificial lighting. Resembling an interrogation room, Tian Sheng, tall and robust, exudes a significant sense of pressure. All right, and let me see the assessment sheet. Fine. Tian Sheng reluctantly handed the assessment sheet to Su Yang. Su Yang glanced at the sheet. It indeed appeared to be in order. It indicated that the individual did have a slight scoliosis issue. Shifongbin, right? Yes. Shifongbin nodded vigorously. The assessment sheet does show that you have a scoliosis issue. Su Yang gently stated. However, my suggestion is to have you assessed again for greater accuracy. Won't that be a hassle? You're truly a good person. Su Yang felt as though he were witnessing his former self. Of course it won't be troublesome. The equipment was bought to be freely available for your use. Su Yang smiled and remarked, moreover, one should not blindly trust foreign products. Even imported testing instruments are subject to discrepancies. Chapter 9. The Furious Su Yang. 1,001 Private Coaching Sessions. Thank you. Shifongbin expressed his gratitude. For reasons unknown, his sense of tension dissipated significantly upon seeing Su Yang. Yuan Cece, please conduct a retest for him. Su Yang instructed Yuan Cece, emphasizing the importance of accuracy and diligence. Yuan Cece immediately comprehended. Understood, boss. With deft movements, she manipulated the electronic screen of the body measurement device, guiding Shifongbin to undergo the retest. Tian Sheng's face shifted between shades of blue and white. As he stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. You may leave. From Tian Sheng's expression, Su Yang inferred that he had certainly caused some trouble. Now, seeing him only irritated Su Yang further. Before long, the testing was complete. Su Yang engaged Shifongbin in conversation, discovering that he was a senior student currently undertaking an internship. With graduation season approaching, he learned that this year was rumored to be particularly challenging for graduates. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Cece returned with the new fitness assessment report in hand. Following her finger, Su Yang beheld the results. Mild scoliosis. He whispered, is it serious? Su Yang was not particularly well versed in this area. Yuan Cece shook her head. Mild cases are quite common and not considered severe. Oh, Su Yang nodded. Upon hearing this, Shifongbin felt an immediate wave of relief. Neglecting proper posture while sitting or frequently looking down at your phone can lead to scoliosis. Yuan Cece softly remarked, however, it is advisable to visit a hospital for a consultation, and one might also consider corrective exercises. She glanced at Su Yang, and seeing no objection from him, she continued, strengthening core muscles can enhance spinal stability. Aerobic exercises such as swimming and cycling can alleviate scoliosis. Yoga or Pilates can also improve the condition. Of course, the simplest remedy is still hanging from a pull-up bar. At this, a smile graced Su Yang's face. Indeed, Yuan Cece proved to be quite knowledgeable. Following that, she gently advised Shifongbin, remember, while studying or working, do not maintain the same posture for extended periods, as it is detrimental to your spine. Shifongbin nodded vigorously. Su Yang noted his ears turning red, seemingly a bit shy. It must be said that a sporty beauty like Yuan Cece possesses a formidable charm over ordinary boys, especially with her gentle, elder sisterly tone. Yuan Cece, please check which trainer is available outside, and have them come over. All right. Once Yuan Cece left, Shifongbin finally exhaled in relief. However, he lingered a moment longer, casting a wistful glance at her retreating figure. Su Yang sensed that this lad might be quite taken with Yuan Cece. I recommend you visit a hospital for a follow-up after you return home. Schedule an appointment for a recheck. Su Yang suggested with a smile. After all, we are merely an ordinary gym, certainly not as professional as a hospital, and our equipment pales in comparison to their multi-million-dollar apparatus. Shifongbin nodded. Understood. If the hospital confirms that you indeed have scoliosis, you could come to our gym for some exercise. Simply purchase a monthly pass to start, as not everyone is suited for gym workouts. Su Yang quietly held 2 fitness assessment reports in hand, thinking that obtaining a monthly pass would not be a significant loss. He could easily recoup the cost by coming in for a shower daily. Shifongbin stared blankly at Su Yang, doubting he had encountered a genuine boss. At that moment, Yuan Cece returned with Wang Hu. Boss, is there something you need? Wang Hu inquired. This young man seems to have mild scoliosis. Could you kindly teach him how to alleviate it by hanging from the pull-up bar? While hanging from the bar is indeed simple, having a professional trainer to guide him on the techniques is beneficial. If Wang Hu presents himself as sufficiently professional, there is a chance he could help the gym acquire a new client. Business must go on. All right. Wang Hu nodded and said to Shifangbin, "Follow me." Shifangbin gratefully replied, "Thank you, boss." "You're welcome." Su Yang casually handed the fitness assessment report Yuan Cece had prepared to Shifangbin. "Remember to visit the hospital afterward." Once Shifangbin left, Yuan Cece smiled and said, "Boss, you truly are a good person." Su Yang crumpled the report in his hand and tossed it into the trash. "I merely wish to earn my money honestly." Yuan Cece gazed at Su Yang, feeling a slight stir within her heart. Su Yang's assessment results were fairly good. His overall health was satisfactory, albeit he appeared slightly underweight. Yuan Cece remarked that Su Yang had a solid foundation, and with some training, he could undoubtedly become quite the handsome figure. Su Yang was uncertain whether she was merely flattering him, yet he took her words to heart. A girl as beautiful as her would certainly not deceive. Subsequently, Yuan Cece selected a fitted gray sports outfit for Su Yang. After he changed into the sportswear, she led him to the personal training area, commencing a session on proper warm-up techniques. Initially, Su Yang found himself distracted by Yuan Cece's alluring figure, but he quickly regained his composure and began to focus intently on learning. Following the warm-up, Yuan Cece started teaching Su Yang the fundamentals of various exercises, such as squats, bench presses, and deadlifts. It was only after Yuan Cece's explanations, demonstrations, and guidance that he realized the intricacies of squats, including the importance of breath control. Previously, he had never given it a thought. Time passed unnoticed, and after Yuan Cece assisted Su Yang with stretching, she also provided a soothing massage to relax his muscles before announcing the conclusion of the session. It must be said that receiving guidance from such a stunning beauty was indeed quite gratifying. Su Yang sat down, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He twisted open a sports drink and took a hearty gulp. Yuan Cece cautioned, "Drink water in small sips. You could easily choke like that." "All right," he replied. "How was this session experience?" Su Yang secured the bottle cap. "Quite good." To be honest, he felt drained yet exhilarated, especially after the stretching and massage. It felt as if his entire body had relaxed. "Boss, what is your fitness goal?" Yuan Cece inquired, taking a seat beside him. "I need to understand your objectives in order to create a tailored training plan for you." "For health." I understand." Su Yang acknowledged. Most individuals purchasing personal training sessions here were primarily seeking health benefits. After all, those who buy sessions from her typically have higher incomes. These individuals are usually quite busy and unlikely to dedicate excessive time to fitness. Suddenly, Su Yang asked, "How much do your personal training sessions cost?" Previously, the price had been quoted as 1,000 per session. Su Yang paused. 60 minutes? Yes. And people actually pay that? Indeed. Some have purchased 10 sessions at once for a total of 100,000. Yuan Cece chuckled. There are plenty of wealthy individuals in Rongqing. All right. Reflecting on Yuan Cece's monthly income, Su Yang was genuinely impressed. The mindset of the affluent was still somewhat beyond his comprehension. "I often quote that price, but I frequently offer discounts to clients." Su Yang grasped. "So what would you quote me?" 300 per session. Is that acceptable? That works. With a substantial discount. Su Yang felt as though he had stumbled upon a marvelous bargain. Subsequently, Su Yang retrieved his mobile phone and contacted Su Zhiping. "The meeting is scheduled for 11:30 a.m. tomorrow." The incident with Tian Sheng today left him somewhat displeased. The following morning, Ma Ran accompanied Su Yang as they traversed the bustling streets of Rongqing, yet their endeavors yielded little fruit. At precisely 11:30, he entered the conference room, where he found the store manager and all 15 trainers had gathered. "To be succinct, I held a meeting yesterday morning, urging you to refrain from resorting to those underhanded tactics to sell classes to customers. Yet, yesterday afternoon, Tian Sheng altered a customer's fitness assessment data and informed them, you might become paralyzed." Su Yang's gaze fell upon Tian Sheng, while many fitness trainers turned to look at him as well. Called out, Tian's complexion darkened as he lowered his head. "The fitness industry is a service sector. Our aim is to serve our clients, to promote their health, and to ensure their satisfaction. We are not fraudsters, nor are we thugs or kidnappers." Throughout his discourse, Su Yang maintained a calm tone, yet it resonated with an icy chill. "Our gym's clientele consistently derives from a fixed demographic within a 2 to 5 kilometer radius. Should our reputation falter, the gym will inevitably face its demise, and all of you will follow suit. If you have been with the gym for 3 years, you ought to understand why our membership sales have become increasingly challenging. I, personally, am indifferent. If the gym collapses, so be it. But what about you?" One by one, the robust trainers bowed their heads under Su Yang's admonishment. Half of these trainers have families. I have previously shared with you that my dream is to manage a client-centric gym with an excellent reputation. For that, I am willing to offer you salary increases and even endure losses. I can assert that no fitness coach in the entire Rongqing enjoys a higher base salary than you. And I have placed minimal pressure on you regarding sales. Yet, how do you repay me? Are my expectations truly excessive? Are they higher than Zhang Liang's? If you persist in this manner, such a gym holds no value for me whatsoever. If you continue to adhere to the outdated practices, it will only prove that Xinghe is unsuitable for you, and I urge you to seek other opportunities. That will be all. The meeting is adjourned. Su Yang rose from his chair and exited the conference room without delay. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Almost everyone turned their gaze to Tiansheng. Chapter 10. Neglecting career development invites divine retribution. Why are you all staring at me? Tiansheng erupted in fury. Is it just because of a few measly coins? I quit. Very well. Su Zhiping immediately stood. Come to my office to settle your wages shortly. Tiansheng suddenly felt as though his throat had been constricted. He was largely venting his frustration. Manager, you may leave. Su Zhiping said coldly. This place is not suitable for you. The authority of the boss must be upheld by Su Zhiping. If Tiansheng was merely grumbling, he might have feigned ignorance. However, with so many trainers criticizing the boss, he could not overlook it. If word got out, how would the boss perceive him? One by one, the fitness trainers departed, unwilling to engage with Tiansheng. Tiansheng turned to his companion Zheng Jianba, who remained seated beside him. Zheng Jianba, shall we leave together? This rich second generation thinks too highly of himself. If he continues to manage like this, the gym will inevitably close. Zheng Jianba glanced at Su Zhiping, his expression one of conflict. What's wrong? You're not leaving? Tiansheng, you know I've recently started dating. Expenses are quite high, so I cannot resign. You. Tiansheng, I'm sorry. Tiansheng found it hard to believe. Zheng Jianba, we've known each other for 4 years. We were friends back at Xindong Fitness. Where can we go after leaving Xinghe? We can continue as fitness trainers. Tiansheng, many commercial gyms are struggling, and numerous friends who were trainers are now unemployed. I can't just become a security guard, can I? With our capabilities, we can definitely find work. Jobs are scarce right now, especially for someone like me with limited education. Finding a high-paying job is challenging. Zheng Jianba murmured. Yesterday, I informed my girlfriend about the salary increase from the boss. She was elated. And my parents were pleased as well. Su Yang was undeniably correct. The salary he offered was indeed substantial and came with minimal pressure for the trainers. Tiansheng inhaled deeply, feeling his blood pressure rise. Zheng Jianba earnestly advised, Tiansheng, the boss is actually quite decent. If you apologize and show some humility, he may forgive you. Impossible. Tiansheng will never yield. Having declared his intention to leave, he cannot go back on his word. Su Zhiping calmly interjected, Zheng Jianba, you should go eat. Oh, with a sense of melancholy, Zheng Jianba exited the conference room, unconsciously wandering into the gym's strength training area. It was already mealtime, and the gym was nearly empty, with only a few patrons present. He noticed a young woman using the seated lat pull-down machine, which is designed to train the back muscles. Compared to dumbbells, barbells, and treadmills, the seated lat pull-down machine is more complex to operate. Zheng Jianba immediately recognized that she was a novice. He approached the young woman, who reflexively replied, Thank you, but I'm not buying any classes. Allow me to show you how to use this, Zheng Jianba said with exasperation. Don't injure yourself. Without waiting for her agreement, he began explaining the proper use of the seated lat pull-down machine, assisting her with a set of exercises. Once she appeared fatigued, he remarked, when starting strength training, do not push yourself too hard, otherwise, you may easily sustain injuries. It's best to have a professional trainer or someone else to assist you. Got it. I'm off to eat now. You should too. If your nutrition falls short, overtraining can be detrimental. All right. The young woman looked somewhat puzzled as she watched Zheng Jianba's departing figure, her mind racing with questions. Did this trainer truly not promote personal training sessions? Or was he planning to cast a wide net for bigger catches? Caution is warranted. While Su Yang was dining, he received a call from Su Zhiping informing him that Tiansheng intended to resign. Very well, proceed with the standard resignation procedures. Ensure he receives his due wages. Understood. Su Zhiping replied. What we need to focus on is our reputation. As long as you help me manage Xinghe diligently and enhance our reputation, even if we incur losses, I will consider increasing your salary again. Do you understand? Understood, boss. Additionally, regarding last month's wages, it was to be disbursed using Zhang Liang's funds. So please have Zhang Feng supplement some, and on the 7th, other employees' wages should follow my increased salary. Understood. Upon hearing the busy tone, Su Zhiping solemnly set down his phone. He gazed at the dedicated clients in the gym, resolute in his decision. The atmosphere of the gym must be thoroughly revamped in accordance with Su Yang's vision. The boss's intentions must be fully realized. As for those who refuse to listen, let them gather their belongings and depart. After all, turnover among fitness trainers is high, Most cannot last a year. Su Zhiping had long been accustomed to this. Following Su Yang's lead was undoubtedly the right choice, for this boss was genuinely willing to offer him a raise. Hearing that Tian Sheng had resigned filled Su Yang with relief. As Tian Shengyi departed, the entire staff of Xingho Fitness had their loyalty adequately assessed. Thus, Su Yang felt a surge of satisfaction as he disbursed their salaries. Moreover, this served as a wake-up call for the other trainers. Indeed, his unrelenting criticism of Tian Sheng during the meeting was a deliberate attempt to embarrass him, compelling his resignation. To his surprise, the man reacted just as impulsively as he had anticipated. At that moment, Yuan Cece also reached out to him via WeChat, sending him a fitness regimen. It entailed personal training sessions every other day, primarily focusing on foundational fitness courses with an emphasis on strength training. She also suggested various other exercise modalities that could be performed independently at the gym. Additionally, she offered dietary and lifestyle recommendations. Su Yang inquired, "Isn't it necessary to consume protein powder or muscle gain supplements?" Yuan Cece replied, "You don't require high-intensity muscle gain. With your training intensity, those are unnecessary. Just ensure you consume ample meat, eggs, and dairy in your regular diet." "Understood," Su Yang responded. Upon noticing his silence, Yuan Cece furrowed her brow slightly while gazing at her phone. She sensed that her boss seemed rather indifferent towards her. Naturally, she held a keen interest in Su Yang. Young, handsome, and extraordinarily affluent. From his vision for the gym and his demeanor, Yuan Cece could ascertain his commendable character. It would be disingenuous to claim she harbored no feelings for him. Just as a typical man might entertain thoughts about a beautiful woman, so too do women. Although her income was indeed substantial at $50,000 per month, her frequent interactions with affluent individuals and wealthy socialites rendered her somewhat insecure. Simultaneously, she yearned for the lifestyle of the wealthy. Her monthly salary was trivial in comparison. Her entire year's earnings amounted to what others might casually spend on a handbag. Not to mention Su Yang's offhand remark during the meeting yesterday, "Is a loss of 100 million sufficient?" To be frank, in that moment, Yuan Cece felt he exuded an irresistible charm. Could it be that Su Yang harbored no thoughts towards Yuan Cece? That was certainly implausible. He was merely engrossed in his business ventures. He was indeed captivated by the act of running a store. Much like an avid gamer engrossed in their virtual world, what is the allure of gaming? Su Yang was no longer the naive novice just stepping into society. He recognized the significance of wealth. With the grand entrepreneur system, managing a store or a company bore striking resemblance to partaking in a business simulation game. Failing to develop a career after acquiring such a powerful system would undoubtedly invite calamity. Chapter 11. Transformation of the Gym. Ordinary customer, Hu Bin. In the days that followed, Su Yang dedicated himself to both exercising at the gym and exploring various locales throughout Rongqing. Beyond the fitness center, he cultivated a burgeoning interest in the culinary sector, particularly hot pot, skewers, dine-in establishments, and restaurants. After all, the perceived technical requirements appeared minimal. Many ordinary individuals aspiring to entrepreneurship often gravitated towards the food industry. Yet most ended up suffering substantial losses. The competition was fierce. Barbecue and breakfast establishments were also prevalent within the culinary realm. However, barbecue venues were significantly influenced by seasonal factors, and breakfast shops could be quite labor-intensive. Su Yang certainly leaned towards hot pot and skewers. This sector demanded less from chefs and boasted high replicability. Once a chain was established, it could employ numerous staff, aligning perfectly with his system's upgrade requirements. His system necessitated a large workforce to progress. To secure more employees, he leaned towards developing labor-intensive industries. Su Yang saw no downside to this. While fostering high-tech advancements was undoubtedly vital, creating more job opportunities for society held equal importance. Once he amassed sufficient development, he would certainly be inclined to venture into high-tech sectors. After all, he could afford to pay competitive salaries. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Su Yang would scour the internet for materials to study, aiming for a more comprehensive understanding of the entire food industry. Gradually, as his knowledge deepened and his experience grew, he no longer approached the transfer of shops with a mere commercial simulation in mind. He began to thoroughly investigate the commercial environment surrounding each transfer shop. He started analyzing customer traffic in the vicinity and attempted to engage in dialogue with the owners of those transferring establishments. During the utilization of commercial recommendation skills, he proactively intervened, exploring various possibilities. For instance, he considered disabling his enhancements for hot pot establishments. He contemplated transforming a hot pot restaurant into a breakfast or milk tea shop, or even franchising other chain outlets, or lowering the average spending in a hot pot venue. Alternatively, he might seek out a highly profitable shop and attempt to purchase it at a premium price. 2 days later, Hu Bin approached the front desk of Xingho Fitness and inquired, "Excuse me, Isn't this Zhongliang Fitness? Hello, dear guest, this is Xingho Fitness. The owner of Zhongliang Fitness has sold the gym, Zhou Xiaolu explained with a sweet smile. However, there is an agreement that former members of Zhongliang Fitness can still enjoy services here. That's a relief. I thought he had run off. Hu Bin sighed, fearing he would be left with nothing. Please present your membership card. Sure. Please wait a moment, and I will provide you with a new membership card free of charge. A new membership card? Yes. Zhou Xiaolu patiently clarified. It will be exchanged for our Xingho Fitness membership card, but your membership information will remain unchanged. Sounds good. Hu Bin responded, feeling satisfied. Bringing his Zhongliang Fitness membership card to Xingho Fitness made him somewhat apprehensive. Soon, Zhou Xiaolu entered the information and handed Hu Bin a beautifully designed membership card. Additionally, she provided 6 small cards the size of business cards, printed with codes, QR codes, and the artistic logo of Xingho Fitness. What is this? Hu Bin asked curiously, flipping the card over to read a line. Given to your favorite Xingho Fitness trainer. This is a voting card. If you appreciate any trainer at the gym, you can cast your vote for them. Zhou Xiaolu explained, pointing to the nearby ballot box. Hu Bin glanced at the ballot box, where each box displayed the photos and names of the fitness trainers. You have 2 months of membership left and can receive 6 Xingho votes. Can I abstain from voting? Of course. That is entirely at the guest's discretion. Zhou Xiaolu replied with a smile. If a guest chooses not to vote, it merely indicates that our Xingho Fitness trainers are not yet exceptional enough to earn your recognition, and they must continue striving for improvement. Indeed, Hu Bin nodded, sensing that the gym had undergone significant changes with the new ownership. At the very least, the service attitude had markedly improved. Even the receptionist's smile seemed warmer. Upon entering the gym, he immediately noticed the distinct demeanor of the trainers compared to before. They appeared relaxed, adorned with smiles. Some were chatting with guests resting between sets. Others were guiding newcomers on how to use the treadmill, while some trainers were even partaking in workouts themselves. These fitness instructors appear to have seamlessly integrated themselves into the atmosphere of the gym. Surprisingly, the ambience within the establishment feels rather harmonious. How peculiar. This is Hu Bin's initial reaction. In the past, gym trainers were truly detestable, eliciting disdain from all. It may sound exaggerated, yet such was the prevailing sentiment. Regular gym-goers would become immediately wary upon the approach of a trainer. They often encircle newcomers, fervently promoting personal training sessions. At times, their relentless sales tactics resemble that of bothersome flies, while at others, they cling on like stubborn gum, refusing to relent. Should one resolutely decline, some trainers might even display their displeasure openly. For those who frequently rebuff their advances, they remain indifferent. Occasionally, if they offer guidance, one must tread carefully, for they are likely angling to sell a session. Although Hu Bin harbored doubts, he refrained from voicing them. He stepped onto the treadmill, eager to activate it. Recently, he had been working overtime and, having finally found a moment of respite, intended to exercise at the gym. While running outdoors was an option, his introverted nature deterred him from being the focus of others' attention. The thought of jogging on the streets made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Furthermore, Rome City is notorious for its heavy traffic, making outdoor running feel perilous, with exhaust fumes and dust permeating the air. The air quality in Rome City is indeed a cause for concern. Hold on, don't run just yet. At that moment, Hu Bin heard someone call out beside him. What is the matter? He turned to see a tall and robust fitness instructor striding towards him, making him feel a twinge of anxiety. You seem to have skipped your warm-up, the trainer said with a smile. Neglecting to warm up can lead to injuries, especially if you haven't exercised in a while. Oh, no need to worry. The instructor continued. My name is Zheng Jianba. Feel free to reach out if you need assistance. Thank you. Hu Bin stepped off the treadmill and began his warm-up. Zheng Jianba frowned. Your warm-up technique is not quite up to par. Hu Bin immediately became alert. His warm-up indeed may lack precision, having only learned casually from his physical education teacher. Allow me to teach you a few simple movements. Zheng Jianba spent 2 minutes instructing Hu Bin on some basic warm-up exercises, which he quickly mastered. All right, you can now return to the treadmill. Thank you. Hu Bin resumed his place on the treadmill, and Zheng Jianba effortlessly switched it on. As Hu Bin ran, he adjusted the treadmill's control panel. Yet Zheng Jianba's presence beside him made him feel uneasy. His guard remained high, anticipating a sales pitch for personal training services, which he intended to decline outright. However, after 2 minutes of waiting, no such pitch was forthcoming. Noticing Hu Bin's constant glances and somewhat stiff movements, Zheng Jianba tactfully remarked, take your time to exercise. And if you need anything, remember my name, Zheng Jianba. Thank you, coach. Indeed, Zheng Jianba smiled. If you ever decide to take personal training sessions, I can tailor a program for you, whether for muscle gain or weight loss. Finally, the moment he had anticipated arrived. Hu Bin felt a sense of calm wash over him. After all, how can one be a fitness instructor without promoting personal training? Sorry, but I'm not interested at the moment. No worries. Zheng Jianba chuckled. Enjoy your workout. With that, he simply walked away. Wait. Hu Bin felt momentarily bewildered. Is he leaving just like that? Chapter 12. The franchise hot pot restaurant owned by 5 entrepreneurs. By the time Hu Bin finished his run, he was utterly exhausted. Yet no trainer had come to bother him. Upon dismounting the treadmill, he realized he was parched, only to remember he had forgotten to bring water. Reluctantly, he approached the front desk to request a sports drink. How much? He casually inquired, pulling out his phone. 5 yuan. 5 yuan. Hu Bin exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the receptionist, Zhou Xiaolu. Wasn't he at 10 yuan? He vaguely recalled purchasing a bottle before. 10 yuan was indeed twice the price of what one would pay outside. Zhou Xiaolu smiled. Our boss deemed it too expensive. Oh, he thought to himself. This new boss seems genuinely decent, a man of integrity. Upon entering the lounge, Hu Bin noticed over 10 fitness enthusiasts seated. Some engaged in casual chatter while others occupied themselves with their phones. As Hu Bin settled onto a sofa, he overheard 2 individuals conversing. I've noticed that lately. These fitness trainers seem rather laid back. They hardly promote personal training sessions anymore. Exactly. They even seem to be soliciting votes from us. Do you really prefer them incessantly pushing their services? Not exactly, but I can't shake the feeling that it's somewhat unsettling. You're just being difficult. You're the difficult one. I heard that a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur has taken over the gym. He doesn't care whether it turns a profit or incurs losses. He only cares about the trainer's attitudes. Is there really such a person? Well, being a wealthy heir, it's not surprising he's a bit capricious. At this juncture, the entire lounge was captivated by the conversation. The rent for this gym must be at least 500,000 a year, not to mention the trainer's salaries, utilities, and maintenance costs. How can any wealthy heir sustain such losses? You clearly don't understand. The trainers claim that their boss is genuinely affluent. Losing 100 million is no concern for him. That's just boasting. It's true. Their boss said he'd lose as much as he wanted. But what is the purpose of such losses? It appears to be a hobby of his. He enjoys fitness and wishes to establish a gym that everyone loves. Others chimed in. I can't comprehend it. Neither can I. This must be the world of the wealthy. Regardless, I think the atmosphere in the gym is quite pleasant now. It has a certain charm reminiscent of a fitness studio. Fitness studios lack such an environment, replete with equipment. Honestly, I had a fantastic workout today. It's been ages since I felt this good, perhaps because the receptionist smiled at me. Ah, I see. Hu Bin finally grasped the situation. No wonder the gym had transformed so dramatically. Yet, it felt quite comfortable. After a brief respite, Hu Bin returned for another half-hour of running. After showering, he felt invigorated. The fatigue from those late nights seemed to have dissipated considerably. As he prepared to leave the gym, he hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to cast a vote for Zheng Jianba. Just as Hu Bin was exiting the gym, Ma Ran had also arrived at Feida Plaza with Su Yang. Today, Su Yang too had little success. The shops available for transfer were mostly unprofitable. Even with a special incentive, those shops were challenging to manage. They required significant time to build up a good reputation through careful marketing. Unfortunately, the majority of those shops were quite small, necessitating few employees, which diminished Su Yang's interest in taking over. It was already 6 o'clock when Su Yang proposed treating Ma Ran to a meal. Maruan did not hesitate and readily agreed. Upon entering a bustling dining street near Feida Square, Su Yang observed the throngs of people, predominantly young souls. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still Wednesday. This inevitably stirred Su Yang's entrepreneurial spirit. Along the way, he noticed that surrounding businesses seemed to thrive, offering dishes such as rice noodles, skewers, and fish hot pots. A few establishments were particularly lively, with tables spilling onto the street, cordoned off by barriers. Soon enough, Su Yang's gaze fell upon a Dali beef hot pot restaurant. Notably, a sign indicating the transfer of a thriving business was affixed near the entrance. Su Yang's initial reaction was skepticism, wondering what pitfalls lay within. This was not unwarranted. He had recently researched over 40 establishments for transfer, most of which were fraught with issues. For an average person, it felt akin to a financial abyss. Su Yang found it almost absurd. The hot pot restaurant appeared to be doing well, although patrons were not seated outside. He could see through the window that the occupancy rate inside was quite satisfactory. Thus, while the business might not surpass some nearby competitors, it certainly shouldn't be incurring losses. Let us dine here, Su Yang declared, pointing towards Dali beef hot pot. It was fortunate that this establishment did not require waiting in line. Very well, Maruan naturally would not decline. Upon entering the hot pot restaurant, Su Yang was greeted by the enticing aroma of the cuisine. He surveyed the decor, finding it quite appealing, vibrant, and lively. The female servers donned matching red and black attire, all youthful and pleasant in appearance. One particularly striking woman at the front desk boasted fair skin, a rosy complexion that stood out. Upon seeing Su Yang and Maruan, She politely inquired, "How many guests?" "Two. This way, please." They were seated at a wall-side table. And as Su Yang took the menu from the server, he frowned slightly at the high prices. Having just come into some money, he remained sensitive to costs. He ordered a variety of dishes: fatty beef, cured meat slices, tripe, duck intestines, and potato slices. Then he passed the menu to Maruin, saying, "Order whatever you like. Don't hold back." "Sure thing, boss, I want to be modest." Maruin replied with a grin. Having spent several days together, he understood Su Yang's character. When he said not to be polite, he truly meant it. With the menu in hand, Maruin glanced at Su Yang's selections and added options like beef throat, fish, and various vegetables such as enoki mushrooms. "Will you be having spicy broth or clear broth?" Su Yang asked Maruin, who promptly replied, "I'm fine with either." "Then let us go with the Inyang pot with mild spiciness." "All right. And could we have 2 aprons, please?" "Certainly." Before long, the Inyang pot was brought to the table and heated. Su Yang and Maruin prepared their dipping sauces, and it wasn't long before the hot pot began to bubble. Maruin eagerly added some of the fatty beef, cured meat slices, and fish into the pot. Su Yang picked up a piece of duck intestine and placed it into the boiling broth, allowing it to cook before dipping it into the sauce. At this moment, the temperature of the duck intestine was just right for consumption. A gentle chew revealed its spicy, crispy, and bouncy texture, bringing joy to Su Yang. Halfway through their meal, he realized they had not ordered enough and decided to place another order. Having been exercising frequently, his appetite had grown significantly. Additionally, the presentation of the dishes by the kitchen staff was quite impressive. The plates appeared abundant, though it was merely an illusion, an art of visual appeal. After reaching about 60% fullness, Su Yang sipped some coconut milk and employed his business simulation skill. The hot pot restaurant owners Yu Qingyun, Chen Konghu, Rangong, Mo Song, and Gu Tao are offering to transfer the establishment to you for 800,000 yuan, including all dining equipment. 5 owners for 1 restaurant left Su Yang perplexed. You sign a 1-year lease agreement with the property, paying a deposit and 3 months' rent, totaling 200,000 yuan. A monthly rent of 50,000? This rent astonished Su Yang. His 1,800 square meter gym only cost 50,000 a month. You opted not to franchise Dali Beef Hot Pot, but instead hired Guofeng, a manager with expert-level hot pot operational skills, from Shuxiang Beef Hot Pot, who helped you find a chef proficient in crafting hot pot broth, established a suitable supply chain, and spent 50,000 on renovations, leading to the grand opening of Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot in 10 days. Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot spans 300 square meters, employs 15 staff members, and requires a monthly payroll of 90,000. Your Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot receives a 30 deliciousness bonus and a 15 physical damage buff. Guofeng invested 30,000 in a grand opening promotional event, running group discounts, actively promoting on social media, inviting influencers to visit, and encouraging friends to come for tastings, resulting in long queues at your restaurant, with the first month's profit reaching 100,000, necessitating a rent payment of 50,000. Upon reading this, Su Yang fell silent. He no longer perceived the 50,000 yuan rent as exorbitant. After conducting various promotional activities and incurring significant advertising expenses, earning 50,000 still seemed quite favorable. It was June, a typically slow season for hot pot businesses. Thanks to the initial publicity, your hot pot restaurant gained notoriety. Due to its prime location and top-notch flavors, word of mouth spread, attracting many returning customers. In the second month, the hot pot restaurant earned 120,000, with another 50,000 in rent due. Su Yang thought this was quite promising. So what exactly went wrong with this establishment? He glanced at the 5 partners and then at the relatively unknown Dali Beef Hot Pot franchise. He decided to run another simulation. He intended to join that hot pot chain. Simultaneously, he aimed to shield himself from the restaurant's unique buffs. You contacted the headquarters of Dali Beef Hot Pot and expressed interest in franchising. As you had no prior experience in the restaurant industry, they invited you to visit their chain in the Magic City, where you observed that the Dali Beef Hot Pot locations were bustling with business. At this point, Su Yang felt speechless. While he could perhaps consider the mountain city, he would be insane to venture to the Magic City to learn how to run a hot pot restaurant. The headquarters personnel assured you that upon joining the franchise, they would provide professional training courses, arrange various online promotions and operational guidance for your new restaurant, and supply all necessary materials, aiming to establish your hot pot restaurant as a benchmark for Dali Hot Pot in Rome City. Chapter 13. Accepting losses and exiting. Su Yang takes over at a high price. You inquired of the headquarters personnel why Yu Qingyun's hot pot restaurant was up for transfer. They informed you that the closure was due to severe conflicts among the 5 owners. And currently, the hot pot business was in a slow season, leading to their impatience. You paid 100,000 yuan in franchise fees, learning that an additional 50,000 would grant you regional agency rights in Rome City, allowing you to develop your own franchise stores and collect franchise fees. thus paying another $50,000. With knowledge gleaned from the closure of dozens of establishments and extensive research online, Su-Yang began to grasp what Dolly Beef Hot Pot truly represented. It appeared to be merely a rapid recruitment company. Rapid recruitment is a shorthand term for fast recruitment firms. This passage refers to those franchise companies that primarily rely on franchise fees and subsequent resales, demonstrating a profound lack of responsibility towards their franchisees. These companies swiftly utilize various strategies to package and promote a brand, engaging in large-scale recruitment to reap significant franchise fees and other benefits. However, they provide inadequate or even non-existent post-sale support. Many aspiring restaurateurs fall victim to these rapid franchise firms, often inflating their initial investment by 2 to 3 times. The assistance in selecting store locations is frequently unprofessional and rather perfunctory. With increased startup costs, the time required to recoup investments is extended. Poorly chosen locations lead to lackluster business performance, and ironically, the franchise's dubious brand fails to garner public recognition. Ultimately, these rapid franchise companies tend to neglect underperforming stores, engaging in what amounts to a veritable harvest of Navi entrepreneurs. Is it easy to seek redress? That depends on whether the franchise company has folded swiftly. Otherwise, how could they be so quick? Rapidly creating brands, swiftly recruiting franchisees, only to collapse and then establish new brands. After undergoing 3 days of training, you return to Rongqing and, at a high cost, invite Guofeng, an experienced hot pot manager, to take the helm of your Shuxiang beef hot pot restaurant. Upon learning of your franchise with Dalai Hot Pot, he unequivocally declines your generous offer. Once opened, the headquarters indeed assists you with various online promotions and guides you on how to conduct promotional activities, which significantly increases your customer base. However, you notice that the materials provided by the headquarters are approximately 50 more expensive than those in the Rongqing market. The hot pot base flavor is acceptable, yet it remains less competitive in the Rongqing market. In the first month, your hot pot restaurant profits amount to $60,000, with a rental obligation of $50,000. In the second month, business declines, yielding a profit of $40,000, while still needing to pay $50,000 in rent. The headquarters informs you that this is a normal occurrence. In the third month, the hot pot restaurant's performance mirrors that of February, with a profit of $40,000 and a rent of $50,000, and the headquarters attributes this to the current off-peak season. In the fourth month, the off-peak season concludes, and business improves during the National Day holiday, yielding a profit of $70,000, with a rent of $50,000. You decide to cease purchasing Dalai's materials to reduce costs. In the fifth month, profits remain at $70,000, still needing to pay $50,000 in rent. But you feel as though you are merely working for the landlord, earning just a meager income. After this analysis, Su-Yang begins to comprehend why this hot pot restaurant is on the verge of closure. Setting aside the exorbitant rent on this food street, the franchise itself is a substantial pitfall. The materials priced at 50 above market value are already a critical blow. The gross profit margin for hot pot restaurants typically hovers around 50 to 60. With material costs elevated by 50, who is truly profiting? Moreover, the headquarters' claims of support for franchisees are mere rhetoric. They only assist with initial customer acquisition. Is there any real technical expertise involved? Even a novice with proficient hot pot management skills could handle such tasks. Given the transfer fee of $800,000, it is evident that the 5 previous owners invested significantly. Without a golden touch, securing this establishment carries considerable risk. Monthly profits are a mere $20,000, requiring 40 months to recoup costs, a model unfeasible in the restaurant industry. Surveying the hot pot restaurant's decor, it is apparent that the headquarters' unscrupulous practices have likely cost the 5 owners dearly. It is no surprise that they have realized they have been duped, leading to internal discord. Should the restaurant be acquired? Absolutely. The 300 square meter space is quite suitable, allowing for ample staffing opportunities. The decor aligns reasonably well with Su-Yang's aesthetic, likely necessitating minimal alterations. If the acquisition is successful, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. Renting this location, Su-Yang possesses a favorable advantage, making profit generation remarkably effortless. He reevaluates several times, managing to negotiate the price down to $500,000. If Su-Yang hesitates, competitors will soon emerge. One such competitor is the owner of the adjacent skewer shop, whose thriving business suggests commendable capability, given their operational prowess. If they secure this space, they could recoup their investment within a year. He approaches the hot pot restaurant's front desk and inquires, "Hello, is this hot pot restaurant up for transfer?" The receptionist, momentarily taken aback, quickly nods. "Yes, I am interested in acquiring this establishment. Could you please contact the owner?" "Certainly, please hold on." The receptionist retreats to the kitchen, soon returning with a short, stout middle-aged man with a somewhat sallow complexion. "Boss, this guest is interested in purchasing our restaurant." "All right. Su Yang discreetly employs a skill to assess the situation. Name: Yu Qingyun. Status: suboptimal health, insomnia, under immense stress. Skills: 1. Mastery of pastry making. 2. Proficient in breakfast shop management. 3. Skilled in automotive driving. He quickly deduces that Yu Qingyun previously operated a breakfast shop and is now venturing into the hot pot industry, a significant shift. Yu Qingyun forces a smile. Hello, young man. You wish to buy my restaurant? Yes, I am quite interested in opening a hot pot restaurant. 800,000, as long as you can provide that amount. I will transfer the restaurant to you, including all the equipment. Boss, our family operates a hot pot restaurant. I am well aware that your decor and equipment don't even come close to being worth 800,000. Su Yang responds confidently. Moreover, it's all secondhand. Yu Qingyun awkwardly chuckles. What price are you offering? 500,000. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Qingyun replies, there are multiple owners for this hot pot restaurant. I need to consult with them. Boss, your equipment won't fetch more than 100,000 on the secondhand market. With the remaining 700,000, I could renovate 2 or 3 spaces comparable to yours. I'm only offering this fair price due to the advantageous location. Sigh. I understand. Su Yang gestures toward a nearby table. I was dining there. Please consult with the other owners. All right. As Su Yang returns to his seat, Ma Ran inquires, Boss, did you just negotiate a business deal? Yes. Su Yang replies, picking up his chopsticks. I believe this location is quite promising. Indeed, it's excellent, albeit overpriced. And the flavor is mediocre. If it weren't for your invitation, I'd never have come. Haha. Then make sure to eat your fill. Before long, Yu Qingyun returns to Su Yang's table, taking a seat beside him. He lets out a heavy sigh. They all agreed. It's evident that the owner appears rather disheartened. Are you partners with friends? Yes. Yu Qingyun nods heavily. Now, I can't even be friends with them. They are all blaming me. Faced with internal conflicts and stagnant business, he is utterly exhausted. Su Yang offers a slice of fatty beef. Is it about the Dalai Hot Pot franchise? Yes. Yu Qingyun looks at Su Yang, now convinced of his expertise. I previously ran a breakfast shop, but waking up at 3 every morning was too grueling. A friend mentioned that a prime location opened up in the food street, and starting a hot pot restaurant would surely be profitable, so I came here. How did you end up with the Dalai franchise? I had never dealt with hot pot before, and I felt insecure. Yu Qingyun sighed helplessly, originally intending to join a local hot pot chain, but upon seeing the advertisement for Dalai, he was taken aback. What is the franchise fee? 150,000. It seemed he had also become a regional agent. Did they just pocket your 150,000? Yu Qingyun lamented. The renovation and equipment are all their responsibility. How much did it cost? About 700,000, I suppose. This hot pot restaurant's decoration is only worth around 200,000. The equipment for the hot pot restaurant couldn't possibly exceed 200,000 either. Altogether, that entity named Dalai has made at least 450,000 from me. If we factor in the overpriced materials sold to me by Dalai headquarters, it really is quite profitable. How much have I lost? If I transfer it out, I won't incur much loss. After all, our restaurant can still make a profit. Yu Qingyun sighed. I'm not cut out for running a hot pot restaurant. I might as well return to running a breakfast shop. Su Yang consoled him. Indeed. While running a breakfast shop is arduous, it is your area of expertise and offers more stability. Profitability? This hot pot restaurant can indeed turn a profit, but the margins are undeniably slim. It might take over 3 years to recoup the costs, which is quite perilous for the restaurant industry. In 2 or 3 years, many factors could change. Perhaps this street will be deserted, or the property rent could increase. It's likely that because of the Dalai franchise issues, Yu Qingyun's 4 partners have lost faith in him. Their swift agreement indicates a desire to no longer endure this hassle. If Su Yang takes over for 500,000, they might only incur a loss of over 300,000. Considering there are 5 partners in the hot pot restaurant, along with its modest profits, each of them won't lose much. They'll just chalk it up to a lesson learned. Primarily, their hot pot restaurant has a substantial area and a prime location. Otherwise, Su Yang wouldn't have paid such a high price to take over. Chapter 14. A group with rapidly increasing loyalty. More popular among women. The takeover of the hot pot restaurant proceeded smoothly. Yu Qingyun, Chen Konghu, Ran Geng, Mo Song, and Gu Tao were all eager to rid themselves of this troublesome establishment. On the day the transfer agreement was signed, only Mo Song initiated a brief conversation with Yu Qingyun. Gu Tao had some connections with the property management, and they readily agreed to Yu Qingyun and others transferring the shop to Su Yang, signing a new lease agreement with him. Ultimately, Su Yang signed a 1-year lease with the property management, paying a total of 200,000 with a deposit of 1 and 3 months rent. Su Yang then spoke with the original hot pot restaurant employees, expressing his intention to continue operating the establishment and hoping they would remain. Regardless of whether the restaurant opens next month, he assured them that salaries would be paid. and they nearly all agreed, at least from a customer's perspective. Su-young felt these employees were quite diligent. Initially, Yu Qin-yun positioned the hot pot restaurant as relatively high-end. The staff was numerous, predominantly young women. In the ensuing days, Su-young visited the Shuxiang beef hot pot to find Gu Fong. Upon hearing Su-yang's promise of a base salary of 20,000 plus performance bonuses, he was indeed intrigued. He had spent 3 years at Shuxiang beef hot pot, managing it quite successfully, yet his base salary was only 8,000. Watching the boss replace a Santana with a Range Rover while he received no salary increase had long left him dissatisfied. After Su-young showed Gu Fong the new premises he had rented, a smile broke across his face, and he expressed his willingness to work with Su-young. However, he needed around 10 days to properly transition from Shuxiang beef hot pot. Nonetheless, he would assist Su-young with preliminary preparations, which Su-young readily accepted. Before anyone realized, the date reached the 7th, the payday for Xingho Fitness. That afternoon, numerous employees received text notifications from the bank. Nearly all the employees displayed smiles upon seeing the notification. Salaries had been paid, and indeed, there had been a raise. They were overjoyed, which made them even more dedicated to their work. Ding! You have received a salary refund of 460,000 for May. Seeing the additional 460,000 in his bank account, Su-young was in high spirits. This nearly recouped the funds spent on the hot pot restaurant. However, he then heard the system notification. Ding! Xingho Fitness employees Lu Feng, Zhou Xiaolu, Chen Xiuru, Chen Xiaoyan. Xiong Yi's loyalty has risen to 90. You have received a total reward of 200,000. Upon seeing this notification, Su-young could hardly suppress his smile. The first quarter's rent for the hot pot restaurant was back. What defines a good employee? This is what a good employee does. Good employees should generate gold coins for their boss. Simultaneously, he noted that employees with lower education levels and fewer ulterior motives seemed to exhibit a greater propensity for increased loyalty. Moreover, he was notably well received by the female employees. No wonder the primary fan base in celebrity culture is predominantly women. Among the many employees whose loyalty reached 90, Xiong Yi was the only male fitness coach whose presence did not leave a strong impression on him. Ding! Xingho Fitness employee Wang, whose loyalty has risen to 90. You have gained 1 point in strength attribute. Upon receiving the 1 point in strength attribute, Su-young couldn't help but smile again. Splendid. He also checked the loyalty levels of other employees, and after this pay period, there was a widespread increase. Even Yuan Cici's loyalty to him had risen to 80. The hot pot restaurant would not open for a few more days, so he felt that during this time, he could focus more on the gym. Since taking over the gym, he had been implementing internal reforms, and external promotions had yet to be fully launched. The operation of the shop was analogous to the hot pot restaurant's promotional strategies. Having observed the hot pot restaurant's marketing tactics, combined with the gym's enhancement buffs, Su-young had developed more ideas for promoting the gym. At Xingho Fitness, Wang, who gazed at his phone, grinning ear to ear. Having been at Xingho Fitness for a year, this was the first time his salary exceeded 10,000. This was a substantial advancement. He put away his phone, chuckling, Tian Sheng, that fool, will regret it sooner or later. On the day of salary distribution, all the customers exercising in the gym noticed that the fitness coaches seemed to be in exceptionally good spirits, displaying greater enthusiasm towards them. Coach, could you step back a bit? Hu Bin said, forcing himself to speak. When you look at me, I feel all uncomfortable. He had slight social anxiety and struggled to cope with the coach's enthusiasm. Wang Hu quickly replied, all right, I'll step back. Focus on your workout. The treadmill can be dangerous. In the afternoon, Ma Ran parked steadily at the street corner. As Su-young got out of the car and headed toward the alley, he heard someone calling out to him from behind. Su-young, turning around, he saw a mature and beautiful woman, Sister Chun-li. Since coming to Rongqing for work, Su-young had naturally rented an apartment. To save money, he opted for a shared rental. For 600 a month, he had a small 18-square-meter bedroom and a little balcony for drying clothes. Quite a good deal. His roommates were Chun-li and another young couple. Su-young, being somewhat introverted, could only consider Chun-li as an acquaintance. They had hardly interacted in the year they had lived together, as both were quite busy. However, Su-young knew that Chun-li was around 30 and worked in the financial insurance sector, earning a decent salary. Chun-li curiously inquired, was that your friend who just drove? That was a ride-hailing car. What's so peculiar about driving a BMW for ride-sharing? Su-young replied nonchalantly, I've encountered drivers in Mercedes and Audis as well. Well, Chun-li silently scoffed. Which ride-hailing service picks someone up every morning and drops them off every evening? I saw that BMW pick up Su-young just 2 days ago. This marks the third occurrence. However, Chun-li refrained from probing further. If someone is unwilling to share, asking too many questions might provoke annoyance. Nonetheless, she discreetly scrutinized Su Yang and observed that he had indeed undergone significant changes recently. As for his attire, it remained unremarkable, still clad in ordinary domestic brands. Yet, his complexion was vibrant, and he appeared considerably more robust and healthy than before. The most notable transformation was in Su Yang's spirit. In the past, he had seemed somewhat listless, withdrawn, and reluctant to engage in conversation. But now, he radiated vitality and confidence, exuding a fighting spirit. Such a dramatic shift in a short span could be attributed to either wealth or romance. Chun-Li leaned towards the former, believing that love often renders one blind and foolish. Su Yang, it seems you haven't been working overtime lately? This was a question Chun-Li had long wished to ask. Even though Su Yang had previously appeared rather unremarkable, his tall and handsome demeanor had drawn her attention. Besides, they had often worked late together. Whenever Chun-Li returned home late and noticed Su Yang still absent, it brought her a modicum of comfort. After all, she was not the only one toiling endlessly. Recently, however, she had noticed that Su Yang returned home quite early, even rising before her. Su Yang casually replied, "No, I've resigned." Chun-Li, matching his stride, queried, "Do you have a new job?" Su Yang shook his head. "I'm not working for anyone anymore. I'm currently venturing into entrepreneurship." There was nothing to hide. After all, his entrepreneurial pursuits were a result of his own capabilities and hard work. Entrepreneurship? Chun-Li expressed concern. "What are you venturing into? Given the current economic climate, starting a business is no easy feat." In her role at a financial institution, she frequently witnessed individuals taking out loans to start businesses, only to become mired in debt for years, unable to recover. Some even found themselves utterly ruined, particularly the younger generation, who often lacked awareness of the harsh realities, naively believing that if others succeeded, they could too, without considering the prevailing circumstances. Chun-Li admired Su Yang's ambition, yet she hoped this young man, whom she found quite appealing, would not incur substantial losses. Chapter 15, Never-Ending Funds. Recruitment. I've acquired a gym and will soon take over a hot pot restaurant. Huh. Chun-Li gazed incredulously at Su Yang. She hadn't anticipated him to choose such challenging ventures. The gym alone was a difficult market, unless one embezzled funds up front. It was hard to turn a profit. The restaurant industry in Rome City was even more fiercely competitive. Nowadays, 8 out of 10 entrepreneurs aspired to open eateries. While it may seem low in entry barriers, it was fraught with pitfalls. What's the matter? You're not taking out loans, are you? No, not borrowing money. It's my own funds. At this, Chun-Li felt a slight sense of relief. Her greatest fear was that Su Yang would recklessly plunge into ventures without sufficient capital. What gym are you referring to? Xingho Gym, the one near Kaimao Building. Oh, you know it. Su Yang inquired with curiosity. How could I not? Our company is in that vicinity. Chun-Li frowned and questioned. But can a gym truly be profitable? Su Yang replied casually. It's all right. I can afford the losses. I didn't see this coming. Chun-Li exclaimed in surprise. What? You've hidden it well. I didn't realize your family was quite affluent. My family isn't wealthy. Chun-Li chuckled in disbelief. Although she had never been there, she was aware that Xingho Gym was quite expansive, luxuriously decorated, and equipped with ample facilities and trainers, making it the best gym nearby. One of her colleagues was a member there, and just the other day, he mentioned that since the gym changed owners, the atmosphere had improved significantly. For someone to afford such a large gym and still have the capacity to open a hot pot restaurant, Chun-Li found Su Yang's claim of financial struggle hard to believe. Coupled with the fact that Su Yang had a car to chauffeur him around daily, her suspicions only grew stronger. He must be the offspring of some affluent family from a county. Su Yang, your gym isn't going to end up being a scam, is it? Chun-Li's own work pressures were immense. She often burned the midnight oil, socializing over drinks, and her health was deteriorating. In recent months, possibly due to performance and layoff pressures, or perhaps her irregular lifestyle, her menstrual cycle had become erratic, and she was beginning to gain weight. She had considered working out at a gym, yet she always felt that gym memberships were exorbitantly priced and unreliable. Who knows when they might just abscond with the funds? How could that be? Su Yang replied helplessly. I live right next door. You don't trust my integrity? Then can I get a discount if I sign up for a membership at your gym? If you get a monthly pass, I can give you a 20% discount. What about a quarterly pass? Sister Chun-Li, if you truly decide to purchase a membership, I suggest you start with a monthly pass to try it out. Su Yang sincerely advised. Many people buy passes and never show up, which is just free money for me. Experience it first to see if the gym atmosphere suits you. And if after a month you wish to continue, then consider a quarterly or annual membership. Su Yang understood that Chun-Li was quite frugal, despite her high salary. All right. Su Yang's words brought her great comfort. Just register my name when you go to the gym. Got it. Upon returning to their shared apartment, Chun-Li closed the door and collapsed onto her bed, staring at the ceiling, reluctant to move for a long while. After some time, she gradually regained her senses, only to find herself thinking of Su Yang, who lived next door. Tall, young, and handsome, he could cook, and his character was quite commendable. In the past, she had occasionally entertained thoughts of Su Yang, but they were merely fleeting. She had believed he lacked financial means, and that purchasing a home in Rome City would be a daunting task. Now that she realized he possessed some capital, she felt a stirring within her. Yet, when she considered her age and their interactions over the past year, she couldn't help but sigh. She was well aware that Su Yang likely held no romantic interest in her. If he did, something would have happened over the course of a year. Surely he would have expressed it by now. Just then, a flurry of messages erupted in her WeChat work group. She lamented inwardly. Could it be that I have to work overtime again? At this rate, I'll be facing premature menopause. It was well known that she knew a female supervisor who had recently gone through menopause. At 9 o'clock on the morning of the 8th, Su Yang arrived at the gym with a light step. Fong Tong and Lu Wanwan greeted him with smiles. Good morning, boss. Hello to you both. Lu Wanwan, a petite beauty, was still quite young and had dimples when she smiled. A couple of days ago, Su Jiping recruited individuals who would alternate shifts with the other two receptionists. The boss is so handsome, Lu Wanwan whispered, feeling he resembled a domineering CEO from television dramas. And he appeared less cold than one might expect, albeit dressed rather ordinarily. Our boss is merely exceptionally low-key. Xie Xiaolu chuckled, adding that not all affluent individuals choose to flaunt their wealth through luxury goods. Indeed, upon arriving at the office, Su Yang began tallying his accounts. His bank card initially held over 1.7 million. After spending 600,000 to open a hot pot restaurant and allocating 50,000 for Guofang's renovation funds, he received a salary refund of 460,000 yesterday. The loyalty of several employees had risen to 90, yielding an additional 200,000. Thus, he still had over 1.6 million in his bank account. It seemed he could never exhaust the funds. Su Yang felt he had been overly frugal. The thought of that 460,000 made him chuckle. Of the 460,000 disbursed to the employees at Xingho Fitness, over 300,000 had originated from Zhang Liang. After all, it was Zhang Liang who managed the gym last month. However, since the gym now belonged to Su Yang, the system automatically credited Su Yang with the employees' salaries. In essence, he had benefited from Zhang Liang's efforts, pocketing an extra 320,000. Before long, Su Jiping knocked on Su Yang's office door. Boss, come in. Boss, here are the profiles of the candidates who have interviewed at our gym in recent days. Have you selected any suitable candidates? Yes. Let me see. Su Yang took a glance at the stack of documents Su Jiping handed him. The cleaning lady was out of the question, a woman in her 40s. Her health was adequate. The accountant was also female, in her 30s, a college graduate, married with a son. The remaining candidates were 5 fitness instructors, 4 women and 1 man. Su Jiping had previously discussed the recruitment of professional fitness trainers with Su Yang. Initially, Su Yang intended to recruit college students directly. However, Su Jiping suggested that given the requisite expertise of fitness trainers, it would be prudent to hire those already trained at other gyms. With a base salary of 10,000, surely there were fitness instructors in Rongqing who could be lured away. Su Yang was not one to dismiss counsel. He recognized the validity of Su Jiping's argument. His gym aimed for a mid to high-end positioning, and lacking professionalism in trainers would indeed be unacceptable. If any customer were to be injured due to improper instruction, it could tarnish their reputation. Thus, they settled on 1 male and 4 female trainers. As for the preference for female instructors, this too was Su Jiping's suggestion. When guiding students, fitness trainers often encounter unavoidable physical contact. Male trainers face an awkward predicament when instructing female students. While they could directly correct male students in proper form, touching female students could expose them to accusations of harassment. Using a stick to correct form seemed equally inappropriate. Female fitness trainers, however, do not have to contend with such concerns. Previously, Zhang Liang had a greater number of male trainers due to their higher sales of personal training courses, leading to the elimination of more female trainers in the last hired, first fired system. To enhance professionalism and service quality at Su Yang's gym, a larger contingent of skilled female instructors was essential. Chapter 16. Old Ding, your skills have improved again. On the eve of the grand opening, he glanced over the profiles of the 5 trainers, noting not only their professional qualifications and instructional experience, but also highly detailed physical data. The so-called 3-dimensional measurements were merely rudimentary information. Many believe that the professionalism of a fitness trainer can be initially gauged by their own physique. At least from Su Yang's perspective, these 5 trainers exhibited exceptional physical conditions, surpassing most instructors at Xingho Fitness. The women were uniformly young and attractive, while the only male trainer was a striking embodiment of masculinity. His gaze lingered on the profile of a female trainer named Tao Shui. The photo on her ID card was truly stunning. All right, it's settled. Yes, boss. However, we need to intensify our promotional efforts. Please draft a promotional plan. It doesn't need to be overly professional, just detail every aspect clearly. Su-Yang contemplated for a moment and added, but I have one requirement: to attract as many clients as possible to experience our gym. Only by allowing more individuals to visit can we fully leverage the benefits of the dopamine boost. He understood that he needed to expedite the gym's development. Lingering in losses was not a sustainable situation. While he had ideas regarding the gym's promotion, he certainly would not be executing them personally. He would provide the overall direction and let Su Zhiping draft the initial plan, to which he would subsequently contribute his thoughts. He had faith in Su Zhiping's expertise. But boss, what is the budget? Su Zhiping inquired. Su-Yang considered before replying. Let us set it at 500,000. All right, a budget of 500,000 for promotion is already quite generous. Also, please keep an ear out for any gyms in Rongqing that are up for transfer. Su-Yang suddenly added, if there are suitable options, I would like to open a few more. He recalled that Su Zhiping, having been a manager at Zhang Liang's gym for so many years, must have numerous connections in the fitness industry in Rongqing. This was why he could recruit so many young trainers at once. Given the size of Rongqing, there were likely not many medium-sized gyms. Su Zhiping should be able to receive advance notice of any that were up for transfer, bankruptcy, or closure. Su Zhiping paused momentarily before asking, boss, do you have any specific requirements for the gym? Preferably one with a larger area and more employees. Su-Yang replied with a smile, if we can acquire several gyms with good locations and development potential, we could establish a company and create our own fitness brand. And you could receive a promotion and raise. Yes, boss. The thought of building their own fitness brand and the prospect of promotion and salary increase stirred excitement within Su Zhiping. However, he quickly regained his composure. The immediate priority was still to find ways to make Xinghe Fitness profitable. After Su Zhiping left, Su-Yang couldn't help but smile. Indeed, painting a grand vision was effective. Just moments ago, when he spoke of success and establishing their own fitness brand, Su Zhiping's loyalty increased once again. In the ensuing days, Su Zhiping began crafting the promotional plan. Su-Yang redirected his primary focus to the hot pot restaurant. Even Yuan Cc's personal training sessions were postponed. Guofeng suggested that Su-Yang consider beef hot pot. He was well-versed in this area and knew a skilled chef who specialized in making hot pot base. Su-Yang readily agreed and even named it 9-Spice Beef Hot Pot. Guofeng thought the name was excellent and promptly concurred. Guofeng had some connections, and necessary documents like the business license and food operation permit were swiftly procured. On the day they received the business license, another notification from the system arrived. Ding, you have acquired a hot pot restaurant, and your 9-Fragrance Beef Hot Pot establishment has welcomed its first employee. You have received an achievement reward, enhanced taste perception talent, and 1 constitution point. Your restaurant is now entitled to a permanent buff. 1. Deliciousness boost. 2. Reduced physical damage. 3. Decreased nutrient absorption. 4. Increased nutrient absorption. Please choose. Without hesitation, Su-Yang opted for the deliciousness boost. Ding, your hot pot restaurant permanently gains a 15-point deliciousness boost buff. Ding, the number of employees at your 9-Fragrance Beef Hot Pot exceeds 10. And you receive an achievement reward, sensitive taste perception talent, and 2 constitution points. Your restaurant can now obtain a new permanent buff. 1. Deliciousness boost. 2. Reduced physical damage. 3. Decreased nutrient absorption. 4. Increased nutrient absorption. Please choose. Su-Yang pondered for a moment, but ultimately selected reduced physical damage. If the ingredients at the hot pot restaurant are not fresh, it could turn customers into jet fighters. However, even fresh ingredients can lead to discomfort if the flavors are excessively spicy, potentially resulting in customers suffering from diarrhea. If they experience such an unpleasant episode, they may refrain from returning. Moreover, Rome City Hot Pot is notoriously rich in oil and salt. Su-Yang is keen for his loyal patrons to maintain their health. Ding, your hot pot restaurant permanently gains a 30-point deliciousness boost and a 15-point physical damage buff. Sensitive taste perception. Talent, you possess an extraordinarily sensitive palate. With just a single taste of any ingredient, you can almost immediately discern its freshness. Licking his lips, Su-Yang felt that this talent was quite advantageous, particularly for managing a dining establishment. The 3 constitution points also brought him considerable satisfaction. The physical attribute points gained from running a restaurant are understandably fewer than those acquired from operating a gym. Nevertheless, he was exceedingly pleased. With this 30-point deliciousness boost buff, his hot pot restaurant was certain to gain prominence. As the grand opening approached, Guofeng enlisted the help of Ding Hani, a chef with expert-level skills in preparing hot pot base ingredients. His specialty lies in crafting the broth, having worked in the field for over 20 years. The system classifies ordinary skills into tiers: beginner, intermediate, proficient, expert, master, and grandmaster. Expert level is merely one rank below master, making the skill appear impressive. However, it is essential to consider the specific nature of the expert skill. One should not assume that expert-level ingredient preparation is universally strong. It is an entirely different matter compared to expert-level skills in pastry making or regional cuisines such as Sichuan, Cantonese, or Hunan. He specializes solely in hot pot-based preparation, and his proficiency does not extend beyond this. 2 decades of specializing in hot pot-based ingredients equates to 2 decades of focusing on just a few dishes. With a modicum of talent and a bit of creativity, mastering a dish to the expert level is not overly challenging. Nevertheless, the flavor of expertly crafted hot pot-based ingredients is crucial for a hot pot restaurant, especially in the fiercely competitive Rome City. While the location and foot traffic of a hot pot restaurant are undeniably important to build a reputable brand and ensure longevity, exceptional taste and service are the true hard metrics. Ding Hani requested a monthly salary of 8,000, but Su Yang promptly raised it to 10,000. This delighted Ding Hani immensely, prompting him to showcase his skills in preparing the hot pot base. As the base neared completion, Guofeng was captivated by the enticing aroma. The fragrant spiciness made Su Yang's mouth water. "Old Ding, when did your skills improve?" Guofeng exclaimed after tasting the hot pot base, surprised to find it rivaling that of the established hot pot restaurants in Rome City. "Haha, I don't know," Ding Hani replied, equally bewildered, as he had merely followed his usual method. Upon sampling the hot pot base, he too recognized that it was significantly better than his previous attempts. Guofeng chuckled. "Could it be that your skills have transcended due to your joy over the pay raise?" Perhaps. Ding Hani could not pinpoint another reason. However, he was indeed in high spirits today. As he prepared the hot pot base, it felt as if he were inspired. Exactly. It must be the pay raise from the boss. With that, Su Yang found no need for further explanation. Guofeng was also in excellent spirits. Su Yang had promised him a share of the profits based on performance. The restaurant's prime location ensured a steady flow of customers, making it exceptionally suitable for a hot pot establishment. With Ding Hani's enhanced skills in hot pot-based preparation, how could the restaurant fail to turn a profit if he invested effort in marketing and supply chain management? Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. In the following days, Guofeng provided Su Yang with 5 pricing lists for the dishes as requested. Utilizing his business simulation skills, Su Yang established a reasonably accessible pricing strategy, unlike the exorbitantly high prices of the previous Dalai hot pot restaurant. While these prices might not maximize profit, they would certainly foster a strong reputation and attract a larger customer base. Su Yang aimed to cultivate a hot pot brand, where reputation is paramount. Furthermore, with a greater number of customers, he could justifiably hire more staff. Ultimately, the personnel configuration for the hot pot restaurant was finalized. Store manager Guofeng would oversee the entire establishment. Head chef Ding Hani would manage the kitchen operations and the preparation of the hot pot base and broth. Chef Li Junpei would be responsible for stir-fried rice, snacks, and beverages, including iced jelly, brown sugar dumplings, sour plum soup, and egg-fried noodles. There would be 3 cutting chefs, 2 dishwashers, and 1 receptionist, who would be none other than Tan Jiasin, the one who initially greeted Su Yang at the Dalai hot pot restaurant. Additionally, there would be 2 cashiers and 10 waitstaff. The majority were former employees of the Dalai hot pot restaurant, with some new hires by Guofeng. In total, there would be 21 staff members, with monthly payroll expenses barely exceeding 100,000. A typical hot pot restaurant owner might find monthly labor costs exorbitant. However, Su Yang felt entirely the opposite. He considered it quite economical. Even with a store manager earning a monthly salary of 20,000 and a head chef earning 10,000, he still couldn't inflate the salaries of the other employees. Chapter 17. The hot pot restaurant officially opens. Talent pool. Grand opening promotions. The day before the grand opening of the hot pot restaurant, within the 9 fragrance beef hot pot establishment, 21 employees sat neatly in their seats, gazing at their boss, Su Yang. Most of these employees were young women, with 2 or 3 appearing particularly attractive. In such a scenario, Su Yang might have felt a touch of nervousness in the past. However, times have changed. Having been a boss at Xingho Fitness for so long, he was no longer the same person he once was. Su Yang glanced at Guofeng and then at Jin Wei before directly stating, "The operations of the hot pot restaurant will primarily be overseen by the store manager, so you should heed his guidance. I will only be visiting occasionally. However, before the opening, I will grant each of you an additional 1,000 in salary." Upon hearing this, the employees displayed expressions of delight, their loyalty increasing significantly. Su Yang continued, "I hope you will diligently follow the store manager's instructions and provide excellent service to our customers. If you perform exceptionally well, I would not hesitate to consider further salary increases. Should you manage to satisfy our customers, the store manager, and myself, I will not only continue to raise your salaries, but also share a portion of the restaurant's profits with you." Many employees were filled with motivation upon hearing Su Yang's words. If Su Yang had not initially offered them a salary increase of 1,000, they might have perceived him as merely indulging in empty promises. However, with his immediate gesture of raising their wages and assuring them of future increments, his intentions have gained a degree of credibility. After all, who among those seeking employment is not primarily motivated by financial gain? When a boss demonstrates generosity, employees are naturally inclined to exert themselves wholeheartedly. Nonetheless, should you fail to provide adequate customer service or exhibit a lackluster work ethic, I will not hesitate to take necessary actions. This serves as a gentle warning to them. Otherwise, the smooth operation of the business may be jeopardized. Everyone faces their own struggles, and Su Yang has not forgotten that he, too, was once an employee. As long as they maintain a satisfactory level of loyalty and approach their duties with diligence and responsibility, he will not dismiss anyone lightly. Layoffs are out of the question. He dreams of expanding his workforce to 100 employees. Now, let us invite our store manager to speak. After Guofeng takes the stage, he primarily discusses personnel arrangements and some essential points, as tomorrow marks the grand opening promotional event. Provided that the shop's location is advantageous and foot traffic is high, a new hot pot restaurant's opening promotional event can attract a significant number of diners. Everyone is eager to sample something new while taking advantage of the store's offerings. This represents the most traditional method of advertising. Online promotion will commence only after the grand opening promotions draw to a close. Su Yang turned his head and noted that Jian Wei was listening attentively, which pleased him immensely. Jian Wei, at 24 years of age, hails from a rural county. He moved to Rongqing to work after graduating high school at 18. Initially, he began his journey as a waiter in a hot pot restaurant, later transitioning to the kitchen as a prep cook. His responsibilities included ensuring the freshness of ingredients, maintaining kitchen hygiene, and occasionally washing dishes or assisting with vegetable preparation. Subsequently, he learned to prepare the base broth and the common snacks associated with hot pot dining. After working for half a year in the fragrant hot pot establishment, he caught the attention of the owner, Guofeng, who enlisted his help in managing the restaurant. Through this management experience, Jian Wei gradually acquired proficient skills in operating a hot pot restaurant. Consequently, he was recruited as a talent reserve. In addition to offering a competitive salary, Su Yang assured him that he would soon open another hot pot restaurant, with plans for Jian Wei to take on the role of store manager. As long as he performs exceptionally, Su Yang would provide him with a substantial salary and performance bonuses. Su Yang intends for him to shadow Guofeng for the time being. After Guofeng concludes his speech, the staff of the hot pot restaurant will embark on a thorough cleaning of the establishment. Jian Wei wishes to assist, but is called back by Su Yang. Guofeng casts a puzzled glance at Jian Wei, prompting Su Yang to introduce them. Guofeng, this is Jian Wei. For the time being, he will serve as the assistant store manager, essentially your right-hand man. You may delegate any tasks to him. All right. The prospect of having an assistant manager somewhat unsettles Guofeng. In the future, I plan to continue opening hot pot restaurants, and I intend for him to be the manager of the new establishment. Please take the time to mentor him. Understood. Guofeng refrains from voicing any objections. Recognizing Su Yang as his employer, he is your apprentice, and if he excels in the role of store manager, I will ensure you receive a commission. Hearing this, Guofeng's eyes gleam with interest. This commission sounds promising. With money, everything is negotiable. Yet, he also senses Su Yang's ambition. The first hot pot restaurant has just opened, and he is already preparing for the next one. Boss, how many stores do you intend to open in the future? Naturally, the more, the better. Then I should train several apprentices, correct? I will still provide you with commissions and ensure your apprentices receive appropriate salaries. Agreed. Guofeng chuckles, but what about the chefs? Lao Ding actually has several apprentices still working at the hot pot restaurant. Those skilled in their craft can certainly be referred to me. I would like to assess their capabilities. Su Yang is not concerned about Guofeng's apprentices overshadowing him. His hot pot chain is still in its infancy. In due time, he can recruit from other hot pot establishments in Rongqing. As long as he offers competitive salaries, he can attract a majority of potential candidates. He is confident that the salaries he provides to employees will undoubtedly rank among the industry's finest. The following day, the Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot restaurant officially opens its doors. On the opening day, the entrance is adorned with 2 rows of exquisite flower baskets, and a red carpet is laid out. There is also a display board announcing a week-long grand opening promotion, with all dishes available at half price. Patrons can also partake in a lottery for a chance to win a set of domestic skincare products worth over 1,000. Naturally, the most likely prizes will be discount vouchers for the hot pot restaurant. While ordinary hot pot restaurants may offer promotions for 3 days, Su Yang has opted for a full week, demonstrating an unyielding commitment. The display board showcases vibrant images of bubbling hot pots, steaming with fragrant spices and adorned with red chili peppers, alongside beautifully arranged platters of various meats and seafood that tantalize the appetite. Additionally, the array of prizes for the lottery further enhances the allure. The overarching theme is simple. Dining at the restaurant is a lucrative venture. Who knows? One might even win a grand prize that not only recoups their expenses, but yields a profit. Beyond this, Guofeng has arranged for two of the most recognizable servers to solicit customers on the street. However, he has cautioned them to maintain friendly smiles, refrain from obstructing passers-by, and simply promote the grand opening event. The Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot restaurant is situated on a bustling dining street, characterized by social dining establishments. Numerous popular restaurants and a handful of nationally recognized chain eateries are nearby. Young men and women visiting Feidao Plaza are likely to explore this street when seeking a meal. As lunchtime approaches, a considerable number of young patrons are drawn in by the enticing half-price opening promotion and enter the hot pot restaurant. Su Yang sits quietly in a corner, observing his employees at work like a spectator. Chapter 18. Let me check your body. In the name of a personal trainer. Jing, look over there. The grand opening promotion is offering half price, and there's a lottery too. It seems so. How about we eat at that place? A lively girl with a petite figure exclaims with a smile. 3 of us dining on hot pot sounds delightful, and with half price, it surely won't be too expensive. That works for me. The girl, named Jing, adjusts her black-framed glasses and nods. The taller girl beside her hesitates. I wonder if the food is any good. As long as the ingredients are fresh, I can tolerate a less than stellar taste, especially at half price. The tall girl nods in agreement. That's true. Thus, the 3 girls step into the Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot restaurant. Upon entering, they are instantly captivated by the rich, spicy aroma that entices their appetites. The petite girl inhales deeply, her excitement palpable. The flavor should be quite good. It should be decent. Jing concurs. Having dined on hot pot frequently enough to discern its general quality by scent alone, guided by the host, the 3 girls take their seats and are promptly presented with the menu by the server. Glancing at the menu, they realize that they are well-versed in hot pot dining. Even without discounts, they find the prices acceptable. With the enticing half-price promotion, they order with considerable enthusiasm. After handing the menu to the server, they lift their gaze and notice a transparent window to the kitchen area across from them. A chef, clad in a pristine white uniform, complete with a chef's hat and mask, skillfully wields a knife to slice exquisite marbled beef from a leg of meat. A petite girl beams at her taller companion, Zhou Qing, exclaiming, Zhou Qing, this beef seems to be freshly sliced. Zhou Qing responds, indeed, freshly cut is quite delightful. You know some hot pot restaurants sell beef and lamb like this. Jing adds, there are a few self-service hot pot places in Rongqing where the beef is freshly sliced, but I never expected it here. The little girl observes the other patrons in the restaurant, noticing that most are engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their hot pot, smiles adorning their faces. She watches as a nearby gentleman dips a slice of fatty beef into sauce and savors it with an expression of sheer bliss, prompting her to swallow hard. Before long, a waiter arrives, pushing a cart laden with a bubbling pot of broth, igniting the flame beneath it. The sight of the red oil and chili floating atop the broth fills them with anticipation. Let us prepare the dipping sauces. Absolutely. The 3 girls swiftly concoct their preferred dipping sauces. Upon their return, the waiter places their ordered dishes on the table. Do you need aprons? A young waitress inquires, retrieving 3 neatly folded aprons from the cart. Yes, please. Jing promptly replies, glancing at her white attire. Me too. We'll all take one. The waitress smiles, you're welcome. If you need anything else, just call me. The trio unfolds the blue aprons, which appear remarkably clean, emblazoned with the name of the Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot restaurant. Shortly after donning their aprons, the hot pot begins to bubble, and they start adding plates of meat, pig brain, and smoked chicken feet into the simmering broth. The petite girl picks up a slice of tripe, swishes it a few times in the broth, and then places it in her mouth, her eyes narrowing in delight as she chews. How does it taste, Xiaolo? She inquires. Xiaolo beams, it's delicious. The flavor of the hot pot is far superior to that of Godila, and it's delightful even without dipping sauce. Godila is a well-known chain of hot pot restaurants in the country, though their flavors are rather mediocre. She pulls out her phone and begins snapping pictures, relishing the opportunity to share her experience on social media whenever she discovers a satisfying establishment. That sounds promising. Zhou Qing smiles and then turns to Jing, reminding her. Jing, your duck intestines are ready to eat. Just a bit longer. Jing replies. They're good to eat after just a few moments. If you cook them longer, they'll become tough. Zhou Qing chimes in. I prefer to cook them a bit longer. Jing insists. You can take your time. I'll eat them all. Xiao Lu, sitting across from Jing Jing, playfully blows steam towards her, instantly fogging Jing Jing's view. Haha, don't blow. If you do, I'll get angry. Halfway through their meal, the girls' faces glow with a rosy hue. Jing Jing, who is not accustomed to spicy food, sips the complimentary sour plum soup in small gulps, while Zhou Qing orders a plate of brown sugar glutinous rice balls. Jing Jing takes a bite of the rice ball coated in brown sugar syrup and red bean powder, exclaiming, "This must be freshly fried or just recently done. It tastes delightful." Really? Xiaola quickly picks up a piece for herself, and Zhou Qing follows suit. "It must be freshly made. The pre-packaged ones don't taste this good. So delicious. Surely my pig brain is ready." Zhou Qing locates the brain and asks Jing Jing, "Would you like some pig brain? I'll share half with you." "No, I don't like pig brain. Come on. It's so tasty." "No." As the three girls finish off every morsel from the pot with their slotted spoons, they find themselves uncomfortably full. Xiao Lu, lacking any semblance of decorum, slumps in her chair, cradling her belly. "I think I've overindulged. I shouldn't have ordered so much." Jing Jing, however, is more restrained, putting down her chopsticks when she feels about 90 full. Zhou Qing props her head up with her hand, feeling lethargic. "I was supposed to be on a diet. It seems I've overdone it this time. But this restaurant truly serves delicious food. Indeed, it's quite good, and the service seems commendable as well." The three girls linger for over 10 minutes without any pressure to leave. When they finally go to settle the bill, the 50% discount brings their total to just 115. Had they come here normally, they likely would have spent around 230. They find this quite acceptable, especially since hot pot in Rongqing is notoriously expensive with scant portions. Given the prime location of Jiuxiang beef hot pot, this pricing is remarkably reasonable. After Jing Jing completes the payment, the cashier hands her a printed receipt. Xiao Le glances at the lottery box beside the counter, asking, "Can we participate in the lottery?" "Of course. Customers who dine here in the past 7 days can enter once," the cashier replies with a smile, "with a chance to win a skincare set valued at 2,000. "All right, I'll go first." Xiao Lu eagerly reaches into the lottery box and, after some rummaging, pulls out a red voucher. A 20 yuan voucher for Jiuxiang beef hot pot. Redeemable on their next visit when spending over 100 yuan. However, it can only be used 7 days later, after the grand opening promotion. "Not bad," Xiao Lu says, pursing her lips. "After all, it's 20 yuan. Let me try?" Zhou Qing confidently reaches into the box and swiftly draws out a voucher, revealing a wireless Bluetooth headset. Upon seeing the prize, Zhou Qing can't help but smile. "This is quite good. Even though I already have headphones, I can gift it to someone. Mainly, it's from the lottery." "Jing Jing, it's your turn." "All right." Jing Jing quickly takes her turn, and upon reading what is written on her voucher, she pauses in astonishment. "A 7-day trial membership for Xingho Fitness?" Xiao Lu inquires, puzzled. "What is Xingho Fitness?" The cashier chuckles. "It's a large gym nearby, well equipped with professional trainers. It's quite renowned in Rongqing, and they're currently running promotions." "Really?" Zhou Qing interjects eagerly. "Jing Jing, give that to me. I want to try out the gym and lose weight." "Fine." Jing Jing hands the gym trial voucher to Zhou Qing. As the three girls exit the bustling hot pot restaurant, the breeze cools them down, bringing them back to their senses. Xiaola looks at her voucher, saying, "I have a voucher. Let us return this weekend." But the voucher can only be used 7 days later. Yet this weekend, it's still 50% off. Indeed, Su Yang initially sat in a corner of the restaurant, but soon the establishment was filled to capacity. Eventually, even the 6 outdoor tables were occupied. People are naturally drawn to lively gatherings. Upon noticing the grand opening promotion and a full house, a few patrons waiting to dine began to line up, eager to experience it for themselves. Guofeng instructed Jian Wei to provide plastic stools for the waiting guests, and had the waitstaff serve them sour plum soup and snacks. Su Yang felt quite pleased with the situation. After a while, he glanced at the time and bid farewell to the busy manager. Since his presence was no longer essential, he decided it was time to leave. Stepping out of the car, he approached the entrance of the gym. Upon noticing the establishment across from the gym, he was suddenly seized by an impulsive desire to open a dining venue directly opposite the fitness center. Just think about it. The gym-goers sweat profusely within, ardently striving to shed excess weight. After a rigorous workout, they are likely to feel quite famished. As soon as they step out of the gym, they are greeted by the sight of a delectable hot pot restaurant. Should one not indulge in a splendid meal as a reward for their efforts? However, Su Yang quickly dismissed this thought, deeming it somewhat unethical. Returning to the gym, Su Yang passed by the lounge and noticed the customers resting there. Reminded of Guofeng's earlier actions, he sent a message to Su Zhiping. "Let us prepare some fruits in the lounge for the guests to enjoy free of charge." Su Zhiping promptly replied, "Understood, boss." After changing into his workout attire in the office, he made his way to the personal training area where he found Yuan Cece already waiting for him. He had not attended personal training sessions for the past 4 days. primarily preoccupied with the preparations for the hot pot restaurant's opening. He often accompanied Guofeng in the supply chain aspects, eager to learn the ropes. After all, venturing into the culinary industry necessitates knowledge of supply chains and procurement channels, does it not? Nevertheless, despite his frequent outings, he still carved out time each day to return to the gym for some exercise. Yuan Cece, clad in her beautiful, form-fitting attire, showcased her long, elegant legs, a sight that was truly pleasing to behold. She scrutinized Su Yang momentarily, then inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Boss, have you been exercising diligently lately?" Su Yang contemplated for a moment before responding, "Indeed, I managed to squeeze in around half an hour of exercise each day." "Half an hour? That seems unlikely," Yuan Cece remarked, puzzled as she observed the faint muscle definition on Su Yang's body. She leaned in to inspect closely, then playfully pinched his arm, seemingly unsatisfied. Her hand ventured towards his thigh. Su Yang instinctively took a step back. When Yuan Cece noticed his sudden retreat, she paused in surprise. Almost immediately, a smile broke across her face. "Boss, you aren't shy, are you?" Su Yang remained silent, reaching out towards Yuan Cece's long legs. She instinctively stepped back, evading his grasp. Before the frowning Yuan Cece could utter a word, Su Yang shrugged nonchalantly. "See? Retreating is a perfectly normal reaction." Yuan Cece blinked in surprise, her gaze lingering on Su Yang, her eyes glimmering with a teasing glint. Su Yang understood that he could not afford to follow her rhythm any longer. Continuing down this path would undermine his authority as a boss. "Let us commence the lesson," he declared, glancing at his phone. 2 minutes have already elapsed. Your personal training sessions are rather costly, and wasting even 2 minutes is akin to burning my money. Does the boss truly care about that? She quipped. Of course. And at this moment, I am not your boss. I am your customer. Be wary of my potential complaint. Very well. Yuan Cece nodded, then with utmost seriousness stated, "Allow me to assess your physique first, in the capacity of your personal trainer." There was something about that phrase that felt slightly off. Chapter 19 Yuan Cece. Oh dear. I seem to have gotten a bit carried away. Your fitness progress has exceeded my expectations. Upon completing her examination of Su Yang's physique, Yuan Cece exclaimed in astonishment. "It has only been half a month, yet it appears as if you have been training for 3 months. It must be due to my natural talent," Su Yang replied, suddenly realizing that his innate talent for fitness was indeed manifesting. This passive ability, often overlooked, was now proving its worth. His body had undoubtedly become much healthier. Previously, his attributes, constitution, strength, and agility, were all at a mere 9 points, falling short of a healthy adult. Yet, in just over half a month, without the aid of system rewards, merely through his own diligent training and maintaining a regular lifestyle, his attributes had risen to 11, and 10. In terms of constitution and strength, he had surpassed the average healthy adult. Could you be the legendary innate fitness prodigy? That quip was hardly amusing. Su Yang resolved to learn some foundational knowledge from Yuan Cece before dismissing her for his own practice. After all, his physique was indeed exceptional. While ordinary individuals might not perceive it, professionals like Yuan Cece were acutely sensitive to such nuances. Moreover, as his attributes increased, he might need to utilize those points. He couldn't allow Yuan Cece to suspect anything. "What shall we focus on today?" he inquired. "I shall teach you yoga. Is that acceptable? Shouldn't you be focusing on strength training lately?" "Precisely," Yuan Cece continued. "Your body lacks flexibility, and this is an area that requires significant improvement. Fortunately, yoga is my forte. Very well. Let us begin with a 2-kilometer warm-up run, after which I will assist you with your leg stretches." Leg stretches? Su Yang braced himself for a challenging session. However, having chosen this fitness course, he was determined to persevere. Yuan Cece's assessment was indeed accurate. He was lacking in flexibility. As she pressed down on Su Yang's waist, hearing his suppressed hissing sounds, Yuan Cece found it amusing, unable to suppress a smile. She felt as though she had become a tad mischievous. Under normal circumstances, she would never have reacted this way. Yet today felt different. She realized that Su Yang was unlike any of the wealthy second-generation individuals she had encountered, nor like any of the bosses she had met. Su Yang spent little time in the gym, often remaining elusive. Even on the rare occasions they crossed paths, he maintained that authoritative demeanor of a boss, somewhat aloof. Regardless of who he interacted with, he exuded a sense of distance. However, from his approach to managing the gym and his attitude towards employees, Yuan Cece discerned that Su Yang was principled, possessed admirable character, and even exhibited a touch of kindness. Previously, she had been somewhat intimidated by the aura of authority that accompanied his role as boss. Faced with his cold yet commanding demeanor, she had refrained from overstepping her bounds. But just moments ago, when she casually touched Su Yang's thigh and he instinctively retreated, she noticed a hint of shyness in his eyes. At that moment, Yuan Cece thought of Su Yang as a handsome, charming, slightly bashful younger brother, 3 years her junior. Quite amusing. Initially, she had harbored doubts about her perception. Yet, when Su Yang retaliated with a reach towards her, she felt his character spring to life, becoming a bit more playful. As Su Yang reverted to his authoritative and distant demeanor, she suddenly felt an impulse to shatter that veneer of authority, to dissolve his coldness, and penetrate the depths of his inner self. Yuan Cece pressed her hand to her forehead, unable to suppress her thoughts. I seem to have gotten a bit carried away. Hearing Su Yang emit a sound, even more pained than before, Yuan Cece hastily retreated. It seemed she had inadvertently pressed too hard. Boss, are you alright? Let me lie down for a moment. Su Yang felt as though his legs were no longer his own. Yuan Cece admonished, you are far too stiff. In his heart, Su Yang silently complained. Isn't it you who is being overly harsh? Yuan Cece replied, then take a minute to rest. After that, I'll teach you a few basic yoga poses. Following the private training session, Su Yang collapsed onto the floor for 10 minutes before dragging his weary legs back to the office. However, he had to admit that yoga was indeed remarkably effective for relaxation. Lying in the office lounge, Su Yang casually took out his phone, uncertain of which app to open. After some contemplation, he decided to access Douyin, locating the account for Xingho Fitness. This account was previously renamed from Zhongliang Fitness, boasting fewer than 40,000 followers. Recently, thanks to the attention from Su Yang, the new owner, there had been a slight increase in video uploads. The primary content consisted of fitness instructors sharing brief snippets of fitness knowledge. Occasionally, they would film the training process, though the camera work and editing left much to be desired. Most videos garnered fewer than 100 likes. Previously, the account had been managed by receptionists Fang Feng and Zhou Xiaolu, neither of whom possessed expertise in this area. Perhaps due to their busy schedules, their video productions had been rather perfunctory. Even the fitness instructors displayed little enthusiasm for filming. After Su Yang took over as the owner, he placed significant emphasis on online promotion. Consequently, their short videos were being released more frequently, and the quality had noticeably improved. It was evident that they were putting forth greater effort than before. Yet, this still did not satisfy Su Yang. He believed it was essential to recruit a dedicated employee to manage the gym's online presence. In the current landscape, establishing a strong brand necessitated effective management of accounts on platforms like Douyin and Xiaobaishu. With the immense popularity of short videos, they consumed a substantial amount of time for the average person. Perhaps while scrolling through local Douyin content, someone might remember Xingho Fitness. On a whim, they might think of Xingho when considering a workout. Word of mouth could never compete with the reach of digital marketing. If these accounts were managed well, it could save a significant amount on advertising costs. Even the quick profit companies adept at exploiting trends excelled in this area. Su Yang's gym also had exceptional resources. What captures attention the most? Naturally, it is the allure of handsome men and beautiful women. Does Xingho Fitness lack in this department? The female fitness instructors undoubtedly possessed impressive physiques. As for the male instructors, although many young women today favored softer, more delicate appearances, there remained a substantial number who appreciated masculine charm. Not only did women enjoy watching, but men did too. Moreover, those young women were not even the target clientele for Xingho Fitness. Upon meticulously reviewing the short videos released by Xingho Fitness, including those from the Zhongliang Fitness era, he noticed that many fitness instructors had participated in filming. There were even several unfamiliar faces among them. However, he was surprised to find that Yuan Cece had not been featured. This seemed somewhat illogical. Such a valuable resource was not being utilized to gain followers. It was somewhat indefensible. Feeling too lethargic to move, Su Yang directly sent a message to Fang Tong, inquiring why there were no short videos featuring Yuan Cece. Fang Tong responded, I had approached Sister Cece before, but she stated that she didn't want to film and disliked being in front of the camera. Su Yang, so she simply didn't film? Fang Tong, exactly. At that time, Brother Zhongliang was quite interested in managing the account and had also suggested it to Sister Cece, but she still declined. Well then, this was the privilege of a sales champion. Yuan Cece's individual sales performance could easily surpass that of 5 ordinary fitness instructors. Su Yang, are the other instructors willing to cooperate with you for filming short videos? Fang Tong, previously, they found me bothersome. After you became the boss, they were more willing to cooperate and less resistant. Chapter 20, A Persuasion from Ma Ran. Dad, I've opened a hot pot restaurant. At 5:30, Su Yang exited the gym and got into Ma Ran's car. Boss, I need to take a day off. What's wrong? I have an interview tomorrow morning. Of course. Su Yang replied with a smile. Good luck. Thanks. Is it for a gaming company? Yes. Perhaps due to the recent successful opening of the hot pot restaurant, Su Yang, having some free time on his hands, suddenly expressed interest. Where is the gaming company where you have the interview? In the high-tech zone, there are many gaming companies there. Ma Ran replied, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. Boss, you wouldn't be interested in gaming companies, would you? A bit of interest. Su-young nodded. In what aspect? Game development or game publishing? Game development, I suppose. Su-young contemplated, realizing that game development was more suitable for showcasing his unique talents. The salaries for programmers in the country were quite high. Boss, game development isn't an easy task. It's akin to gambling. There's a high risk of losing everything. Only platforms and channels can guarantee profit. Ma-ran cautioned. I know many talented game developers who mortgage their homes to create games, only to end up on the blacklist. Su-young, there are always risks in starting a company. Ma-ran gently pressed the brakes, slowing the car as he continued to advise. In game development, you must have sufficient funds. Initially, you need to recruit a team, pay rent, cover utility costs, buy desks, supplies, and various game development equipment. Once a project begins, it cannot be halted. Monthly rent, salaries, software usage fees, developer membership fees, licensing costs, and resource production expenses all require funding. Some projects need to sustain for several months, while others may take a year or two, during which your company will generate no income until the game is completed. If you abandon it midway, all efforts will be in vain. Even if the game is developed, there's no guarantee of profit. It's like filmmaking. Many movies never make it to theaters. The same goes for games. Many cannot even obtain a license. Even if you're fortunate enough to profit from your game, the bulk of the earnings won't go to you, but to the publishers, channels, and platforms. You might only receive 20 to 30% of the profits. Su-young fell silent, struck by Ma-ran's words. He realized he had been somewhat naive. Game development was indeed not well suited for him, primarily because there would be no income during the development period. This meant a monthly loss. Even if the system reimbursed all employee salaries, he would still incur losses. For instance, if he paid his game company employees $1 million in salaries each month, but the company was losing $2 million, even with the reimbursement, he would still be down $200,000, unless he could develop a game that would actually generate revenue. However, such lucrative projects were undoubtedly rare. Su-young sighed. I understand now. I will consider this seriously. Seeing Su-young take his words to heart, Ma-ran felt relieved. As the saying goes, it's not the rich second generation indulging in luxury that one should fear, but the rich second generation venturing into entrepreneurship. Having spent over half a month with Su-young, Ma-ran genuinely wished to prevent him from stumbling in the gaming industry. There was no other reason. It was simply because Su-young had treated him well. As someone involved in the gaming field, he felt it was his duty to provide a proper warning. If you truly wish to enter the gaming industry, you could start with a small game studio, hiring 4 or 5 employees to create simple games, investing a few $100,000 to test the waters. If it fails, consider it tuition. All right. Su-young pondered for a moment before saying, if you come across any projects with low investment and a game development plan that can be completed within 10 months, do introduce them to me for consideration. If I decide to invest and incur losses, I shall not hold you accountable. In Su-young's eyes, the risk associated with projects completed within 10 months was manageable. After all, he possessed the unique skill of commercial forecasting. All right, boss, I will keep an eye out for you. Ma-ran readily agreed to this request. Rather than allowing Su-young, an outsider, to seek out game industry personnel on his own, it was far more prudent for him to assist in the search. He felt he could be more reliable than Su-young in this regard. As the car came to a steady halt, Su-young bid farewell to Ma-ran and alighted. Just as he turned away, he spotted Chun-Li standing at the entrance of the alley, seemingly waiting for him. Sister Chun-Li? She feigned nonchalance and replied, I just happened to finish work and am heading home. Su-young, somewhat skeptical of her words, contemplated the possibility of moving out soon. After a month and a half of diligent effort, he had acquired ownership of a large gym and a hot pot restaurant. Next month, he anticipated that the system would return over $500,000 to him. An income of over $50,000 a month would surely suffice for renting a decent place, wouldn't it? Yet, he still found this notion to be somewhat fantastical, considering his previous salary had only been a little over $5,000. Have you signed up for a gym membership yet, Sister Chun-Li? He inquired. I've been quite busy with work lately and haven't had the chance, she responded. Thus, they engaged in a light conversation until they returned to their rental apartment. Su-young was the first to enter his room, casually closing the door behind him. At 11:30 that night, he received a call from the hot pot restaurant's manager, Guofeng, who informed him that the day's revenue had exceeded $17,000. $17,000? To be honest, Su-young was taken aback by this figure. If the revenue surpassed $17,000, that meant without the 50% discount promotion, the restaurant could potentially earn $34,000 in a day. However, once Su-young regained his composure, he found himself chuckling foolishly. Without the discount, his hot pot restaurant would not have attracted such a crowd. He chuckled into his phone. This is a splendid start. Indeed, boss. Guofeng responded. Have all the restaurant employees been sent back to their dormitories? Yes, they have been. On the female side, Tan Jiasin will take care of the count. And on the male side, Jian Wei will keep an eye on things. That's good. The hot pot restaurant provided meals and accommodation for its employees, with meals typically consumed at the restaurant. The owner also arranged housing for the staff, since the employees finished work relatively late, usually around 10 o'clock at night. Su Yang was concerned for their safety, especially since there were more female employees. Although the security in Rong City was decent, he still preferred to ensure their well-being. He instructed Guofeng to arrange 3 vehicles each day to transport all employees needing to return to their rental accommodations, even though he was aware that business was booming. Hearing the manager's report still filled Su Yang with immense joy. Lying in bed, he stretched his limbs, feeling utterly comfortable. The next day at noon, he took a taxi to the hot pot restaurant, observing the bustling scene, with even the 6 outdoor tables filled with 5 groups of customers. He took out his phone and snapped several photos to capture the thriving business, sending them to his mother via WeChat. Notably, he did not include any images of the promotional display for the grand opening. Regardless, he was confident that his business would prosper. Since arriving in Rong City, his mother frequently called to inquire about his work situation and occasionally touched on matters of romance. Su Yang consistently reported only good news, avoiding any mention of troubles. When it came to personal matters, he largely deflected the conversation. He had kept the details of his resignation from the advertising company a secret from his family because he understood the importance of not disclosing anything about the system. Informing them of his resignation would only serve to cause them worry without any constructive outcome. However, the situation had changed. He had achieved entrepreneurial success. While his parents might not fully grasp the gym business, if they learned about the hot pot restaurant, they would easily understand its success. Soon enough, his mother replied to his message. Mom, is this the hot pot restaurant? It seems to be doing quite well. Su Yang, yes, it's mine. Mom, are you sure? Are you working at the hot pot restaurant now, no longer at the advertising company? Upon reading this message, Su Yang felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. What I mean is, I am the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Mom, how did you manage to open a hot pot restaurant? Su Yang, while working in advertising, I befriended a prominent figure in the catering industry. He happened to be opening a hot pot restaurant and asked if I wanted to invest and collaborate. So I joined in and contributed a bit of capital. Mom, how much did you invest? Su Yang, about 150,000. Mom, where did you get 150,000? Su Yang, I saved 50,000 and borrowed 100,000 from the bank. Mom, what if it doesn't work out? His mother's reaction was entirely anticipated by Su Yang. After all, very few relatives or friends in their circle had ventured into business. The older generation from rural backgrounds tended to fear risks. They preferred their children to have stable jobs, ideally with government positions. Su Yang, last month, I received a dividend of 60,000 from the hot pot restaurant. I expect to pay off the loan this month. Mom, really? You're already recouping your investment? This was Su Yang's way of alleviating his parents' concerns. He aimed to recoup his investment before they had a chance to react. Risks? Those had dissipated. What remained was pure profit. Su Yang, you know the cost of living in Rong City. We opened the hot pot restaurant in Feida Plaza. The food is delicious, and it's very popular with customers. We often have no vacant tables, and patrons have to queue. Su Yang, are you familiar with Feida Plaza in Rong City? Many young people love to visit. It's similar to Hongshan Plaza in our county, but there are even more people here. Mom, of course I know. Do you think I don't go online? Su Yang, that's great. Mom, but do you know how to run a hot pot restaurant? Su Yang, the owner helps me find chefs, hire staff, and I manage the restaurant, overseeing suppliers and bookkeeping. Mom, why is that owner so nice to you? Su Yang, he has numerous restaurants, and some he can't manage alone. I help him monitor the store and keep the accounts. I wake up earlier than the chickens and sleep later than the dogs, while he simply reaps the rewards. Mom, you're not at a disadvantage. He appreciates you and is promoting you. Don't let a little success make you arrogant. Chapter 21, the 3rd anniversary challenge event of Xingho Gym. After chatting with his mother for a while longer, Su Yang finally hung up the phone. Once the call ended, he felt a significant sense of relief. By next month, he would inform his mother that he had already recouped the loan amount. That would put her mind at ease. Throughout his life, he had never lied to his parents about significant matters, and his credibility with them remained exceptionally high. When the time comes, sending back several tens of thousands each month will enable me to persuade them to retire and enjoy their golden years. At this moment, he also received a message from Ma Ran, indicating his arrival. Once he settled into Ma Ran's vehicle, Su Yang inquired about the interview. After pondering for a moment, Ma Ran responded, I noticed the interviewers nodding at me. The likelihood of passing seems quite high. It appears they acknowledged your abilities. Su Yang had assessed Ma Ran's skills and found them to be quite commendable, especially considering his status as a seasoned programmer. Ma Ran casually remarked, It's probably not my professional capabilities they recognize, but rather my mortgage obligations. How so? Soo-young asked, slightly taken aback. I informed them about my monthly mortgage repayments and the expenses for my child's education, emphasizing my urgent need for this job. As he spoke, Ma Ran gradually pressed the accelerator, recalling how the interviewer's nod seemed to affirm his statement. That is certainly a positive sign. Soo-young concurred. Indeed, Ma Ran nodded emphatically, likening it to a man informing a woman of his marital status and intentions against having a second child. This peculiar analogy caused Soo-young to suppress a smile, uncertain whether to laugh. Boss, where to today? To the gym. We have new employees starting, and Su Jiping's promotional plan is ready. I still need to discuss some matters with him. Understood. Until receiving explicit instructions, Ma Ran was still willing to diligently serve as Soo-young's chauffeur. To be honest, over the past half-month, he had contemplated the idea of being Soo-young's dedicated driver. However, considering his career prospects, he felt compelled to continue as a programmer in pursuit of a lucrative position to support his family. Upon arriving at the gym, Su Jiping soon approached, bringing with him several pages of printed and bound promotional plans. Boss, here's the promotional plan I devised. Great, Soo-young replied, taking the document casually. Please have a seat while I review it. Sure. Soo-young opened the promotional plan and was immediately struck by the small font of the text. The first paragraph left him momentarily stunned. In celebration of the 3rd anniversary of Xingho Fitness, we are launching a month-long promotional sign-in event to reward both new and long-standing customers and assist them in cultivating healthy fitness habits. Soo-young calculated that, considering Zhongliang Fitness's history, this indeed marked their 3rd anniversary. Does this mean our gym is also well established? Yet, he remained somewhat puzzled. Is there any issue with this 3rd anniversary celebration? Su Jiping chuckled. No problem at all. The majority of commercial gyms currently have a poor reputation, and customers are more inclined to trust those that have been operating longer. Wouldn't some customers think we're planning to flee once our lease expires? Ordinary individuals lack industry insight and want to pay attention to these details. Su Jiping contemplated before adding, let us state that we are commemorating our 3rd anniversary and welcoming our 4th year. After all, every event requires a justification. Having a 4th year certainly lends an air of longevity. Agreed. Soo-young nodded. You certainly possess greater expertise than I do. Soo-young continued to peruse the content of the plan. The promotional activities outlined that all monthly passes at Xingho Fitness would be sold at a discounted price of 100 yuan, equivalent to a 30% reduction. Members would receive a day's credit for every hour spent working out at the gym. Accumulating 21 days of attendance within a month would yield a refund of 100 yuan from the gym. If members managed to attend for 30 days, they would not only receive the refund, but also a complimentary monthly pass valued at 300 yuan. Soo-young scrutinized Su Jiping's proposed activities and was generally satisfied, as they effectively embodied his vision of attracting as many clients as possible to the gym. Since the gym had experienced a remarkable 30% increase in dopamine secretion, Soo-young had made it a habit to work out there nearly every day. Gradually, he developed a fondness for the invigorating sensation of sweating from exercise. While he had previously jogged in parks around Rongqing, he found that the comfort of his gym was unmatched, with a noticeable disparity. As for the ordinary trainers and frequent gym-goers, they might perceive the changes, but the trainers attributed their improved state to salary increases and reduced work pressure. Regular customers might believe it was due to the trainers being less boisterous and exhibiting better service, thus enhancing their gym experience. However, the data spoke for itself. Soo-young had instructed the front desk to compile statistics, revealing a gradual increase in the number of regular visitors since he took over the gym. Su Jiping had also reviewed this data, believing it showcased the effectiveness of their boss's reforms. With improved service attitudes, it was only natural for clients to frequent the gym more often. Setting aside these thoughts, Soo-young continued his examination of other promotional measures. These actions seemed fairly conventional, such as organizing trainers to promote the gym within a 3-kilometer radius of bustling thoroughfares, distributing flyers in high-end office buildings and residential areas, and offering free health assessments and consultations to ordinary company employees and local residents. Moreover, they planned to engage with relevant departments, hospitals, foreign enterprises, and successful companies to secure group purchase agreements. Additionally, they aim to invite local fitness-oriented influencers and content creators to promote Xingho Fitness events. Soo-young had little critique regarding these promotional activities. He suspected Su Jiping had already considered most of them. Pointing to the activities with a neutral pen, he remarked, "We shouldn't limit the rewards to just 21 and 30-day sign-in incentives. We should also establish rewards for 1 day, 3 days, 7 days, and 14 days of attendance. These phased rewards can better encourage sign-ins." I understand, boss. For instance, the reward for signing in for 1 day could be a unique mask, and for 3 days, a sports drink valued at 5 yuan. A 7-day sign-in reward could comprise a yoga mat and a commemorative medal inscribed with Xingho Fitness 3rd anniversary sign-in along with a 7 and some motivational fitness quotes. For 14 days, we could offer a yoga mat, a jump rope, and a medal with inspirational wording. For 21 days, we would provide a yoga mat, a jump rope, a silver medal, and a choice between a 100 yuan refund or a complimentary membership for the following month. Successfully signing in for 21 days likely indicates a loyal customer. As it said that it takes 21 days to cultivate a habit, we need to suggest to our clients that they have already developed good fitness habits and engrave our blessings on the medals, encouraging them to opt for membership rather than refunds. For 30 days, we offer a yoga mat, a jump rope, a pair of dumbbells, and a golden commemorative medal. Not only would the gym refund 100 yuan, but we also grant them a membership for the next month. The golden medal should read 1 in a million, bestowing the title of Fitness Champion of Xingho Fitness 3rd anniversary to instill a sense of achievement. The numbers of those who manage to sign in for 21 days are likely to be few, and even fewer will sustain attendance for 30 days. Su Yang estimated that he wouldn't incur significant losses. As he spoke, he annotated the plan without putting Su Zhiping in a difficult position. Su Zhiping did not possess the gift of photographic memory. The medals should be made of alloy, plated in silver and gold, costing merely a few cents each. The silver and gold medals ought to be adorned in exquisite boxes, which can be procured in bulk, rendering them of little value. An advertising firm could handle the production. After contemplating for a moment, Su Yang added, "Please remember to notify our regular clients about this event. They are welcome to participate, starting from the first day of check-in." Su Zhiping inhaled deeply and replied, "Boss, I understand. If the number of participants checking in initially is too large and we lack the necessary equipment, do you have a solution?" Su Yang suddenly inquired. "My idea is to conduct group exercise classes. We have 20 coaches, with over 10 proficient in group training." "That sounds splendid." Su Yang expressed his satisfaction with the arrangement. The group classes are essentially akin to the square dancing that the elderly engage in. As long as the venue is ample, countless individuals can participate. With 10 coaches taking turns, they could push those who come to the gym to their limits. Furthermore, the promotion will be gradual, preventing the gym from being overwhelmed at once. If it were to become overcrowded, the gym's business would truly flourish. Additionally, let us rebrand this event as a commemorative challenge competition. Su Yang pondered. Today's youth tend to relish the idea of challenging themselves, and this could serve as a compelling promotional angle. A challenge competition? Su Zhiping's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a splendid idea. Shall we set the date for early July? Will we be prepared in time? It should be feasible. With over 10 days to organize, Su Zhiping should manage it well. Regarding the fitness instructors, let us hire one less and instead recruit an individual dedicated to filming short videos and managing our online accounts, preferably someone with experience in operating fitness accounts. Su Yang had already reached the limit for hiring staff at Xingho Fitness, and any additional recruits would trigger a warning. "Understood, boss." Su Zhiping sighed with relief. Acutely aware of the daunting task ahead, in all of Rong City, no gym had ever organized such an event. Chapter 22. New employees at Xingho Fitness. Strong Fitness. Noticing that Su Zhiping had not departed immediately, seemingly hesitating to voice something, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "If you have something to say, feel free to express it without hesitation." "Boss, didn't you ask me to inquire whether any gyms in Rong City are available for takeover?" Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Have you found something?" "Indeed," Su Zhiping revealed. "To be frank, Xingho Fitness is still operating at a loss. I'd prefer not to see you take on another gym." However, it was a task assigned by Su Yang, who had treated him exceptionally well. "Which gym?" "Strong Fitness. The one that's 2,000 square meters?" Given the scarcity of large gyms in Rong City, it was impossible for Su Yang to be unaware. "Yes. That gym hasn't been open long, has it?" "Not even half a year. I believe it's been just over 3 months. Is the owner planning to flee?" "Not quite," Su Zhiping clarified. "The manager, Gao Chong, is a friend of mine. He mentioned that the gym has been continuously incurring losses, and the owner might consider transferring it any day now." "What is the monthly loss?" "Approximately several tens of thousands, which, when combined with rent, might approach 100,000. Su Zhiping explained. "There's a thriving commercial area nearby, along with apartment buildings and office towers, so there's actually a substantial pool of potential clients." "How many employees do they have?" "Including fitness coaches, it seems to be over 25. "That is quite decent." Su Yang nodded. The combined salaries of 25 employees would certainly exceed the 10,000 loss. To Su Yang, it seemed a venture worth pursuing. Regardless of the financial return the gym could offer, he would not abandon this business, particularly for the attribute points that would reward him as the gym expanded. There was, however, one detail Su Zhiping had not shared with Su Yang. He had boasted to Gao Chang in their WeChat exchanges that his boss was a die-hard fitness enthusiast and a super-rich heir who was not short on funds. Even if the gym were to incur losses each month, he would still raise their salaries, all for the sake of his passion for fitness. Of course, Su Yang had not forgotten to mention in meetings, is a loss of 100 million enough? If I can sustain a loss of 500,000 a month for 20 years, I can handle it. This had left the job-insecure Gao Chang feeling envious and jealous. There should be an opportunity to secure it, right? Absolutely. The owner of Strong Fitness initially sold many gym membership cards and personal training sessions at discounted prices, likely amassing a few million in funds. He will probably continue to incur losses for a while, presenting a perfect opportunity for us. Su Jiping quietly inquired. Does the boss genuinely have this in mind? Of course. Will there be any financial pressure? Even if the owner takes over Strong Fitness, it will be challenging to turn a profit in the short term. Financial pressure? Su Yang chuckled. That level of pressure doesn't concern me in the slightest. Seeing Su Yang's confidence relieved Su Jiping considerably. I will conduct some research first. If it seems promising, you can help me secure it. All right. With Su Yang having made a decision, Su Jiping had no choice but to acquiesce. He also resolved to diligently promote this challenge event, striving for Xingho Fitness to become profitable. Boss, would you like to meet the 5 new fitness instructors we just hired? Certainly. I'll call them over. Great. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang met with the 5 newly recruited instructors, 4 women and 1 man. Hello, boss. The 5 fitness instructors greeted politely. Hello. Please take a seat. Su Yang gestured from his chair, indicating the couches across from him. The physiques of the 5 instructors were all exceptional, with not a single one lacking in fitness. Su Yang's gaze inevitably fell upon Tao Shui. During his earlier review of their profiles, he had taken particular note of her. The young woman was indeed as captivating as her identification photo suggested. Youthful, beautiful, with enchanting doe-like eyes that were both lively and lovely. Her bright, expressive eyes were the very embodiment of the phrase. However, she sat quietly on the couch, exuding an air of serene elegance. Her large eyes occasionally glanced towards Su Yang, imbued with a blend of curiosity and nervousness, prompting Su Yang to wish to reassure her and ease her tension. Su Yang sensed that Yuan Cece might be encountering a rival. Subsequently, Su Jiping invited the 5 new instructors to introduce themselves. Following their introductions, Su Yang offered them words of encouragement and urged them to abandon the old habits from their previous gyms, adapting to the new environment at Xingho Fitness, prioritizing the client's experiences above all else. Soon after, he dismissed them. As the 4 young women exited Su Yang's office, they whispered among themselves. I didn't expect our boss to be such a handsome guy. Indeed, I initially thought they were exaggerating. I heard he is a wealthy heir who wouldn't bat an eye at losing 100 million. He must have a girlfriend, right? I don't know. No one in the gym has seen one. So what if he has a girlfriend? We could always win him over. Are you that bold? The boss is a rare gem. Tao Shui quietly listened to the discussions of the other 3 women, her mind inevitably drifting back to Su Yang's handsome visage. Truth be told, encountering a tall, strikingly handsome young man from a wealthy family like Su Yang was a first for her. The revelations have indeed left her quite astounded. Given her level of insight, it is difficult for her to fathom the magnitude of 100 million. All 5 of us arrived at the gym on the same day. Should we not gather for a meal together? At this moment, Lu Mingliang stepped closer to them and made the suggestion. The other 3 girls simultaneously turned their gazes towards Tao Shui, while another girl with delicate features winked at her. They had all reported for duty that morning, and it was evident to them that Lu Mingliang harbored feelings for Tao Shui, with no attempt to conceal it whatsoever. Tao Shui politely declined, saying, I still have to tidy up my house today. You all go ahead. Then I won't go either. Forget it. We can discuss it next time. I won't finish work until 10 this evening, so let's just leave it for now. Knowing that Lu Mingliang's interest was directed at Tao Shui, the other girls were reluctant to pursue him further in light of her absence. Lu Mingliang feigned nonchalance, declaring, very well, we shall discuss it another time. After meeting the new employees, Su Yang rose and made his way to Strong Fitness. Upon arriving at the entrance of Strong Fitness, he decisively activated his commercial recommendation talent. He refrained from intervening in the operations of Strong Fitness, allowing the manager, Gao Chang, to manage independently. After a round of negotiations, the owner of Strong Fitness, Su Tianqi, is willing to transfer the gym to you for the price of 1 million, provided you also take over the existing members who have purchased memberships. You successfully transferred the gym to your name and renamed Strong Fitness to Spark Fitness, granting this branch a buff, 30 dopamine secretion increase, 15 weight loss effect. You signed a 3-year lease agreement with the property management, with a deposit of 50,000 and a quarterly rent of 180,000. The gym spans 2,000 square meters, employs 17 personal trainers, and has 8 other staff members, with an estimated monthly payroll of around 300,000. In the first month, the gym incurred a loss of 40,000. In the second month, the gym incurred a loss of 30,000. Su Yang assessed the situation and felt that the gym had potential. He reasoned that taking over would not pose insurmountable obstacles. The reason for the ongoing losses after Su Yang's acquisition was primarily due to the previous owner's extensive promotional and discount campaigns during the initial 2 months of operation, which had attracted a significant influx of capital. Once the easily accessible clientele had been tapped, the challenge of attracting new customers increased dramatically. Additionally, he would need to fulfill the commitments made to the early clients, which would inevitably lead to continued losses for some time. After running several scenarios in his mind, Su Yang realized that attempting to negotiate with Su Tianqi directly would yield no reduction in price. The inability to lower the price was undoubtedly influenced by various factors. For instance, Su Yang's proactive approach in seeking to take over could lead Su Tianqi to perceive his gym as highly valuable, prompting him to inflate the asking price. Furthermore, Su Yang's negotiation skills were not particularly refined, leading him to shift his strategy and approach manager Gao Chong instead. In a poorly performing establishment, the greatest pressure invariably rests upon the manager. Su Yang believed he could entice Gao Chong with a lucrative offer to persuade the owner to transfer the gym. This approach proved remarkably effective. At this juncture, he discovered that Gao Chong had long envied the benefits offered by Spark Fitness, having been regaled by Su Zhiping about the generous compensation. Upon learning of Su Yang's interest in taking over Strong Fitness, Gao Chong was willing to accept a salary increase. After some contemplation, he decided to align himself with Su Yang and facilitate the transaction. Chapter 23. The Enigmatic Boss in Su Zhiping's Eyes. Thus, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Su Zhiping. Strong Fitness is quite appealing. I wish to acquire it. But approaching them directly will certainly lead to a high asking price. Please subtly inform Gao Chong about my interest in purchasing the gym. I believe he may take the bait. Su Zhiping. Does the boss intend for Gao Chong to convince the owner of Strong Fitness? Precisely. Su Zhiping. How could the boss assume that Gao Chong would want the owner to pass on Strong Fitness? Su Yang. You must have boasted to him about the compensation at Spark, have you not? Sitting in the office, Su Zhiping stared at the words on his phone screen, a chill suddenly enveloping his heart. Am I being monitored? Or has the boss's intellect reached an uncanny level of insight? In that moment, he began to perceive his youthful boss as somewhat inscrutable. Had Su Yang been present, he would have noticed an increase in Su Zhiping's loyalty, nearing 90%. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Su Zhiping replied, I will do my utmost, boss. Su Yang, that's all I ask. After some thought, Su Zhiping contacted Gao Chong via WeChat, sending a direct message. Gao Chong, let us go out for drinks today at Shu Zhongxiang restaurant, along with Lao Lu and Lao Zhou. Since becoming the manager, Su Zhiping had not maintained the same level of discipline he once did as a fitness coach. However, demands of the job necessitated such changes. Gao Chong, seemingly unoccupied, replied shortly, You're treating? Of course. Gao Chong, Shu Zhongxiang, that's not a cheap place. Su Zhiping, I have the means. I'm in the mood. Gao Chong, does your wife not mind? Su Zhiping, a few days ago, I threw my salary card at her face, and she was exceptionally compliant, even bringing me water for my foot bath. Gao Chong, I truly envy you. My pressures are immense. Being a manager is no easy feat. Su Zhiping, so are you coming? Gao Chong, absolutely. Why not enjoy a complimentary meal? That evening, Su Zhiping gathered with his old friends. Shu Zhongxiang is a venerable restaurant in Rong City, boasting a history of over a century. After an array of sumptuous dishes was served, Su Zhiping ordered several bottles of premium Wuliangya. Amidst the clinking of glasses, everyone heaped praise upon Su Zhiping. As the night progressed, and he became increasingly inebriated, Su Zhiping began to boast fervently about the owner of his gym. The compensation at Spark Fitness evoked envy among his peers, particularly as Su Zhiping enjoyed a high salary with minimal performance pressure. Such a scenario was exceedingly rare in the fitness industry. Everyone lamented how they had not encountered such a wealthy and generous boss. They surmised that Su Zhiping's invitation for dinner was merely an opportunity for him to flaunt his good fortune. As the evening reached its climax, Su Zhiping, half drunk and half awake, shared with everyone that his boss was contemplating acquiring another gym, aiming to expand and strengthen their presence in the fitness industry in Rong City. Although he was still deliberating. As the revelry drew to a close, groups began to disperse, some opting for designated drivers while others hailed taxis home. After bidding farewell to Lao Lu, Su Zhiping noticed that Gao Chong still lingered nearby. Gao Chong, isn't your ride here yet? Hee. Su Gu, I have something I wish to ask you. Seizing the opportunity presented by the alcohol, Gao Chong leaned in closer to Su Zhiping. Su Zhiping pushed him away, questioning, What is it? Isn't your boss interested in acquiring another gym? What do you think of Strong Fitness? Su Zhiping suddenly felt half of his intoxication dissipate. Goodness, you've truly taken the bait. Yet, he quickly pondered how his boss had divined this information. Su Gu, why are you silent? Just contemplating. Su Gu, we are brothers of many years. Please be honest with me. Does your boss genuinely intend to buy another gym? Brothers, my foot. We were merely acquaintances in a WeChat group. Later on, Gao Chong became the manager of Qiangli Fitness, occasionally seeking his advice on gym management. Gao Chong was quite adept at socializing and would occasionally treat Su Zhiping to a meal. This was how the two gradually became somewhat acquainted. Indeed, there was such a notion. What do you think of Qiangli Fitness? Haven't you been incurring losses? Gao Chong was momentarily taken aback by Su Zhiping's remark. Yet he quickly regained his composure and replied, if we weren't suffering losses, our boss wouldn't easily consider transferring ownership, would he? Su Gu, if we factor in the initial funds collected, our gym is certainly not at a loss. Su Zhiping, with a hint of a smile, retorted. Then why are you in such a hurry? Honestly speaking, our boss has diverted the funds. To do what exactly? It seems he's pursuing another business venture, Gao Chong whispered. I feel that our boss is not the type to diligently manage a gym. He genuinely believes that the money is already his. Our recent performance has been far from satisfactory, and he even lashed out at me, threatening to replace me if I don't perform well. But is this all my fault? Su Zhiping remained non-committal and said, I understand. Su Gu, could you arrange for me to meet your boss? I would like to consider it. Gao Chong implored, squatting down and clutching Su Zhiping's leg. If your boss truly acquires Qiangli, we would be like brothers. You would be my elder brother. All right. Su Zhiping stepped back in disdain. I can mention it to our boss, but whether it comes to fruition depends on his inclination. Understood. However, I suggest you demonstrate some sincerity as well. What sincerity? Gao Chong retorted. Qiangli Fitness is evidently a pit. Anyone who takes over would suffer losses for at least half a year. Although our boss enjoys running gyms, his funds do not come from the wind. What amount do you think your boss would consider acceptable? Gao Chong continued. Our Xingho Fitness was still profitable when sold to the boss, and he only spent 88,000. I'll think it over. Su Zhiping replied. After seeing Gao Chong off, Su Zhiping couldn't help but recall Su Yang. As the evening breeze blew, he felt a chill while standing by the roadside. After a moment's hesitation, he took out his phone to check the time. He decided to report to the boss tomorrow. The next morning, Su Yang arrived at the gym and received Su Zhiping's report. Boss, when shall we meet Gao Chong? Let us wait a bit. Su Yang pondered for a moment. At least we can't meet him right away. Understood. Remember to reimburse the expenses from yesterday's meal. Yes, boss. Once Su Zhiping left, Su Yang changed into a form-fitting outfit and exited the office. A little past 10 in the morning, the gym had just opened. Yet Su Yang already noticed over 20 customers engaging in activities. The aerobic training area was particularly bustling, with a majority of the treadmill users being women clad in tight-fitting attire. He also spotted the presence of his fitness instructors. Although Su Yang had recently scaled back his demands on instructors to promote courses, Su Zhiping had resumed overseeing the instructors' physical management, especially as some male instructors were showing signs of gaining weight. Naturally, Su Yang supported this initiative. As he passed the aerobic section, a woman with her hair tied back, who appeared to be in her late 20s with a voluptuous figure, smiled at him while jogging on the treadmill. Su boss, you've come to work out so early? Yes. Su Yang nodded. I have personal training sessions scheduled for the morning. This woman was Qin Shuang, a loyal customer of the gym and one of Yuan Cc's major patrons. She used to frequently attend yoga classes, but had recently taken to running at the gym. Yuan Cc had mentioned that Qin Shuang was actually 33 years old, looking youthful due to her excellent self-care and a life of comfort. She had been married but divorced 3 years ago and had a son in elementary school. Qin Shuang complained on Su Yang's behalf. Yuan Cc, why doesn't she arrange better time slots for you? That's what I requested. Her other classes are also tightly scheduled. Su Yang replied. You truly understand your employees. You are indeed a wonderful boss. Qin Shuang remarked with a smile. Yuan Cc's earnings also contribute to my share. Su Yang quipped. Qin Shuang assessed Su Yang's physique and exclaimed, however, Su boss, you're also looking better and better. Her flirtatious gaze seemed to carry an alluring charm. Su Yang couldn't shake the feeling that Qin Shuang harbored some interest in him. Next to Qin Shuang, a slightly plump woman glanced over at the interaction and began to giggle. How's it going? Su Yang lightly inhaled and said, Sister Qin, continue your workout. I must head to class. Go ahead. Su Yang, feeling a bit flustered, hurriedly left. Qin Shuang's physique was simply stunning. Her movements while jogging were mesmerizing. Moreover, she was wearing a snug, highly elastic fitness outfit. If he were to accidentally become aroused, it would be quite embarrassing. Once Su Yang departed, the slightly plump woman commented, Sister Qin, do you have feelings for Su boss? How is that possible? Qin Shuang shot her a look. I'm already a 30-something woman. How could I have such thoughts? I just find Su boss quite pleasant to look at. Haha. Qin Shuang had no reason to argue with her friend and simply increased the treadmill speed, diligently commencing her workout. Seeing this, the plump woman refrained from further comments. She was brought along by Qin Shuang, and they resided in the same villa community, thus forming a decent friendship. Ever since joining this gym, she had developed a fondness for exercising. Running and swimming here daily made her feel like she had shed a few pounds. Tao Shui and a few other female instructors stood by the treadmills, observing Su Yang being approached by customers. As newcomers to Xingho Fitness, they instinctively gathered together. Our boss seems quite popular, especially among women. Perhaps he's also appealing to the men. You certainly dare to say it. What is there to fear? I know a couple. You're doomed. I'm going to report you to the boss. Don't. I was just joking. Passing through the strength training area, Su Yang greeted several burly male customers. Upon entering the personal training area, he spotted Yuan Cece practicing yoga. She was already glistening with sweat on her forehead, seemingly oblivious to Su Yang's arrival as she focused intently on executing various challenging yoga poses, appearing almost boneless. It was hard to fathom how a woman's body could be so supple. Su Yang felt that even if he practiced his entire life, he could never reach such a level. However, he didn't have to wait long before Yuan Cece noticed him. She quickly concluded her pose, exhaling deeply, and grabbed a towel to wipe the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Boss, you're here? Yes. In the office of Changli Fitness. Gao Chang sat sipping hot tea. He had consumed quite a bit of alcohol the previous night. Although he was now sober, he still felt discomfort in his stomach and had yet to regain his usual vigor. Perhaps it could be said that his spirits had never truly recovered. Being a manager isn't an easy task, especially during times of poor performance. Sleepless nights can stretch endlessly. The life of an adult is far from easy. At this moment, someone entered his office unannounced. He furrowed his brow, and upon seeing the visitor's face, his simmering anger was abruptly quelled. Boss. Oh, Manager Gao, enjoying tea in the office? Su Tianqi remarked sarcastically. Even at this hour, you can still leisurely sip tea in your office. I presume Manager Gao's performance this month must be quite commendable? Gao Chang took a deep breath, unsure of what to say. Boss, I will certainly do my utmost. I don't want your utmost. I want profit. Su Tianqi stated bluntly. I employ you people not to feed you for free. I pay you not for you to sit in the office sipping tea. Gao Chang hastily replied. I was out yesterday treating colleagues to gain insights from peers, so I had a bit to drink and Haven tea fully recovered. Su Tianqi plopped down on the sofa. What did they say? Gao Chang replied candidly. They said there's no solution. We're likely to incur losses until next spring. Next spring? Su Tianqi counted on his fingers, then coldly remarked. Are you implying that I must endure losses for another 8 months? It's already the end of June. The easily exploitable clients have all been approached. Our business has definitely been sluggish recently, and winter is the off-season for gyms. Gao Chang, you didn't say that initially. Su Tianqi narrowed his eyes, his voice tense. You claimed that the gym would be profitable and that we could recoup the costs within 2 months. Then, boss, did you manage to recoup your costs? Gao Chang inquired. Su Tianqi fell silent. After a moment's contemplation, he rephrased his thoughts. But now you tell me we'll incur losses until next spring. The mere thought of having to gradually relinquish the money he had earned over the next few months pained him deeply. Enduring losses until next spring means you're still profiting. But will we definitely profit next year? That's uncertain. You're not sure? Su Tianqi lowered his voice, questioning. Could it be that your capabilities are lacking? Boss, you know the current economic climate is dire. Many companies are laying off employees, and we're bound to lose numerous clients. If it were previously, he would have confidently assured Su Tianqi that they would certainly make a profit next year. After all, as long as he could collect his salary day by day, that was sufficient. But now, he felt the need to temper Su Tianqi's expectations. If you truly doubt my abilities, then I might as well resign. Upon hearing that Gao Chang was considering resignation, Su Tianqi hesitated. If Gao Chang left, finding a suitable replacement would prove challenging. After all, Gao Chang had single-handedly established the gym. Su Tianqi had merely provided the funding from behind the scenes. As for managing the gym, Su Tianqi had no confidence. He had previously been in the building materials business. What do you suggest then? If the boss wished to sustain the gym long-term, he would have to bear the losses of the coming months. If he merely sought quick profits, Gao Chang refrained from finishing that thought. Yet Su Tianqi fell into deep contemplation. This was the first time Gao Chang had spoken so candidly with Su Tianqi. Seeing the boss genuinely pondering, Gao Chang felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, simultaneously, it reinforced his conviction. Su Tianqi was indeed ill-suited for managing a gym. They had previously enjoyed rapid financial gains, making it impossible to settle down and run a gym in the long term. Gao Chang genuinely wanted to manage the gym earnestly, as it was a venture he had built himself. Moreover, he did not wish to face unemployment. If the gym were to close, returning to being a fitness instructor would be unbearable. Initially, he had boasted to Su Tianqi about the prospects of opening a gym, luring him into the fitness industry, merely because he aspired to be a manager and was unwilling to remain an ordinary instructor. Now, he felt that Su Tianqi would eventually leave the fitness industry. So he sought to carve out a promising future for himself, one that would at least provide a stable and lucrative job. He simply could not let the gym collapse. If he could align himself with a wealthy individual like Su Yang, enjoying the same treatment as Su Zhiping, that would be ideal. Su Tianqi squinted at Gao Chang and inquired, "Are you suggesting I transfer ownership of the gym?" He couldn't help but harbor some doubts about Gao Chang's intentions. Gao Chang awkwardly laughed. In truth, it's challenging to find a buyer now, unless one encounters a naive outsider with deep pockets. Are you implying me? Boss, you've misunderstood me. Gao Chang quickly defended. When we were preparing to open the gym last year, the situation looked quite promising. Who could have foreseen it turning out this way? All right. Su Tianqi nodded, acknowledging his defense. Please continue. Considering the renovation and equipment, the total investment for the gym is around 3 million, yet you've already secured 4 to 5 million in funding. Gao Chang raised his hands. If you wish to sell the gym, are you willing to return that 4 to 5 million to the customers? Su Tianqi immediately rejected. Impossible. That is my money. Then who would be willing to take on the 4 to 5 million in debts that come with purchasing the gym? Gao Chang subtly reminded. Moreover, we're selling lessons and memberships at discounted rates. The 4 to 500,000 in debts is merely the surface. It's likely to be much more. Insiders are aware that this is somewhat of a trap. Upon hearing this, Su Tianqi suddenly felt a wave of pressure. Gao Chang continued to address the boss. Boss, why do those who open gyms often vanish after a few months with the money? If running a gym were truly a lucrative venture, how could they possibly run away? Are those who abscond with the money foolish? It's simply because the real profits are made in the first 3 months. Su Tianqi suddenly found Gao Chang's words to be quite insightful. Indeed, the sooner the gym was transferred, the better. The boss had entered this industry at his behest. He couldn't bear to see him suffer losses. However, the current situation had undeniably changed, filled with uncertainties. Being in the building materials business, the boss should resonate with this. Su Tianqi pressed his lips together, somewhat agreeing with Gao Chang's perspective. Last year, his building materials business had indeed been poor, and this year was even worse. He still had numerous payments yet to be collected. Simultaneously, he questioned whether he had been overly suspicious of Gao Chang. Gao Chang had genuinely sought to help him, and he had indeed made him money. Nonetheless, he still probed. Gao Chang, can you help me find someone to take over the gym? Gao Chang immediately shook his head. The individuals I know are all insiders. They're difficult to deceive. I believe this matter must be handled by the boss. You likely know many wealthy individuals. Su Tianqi nodded. I will think about it seriously. At this moment, he had somewhat alleviated his doubts about Gao Chang. Boss, if the gym is transferred and the new owner doesn't trust me, can I follow you? Why would you want to follow me? To be a driver or perhaps a bodyguard? Gao Chang suggested. I have no need for a driver. Nor do I require a bodyguard. Su Tianqi glanced at the slightly portly Gao Chang and chuckled. But rest assured, with your abilities, the new owner will definitely allow you to continue serving as the manager. Hearing this, Gao Chang felt a surge of relief. Su Tianqi wouldn't even offer him a promise. Chapter 25. The Intractable Bottle Cap of Tao Shui. This little green tea. Who would have thought? Not only do you possess an extraordinary physique, Yuan Cece gazed at the increasingly pronounced muscle definition on Su Yang's physique and recalled his training progress, unable to suppress her admiration. Even in yoga, your learning curve surpasses that of ordinary students by a considerable margin. This was her first encounter with such a low-maintenance pupil. The techniques she imparted to Su Yang were absorbed with remarkable ease, far exceeding the capabilities of her previous students. Perhaps it was a matter of innate talent. If he were to pursue a career in sports, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. Professional athletes are heavily reliant on physical aptitude. She was certain that prior to attending her personal training sessions, Su Yang exhibited no signs of prior exercise. A fitness coach can discern such things at a glance. Su Yang replied nonchalantly, I could never become a professional athlete. Indeed, Yuan Cece nodded, sharing the sentiment that, given Su Yang's family background, his relatives would likely disapprove of such a career. It was evident that he was destined to return home to inherit the family business. His decision to open a gym was likely met with approval, as they must have hoped he would engage in meaningful physical training while honing his managerial skills. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, Yuan Cece's imagination was quite vivid. During his rest period, Su Zhiping arrived in the personal training area and respectfully called out, Boss, is there something you need? Should I consider it good news? Su Zhiping remarked with an unusual expression. Zhou Shunian just called me, inquiring about you. Su Yang, puzzled, asked. Who is Zhou Shunian? Why is he asking about me? Su Zhiping cast a discreet glance at Yuan Cece and replied, Zhou Shunian is also a gym manager. He was drinking with me yesterday, likely due to that news you released. Su Yang paused, a smile breaking across his face. So, yesterday I baited a hook. And you caught 2 fish? When he conducted a business simulation for Strong Fitness, he never anticipated this outcome. His simulations typically revolved around a single store or company. While he could manage many variables, sometimes they were overly simplistic, often neglecting events that had little direct correlation with the target company, rendering them somewhat rigid. Indeed, Su Jiping's mood was complicated. Yuan Cece watched the two with curiosity, feeling somewhat bewildered. It seemed they were plotting something. Should she listen in? Should she leave? Before she could decide, Su Yang inquired of Su Jiping, "How is Zhou Shunyan's gym?" Muscle Fitness is 700 square meters, which can only be considered medium-sized. However, it has been established for nearly 5 years and has consistently garnered a good reputation in the area, attracting a steady clientele. 700 square meters feels a bit small, Su Yang mused, furrowing his brow. It did not align with his aesthetic preferences. He adhered to the belief that larger is better and more employees is advantageous. He had heard of Muscle Fitness, and the online reviews were quite favorable, but such a modest size would clearly limit the workforce. I actually think Zhou Shunyan's gym is quite good, much better than what the boss is aiming for, Su Jiping whispered. Old Zhou has always been one of those rare individuals who can genuinely dedicate himself to running a gym. Oh, Su Yang nodded, surprised by Su Jiping's high regard for Zhou Shunyan. How much do you think it would cost? Su Jiping replied, that gym might have encountered some issues, so acquiring it should require less than 300,000, perhaps even lower. We need to investigate further. He noted that the gym had some history, and 2 months prior, when he visited, the equipment seemed somewhat outdated, which would significantly diminish its value. Suddenly, Su Yang thought of Strong Fitness and Gao Chong, and said, "Please inquire about the price for me, and let us find a time to check it out together." "Sure, boss. On another note, let us meet tonight at Shu Zhengxiang Bar." "All right, boss." After Su Jiping departed, Yuan Cece curiously asked, "Boss, are you planning to acquire another gym?" "Yes." Su Yang did not hesitate to respond. "Boss, gyms are not particularly lucrative businesses." Su Yang chuckled, "Primarily, I enjoy it." Of course, he refrained from mentioning that his primary motivation stemmed from the attribute points awarded to him for running a gym. Each gym venture simultaneously granted him points in physique, strength, and agility, akin to expanding into 3 different industries. He could never abandon it. What a lavish indulgence. Yuan Cece internally scoffed. However, she did notice the gym manager seemed especially respectful towards Su Yang today. What could be the reason? She felt increasingly perplexed by him. He did not appear to be just another simple rich heir. 60 minutes later, as a personal training session concluded, Su Yang was en route to the bathing area when he encountered Tao Shui. She seemed fresh from a shower, her hair still damp, exuding a different charm. Yet, at that moment, she was struggling with a sports drink bottle. She was twisting the cap with all her might, but it seemed utterly resistant. "Allow me," Su Yang offered, extending his hand. Upon seeing her boss, Tao Shui nervously lowered her gaze. Su Yang felt a hint of exasperation. Did he truly seem that intimidating? Nonetheless, he acknowledged that at that moment, Tao Shui appeared adorably naive. "Let me help you with that." Su Yang grasped the drink, inadvertently brushing against her delicate hand. She quickly withdrew, blushing. In that fleeting moment, Su Yang felt a flutter in his heart. He inhaled deeply, effortlessly twisting off the cap and returning the drink to Tao Shui, gently assuring her, "No need to be so tense. I one tea bite." "Uh-huh." Tao Shui nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, boss." "No need for thanks." As she held the drink, Tao Shui watched Su Yang's figure disappear around the corner. When she turned back, she nearly jumped in surprise, spilling a few drops from the bottle. Yuan Cece leaned against the doorframe nearby, arms crossed, chuckling. "What is this? Did I frighten you?" Tao Shui quickly clarified, "No, I just didn't expect Sister Cece to be standing there." With a tone befitting a senior, Yuan Cece lectured, "One must be more forthright. Being overly suspicious makes one easily startled." Tao Shui offered an awkward smile, uncertain of how to respond. "Make sure to train diligently." Yuan Cece passed by her. "If customers find out our fitness coach can't even open a bottle cap, it would tarnish the gym's reputation. I was just a bit damp." Yet, Yuan Cece paid no heed to her explanation, striding away with her long legs. Tao Shui glared at Yuan Cece's retreating figure, biting down on her molars in frustration. "That woman certainly has a sharp tongue," Tao Shui muttered to herself, while Yuan Cece harbored similar sentiments towards Tao Shui. Yuan Cece firmly believed that Tao Shui's encounter with Su Yang was no mere coincidence. The startled reaction she had just displayed only confirmed her suspicions. From the very first day she met Tao Shui, she had sensed an underlying cunning in her. No matter how she looked at her, she found her irksome. Witnessing Tao Shui feign vulnerability to solicit Su Yang's assistance with the bottle cap ignited a surge of unexplainable anger within Yuan Cece. That little green tea. The target is unmistakably Su Yang. However, she must concede that Su Yang possesses a compelling allure for all young women. Fortunately, he is a man of discipline, primarily engrossed in his hobbies and career. In the bathing area, Su Yang couldn't help but reminisce about Tao Shui. He sensed something amiss, yet was unable to pinpoint it. Thus, he cast aside all thoughts and began contemplating the matters concerning the two gyms. Romantic feelings were not something he needed to ponder at this juncture. The pressing concern remained how to amplify his monthly income. The hot pot restaurant was thriving, and the prospects looked exceedingly promising. His monthly earnings had already surpassed 500,000, and he might soon exceed 600,000. Yet, such a pace was still insufficient. If he could secure both the strong power and muscle fitness gyms, his monthly income could very well exceed $1 million. $1 million in monthly income was something he had never dared to dream of before. Gazing into the mirror at his robust physique, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Considering the increasing number of attribute points in his possession, he resolved to study diligently with Yuan CC this month and forego personal training next month to practice on his own. He estimated that by the end of this month, he would have acquired a solid foundation in fitness. Even if he encountered obstacles, he could easily consult other fitness instructors. While he genuinely enjoyed the personal guidance of the stunning Yuan CC, he was even more reluctant to let her discern any abnormalities in his physique. Chapter 26. Conspiracy. This time, your boss has finally acted like a person. That evening, under Su Zhiping's arrangement, Su Yang met Gao Chong. True to his name, Gao Chong stood at a height of 1.8 meters. Although his muscles had somewhat atrophied, he still appeared remarkably robust, resembling a mighty bear. Yet, this bear lowered his head upon meeting Su Yang, humbly extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Su. It's an honor to meet you." "Hello, Manager Gao. I've also heard about you from Su Zhiping. He speaks highly of your capabilities in managing Strong Power Fitness. I feel a bit ashamed. Strong Power Fitness has started incurring losses each month." Su Yang chuckled. "Experiencing losses at this stage is normal. All commercial gyms go through this. At least under your management. Hasn't your boss already profited significantly?" Alas. At this, Gao Chong felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He thought of the impatient and suspicious Su Tianqi, contrasting him with the refined, tolerant, and considerate young boss, Su Yang. The comparison was stark. Your boss merely lacks patience. Indeed, Gao Chong nodded in agreement. "If you bring strong power over, I can offer you the same treatment as Manager Su, and I won't impose excessive performance pressure on you." Gao Chong's eyes brightened, filled with longing. Su Yang continued, "However, your gym must also undergo reforms akin to Xingho." Gao Chong thumped his chest and assured, "No problem, boss. As long as the salary is sufficient, I am willing to follow you. Even if you say the earth is square, I would believe it without question." Su Zhiping, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. They hadn't even begun negotiations, and he was already calling him boss. Soon, the waitstaff brought out signature dishes like mapo tofu. And upon seeing several bottles of liquor, Su Yang remarked, "I don't drink alcohol. Is that all right?" He had never found liquor enjoyable, especially after several bouts of vomiting. He instinctively felt repulsed by it. Previously, he had no choice, but now he was in charge at this table. Gao Chong quickly smiled. "No worries. Alcohol is harmful to health. It's not a good thing." Su Zhiping added, "Those of us in the fitness industry really don't need to drink. It makes us appear unprofessional." Su Yang noted that Su Zhiping was speaking with a certain level of sophistication today. Gao Chong inquired, "What would you like to drink, boss?" Su Yang glanced at the table laden with spicy dishes and mused, "Let us have coconut milk. You have a discerning palate." Gao Chong immediately instructed the waiter, "Waiter, take the liquor away and bring us 3 bottles of coconut milk." "Certainly." The waiter looked at the 3 men with a peculiar expression. It was truly rare for 3 burly men to dine together while only consuming coconut milk. Shuzhangxiang truly lived up to its reputation as a renowned restaurant in Rongqing. With his sensitive taste buds, Su Yang could discern that their ingredients were remarkably fresh. As for the flavors, they were undeniably delightful. While dining, Su Zhiping also queried Gao Chong about the operational aspects of Strong Power Fitness. Gao Chong responded candidly, and Su Yang could tell that he was not concealing much. At the very least, his responses aligned with the intelligence he had gathered through business analysis. However, when Su Zhiping inquired about the lowest price he could negotiate, Gao Chong's demeanor became somewhat evasive. In that moment, Gao Chong felt a pang of guilt towards Su Tianqi. He always had the impression of being a traitor. Some individuals are inherently flawed, yet not completely devoid of conscience, albeit a minimal amount. Su Yang seemed to perceive Gao Chong's thoughts. He set down his chopsticks and spoke softly. "Gao Chong, you must understand that allowing your boss to exit with funds now is the best option for him." Su Zhiping chimed in. "Your boss has already transferred funds elsewhere. The gym will continue to incur losses for a considerable time. Moreover, the future viability of the gym is uncertain. One day, your boss's cash flow may falter, and at that point, the gym may not even be transferable, leading to a dire situation for your boss. It would be wise to transfer it to our boss now. Indeed, I am advocating for Su Tianqi's best interests. Transferring the gym to Su Yang creates a win-win situation for everyone. Having comprehended all this, Gao Chang ultimately set aside the remnants of his psychological burdens and resolved to align fully with Su Yang. He whispered, "Our boss is rather suspicious. If I were to advocate for a price reduction, he might doubt my loyalty. Does he entertain thoughts of transferring?" "Yes, I have already urged him to consider transferring the gym, but I advised him to find someone to take over." Gao Chang briefly recounted the sequence of events to Su Yang, who smiled. "You have laid a solid foundation for the preliminary work. From here on, you don't need to persuade him. Just occasionally inquire if he has found someone to take over, applying a little pressure." "All right, apply pressure to Su Tianqi?" Gao Chang's interest was piqued. "I've heard that recently, someone posted about transferring their gym in your fitness group. You need to relay this information to your boss when the time is right." Su Yang was aware of this news, yet found the gym's size too small to be of great interest. "I understand." Gao Chang grasped Su Yang's intention. It was merely to create a sense of urgency for the boss. "After a few days, you can convey another piece of information to him." "Absolutely no problem." Gao Chang pondered for a moment and then asked, "But what if he genuinely finds someone to take over?" "Rest assured, he won't find anyone. Just trust my judgment." Witnessing Su Yang's unwavering confidence, Gao Chang inexplicably felt reassured. "All right, I'll follow your lead. Then let us toast." Su Yang raised his coconut milk. "Cheers." "Cheers." Gao Chang and Su Zhiping similarly raised their coconut milk glasses to clink with Su Yang. Oddly enough, after this toast, the three men felt an inexplicable camaraderie in the atmosphere. At a little past 9 in the evening, Gao Chang returned home and promptly settled onto the living room sofa. "Why are you back so early? Didn't you say you had work engagements?" his wife inquired, setting down the remote control. "I've already attended to the socializing," Gao Chang replied. His wife leaned closer, catching a whiff of him, and exclaimed in surprise, "You didn't drink?" This time, our boss forbade it. "Finally, your boss is acting like a decent person." In the following days, Su Zhiping prepared for the 3rd anniversary challenge event of Xingho. Su Yang diligently attended Yuan CC's private training sessions every morning and, in the afternoons, had Ma Ran scouring for suitable storefronts. The grand opening promotional event for Jiuxiang Hot Pot was still underway, and business was thriving. Many returning customers were eagerly taking advantage of the Hot Pot restaurant's generous offers. Su Yang was unconcerned. With a gross profit margin exceeding 50, he wouldn't suffer significant losses from the half-price discounts. Aside from the prizes distributed, his only potential losses would be minor expenses for utilities and labor. Labor costs were naturally substantial, but Su Yang was least worried about incurring losses there. As soon as the week-long grand opening promotion at Jiuxiang concluded, he planned to immediately launch a second branch. Xingho, Qiangli, and Jijian gyms employed over 50 staff members. If Su Yang opened a few more hot pot restaurants, exceeding 100 employees would be a trivial matter. Establishing a company with 100 employees might pose challenges, but running several hot pot outlets was relatively straightforward, essentially a matter of copying and pasting. With the ability to assess loyalty, he hardly feared any employee mischief. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days slipped by swiftly. Initially, Gao Chang managed to remain composed after returning home. However, after 2 days without any word, he grew increasingly restless. The days of waiting were the most arduous. Seated in his office, he noticed a message from the front desk. Su Tianqi, who had not been seen for several days, had come to the gym. Upon receiving this news, Gao Chang could hardly contain his eagerness and promptly knocked on Su Tianqi's office door. Chapter 27. If the gym could be profitable, would you be willing to transfer it? "Come in, boss." Upon seeing Gao Chang enter, Su Tianqi felt a slight headache brewing. "Boss, have you found anyone willing to take over the gym these past few days?" "Not yet." Su Tianqi shook his head in resignation. Recently, he had offended quite a few friends over the matter concerning the gym. He recalled discreetly asking an old friend at a recent gathering if he would be interested in taking over the gym, only to witness his friend's expression sour immediately. At that moment, his friend clasped his shoulder and said, "Lao Su, we've known each other for over a decade, right?" "Yes." "Then why would you want to put me in such a predicament?" "I'm not trying to put you in a bind." "Not putting me in a bind? Then why do you want to transfer the gym to me?" His friends, having known him for years, were all too aware of one another's situations. If the gym were profitable, would you truly want to transfer it? Whenever he brought up the topic of transferring the gym, nearly all his acquaintances declined. In this day and age, who didn't understand the operational dynamics of commercial gyms? Even if they didn't grasp it themselves, they certainly knew someone who did. If all else failed, one could always search online. However, the more acquaintances refused to take over the gym, the more urgent Su Tianqi felt about wanting to transfer it. Seeing Su Tianqi's discomfort, Gao Chang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Good luck, boss. Wait, Gao Chong, is there something you want? Su Tianqi asked. Do you know anyone who might be interested in taking over the gym? Not at all. Gao Chong shook his head. There are a few who wish to sell their gyms and are looking for buyers. Would you like to take a look? I'm not interested. I'm not buying. Su Tianqi rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly pressured. At Xingho, Su Zhiping reported to Su Yang that Su Tianqi had yet to find a buyer. Su Yang sensed the timing wasn't right and instructed Su Zhiping to comfort Gao Chong, urging him to continue waiting. Boss, what shall we do next? Day after tomorrow. Su Yang contemplated. Let us visit Jijian Gym. You notify Zhou Shunian. Su Yang had already gleaned information about Jijian Gym's operations from Zhou Shunian. While the conditions appeared acceptable, the profits were pitifully meager. After deducting rent, utilities, employee salaries, and various expenses, the gym could only earn around 100,000 annually. In other words, their boss, Gu Jianjun, was barely scraping by, earning what could only be described as a meager income, less than some laborers. Gu Jianjun had other business ventures. And upon learning from Zhou Shunian that Su Yang was interested in acquiring the gym, he had begun contemplating the transfer. Yesterday, Gu Jianjun personally visited Su Yang, demonstrating his earnest intentions. Excellent. At that time, have the employees of Jijian Gym send me photos of their gym for my perusal in your WeChat group. And hint that Xingho might be considering the acquisition. Can you manage that? Absolutely. I have a good relationship with old Zhou. Su Zhiping replied, suddenly realizing that the boss wanted Gao Chong to convey this information to Su Tianqi. Indeed. Su Yang nodded. I am indeed interested in Qiangli Gym, but I cannot personally approach them for a purchase. I want Su Tianqi to come to me. Su Zhiping understood fully. However, he couldn't shake his doubts. Is this really feasible? As long as Gao Chong exerts effort, there's a significant opportunity. Su Yang stated confidently, to my knowledge. Su Tianqi is not only suspicious, but also somewhat impatient. Su Zhiping was tempted to ask how the boss knew this, but he refrained from voicing it. He suspected that the boss had already conducted a background investigation on Su Tianqi without his knowledge. Had preparations been this thorough? Nonetheless, he still harbored doubts about whether the boss's plan could be successfully executed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Su Zhiping drove Su Yang to Jijian Gym. After parking in front of the gym, Su Yang alighted and immediately noticed the gym's somewhat faded, yellowed sign. Zhou Shunian spotted Su Zhiping and promptly alerted, Boss, Su Yang from Xingho has arrived. Gu Jianjun, curious, inquired, Is that the young man? Yes. Then let us go out to greet him. All right. Gu Jianjun didn't put on airs, as he was the one seeking Su Yang's acquisition. Thus, he stepped outside the gym with Zhou Shunian to welcome Su Yang. Behind them, several curious employees gathered to observe. Who is the boss here welcoming? Could it be someone from the authorities? I heard the boss recently wanted to transfer the gym to Xingho. That is Su Zhiping, the manager of Xingho Gym. The person in front must be the new owner of Xingho, the well-known second-generation rich kid. Indeed, it must be him. He is just as handsome as the rumors suggested. If he became our boss, that would be wonderful. I've heard that Xingho offers the best benefits among the gyms in Rongqing. There is hardly any significant performance pressure. If we're acquired by Xingho, will they increase our salaries? That seems likely. I've heard they're not short on money. Let us hope we get acquired. A trainer from Jijian Gym took out his phone and snapped a flurry of photos of the two men shaking hands outside, promptly sharing them in their gym's group chat. Soon, someone inquired about the nature of the photograph. The fitness instructor within the group elucidated. Our boss intends to transfer the gym and has sought out Mr. Su from Xingho. Presently, Mr. Su is visiting our gym for an assessment. Wow, is it truly Xingho? Mr. Su from Xingho indeed possesses that caliber. Amidst the boastings of Xingho's employees, unbeknownst to many, Su Yang's reputation had already permeated the fitness circles of Rongqing. Does that imply that you are on the verge of prosperity? The compensation at Xingho is undoubtedly top tier. Even our gym's Tao Shui was lured away. I had contemplated switching to Xingho as well, but their recruitment standards are excessively stringent. Had I known earlier, I would have transitioned to Jijian. Once Jijian is acquired, I would have directly become a Xingho employee. May I inquire if Jijian is still hiring? Same question. Just then, Gao Chong received a call from Su Zhiping. Observing the incessant flow of new messages within the Weixin fitness group, Gao Chong couldn't help but internally marvel at the impressive tactics of his future employer. This scheme is truly a masterclass in cascading intricacies. He captured the messages from the Weixin group, sending them one by one to his current boss, Su Tianqi. Noticing Su Tianqi's lack of response, he directly dialed his number. Su Tianqi answered the phone with a curt, What is it? Boss, please take a look at the Weixin messages I sent you. What messages? It seems that Mr. Su from Xingho is considering acquiring Jijian Gym, and he has already begun his inspection there. Are you implying that the boss has found a potential candidate to take over the gym? Su Tianqi's breath quickened. Do you think Mr. Su from Xingho might have an interest in us. I am uncertain, but if the boss has yet to find a candidate, perhaps we could explore this avenue. Gao Chang lowered his voice, stating, I have heard that the owner of Xingho is quite affluent. If he is contemplating taking over Jijian, why should he not consider purchasing us as well? Then you should inquire. Su Tianqi replied. Very well, boss. After hanging up, Su Tianqi did not immediately start his vehicle. He reflected on the rumors surrounding Su Yang, and the more he pondered, the more it felt like an opportunity. Chapter 28. The Professional Closer and the Professional Debtor. Gao Chang's assist. In recent days, the news of him promoting his own gym had spread far and wide. He had invited friends for meals, but they either declined or preemptively stated not to mention anything regarding the gym. However, one friend did introduce him to a professional closer. This individual claimed to possess the means to resolve his gym-related issues, enabling him to extricate himself from the situation with financial backing, all without facing legal repercussions. All that was required was for him to establish a company and place the gym under its auspices. The professional closer could then legally transfer the company's legal representative to another party. Through various maneuvers, the company would be rendered insolvent. When the time came, under the cover of night, all gym equipment would be vacated and the establishment closed. Following the closure, a notice would be posted, informing customers that the gym had chosen to shut down due to operational difficulties, with a specified contact number for refunds, which would ultimately be impossible to honor, as the legal representative would be untraceable for repayment. After all, the professional closer employed a legal representative who certainly lacked the means to repay debts. Hence, there existed the notion of a professional debtor. At that point, Su Tianqi could elegantly withdraw from the scene. However, the professional closer demanded a fee, and it was not insignificant. After all, why would they assist without compensation? Yet, this was certainly not Su Tianqi's desire. He had also consulted a familiar lawyer, who confirmed that such actions could indeed be taken, albeit with certain legal risks. Moreover, he had no knowledge of which individuals had purchased memberships or personal training sessions at Xiangli Fitness. There was no telling whether they might pursue legal recourse. Unless he could leave Rongqing immediately after securing the funds, venturing far away. But was that feasible? He still had other businesses in Rongqing. At this juncture, he ceased driving, parking his vehicle by the roadside while perusing the Weixin messages sent by Gao Chang, awaiting a return call from him. Before long, Gao Chang indeed returned Su Tianqi's call. What did they say? The manager of Xingho, Su Zhiping, mentioned that their boss seems particularly interested in Jijian. Su Tianqi furrowed his brow. Why would that dilapidated establishment hold any appeal? He was aware of Jijian's standing. Prior to opening his own gym, he had conducted some degree of reconnaissance. It seemed Jijian was profitable while we were still incurring losses. How could Su Zhiping know we were at a loss? I had previously informed him. Su Tianqi felt a wave of frustration, nearly succumbing to the impulse to throw his phone. Boss, you are aware that I often consulted Su Zhiping regarding gym management issues, and those in the know could easily deduce our plight at Xiangli. It would have been the same whether I spoke of it or not. Is there truly no way out? Boss, I believe we still have a chance. Su Tianqi quickly inquired. How so? Since the owner of Xingho has shown interest in Jijian, we may still have an opportunity. Our Xiangli is luxuriously decorated, with equipment nearly new and ideally located. Aside from the debts, what do we lack compared to Jijian? Indeed, Gao Chang's assertions resonated with Su Tianqi. Furthermore, I suspect that Su Zhiping's opinion does not necessarily reflect that of their boss. Their owner is quite extravagant, not lacking in funds, and has an affinity for the fitness industry. If the owner truly wishes for Xingho to take over, he would need to negotiate directly with him. I have heard that the owner of Jijian, Gu Jianjun, personally visited Xingho and persuaded the owner, which prompted the owner to visit Jijian for an inspection. Su Tianqi asked, are you suggesting that I should approach them personally? Precisely, this would convey sincerity. Gao Chang advised, the wealthy tend to value appearances. If you can make him happy, he might even present an offer. The cost of a car might surpass the value of our gym. That is a valid point. Su Tianqi had reviewed the screenshots Gao Chang sent and was aware that Su Yang's family was exceedingly wealthy, far beyond his means. Boss, should you genuinely wish to proceed, I recommend you act swiftly. It would be best to negotiate before Jijian is sold. If the boss is not in a rush, there is always the option to wait. Why? Su Tianqi inquired, puzzled. Because there is no guarantee that the owner of Xingho would remain interested in us after acquiring Jijian. Gao Chang analyzed. What if Xingho buys Jijian and then loses interest in us? I know Su Zhiping. He is cautious and conservative. Xingho is still in a loss phase after significantly raising employee salaries. He would certainly be reluctant to allow his boss to make hasty gym acquisitions, and the owner tends to trust Su Zhiping. Su Tianqi, should I go now? Gao Chang. That depends on the boss's inclination. Su Tianqi further questioned. It seems you are quite eager to see Xingho purchase Xiangli. Gao Chang chuckled awkwardly. Xingho is renowned for its wealth and generosity. Su Tianqi, without suspicion, stated. Then keep an eye on the messages in your group. If Xingho acquires Jijian, give me a call. Very well, boss. Just like that. After terminating the call, Su Tianqi decisively started his vehicle, heading towards Xingho. He agreed with Gao Chang's reasoning. Once they acquired Jijian, they might not express interest in Xiangli for some time. Since he has resolved to take over the gym, swift action is imperative. After all, the gym has been operating at a loss every month. At this moment, Su Yang is touring Jijian Fitness, and he discovers that the situation is indeed as Su Zhiping described. Most of the equipment at Jijian is rather outdated, yet there are professionals consistently maintaining the apparatus. Due to stable operations, the turnover rate of Jijian's fitness instructors is significantly lower than that of typical commercial gyms. These trainers, though somewhat older, possess commendable expertise, and their overall proficiency surpasses that of Xingho. The personal training sessions at Jijian are not particularly lucrative. They rely heavily on a loyal clientele cultivated over 5 years. Gu Jianjun has set a reasonable price of 150,000 to transfer the gym to Su Yang, who will also need to take over the existing clients. After a brief contemplation, Su Yang resolves to proceed. He is indeed likely to incur losses for several months post-acquisition. However, as long as he manages the gym methodically, the profits after a year should suffice to recover the initial investment of 150,000. Moreover, accounting for the salary returns from the system, it would only take a little over a month. Additionally, Gu Jianjun personally approached him, which indicates a degree of sincerity. Of course, another reason is that should Su Yang hesitate for any length of time, some of Jijian's old clients might seize the opportunity to purchase the gym. After all, 150,000 is a trivial amount for the affluent in Rongqing. In Gu Jianjun's modest office, Su Yang sipped tea and remarked, General Manager Gu, I find Jijian to be quite appealing, and the asking price of 150,000 is reasonable. I am willing to proceed with the purchase. Gu Jianjun beamed with gratitude, replying, Thank you, Mr. Su. Su Yang then shifted the conversation. However, I have a small request. What request? Please refrain from disclosing our agreement for the time being. Let us say we are still in negotiations. Gu Jianjun paused momentarily before responding with a smile. That is certainly manageable. Although he was unsure of Su Yang's intentions, he was more than willing to grant him this courtesy. However, Gu Jianjun added, Could you perhaps consider the old staff at the gym? After uttering this, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. I realize this may be a bit presumptuous, but their professional abilities are undoubtedly solid, and they can endure the quieter times. As long as they adhere to the gym's regulations and perform their duties diligently, I would not dismiss any of them lightly. Su Yang glanced at Zhou Shunyan, who was beside Gu Jianjun, and remarked, Manager Su has also mentioned that Manager Zhou possesses considerable capability and is diligent in his responsibilities. I will ensure he continues in his role as manager. Gu Jianjun's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Mr. Su. You're welcome. Zhou Shunyan, upon hearing Su Yang's praise, cast a grateful glance at Su Zhiping. The boss had truly honored him in front of an old friend. This made Su Zhiping feel as though he had just sipped a chilled cola on a scorching summer day, delightfully refreshing, and he couldn't help but smile. Chapter 29. What I mean is, you provide our boss with 1 million. Boss, the front desk just called to inform me that Su Tianqi, the owner of Qiangli Fitness, has arrived at Xingho Fitness and wishes to meet you. As Su Yang exited Jijian Fitness, he was met with Su Zhiping's oddly grave expression. He hadn't anticipated that Su Tianqi would indeed come as Su Yang had predicted. Su Yang gazed out at the bustling streets through the car window and replied nonchalantly, Then let us meet him. Understood, boss. Do you remember the role you're to play? Of course. Su Zhiping nodded as he drove. This time, he was to play his part authentically, with no challenges involved. Sitting in the spacious reception area of Xingho, Su Tianqi accepted the tea from the front desk staff. Upon learning that Su Yang and Su Zhiping were on their way back, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. He touched the teacup, finding it scalding hot, and, slightly impatient, he rose to survey the gym. The interior of Xingho was expansive and well lit, with fitness equipment arranged neatly. Though it was not yet 4 in the afternoon, numerous clients were already working out, far surpassing the attendance at his own Qiangli Fitness. He also noticed several attractive girls post-workout, engrossed in taking selfies. However, his attention was soon drawn to 3 or 4 fitness instructors weaving between the ordinary patrons. They appeared relaxed and at ease, sporting faint smiles. Occasionally, they would provide guidance to the exercisers or share light banter with those resting between sets, as if engaged in casual conversation. A few trainers were even sweating profusely on the treadmills and various equipment, exerting themselves more than the fitness enthusiasts. Working out during work hours? Goodness, are they not making an effort to promote personal training sessions? Given the multitude of members present, it was an opportune moment for such promotions. In an instant, Su Tianqi felt a surge of indignation. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. It dawned on him that this was not his establishment. He recalled the rumors surrounding Xingho and suddenly found them to be credible. The owner of Xingho was indeed a wealthy second-generation heir. If this continued, it would be astonishing if the gym did not incur losses. What Su Tianqi did not realize was that, due to Su Yang's implemented reward system, the fitness instructors at Xingho had gradually divided into two factions. Those adept at using gentle persuasion to sell personal training courses were still making sales, such as Yuan Cixi and Zheng Jianbao. Meanwhile, those less skilled in selling personal training sessions, like Wang Hu and Xiong Yi, began to focus on providing earnest service to ordinary gym members. The very trainers he found distasteful. They aspired to earn Xingho tickets from these members to secure a spot among the top 10 most popular trainers, thereby earning ranking rewards from the gym. Of course, trainers like Yuan Cixi and Zheng Jianbao were also formidable competitors in the rankings. Any student purchasing personal training sessions would receive a substantial number of Xingho tickets. Their personal trainers could easily accumulate these tickets with minimal effort. As for the instructors who were diligently working out, they were prime examples of those singled out by Su Zhiping. How could they, who failed to manage their own fitness, claim to be fitness trainers? Who would believe that? This compelled them to allocate time each day for exercise. As for the increasing number of clients at Xingho, most were drawn in by word of mouth. After all, Su Yang's planned large-scale promotional activities were still in preparation and had yet to officially commence. One must never underestimate the power of reputation, especially in this digital age. Whether through QQ groups, WeChat groups, or forum communities, whether in running groups, cycling groups, or various fitness enthusiast groups, information spreads rapidly. After the complete overhaul of Xingho Fitness, its reputation skyrocketed among fitness enthusiasts in Rongqing. Many locals who enjoyed running, cycling, or other sports heard of Xingho's excellent reputation and were eager to come and see for themselves. Upon visiting, many fitness enthusiasts found themselves compelled to join. Regardless of the type of sport, a robust core is essential. To achieve a strong core, various forms of exercise are indispensable. Additionally, fitness enthusiasts enjoy bringing friends along. Many former members of Xingho, upon discovering the gym's increasingly favorable environment, were more than willing to recommend it to friends, seeking companionship during workouts. Just like Qin Shuang, who brought her friends along. In Su Yang's perspective, the reputation of a gym holds greater significance than that of a dining establishment. Diners may journey great distances to indulge in a meal at a renowned restaurant. However, fitness enthusiasts are unlikely to travel far merely for the prestige of a gym. Their patronage typically derives from the local vicinity. After a 30-minute wait, Su Tianqi finally encountered Su Yang and Su Zhiping. Recognizing Su Yang at first glance, he approached him with an outstretched hand, exclaiming, "Hello, Mr. Su." "Hello, Mr. Su." Su Yang responded with a smile. The term Mr. in Rongqing carries a less formal connotation. Friends might jokingly address each other with such titles, not necessarily implying a position of authority, but rather serving as a courteous reference to business people. Su Yang stated directly, "Shall we discuss this in the office?" "Certainly." Upon entering the office, Su Zhiping poured tea for the two. Su Yang, settling into the executive chair, inquired straightforwardly, "Mr. Su, what brings you to me? I have heard that you intend to acquire Jijin Fitness." Su Yang candidly admitted, "I do have such intentions, but negotiations are ongoing." Upon learning that Su Yang had not yet finalized the purchase of Jijin, Su Tianqi felt a slight sense of relief, aligning with the information he had received from Gao Chang. "What are your thoughts on our Qiangli Fitness?" Su Yang replied with a smile. "I have indeed heard of Qiangli Fitness. It seems to have been operating for 3 months now. I have heard that business is flourishing. Mr. Su must be profiting handsomely?" "Not particularly. It hasn't been that profitable." Su Tianqi modestly downplayed the success. Mr. Su is being humble. "I have heard that gyms typically earn the most in their first 3 months. Su Yang turned his gaze towards Su Zhiping. "Am I correct, Manager Su?" Su Zhiping affirmed. "The boss is indeed correct. Gyms can earn substantial profits in their initial months, especially commercial ones like Qiangli." Su Tianqi chuckled awkwardly. He felt compelled to steer the conversation back on track. "Mr. Su, may I inquire if you have any interest in acquiring our Qiangli Fitness?" "What kind of interest?" Su Tianqi, noticing Su Yang's curious gaze, reluctantly stated, "Are you interested in purchasing our Qiangli?" Su Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are you looking to sell?" "Indeed." Su Tianqi, noticing Su Yang's keen interest, felt his heart race. "But aren't you aiming to buy Jijin?" At this moment, Su Zhiping interjected, "After acquiring Jijin, it would be prudent not to expand further for the time being, given the current downturn in the fitness industry." Su Tianqi, somewhat irritated, asked, "He is?" Su Yang interjected, "This is Su Zhiping, our manager at Xingho Fitness. He is quite capable and manages the gym exceptionally well." Upon hearing Su Yang's introduction, Su Zhiping felt a swell of pride. "Ah, Su Tianqi had deduced the situation. Nevertheless, he continued, Mr. Su, acquiring Jijian would be less advantageous than purchasing us at Qiangli. We have only been open for 3 months. Our equipment is nearly new, and our location is prime, ensuring a steady clientele. Su Yang glanced at Su Zhiping, visibly tempted. Su Tianqi recognized that Su Yang placed considerable trust in Su Zhiping. Su Zhiping, somewhat exasperated, asked, Mr. Su, what price do you propose? Su Tianqi raised his right hand, signaling 500,000. Huh, Mr. Su, are you trying to swindle us? Su Zhiping scoffed. Su Tianqi felt a flush of embarrassment, just as Gao Chong had warned. Su Zhiping was indeed a difficult negotiator. Hearing the figure of 500,000, Su Yang remained in good spirits, as it signified that his initial strategies were beginning to bear fruit. This was considerably less than the 1 million he had anticipated. Su Tianqi glanced at Su Yang, who in turn looked at Su Zhiping. The latter maintained a serious demeanor, stating, Mr. Su, we are both industry insiders. I know your gym's manager personally, and am well aware of Qiangli's operational status. At that moment, Su Tianqi noticed Su Yang's furrowed brow, indicating his discontent. Haha, I was merely jesting. Su Tianqi feigned a pained expression. I would only require 200,000, just 200,000. Su Zhiping quietly remarked, that's still too high. Su Tianqi, feeling deflated, asked, then what does manager Su suggest? Su Zhiping held up his index finger. Su Tianqi's eyes widened in astonishment. 1,000? Su Zhiping clarified. 1 million. What? Su Tianqi was baffled by Su Zhiping's proposition. The latter explained, I mean, you provide our boss with 1 million, and he will hand over the reins to you. Chapter 30. Thank you, Mr. Su. It's a win-win for us. This is impossible. Su Tianqi slammed his hand down in frustration. He felt that Su Zhiping was as unscrupulous as those professional shop closers. Mr. Su, please do not take offense. Let us sit down and discuss. Su Yang hastily intervened, and Manager Su, do you not think your asking price is somewhat excessive? Su Zhiping respectfully elucidated, boss. You may be unaware, but Mr. Su's initial pre-receipts for Qiangli likely totaled 5 to 6 million. Now, by transferring Qiangli to you, he aims for you to inherit this troubled venture. Su Tianqi protested, but I initially invested 4 million. Su Zhiping corrected him, it was 3 million. Gao Chong mentioned it during the preparations for Qiangli. In that instant, Su Tianqi yearned to drag Gao Chong out for a beating. Su Zhiping continued, boss. If you genuinely wish to purchase a gym, Jijian would be a better option. At least with Jijian, we would not incur losses, while Qiangli carries too much debt. However, seeing Su Yang's hesitation, Su Tianqi realized he must make a decisive move. Mr. Su, I can transfer Qiangli to you for free. Su Zhiping interjected, boss, Mr. Su still lacks sincerity. Su Yang suddenly proposed, how about this, Mr. Su? You give me 50,000, and I will help you take over? Su Tianqi was at a loss for words. Su Yang earnestly asserted, this way, you could still profit 200,000. Mr. Su. Su Zhiping exclaimed. Su Yang chuckled awkwardly. I find Qiangli rather appealing. At least it is new and spacious. Su Tianqi sighed. Mr. Su, I truly did not make 200,000. He was speaking candidly. He had invested 3 million initially, but due to the gym's somewhat tarnished reputation, he had only recouped approximately 5 million through membership sales and personal training sessions in the first 3 months. After deducting marketing expenses, the total was just over 4 million. In other words, his net profit was just over 100,000. Did Su Yang and Su Zhiping know this? Of course, they were well aware. But they continued to feign ignorance, attempting to inflate Su Tianqi's profits. Su Yang inquired, then how much would you offer me? Su Tianqi hesitated. Glancing at Su Zhiping, 300,000? Su Yang turned to Su Zhiping, who pondered and asked, does the boss truly desire it? I have some interest, however. I will defer to your judgment, as I am an outsider. Su Tianqi felt a pang of apprehension. He then heard Su Zhiping ask, Mr. Su, how is the rent for Qiangli managed? Paid quarterly. The rent for the past 2 months will not be refunded. Very well. 2 months' rent amounts to 120,000. Su Tianqi winced at the thought. And you will also be responsible for this month's staff salaries. That is only fair. Then it is settled. Su Zhiping turned to Su Yang and said, boss, I genuinely do not wish for you to take over Qiangli. However, since you have accepted, you must prepare for a period of sustained losses. Su Yang replied with a smile, this is something I am quite adept at. After all, I have ample time. Upon hearing this, Su Tianqi felt a slight alleviation in his mood. At the very least, he could still earn around 1 million. Not in vain for the hard work of an entire year. Establishing a large commercial gym was no simple feat, from selecting the location to renovation. From acquiring various business licenses to passing fire safety inspections, he had navigated numerous relationships and expended considerable effort. Investing 3 million was indeed a significant risk for him. His building materials business was performing poorly, with many accounts still outstanding, leaving him in a precarious financial situation. Now, by transferring the gym, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ultimately, having cash in hand brought him greater peace of mind. Mr. Su, then let us confirm this pleasantly. Su Yang stood up and extended his hand to Su Tianqi. Naturally, he was in high spirits, for he had managed to profit 142,000. Su Tianqi grasped Su Yang's hand sincerely and said, "Thank you, Mr. Su." This expression of gratitude made the still conscientious Su Yang unable to suppress a smile. Well, he even needs to thank me. However, Su Yang soon understood. Su Tianqi was blissfully unaware of the advantages he had gained from him. Su Yang emphasized, "This is a win-win situation." Not only had he acquired Xiangli, but he had also saved over 1 million and received Su Tianqi's gratitude, which seemed to signal even more than just a win-win. As for the million that Su Tianqi earned, he felt no jealousy. After all, the man had invested over half a year of time and substantial capital to build the gym. Indeed, Mr. Su is absolutely correct. This is a win-win. Su Tianqi chuckled. He found Su Yang's words quite pleasant to the ear. Thus, Su Tianqi handed Su Yang a business card, saying, "Mr. Su, I specialize in building materials. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out, and I will surely offer you a discount." He held a certain fondness for Su Yang, perceiving him as a wealthy and somewhat capricious second-generation rich. His straightforward nature made him easy to communicate with, appearing far more agreeable than Su Zhiping. Excellent. Su Yang accepted the business card and glanced at it. After escorting Su Tianqi to the door, he gradually relaxed. It was his first time acting, and he had felt somewhat tense, unlike those seasoned veterans. "Well done." Su Yang praised Su Zhiping. Su Zhiping replied, "It was all thanks to the boss's strategic planning." Although he still felt that the boss's asking price was a tad high, he had also recognized his superior's capabilities. Every move made by Su Tianqi seemed to be meticulously calculated by Su Yang. Had Su Yang been a little more ruthless, he might have saved even more money. However, a boss with a kinder disposition did not seem entirely disadvantageous. Ding. The loyalty of Su Zhiping, the manager of Xingho Gym, has increased to 90. And you have gained 1 point in strength attribute. Upon hearing this notification, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Then, he burst into laughter. This time, reward him with 10,000. Let Gao Chong know he has won too. Understood, boss. With the burden of Qiangli lifted, Su Tianqi was in good spirits. Before long, he received a call from Gao Chong. "Boss, how did the negotiations go?" Su Tianqi replied proudly, "I took the initiative, so success was inevitable." At that moment, he had completely forgotten the awkwardness he had experienced during the negotiations with Su Zhiping. "Can I continue to be the manager? With your abilities, Mr. Su will surely appreciate you." Su Tianqi did not wish to continue the conversation with Gao Chong, saying, "All right, that's it. I'm driving." With that, he hung up the phone. Hee. Gao Chong smirked as he ended the call. However, he quickly became cheerful again. Before calling Su Tianqi, he already knew the negotiations had succeeded. He spun around in delight in his office, then looked at his phone and chuckled. "The new boss is splendid. I haven't even officially started, and he's already given me a 10,000 bonus." Upon returning to the office, Su Yang promptly tucked Su Tianqi's business card into the deepest part of his drawer. Having conspired with Gao Chong to outmaneuver, Su Tianqi left Su Yang with a twinge of guilt. Taking care of his business seemed highly unlikely. Standing by the window and gazing at the towering office buildings outside, Su Yang felt a surge of ambition. Chapter 31. She is from the 90s, while I, a post-00, cannot compete. At that moment, he received a message from Yuan Cece asking if he intended to attend the private training session scheduled for 4 o'clock as planned. Naturally, Su Yang agreed. With 20 minutes remaining until 4 o'clock, he rested for 10 minutes in the lounge before changing into his workout attire and heading to the private training room. Perhaps he had arrived too early, as he opened the door to find Yuan Cece still practicing yoga. She had effortlessly executed a split, her long, slender legs firmly pressed against the yoga mat. Her perfectly rounded and pert backside facing Su Yang, causing his heart to race. Just as he contemplated retreating from the room, Yuan Cece seemed to sense the movement and called out, "Is that the boss?" "Yes." At this point, Su Yang found it difficult to back away. "Boss, you seem to have arrived a few minutes early. Should I wait a bit longer?" Yuan Cece chuckled. "Since you're here, why not lend me a hand? Help you? Help me stretch," Yuan Cece urged, "just like I assist you with your flexibility." Initially, Su Yang intended to decline, but upon hearing the latter part of her request, the words of refusal vanished from his lips. "All right. Recently, my schedule has been a bit packed. I haven't felt like moving after returning home. My skills have regressed somewhat, so I might as well utilize some of this time." Yuan Cece seemed to complain. "Manager Su has been much stricter with us than before. I heard it's your suggestion." Haha. Su Yang laughed. The better the physique of a fitness coach, the more professional they appear. Humph. Having spent nearly a month together, Yuan Cece and Su Yang had developed a harmonious relationship, often speaking casually and joking with one another. As Su Yang approached, she calmly instructed, "Stand behind me and press forward on my shoulders." All right. Su Yang took a deep breath and positioned himself behind Yuan Cece. Standing at 6 feet tall, he found it somewhat challenging to press her down while standing, so he reluctantly knelt beside her. He grasped Yuan Cece's shoulders and slowly applied pressure downward. Her body gradually leaned closer to her straight right leg under Su Yang's pressure. The distance between them had shrunk to the point where Su Yang could see the small mole on her fair neck. Hearing this sound, Su Yang felt every muscle in his body tense up. At that moment, Yuan Cece's left shoulder seemed to shift slightly. Su Yang, caught off guard, lost his left-hand support and fell directly onto her. The small private training area fell silent, so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. The snug workout attire, combined with the late July heat, made the sensation of their bodies' contact electrifying. Just as Su Yang felt he was losing control, Yuan Cece softly exclaimed, "Boss, you're pressing too hard." Immediately, a sudden force gently pushed him away. At that moment, Su Yang began to regain his composure. Casting a glance at the camera nestled in the corner above the personal training area, he managed to regain a modicum of composure. "I apologize. It's quite all right. It was merely an accident. My shoulder did indeed twitch a moment ago." Yuan Cece seated herself on the yoga mat, taking it upon herself to clarify for Su Yang. "You were simply trying to assist me." Observing Yuan Cece's proactive efforts to absolve him, Su Yang felt a sense of relief. However, her gaze fell, and she shyly bit her lip, lowering her head. Upon looking down, Su Yang's expression faltered instantly. "Damn these shorts. Why are they so elastic?" He forcefully pushed open the door, intent on escaping, only to be pulled back by Yuan Cece. "What will you do if someone sees you like this?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yang nodded. Indeed, it was inappropriate to venture out in such a state. If any of the other trainers spotted him, his social life would be irreparably tarnished. "Please sit down." Yuan Cece gestured toward a nearby chair. "Calm yourself." "All right." Su Yang turned sideways to face Yuan Cece, plopping down onto the chair and opting for silence. "This is a perfectly normal physiological reaction," Yuan Cece murmured. "You needn't feel overly embarrassed." When Su Yang lifted his head, he caught Yuan Cece stifling a laugh. Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to engage with her teasing. "But I didn't expect you to be so sensitive." Su Yang was utterly bewildered. Yuan Cece swiftly tied her hair back again. "Perhaps you should let your girlfriend handle it when you return." "I don't have a girlfriend." "Really?" Yuan Cece exclaimed, surprised. "Are you certain you aren't joking?" "I'm not joking." Yuan Cece scrutinized Su Yang's earnest gaze, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "Truly?" "Indeed." She tentatively probed further. "Do you prefer boys?" She recalled a young female client who had once fancied two handsome boys, only to discover that both were disinterested in women. That was indeed an unfortunate predicament. Su Yang countered, "What do you think?" Observing Su Yang's somewhat awkward demeanor, Yuan Cece couldn't help but chuckle again. "I'm genuinely curious. A person as attractive and affluent as you, how could you possibly be without a girlfriend?" Yuan Cece approached Su Yang, sitting directly on the yoga mat, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Someone like you should surely attract the attention of girls on the street, shouldn't you? Girlfriend?" Su Yang managed a forced smile, falling silent once more. Nevertheless, Yuan Cece could still perceive a fleeting glimpse of nostalgia and melancholy in his eyes. Gazing at the handsome young man before her, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. "So did you break up?" Yuan Cece inquired softly. Why? For a man as exceptional as you. I can't fathom why she would leave. Would you like to know?" Su Yang regarded Yuan Cece, who at that moment resembled a beautiful, understanding older sister. Her gentle eyes seemed capable of embracing any sorrow. Tilting her head, Yuan Cece looked at him tenderly. "You can share if you wish. I promise I won't tell anyone." Instinctively, Su Yang picked up his phone, glancing at the screen. Yuan Cece. Yuan Cece, puzzled. Didn't he understand why he called her name? Shouldn't he be confiding in her now? She had already prepared how to comfort him during work hours. "Are you attempting to slough off responsibility before the boss?" Su Yang displayed the phone screen to Yuan Cece, revealing that it was already 4 o'clock and 1 minute. He stood up, adopting a serious tone to lecture. "If you're this lackadaisical with private lessons for the boss, how much worse will it be with other clients? I'm deducting 50 yuan as punishment." "What?" Yuan Cece tilted her head, staring at Su Yang. Yet, she quickly sprang up, exclaiming, "You goodness, is this man a dog?" Flipping from amiable to hostile in an instant, and deducting her pay. Although 50 yuan was a trivial sum to her, the insult was undeniably severe. "Do you deny it?" Su Yang pointed at the camera. "There's surveillance evidence." Yuan Cece inhaled deeply, feeling as though her chest might explode from indignation. Let us get on with the class. Oh, Yuan Cece replied, feigning innocence. Her expression resembled that of a wronged little wife. However, Su Yang felt no sympathy. Rather, he became increasingly wary of her. He recognized that she was undoubtedly putting on an act. Just moments ago, he had almost fallen into her trap. This woman was a 90s kid. He, a aughts kid, seemed to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 32. The Departure of Gu Jianjun. Master-level strength training. After a session of personal training, Yuan Cece maintained that same wronged expression. This provoked a desire in Su Yang to laugh and tease her. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain his emotions. Most importantly, he felt increasingly uneasy. When the clock struck 5, Yuan Cece had Su Yang stretch his ligaments once more, then generously remarked, "I'll count this 5 minutes as a gift for you." "Thank you," Su Yang replied weakly, lying on the yoga mat, unwilling to move. He wiped his forehead, drenched in sweat. This personal training session had indeed left Yuan Cece with a perpetual expression of grievance. However, the workout he completed was undeniably substantial, 3 times more than his previous sessions. He began to suspect that Yuan Cece was doing this on purpose. Despite the intense workout, Su Yang felt an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. This was likely due to a surge of dopamine. Yuan Cece handed him a towel. "So, boss, could you return that 50? Su Yang wiped his sweat. No chance. This was the first time he had ever deducted an employee's salary. Previously, he had always been the one penalized. It must be admitted, the feeling of wielding power was indeed pleasurable. Chuckling lightly, Su Yang turned to see Yuan Cece retracting her lovely foot. He swiftly reached out, attempting to grasp her foot before it could retreat completely. Yet, Yuan Cece, seated on the yoga mat, nimbly evaded him, darting away with the speed of a rabbit. However, Su Yang found himself devoid of energy to pursue further. All he wished for was to lie down and rest. Not far away, Yuan Cece cheerfully remarked, "Boss, with your stamina, you really need to exercise more." Su Yang turned his face away, choosing silence. He believed his endurance was now quite commendable. With diligent training over the past period, his physique, strength, and agility had all risen to 12 points. Compared to when he first began exercising, all attributes had increased by 3 points. With Yuan Cece's assistance, his physique had markedly improved, proving to be highly effective. Yet, the challenge of further enhancement would only grow. He would either need to increase his workout intensity or accumulate progress gradually. After resting for a few minutes, Su Yang rose from the ground to bid farewell to Yuan Cece, heading straight to the shower. After a hot bath, he felt significantly rejuvenated. Though his body was fatigued, his spirits were remarkably high. With Su Tianqi's cooperation, the transfer of the vigorous fitness program proceeded smoothly, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. Su Yang also renegotiated a 3-year lease with the property management. Upon learning that Qiangli had been acquired by Xinghe, the employees of Qiangli were filled with joy. "Manager Gao, is it true that our Qiangli has really been bought by President Su of Xinghe?" Gao Chang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. That's absolutely splendid. I have long grown weary of Su Tianqi." Coughing lightly, Gao Chang reminded himself to maintain a semblance of respect for President Su, as he was still our former employer. Su Tianqi was known for his rather irritable temperament. Due to the gym's recent underperformance, he frequently erupted in anger during meetings. Occasionally, when he visited the gym, he would single out an unfortunate soul to reprimand in his office, rendering him quite unpopular. Someone inquired, "Manager, I've heard that Xinghe offers excellent benefits. Will President Su raise our salaries?" Gao Chang shook his head repeatedly. "I cannot say for certain." Yet, at that moment, a smile could not help but tug at the corners of Gao Chang's lips. This matter was one he could not speak on. It was one that only Su Yang could address. The business license for Jijian Gym was acquired just 1 day later than for Qiangli. In the office of Jijian, Gu Jianjun gazed at the familiar surroundings and could not refrain from saying to Zhou Shunian, "Shunian, once I depart, you must diligently manage the gym." "Certainly, boss." Zhou Shunian replied, "I am no longer your boss." Gu Jianjun chuckled, "You must take good care of those fellows." Indeed, Zhou Shunian suddenly felt a twinge of nostalgia. At his middle age, he had not experienced such emotions for quite some time. In the past, when they followed me, they earned meager salaries, but now, as I leave, I can at least help them secure some benefits. Gu Jianjun said with a warm smile, "I trust they will resonate with Xinghe's philosophy. And their employer is generous enough not to mistreat you." "Absolutely." Zhou Shunian nodded emphatically. "Rest assured, with me here, the gym will not encounter any issues." "Excellent," Gu Jianjun exclaimed. "Now help me tidy up." After organizing his belongings, Gu Jianjun opened the office door to find a group of employees waiting at the entrance. By the end of July, both Jijian Gym and Qiangli Gym had replaced their signs with those of Xinghe. The membership systems of the 3 gyms were officially interconnected, meaning that regardless of which gym issued a membership card, it could be used at any of the other locations. Following the acquisition of a medium-sized gym and a large gym, Xingho's stature in Rongqing had undoubtedly risen. However, there were currently no significant conflicts of interest between Xingho and other fitness brands, as the operational areas of gyms were relatively small. Running a gym long-term typically yielded modest profits. When opening large and medium-sized gyms, owners generally kept a respectful distance from other establishments of similar size. As for small gyms, often no more than a couple of hundred square meters, their business models differed entirely. It was akin to distinguishing between a fine dining establishment and a lowly eatery. Su Yang first visited the former Jijian Gym, now Xingho Gym on Beida Street. He encouraged the employees, elucidating the service-first philosophy of Xingho, and raised their salaries to be commensurate with those at Xingho. This naturally garnered him a substantial amount of loyalty. For safety's sake, Su Yang also individually assessed the employees at the Beida Street location, discovering that their loyalty ratings all exceeded 70, with most soaring past 80. This left Su Yang exceedingly pleased. Upon returning to the office, Su Yang remarked to Zhou Shunian, "With you here, I feel entirely at ease." Zhou Shunian possessed an expert-level acumen in gym management, rivaling that of Su Zhiping. Having spent 5 years at Jijian Gym, he had turned down offers from 2 large commercial gyms seeking to recruit him as a manager, which he had declined. At the Beida Street Gym, his loyalty towards Su Yang was also paramount. Su Yang surmised that Zhou Shunian was likely influenced by Su Zhiping. Zhou Shunian respectfully replied, "Thank you for the compliment, boss. I am quite satisfied with your previous work at Jijian. The fitness trainers under your guidance are also quite impressive. Moreover, your operational philosophy aligns perfectly with that of Xingho." Zhou Shunian could not suppress a smile. "Thank you, boss." Su Yang noted that Zhou Shunian's loyalty had begun to rise once more. Thus, his praise was indeed well placed. "Furthermore, I will be transferring Feng Jinxing out." Su Yang pointed to Feng Jinxing's profile, stating, "It seems somewhat beneath him to remain here." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shunian could not help but exclaim, "President Su truly has a discerning eye." Notification: loyalty of Zhou Shunian, manager of Xingho Gym, Beida Street, has increased to 90. You have gained 1 attribute point in Constitution. Receiving an attribute point in Constitution made Su Yang feel quite pleased. Zhou Shunian sighed. Keeping old Feng here is indeed a waste of his talent. Why doesn't he switch to another gym? Su Yang, intrigued, inquired. Earlier, during his assessment of the fitness trainers, he had taken note of Feng Jinxing. It was impossible not to. Feng Jinxing was undeniably a striking muscular figure. His facial features were well-defined, reminiscent of the bronze masks unearthed from the Sangsingui site. Although his hair was graying, his skin remained in excellent condition, and he exuded vitality. Clad in a gym short-sleeve shirt, the musculature of his arms was impressive, with his robust pectorals subtly visible. Of course, most importantly, Su Yang noticed that he possessed master-level strength training skills and expert-level aerobic training abilities. He had encountered numerous fitness trainers with expert-level strength training capabilities. Most male trainers excelled in this area. Yet, he had only ever seen one with master-level proficiency. Chapter 33. I truly am a genius at incurring losses. Su Yang had just reviewed Feng Jinxing's profile. At 58 years of age, he was once a weightlifting athlete. Although he had not achieved significant accolades in national competitions, he had secured a championship in a lower-tier event. However, that was a long time ago. Subsequently, he had served as a weightlifting coach for a while before resigning. He had also worked as a fitness trainer in commercial gyms, but frequently changed jobs. Ultimately, he had been at Jijian for 5 years. Zhou Shunian pondered and evaluated. Feng Jinxing is quite capable, but his temperament is rather straightforward and stern. Straightforward and stern? Su Yang nodded. That sounds quite acceptable. Zhou Shunian cautioned. However, he can sometimes offend clients. No matter. Su Yang chuckled. I can have him train the other trainers. With master-level strength training capabilities, even on a national scale, he would be considered top-tier. Su Yang felt it would be a waste to have him instruct ordinary trainees. Zhou Shunian paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the implication. That's indeed a valid point. All our gym's trainers have been guided by him. Doesn't that work perfectly? Before long, Su Yang encountered Feng Jinxing. Feng Jinxing's loyalty was at 79, indicating a favorable disposition. Boss, did you call for me? Yes, Coach Feng. Would you be interested in transferring to another gym? Feng Jinxing appeared somewhat conflicted. Boss, I have grown accustomed to being here. I need you to assist in training the fitness instructors. If you perform well, I can raise your salary to 20,000. If your performance is outstanding, 30,000 is not out of the question. Su Yang believed that offering a monthly salary of 20 or 30,000 for master-level strength training capabilities was quite justified. Male trainees typically favored strength training at the gym, eager to enhance their physical prowess. He deemed it essential to elevate the strength training proficiency of his personal fitness coach. Upon hearing Su Yang's offer, Feng Jinxing couldn't help but swallow hard. This is certainly feasible. It's worth noting that while working at Muscle Gym, combined with the income from personal training sessions, he could barely make over $10,000 a month. Over $10,000. In Muscle Gym, that was considered among the top earners. Yet, Su Yang's initial proposition was 2 or 3 times that amount. How could he possibly refuse? Most importantly, Xing Ho aligned perfectly with Feng Jinxing's aspirations. Instructing fitness coaches was far simpler than peddling personal training sessions. Su Yang smiled and declared, then it's settled. That very afternoon, Su Yang arrived at the original Changli Fitness, now the Xing Ho Fitness High-Tech Zone branch. The establishment was exceedingly luxurious, boasting a comprehensive array of fitness equipment, and the trainers were notably youthful. However, the overall professional caliber of these trainers lagged behind that of Muscle Gym, and certainly behind Xing Ho. Improvement was imperative. As usual, Su Yang reiterated the customer-first service ethos of Xing Ho, encouraging them fervently and granting everyone a salary increase. Gao Chang stood up and applauded. The other employees followed suit, filling the room with thunderous applause. Fantastic. Thank you, boss, exclaimed a receptionist loudly. Boss, I love you. This group of young individuals appeared immensely excited, and their loyalty surged rapidly. Their loyalty growth even surpassed that of the previous Xing Ho employees. Compared to the long-standing staff of Muscle Gym, they were equally impressive. This left Su Yang both puzzled and greatly satisfied. Ding. The loyalty of Tian Tian, Zhao Xiaoling, and Yulia from Xing Ho Fitness, High-Tech Zone, has risen to 90. You receive a reward of 130,000. 130,000? Such a swift increase in employee loyalty above 90? Su Yang felt even more pleased. He glanced at the 3 names, 2 young ladies and a cleaning lady. Goodness. He was rapidly becoming a champion for women. He then checked Gao Chang's loyalty. Ding. The loyalty of Gao Chang, manager of Xing Ho Fitness, High-Tech Zone, has risen to 90. You receive 1 attribute point in strength. He fell silent. Gao Chang's loyalty increase caught him completely off guard. He had always thought Gao Chang was the type of employee incapable of loyalty to anyone. His previous dealings to undermine his former boss were proof of that. After taking over Changli, he had even entertained the notion of finding a pretext to dismiss Gao Chang. However, that thought was fleeting. After all, Gao Chang was a valuable asset, having saved him over $1 million. Su Yang did not expect everyone to exhibit unwavering loyalty at a 90 level. After all, people change, and so does loyalty. Thus, as long as Gao Chang maintained an acceptable level of loyalty and diligently managed the High-Tech Zone gym, Su Yang would leave him be. Ironically, the very person Su Yang had been most concerned about, Gao Chang, turned out to exhibit the fastest increase in loyalty. Arriving at the gym's office, Su Yang casually inquired of Gao Chang. It seems the employees here are quite welcoming of me. Gao Chang chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps the former boss was too strict with them. Su Yang suddenly realized why the loyalty had surged so rapidly. Previously, Su Tianqi had been unpopular. Now that he, Su Yang, had arrived, these employees greeted him like a celebrated leader. After pondering, Su Yang asked, "Do you have any suggestions for our reforms at Xing Ho?" "I have no objections." Gao Chang straightened his back and replied, "The boss is focused on long-term growth. Reforms are beneficial and harmless, and I wholeheartedly agree. Then let us proceed with the reforms in accordance with Xing Ho's regulations." Gao Chang promptly responded, "Boss, I have already prepared everything." "Excellent. And you must also partake in Xing Ho's challenge activities." "Absolutely, boss." Gao Chang assured, "Our High-Tech Zone branch will give it our all." At that moment, Gao Chang's excitement was palpable. Su Tianqi had finally been ousted. After eagerly waiting, he had finally welcomed Su Yang into the fold. The current owner, Su Yang, hailed from a wealthy background, possessed a gentle demeanor, and treated others amiably. Yet his methods were astoundingly effective, far surpassing those of Su Tianqi, leaving Gao Chang with no thoughts of disloyalty. Furthermore, Su Yang, as promised, had offered him a generous salary. With his salary adequately compensated, Gao Chang was like a weapon in the hands of his boss. Su Yang felt quite satisfied with Gao Chang's attitude, and any lingering resentment he held had nearly dissipated. Could that truly be labeled betrayal of the former boss? Clearly, it was more akin to a wise choice to embrace the light. After concluding a day's work, Su Yang returned to the office of Xing Ho's Qinglong branch. While seated, he briefly calculated the revenue generated by the 3 gyms. Xing Ho Fitness, Qinglong District, 800 square meters. Currently has 29 employees, 218, with an expected payroll of 470,000 for July. Under his vigorous reforms, the income from personal training sessions had plummeted by over a third. Nearly half. Membership numbers, however, had significantly increased, though that was merely a drop in the bucket. After deducting rent, Su Yang estimated that the Qinglong branch would incur a loss of approximately 130,000 in July. He recalled when Zhang Liang had handed over the gym. It was still barely profitable. Yet, upon taking over, he faced a direct loss of 130,000 in the second month. Xingho Fitness, Beidaji branch, 700 square meters. Currently has 10 employees, with an expected payroll of 120,000 for July after the salary increase. However, Su Yang didn't mind. Most of July's salaries would still be covered by Gu Jianjun. He only needed to pay the additional 5,000 from the raise. Yet, if he did not intensify promotional efforts, the following month the Beidaji branch would undoubtedly start experiencing losses due to employee salaries, likely amounting to a loss of 40,000 to 50,000 each month. Xingho Fitness, High-Tech Zone branch, 2,000 square meters, currently has 25 employees, with an expected payroll of 510,000 for July after the salary increase. Primarily, their performance in July had been subpar, resulting in low commission for the trainers. Thankfully, 340,000 of July's payroll would be dispersed by Su Tianqi, leaving Su Yang to cover approximately 170,000. This branch had been persistently unprofitable. With Su Yang's operational reforms, it would only exacerbate the losses in the short term. After reviewing these figures, Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle at himself. I truly am a genius at losing money. However, thinking of the brighter side, even if the balance sheet showed losses, he himself was actually profiting. After all, he was a man with a system, and salaries would be reimbursed. From Su Zhiping's Qinglong district branch, Su Yang could expect to receive around 350,000. From Gaochang's high-tech zone branch, he personally should receive about 340,000. This 340,000 could be considered a generous tip from Su Tianqi, while the losses in July counted as Su's responsibility. From Zhou Shunyan's Beidaji branch, he could expect to earn 70,000. That amount also stemmed from Gu Jianjun's friendly sponsorship. However, the over 10,000 profit in July was also attributed to the generosity of the ancient boss. Overall, across the three gyms, Su Yang would be able to secure 760,000 at the beginning of August, slightly lower than his expectations, but still acceptable. Coupled with his hot pot restaurant, he anticipated having over 800,000 in income by early August. Earning $1 million a month was not merely a dream. He was acutely aware that the subsequent month would mark the onset of vigorous promotional efforts for the gyms. Su Yang's objective is to achieve a break-even point. Moreover, the number of employees at his gym has reached 64. After a brief interlude, he plans to recruit more personnel. And with the staff from the hot pot restaurant, he seems to be not far from reaching 100 employees. Chapter 34. Xiao Xiao wants to lose weight. A call from the class monitor. Su Yang glanced at his account balance once more. After opening the hot pot restaurant, his account balance stood at over 1,600,000. He subsequently transferred 200,000 to the restaurant's account, primarily for marketing and purchasing ingredients. Presently, he still possesses over 1,500,000. His expenditure on fitness equipment amounted to merely 150,000. He also paid the landlord a deposit and rent, totaling just over 200,000. Interestingly, he received 200,000 from Su Tianqi for the powerful equipment. When renegotiating the lease, he provided a 5,000 deposit. The rent has yet to be paid, as Su Tianqi has covered the rent for the past 2 months. Additionally, he received a reward of 130,000 for 3 employees in the high-tech zone who achieved a loyalty rating of 90. It appears he hasn't spent a dime. Su Yang felt that aside from being a prodigy at minimizing losses, he could also earn the title of a frugal genius. However, a portion of his funds would soon be needed. He must allocate money to the 3 gyms, otherwise they may falter. Furthermore, next month, the gym will host a large-scale marketing event. These endeavors will undoubtedly incur costs. Nevertheless, the marketing expenses for the gym should not be exorbitant. The primary expenses will still be for advertisements and online marketing, while offline marketing will rely on fitness trainers and staff. Moreover, on the 7th of next month, all 4 of his stores will simultaneously distribute salaries. Having organized his thoughts, Su Yang exited the gym and boarded Ma Ran's car. Ma Ran had entered the previous interview brimming with confidence, yet ultimately, it yielded no results. However, he remained undeterred. It's quite normal to face failures in interviews, he remarked with an air of nonchalance. Of course, his follow-up statement was, "Aren't you still my boss?" This elicited a smile from Su Yang. At 7 in the evening, standing by the bustling food street, Su Yang felt a swell of satisfaction as he observed the Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot restaurant, still teeming with patrons. Even though the grand opening promotional event had concluded days ago, customers continued to flock to Jiuxiang. Guofeng sends him the restaurant's revenue reports every evening, and the business remains thriving. The daily revenue consistently reaches at least 20,000, with weekend earnings often exceeding 30,000. A monthly revenue of 20,000 translates to 600,000. With a gross profit margin of 50%, that amounts to 300,000. After deducting 50,000 for rent, along with utilities and labor costs, he still nets nearly 200,000 in pure income. Earning 200,000 a month far surpasses the gym's profit. He glanced at the nearby skewer shop, which also seemed to be thriving, just as he had observed 2 weeks prior. This suggests that Jiuxiang's rise has not adversely affected the competitor's business. It merely underscores the significance of a prime location and high foot traffic. Taking out his phone, Suyang snapped a few photos to send to his mother, casually adding a note. Business is booming. I calculated the figures yesterday, and once I receive this month's dividends, I can clear the loan. Just 2 days ago, his mother had called to inquire about the loan situation. As Suyang awaited news, Jianwei spotted him and rushed over. Boss, you're here? Suyang inquired curiously. I heard someone was coming to check out the store today. They're already here, currently inside. Oh. Suyang followed Jianwei into the restaurant, where he saw a staff member by the window recording a video of a slightly plump, attractive girl who was enthusiastically devouring beef, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and red oil staining the corners of her mouth. Witnessing her blissful expression as she savored the meat made Suyang, who had just finished dinner, feel hungry again. Other patrons were also curious about her, with some young customers recording or taking photos. Of course, most merely glanced and then returned to their meals, as there are plenty of internet celebrities in Rongqing accustomed to such sights. However, when the girl spoke, Suyang couldn't help but chuckle. So delicious. Really, it's so good. Absolutely fantastic. Her fluent Sichuan dialect genuinely surprised him. Perhaps due to the information bubble, he seldom encounters short videos in the Sichuan dialect on Douyin, especially from younger beauties. Boss. Guofeng approached Suyang, greeting him lightly. Suyang smiled. This streamer seems quite interesting. Her name is Chen Xiaoxiao. Her Douyin account is called Xiaoxiao, wants to lose weight. She previously did eating broadcasts, but has since transitioned to food and store exploration videos. She has over 800,000 followers on Douyin and 50,000 on Xiaobai Book. Guofeng emphasized, most of her fans are from the Sichuan region, and there are quite a few in Rongqing. I was introduced to her through a friend. Suyang nodded in agreement. That sounds promising. With Jiuxiang being the only hot pot restaurant of its kind, having a local food explorer with a significant young following is indeed more cost-effective. How much did it cost? Guofeng chuckled. She came for lunch earlier and said our restaurant is genuinely delicious, charging us only 6,000. Suyang raised an eyebrow. 6,000? Is that a lot? It's not excessive. For streamers of her type, promoting local restaurants usually costs more. 6,000 is actually quite a bargain. She typically charges 8,000 to 10,000, Guofeng explained. If the food is good, she may lower her asking price slightly. If it's poor, she will outright refuse. Suyang nodded. That is quite reasonable. This beef hot pot indeed has a remarkable taste and is worth recommending. The portions are generous, and the beef is freshly sliced, so there's no need to worry about unusual meats. As evidenced by my bill, even with my hearty appetite, I can only eat for 100. You'll likely eat even less. The food explorer continued articulately. This restaurant is located at Feida Plaza in Rongqing, and considering the high rent, it's quite affordable. I would rate this place 4.5 stars. If anyone visits Qinglong District and Feida Plaza, Jiuxiang Hot Pot is an absolute must-try. 4.5 stars? Suyang looked at Guofeng. That must be a good review, right? Guofeng hurriedly clarified. Out of a total of 5, it's rare to receive a 4.5-star rating. The skewer shop next door only received 4 stars, and the hot pot place at the street corner was rated 3.5 stars, primarily due to its ordinary flavor. Alright, Suyang felt that a 4.5-star rating was quite commendable. After they concluded filming, Chen Xiaoxiao was pulled aside by several fan customers for photos. Once she handled those matters, she approached Suyang directly. Manager Gua, the footage is all set. I'll send it to you for editing once it's ready. Guofeng smiled. Thank you for your effort. What do you mean by trouble? If you pay, I will naturally do my job. Chen Xiaoxiao replied straightforwardly. She then swiftly turned her attention to Suyang. And who is this handsome gentleman? Guofeng promptly introduced. This is our hot pot restaurant's owner, Suyang. Suyang politely responded. Hello. Thank you for coming to promote our restaurant. Hello, Boss Su. Chen Xiaoxiao naturally took out her phone. Let us add each other on WeChat. Suyang hesitated, for he was not fond of adding strangers as friends, even if they were attractive women. Chen Xiaoxiao, gazing at this rather aloof handsome man, smiled and remarked, perhaps we will have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Encouraged by her words, Suyang set aside his reservations and took out his phone to add the beautiful lady on WeChat. After Chen Xiaoxiao departed, Suyang discussed upcoming plans with Guofeng and offered some words of encouragement to Jianwei. Just as he exited the hot pot restaurant, he received a call from Jiang Pingyuan. Upon seeing the name of his university class monitor, Suyang momentarily lost his train of thought. Nevertheless, he answered the call. Suyang, it's been a while since we last connected, hasn't it? Jiang Pingyuan inquired. Indeed, it's been quite some time, almost a year since graduation without any contact. Su Yang had been in a state of social withdrawal, avoiding communication with everyone, including his class monitor. Jiang Pingyuan continued, "Haven't you seen the messages in the class group?" "No," Su Yang replied, as he had muted the group chat. "Are you coming to the reunion?" Jiang Pingyuan asked. "When is it?" "On the 10th of next month." "I cannot make it." Su Yang calculated his busy schedule for the upcoming month. Having acquired Qiangli and Jijian, the promotional plans for Xingho had undergone significant changes. He needed to coordinate promotions across 3 gyms simultaneously, and the originally scheduled campaign for early August had to be postponed by 10 days, landing precisely on August 10th. Moreover, he didn't feel inclined to attend the reunion, finding it devoid of meaning. "You must come," Jiang Pingyuan exclaimed exaggeratedly over the phone. "If you don't show up, the number of girls from our class will dwindle significantly. I heard you've broken up with Ning Xuejia. They are all eager to know if you have a new girlfriend." "No," Su Yang chuckled, "and still thinking about Ning Xuejia? That's impossible. I'm just too busy with work to attend. Not even on weekends? I don't have weekends." Jiang Pingyuan lamented. "So, this is what it means to be a boss." Su Yang smirked. "I am the boss. You've started a business?" Jiang Pingyuan had a rough understanding of Su Yang's family situation. "Yes. What are you doing?" "Hot pot. Is the business good?" "Very good." Su Yang found Jiang Pingyuan on WeChat and forwarded him several photos meant for his mother. "When will you come to Rongqing, Feida Square? Come eat hot pot. It's on me." During their university days, he maintained a fairly good relationship with his class monitor. "Sounds great." Jiang Pingyuan replied with a smile. "Your business must be thriving. You must be earning quite a bit." "It's going well." "It seems more than just going well. I'll definitely treat you someday." "You're welcome." "Are you sure you're not coming?" "Absolutely sure." After hanging up, Su Yang entered a supermarket to buy a can of beer. As he cracked open the tab, the slightly bitter liquid flowed down his throat, imparting a refreshing sensation. Following the crowd and enjoying the cool breeze, Su Yang found himself reminiscing about Ning Jiechi. Ning Jiechi, his senior from university, was exceptionally beautiful. During his freshman year, she pursued him fervently, and he found himself unable to resist the temptation, believing he had found love, convinced that his relationship with Ning Jiechi would endure. However, during his senior year, as he prepared for his thesis defense, Ning Jiechi unilaterally announced their breakup. The signs had been evident. Their relationship had grown increasingly distant after she left school. Yet at that time, Su Yang was unwilling to accept this outcome and sought to understand the reasons behind their separation. Ning Jiechi accused him of being too self-centered and immature, expressing her frustration over his controlling nature. When she didn't answer his calls during her evening social engagements, he would bombard her with messages. In essence, she critiqued him thoroughly, recounting all his mistakes from their years together. She claimed he could not provide the life she desired, and even brought up his parents, stating they were merely ordinary farmers, and that his grandfather had a disability. Naively, Su Yang attempted to salvage the relationship, hoping to persuade Ning Jiechi to reconsider. Eventually, one of her friends, feeling pity for Su Yang, informed him that Ning Jiechi had recently become involved with a wealthy man in his 30s who was still married. This revelation struck Su Yang like a cold wave, plunging him deeper into self-criticism and doubt. Time has since passed, and Su Yang has moved on from that chapter of his life. Occasionally, he recalls Ning Jiechi, but each memory chills his heart a little more. As he entered the workforce, Su Yang became acutely aware of the importance of money. In pursuit of financial stability, he worked tirelessly for his employer. He witnessed his boss bowing down to clients, drinking excessively to the point of risking his health, and countless women compromising their integrity for monetary gain. Power and wealth create hierarchies among people. Although Su Yang initially resisted this notion, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming tide of reality, acknowledging the significance of money, especially in a society that mocks poverty while embracing promiscuity. After discarding the empty beer can into a trash bin, Su Yang got into Ma Rant's car. While en route, his mother called. Upon learning that Su Yang could repay his loans, she expressed immense joy. She then inquired about his well-being, and the conversation swiftly turned to his romantic life. Su Yang had to deflect her questions under the pretense of focusing on his career. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Su Yang accessed his personal attribute panel while showering. In just 1 month, he had accumulated 7 points in physique attributes, 6 in strength, and 3 in agility. These points were rewards gained from owning a gym and a hot pot restaurant, as well as from achieving a loyalty level of 90 with Wang Hu, Su Jiping, and Zhou Shunian. Now, his physique, strength, and agility attributes had all reached 12 points, and even his mental attribute increased by 1, totaling 11 points. Compared to a month ago, when his mental attribute was 10, physique 9, strength 9, and agility 9, he had made significant progress. However, any further enhancements through exercise would become increasingly challenging. Dedicating an hour each day to training was already Su Yang's limit. He could not spend extended hours in the gym. Without hesitation, he allocated all his attribute points. The moment he added the points, a warm sensation coursed through his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting embrace akin to soaking in a hot spring. After about a minute, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but smile. His physique had not dramatically changed, but he appeared more proportionate and muscular, resembling a top male model. The muscle definition on his body was clearer, with solid pectorals and well-defined abs. A slight flex revealed beautiful muscle lines in his arms. At that moment, Su-Yang radiated a vibrant vitality. He was pleased with his physical state, grateful not to have morphed into one of those overly muscular figures often found in gyms. Upon reviewing his personal attribute panel, Su-Yang noted remarkable changes compared to the previous month. Name: Su-Yang. Level: 286. Innate talents: 1. Fitness enthusiast. 2. Photographic memory. 3. Acute taste sensitivity. Mental attributes: 11. Physical constitution: 19. Strength: 18. Agility: 15. Special skills: 1. Business simulation. 2. Investigation. Common skills: 1. Advertising design, proficient. 2. Automobile driving skills, beginner. 3. Gym management, beginner. 4. Hot pot restaurant management, beginner. Company studio store. 1. Spark Fitness, 64. 2. 9 Fragrance beef hot pot, 22. Cash: 1. 53 million. Available attribute points: none. Projected funds for next month: 1. 21 million. Upon returning to his room, Su-Yang began to contemplate his forthcoming endeavors. The promotional campaign for Spark Fitness was already well underway, thus he felt no need to intervene at this juncture. The plans had long been established. His current focus was to integrate the other 2 establishments into the fold. In the coming days, he intended to swiftly ascertain a location for the new hot pot restaurant. The branch at Fadao Plaza had nearly found its footing. He had already selected the manager and chef for the new outlet. Everything was in place, awaiting the grand opening and expansion. Gazing at his somewhat cramped 20-square-meter rental apartment, Su-Yang resolved to find a new residence post-haste. Chapter 36. Concluding personal training sessions. Renting at Shindu Garden. On the 1st of August, Su-Yang arrived at the gym. Almost everyone who laid eyes on him could sense the unmistakable transformation he had undergone. Even clad in his ordinary jeans and short-sleeved shirt, he exuded an air of confidence. Fong Tong at the front desk remarked quietly, "The boss seems more self-assured and handsome." Xiao Lu added, "I feel like he has become even more formidable." Fong Tong nodded. "He certainly has a more commanding presence, doesn't he?" Xiao Lu agreed vigorously. Yes, that is precisely what I meant." The continuous string of successes, the ongoing expansion of his stores, the rapid increase in income, his burgeoning confidence regarding the future, his unwavering commitment to physical training, and the overall enhancement of his physique were all contributing to a significant boost in Su-Yang's self-assurance. This newfound vigor elevated his spirit to unprecedented heights, rendering him vibrant and full of life. The Su-Yang of today was no longer just a handsome face. His aura had been cultivated through rigorous exercise and the gradual development of his managerial skills. After conversing briefly with Su Zhiping about the progress of the promotional preparations, Su-Yang sent a message to Yuan Cece via WeChat, informing her that he would not be attending personal training sessions for the time being. Aware of her busy schedule, he did not wait for her response before donning his gym attire, grabbing a clean towel, and heading to the cardio section. After a warm-up, he activated the treadmill and commenced his run. Although he could enhance his physical attributes through attribute points, the habit of exercising had become ingrained in him. He felt discomfort when he did not engage in physical activity each day. Moreover, exercise not only bolstered his physique, but also improved his sleep, allowing him to maintain abundant energy. Before long, the cardio area began to fill with customers, predominantly women. Most of them greeted Su-Yang enthusiastically upon seeing him. He was quite popular among the female patrons, especially after they learned of his status as the gym owner. Acknowledging their greetings with nods, he maintained an exceptionally swift pace, running for half an hour without a pause. Despite a light sheen of sweat forming on his forehead, he had yet to reach his limits. He felt invigorated today. His stamina drew the attention of many women nearby, who were surprised by his impressive endurance and robust appearance. Su-Yang must be single, right? He seems to have an abundance of energy to expend. Why don't you go help him out? Why don't you? A few married women engaged in lively banter, easily outmatching the men in the vicinity. However, it wasn't long before Yuan Cece approached Su-Yang. He nodded in her direction as a form of greeting. Speaking directly would disrupt his breathing rhythm. To his surprise, Yuan Cece pressed a few buttons on the control panel, reducing the treadmill's speed. "Is there something on your mind?" Su-Yang wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired. Yuan Cece looked up at him and asked, "Why aren't you attending classes anymore? You seem rather busy lately." Su-Yang fabricated a casual excuse. "If I have time to run, I don't have time for my personal training sessions. Yuan Cece clearly did not buy his explanation. Retorting, are you implying that the quality of my personal training sessions is lacking? This woman seemed to be in a peculiar mood today. Su-Yang began to wonder if perhaps it was that time of the month for her. Noticing the curious gazes of nearby runners, he suggested, let us speak elsewhere. Yuan Cece realized her previous remarks were somewhat inappropriate and followed him as he switched off the treadmill and exited, leading Yuan Cece to his office. Su-Yang turned around to find her closing the door behind her. He had considered reminding her, but ultimately decided against it. Boss, why have you stopped attending sessions? Yuan Cece inquired, her tone significantly softer this time. The quality of your instruction is impeccable. I've gained so much under your tutelage in recent days. Su-Yang replied gently, I've just been quite busy lately and wish to focus on my own training for a while. Though his voice was calm and soothing, it carried an undeniable conviction. Yuan Cece recognized that he had made up his mind. She lowered her gaze and conceded, all right then. However, Su-Yang pondered for a moment before adding, if I decide to resume personal training in the future, I will certainly seek you out. Okay. Hearing this, Yuan Cece felt her mood lift somewhat. Upon returning to the treadmill, a curious woman approached him, asking, Su-Yang, what was up with Yuan Cece earlier? She seemed a bit off. Just work-related matters, all resolved now. Su-Yang replied casually, Boss, I think Yuan Cece has a crush on you. Su-Yang chuckled. All my employees have a fondness for me. Seeing Su-Yang immersed in his workout, the woman refrained from further conversation. Su-Yang did entertain the notion that Yuan Cece might harbor feelings for him. If he were to invest time and energy into pursuing her, perhaps he might succeed. Yet, he found the prospect rather cumbersome. At this stage, he deemed it more prudent to concentrate his limited energy on his career. There were plenty of beautiful women in Rongqing. Furthermore, he perceived Yuan Cece as a rather complex individual. He certainly would not underestimate a woman who had risen to become the top salesperson at the gym. Without any special advantages, he felt he was at a disadvantage in many respects compared to Yuan Cece. After an intense workout that left him drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Su-Yang took a hot shower. As he stepped onto the non-slip mat, he recalled the incident from a month ago involving a customer who had suffered a leg injury. Ever since he had instructed Su Zhiping to lay down numerous non-slip mats, such accidents had ceased in the gym. In August, issues concerning Yuan Cece being harassed and resigning had similarly vanished. Su-Yang remained unaware if the installation of additional surveillance cameras in the gym had played a role. In the afternoon, a real estate agent he had contacted brought him to Xindu Garden. Xindu Garden was considered one of the more desirable residential complexes near Feida Plaza, boasting not only standard apartments, but also luxurious villas. The gym and hot pot restaurant are conveniently located near Qinglong District, making it easier for Su-Yang to work. Initially, he had rented a one-bedroom apartment. However, after viewing several apartments, he found himself dissatisfied with them, primarily because the properties presented by the agent were situated on higher floors, which he preferred to avoid. Additionally, with so many residents in the building, taking the elevator down could take quite some time, often exceeding 10 minutes. Consequently, the agent brought him to Xindu Garden to explore the available rentals. Although he could not find a one-bedroom apartment, a two-bedroom unit would suffice, especially since Su-Yang could easily afford it. As he entered the community, a red BMW pulled up beside him. Turning around, he was greeted by the cheerful smile of Qin Shuang. Mr. Su, you live here too? She asked. Not exactly, Su-Yang replied with a smile. I'm here to look at apartments. Qin Shuang glanced at the agent accompanying him and Ma Ran. The young male agent promptly greeted, Hello, Sister Qin. Qin Shuang nodded in acknowledgement before curiously inquiring, Are you looking to buy a place? Su-Yang chuckled, I'm renting. Buying a house is still beyond my means. And even if I could afford it, I have no intention of purchasing one at this moment. In this day and age, with property prices plummeting across the board, those without urgent needs prefer to wait. His finances were not particularly robust, and rather than invest in property, he would rather expand his hot pot restaurant. After all, he was confident in its profitability. What kind of place are you looking for? She asked. A two-bedroom apartment, he replied, noting that there were no one-bedroom options at Xindu Garden. Perfect, you can rent my apartment. Qin Shuang said with a smile, gesturing for them to get into the car. All right, Sister Qin. Just as Su-Yang hesitated, the agent had already eagerly opened the rear door of the BMW and hopped in. Chapter 37. A Chance Encounter with Qin Shuang. Ma Ran looked at Su-Yang, who could only nod in response. Let's get in. With Ma Ran squeezing into the back seat, Su-Yang reluctantly decided to occupy the passenger seat next to Qin Shuang, as it would seem impolite for three grown men to crowd into the rear. The BMW exuded a fresh and elegant fragrance, and turning his head, Su-Yang caught a glimpse of Qin Shuang's fair and graceful arm, accentuated by a crisp white shirt. The shirt, adorned with a charming little bow tie, lent her an air of intellect and beauty. As the car wheels traversed a speed bump, A quirky little ornament bobbed its head in a comical manner. Casting a playful glance at Su Yang. I didn't expect Mr. Su to be in need of a rental. Qin Shuang casually inquired while driving. Have you considered purchasing a property here? Su Yang immediately became alert. Was she attempting to persuade him to buy a house? Given the current climate, such advice seemed ill-timed. After witnessing numerous store closures, he had developed a rather unfavorable view of landlords. Considering the agent's acquaintance with Qin Shuang, it was likely she had more than one property to offer. If he expressed interest in buying, she would probably push her own listings on him. Thus, he firmly declined. I'm currently short on funds and have no such intentions. Unexpectedly, Qin Shuang continued. I heard you've acquired 2 gyms, planning to formally enter the fitness industry? Indeed, that is my intention, he replied. I didn't realize you were so ambitious, Mr. Su. Qin Shuang praised. One must always find something to occupy themselves, right? She added, nodding in agreement. At that moment, the car came to a stop, and as Su Yang stepped out, he found himself in front of a quaint 6-story villa. The agent disembarked, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Shuang, who offered no further explanation, simply saying to Su Yang, follow me. Ascending to the 6th floor via the elevator, Qin Shuang unlocked the door to a spacious living room, instantly captivating Su Yang. The room was generously sized, with sofas and furniture covered in dust sheets. Yet, he could discern that the decor was modern and minimalist, avoiding the gaudy extravagance of bright reds and greens. As Qin Shuang drew back the curtains, the radiant sunlight flooded the room, illuminating it beautifully. Stepping onto the balcony, Su Yang was greeted by a view of a villa community, with most houses ensconced amidst towering trees and a clear stream winding through the area. In the distance, a man-made lake adorned with blooming pink lotuses added to the picturesque scene. Must be quite a few mosquitoes, huh? Was Su Yang's immediate thought, though he quickly chuckled at himself. Standing beside him, Qin Shuang inquired, what do you think of this place? It's quite nice, he admitted, genuinely impressed. Compared to his current rental, which was rather dim and required lights even during the day, this apartment was a refreshing change. His old room, situated in the least favorable position among 3 bedrooms, was completely obscured by a neighboring building. Qin Shuang pointed towards the balcony, their SA lounge chair. If you enjoy sunbathing, you can move it here. Hearing this, Su Yang was thoroughly tempted. He loved basking in the winter sun. Many people claimed that residents of Rongqing were like sunflowers, drawn to sunlight, but Su Yang believed this was merely a consequence of the local climate, where winter often consisted of prolonged, overcast days with scarce sunshine. Without a chance to soak up some rays, one could easily feel downcast. However, he refrained from immediately agreeing, opting instead to say, let me take a look at the bedrooms. All right. After exploring the rooms, he quickly sensed something amiss. Ma Ran remarked, boss, this place seems to be a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 2-bathroom layout, exceeding 140 square meters. Qin Shuang looked curiously at Su Yang, and who might this be? Before he could respond, Ma Ran introduced himself. Hello, Sister Qin. I'm Ma Ran, the boss's driver. Oh, Qin Shuang nodded, seemingly unperturbed, as Su Yang, not wanting to delve into explanations, simply stated, Sister Qin, this place seems a tad too large. With a smile, Qin Shuang asked, are you afraid of living in a big house? I'd rather not deal with cleaning. He replied, we have a cleaning service. She countered, I prefer to rent a smaller place. This apartment is quite upscale, with brand-name air conditioning and washing machines, and it's been 2 years, so it's definitely livable. She added, glancing at the agent, if you were to rent on your own, you might end up with a shady property. The agent had wandered to the balcony, seemingly admiring the view. Su Yang was familiar with the term shady property, which referred to those poorly constructed places with excessive formaldehyde. The odorless substance was difficult for the average person to detect, and those with weaker constitutions often fell ill after residing in such environments. I can also rent it to you at the price of a 2-bedroom apartment. Qin Shuang continued, this unit is hard to rent out, and I have strict requirements for tenants. Since it's sitting vacant, I'd rather rent it to you. If you feel indebted, perhaps you could throw in a few private training sessions with Yuan Cece. All right then. Gazing at the brightly lit living room, the sunlight streaming in from the window, and the rather pleasant view, Su Yang felt a pang of reluctance. Of course, he would not allow Qin Shuang to suffer any disadvantage. After all, he did not wish to owe her any favors. If she desired free personal training sessions from Yuan Cece, Su Yang would certainly grant her that. As for Yuan Cece, he would ensure she received her fair share according to the fitness revenue-sharing standards. With Ma Ran assisting him, Su Yang meticulously inspected all the furniture, appliances, and the bathroom in the room. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he signed the rental agreement with Qin Shuang with the help of the agent. The rent was set at 3,000 per month, with a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent up front. The agency also arranged for a dedicated cleaning service for Su Yang, which would provide a thorough clean today and then visit every 3 days thereafter. After receiving the keys and bidding farewell to Qin Shuang, Su Yang returned to his rented room. He called his landlord to inform him of his intention to terminate the lease. The landlord agreed to refund the deposit, but stated that this month's rent would not be returned. This revelation lifted Su Yang's spirits, as he had never intended to reclaim the rent for August, having already resided there until the first of the month. He had not anticipated such a smooth house-hunting experience, initially believing it would take several days. He conducted a comprehensive cleaning of his own room. When afternoon arrived, after Dong Fong and Yang Yun returned, Su Yang informed them of his impending departure. Having shared a residence for a year, despite their limited interactions, they had formed a bond of sorts. Yang Yun was a good cook, and Su Yang had enjoyed a couple of meals courtesy of her when he first moved in, though he later felt too shy to ask for more. Dong Fong, looking puzzled, asked, "Xiao Yang, are you leaving Rong City?" "Yes. I need to move due to work reasons." "That's good." Dong Fong nodded, acknowledging the pressures of working in Rong City, but noting that at least there were opportunities here. Otherwise, he would have to relocate to a more developed coastal city. "Indeed," Su Yang replied. "I'd like to treat you both to a meal at a hot pot restaurant." "There's no need to spend money on us," Dong Fong replied, rolling up his sleeves. "This time I'll cook." Su Yang chuckled. "I've already made a reservation." "Very well then." By 7 o'clock, Chun-Li returned as well. Upon hearing that Su Yang was leaving, she too felt a tinge of reluctance, yet she refrained from voicing it. Chapter 38, A Farewell Feast. An unusual Chun-Li. The reserved hot pot restaurant was located on a nearby street, and it was quite decent. In August, Rome City had started to feel stiflingly hot, and their table was set outside, occasionally graced by a cooling breeze. From the next table, the sounds of men engaging in drinking games drifted over. As they enjoyed their hot pot, Dong Fong expressed a desire for chilled beer, and Su Yang and Chun-Li joined him in ordering some. There is something refreshing about sipping cold beer on a summer evening. After finishing a bottle, Dong Fong began discussing the recent rise in housing prices, lamenting about his own property situation, expressing concerns over the down payment and the risk of his building being delayed. He also touched upon the state of the renovation industry in Rome City, indicating the immense pressure he faced at work. Su Yang listened quietly, occasionally offering words of comfort to Dong Fong alongside Yang Yun. Eventually, Dong Fong, feeling a bit lightheaded, remarked, "I think I'm a bit drunk." Su Yang glanced at Chun-Li, who had been rather silent, and she said, "I've eaten enough." Yang Yun chimed in, "I'm also full. Shall we head back?" Dong Fong, though still somewhat coherent, swayed slightly and needed Yang Yun's support. Su Yang observed Chun-Li, who had also consumed several bottles of beer. She walked steadily, her head lowered. Upon returning to his room, Su Yang tidied up a bit, realizing he had little to take with him, just clothes, shoes, bedding, and a 4-year-old laptop that made a raucous noise every time it powered on. Turning on the air conditioning, he lay back on the familiar bed, unable to suppress memories of when he first arrived. Just as he was drifting off, a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. "Su Yang," came Chun-Li's voice from outside. "What is it? Did you go to take a shower?" "I'm done." "All right." Carrying a basin and his toiletries, Su Yang made his way to the bathroom. The steam lingered in the air, fragrant, reminiscent of Chun-Li's scent. It stirred something within him, as he had been diligently exercising and his body felt particularly robust lately. After washing up in a somewhat restless state, he returned to his room, locking the door behind him. To his astonishment, there lay a woman on his bed. It took him half a minute to regain his composure. He was certain he had closed the door securely, that left only 2 women in the apartment, Yang Yun and Chun-Li. "Chun-Li? Sister Chun-Li?" No response. "Is she drunk? Asleep? Wrapped in her blanket?" Su Yang approached the bed cautiously, pushing aside her disheveled hair. She was still sleeping on her stomach. He could see her lovely profile, her eyelids closed, long eyelashes brushing against her cheeks. "Sister Chun-Li?" Still no answer. "Sister Chun-Li, you've entered the wrong room." After a moment's hesitation, he decided to carry her back to her room. It wasn't he out of any sense of chivalry, but rather to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Just then, Chun-Li suddenly opened her eyes. "That little bit of alcohol. Did you think I'd be drunk?" Su Yang swallowed hard. "Then why are you in my room?" Sitting up, she knelt on the bed and gently wrapped her arms around his waist, whispering, "I just wanted to try it out. I want to cling to you." With that admission, Su Yang found it impossible to remain polite. He lunged at her. "Turn off the lights." Chun-Li urged softly. "I can't reach." "Really? I can't reach." In the end, it was Chun-Li who disregarded everything and turned off the lights. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yun emerged from her room. She curiously surveyed Su Yang's room, then glanced back at Chun-Li's room. A gentle push revealed that Chun-Li's door was only ajar. Noticing that Chun-Li was absent, Yang Yun began to piece together who was in Su Yang's room. She poured herself a glass of water and, after sipping half of it, "Couldn't he help but remark, 'Couldn't you keep it down?' I never expected Chun-Li to be so forward." Su Yang, she found it hard to believe. Returning to her room, she nudged her husband awake. What's wrong? Dong Fong mumbled, still half asleep. Time to fulfill your duties. I'm drunk. He quickly turned to face the wall. Humph. Do you think I don't know you're still awake? The next morning, at 7:30, Soo-young woke up on the dot, seeing the woman still wrapped around his waist, her head resting on his chest. He couldn't help but reminisce about the events of the previous night. He truly hadn't anticipated that Chun-Li would come to his room. As for what transpired, he certainly had no regrets. What was done was done. However, he also realized that it seemed to be Chun-Li's first time. He might have gone a bit overboard last night. Considering that apart from checking out today, he had no plans for the morning, Soo-young decided to indulge in some more sleep. He would address things once Chun-Li awoke. If he were to leave now, it would only appear as if he harbored guilty intentions. When Soo-young finally roused again, it was due to the movements of the person beside him. Awake? He yawned, having not enjoyed a leisurely morning in quite some time. When he turned his head, he saw Chun-Li struggling into her somewhat tattered nightgown. What time is it? She inquired. Soo-young glanced at his phone and replied, almost 10. Chun-Li turned her head, feigning annoyance. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Soo-young pretended to be innocent. I just woke up myself. My nightgown. This fabric is poor quality. Don't shop there again. She huffed. Chun-Li chose not to engage further, slipping into her slippers and glancing at the bedclothes. She swiftly began to drag the bedsheet out, inadvertently pulling Soo-young along as he rolled onto the soft bedding. What are you doing? He asked. Helping you wash the sheets. Chun-Li retorted, hastily wrapping the sheets together before exiting the room. Soo-young quickly donned his pants and followed her outside. At this hour, Dong Fong and his wife were certainly not around. Upon stepping out, he heard the ringing of a phone. Approaching Chun-Li's room, he observed her on a call. I'm sorry, I'll be there shortly, she said, ending the call to find the handsome man leaning against the doorframe, with his bare torso revealing well-defined muscles. Chun-Li found herself momentarily stunned. No wonder she had felt such pain. This guy was a beast. Soo-young casually inquired, was that a work call? Yes, she replied. Did you get reprimanded? Yes, Soo-young suggested. Given how late it is, why not take a day off? I can't. Things are hectic. Then just take a leave of absence, he urged. If your absence hampers the company's operations, it won't be long before it faces closure. Chun-Li fixed her gaze on him, suddenly falling silent. Just as Soo-young was about to continue, he noticed tears welling in her eyes. She quickly lowered her head, allowing tears to stream down her cheeks. Sighing, Soo-young sat beside her on the bed, gently stroking her disheveled hair. It was as if he had flicked a switch. Chun-Li suddenly embraced him, pushing him back onto the bed. Soon, Soo-young felt his abdomen becoming damp. Lying on Chun-Li's bed, one hand cradling his head and the other caressing her hair, he stared blankly at the ceiling. He sensed that he might have inadvertently triggered something in Chun-Li. Recalling their dinner outing with the Fong couple last night, he remembered how Chun-Li had been silent throughout, seemingly preoccupied with her thoughts. Chapter 39. This man has a modicum of conscience, but not much. Women, as it turns out, are made of water. Soo-young felt as though his abdomen was accumulating moisture. Initially warm, it soon turned cool. After a while, when Chun-Li had perhaps cried enough, she softly spoke. Do you know why I am crying? Soo-young ventured a guess. Is it work-related? Could it not be about you? She retorted. You seemed quite happy yesterday. Easy on the pressure. Don't pinch. You're aware of pain. Yet last night, when I was in pain, you didn't stop. Better to endure short pain than long. I'm doing this for your own good. Chuckling at his twisted logic, Chun-Li felt her emotions shift, as if the weight on her heart had lightened. My recent performance has been poor. Soo-young nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain quiet. The company is laying off employees, and the director plans to transfer me to another position. Why? Typically, those who are transferred end up on the layoff list. Many colleagues have departed this way. Why the intention? Soo-young seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. There are clients that can be secured, but I haven't pursued them. Is your director threatening you? That seems to be the case. Has a client shown interest in you? Soo-young could think of no other reason. There have been implications. Chun-Li sighed. Do you think the finance sector is pristine? Yesterday, she had wished to give her first time to a man she found appealing, intending to throw caution to the wind, as if bitten by a dog. If you're unwilling, then resign. Soo-young suggested, this job isn't worth clinging to. And then you'll support me? Chun-Li raised her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Her eyes, red from crying and lashes glued together, along with a slightly haggard complexion and tousled hair, gave her a poignant, fragile beauty. The contrast between her current appearance and her previous image as a career woman was stark. However, Soo-young found himself momentarily at a loss. Didn't we agree that there wouldn't be any obligations? He hurriedly declined. I can't support you. I can't. Dog man. Chun-Li cursed. Unfazed by the insult, Soo-young reflected that she had indeed bitten him before. After a moment, he asked, what is your current salary? Why? She replied, just curious. It's just over 10,000 now, she quietly explained. I used to earn quite a lot in loans and mortgages. I can't support you, but I can arrange a job for you with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, a 9-to-5 schedule. Su-Yang thought little of exploiting the system. If Chun-Li were to marry another man, he might wish her well in his heart. However, the thought of her entertaining clients did not sit well with him. Chun-Li scoffed. Do you think I would care? If your capabilities were exceptional, earning 20 or 30,000 a month wouldn't be impossible. Su-Yang smiled. Like the 3 managers at Xingho Fitness, several excellent trainers, and the manager of my hot pot restaurant all earn that much. Chun-Li was taken aback. She hadn't expected Su-Yang to offer such high salaries to his employees. Was the fitness center and hot pot restaurant really that profitable? All right. Su-Yang rose from the bed. If you wish to come work, just give me a call. With that, he exited Chun-Li's room, casually closing the door behind him. Chun-Li stared blankly at the door, unable to suppress her internal monologue. This man possesses a slight conscience, but not much. After taking a shower and dressing, Su-Yang made his way downstairs, bringing breakfast for Chun-Li. After packing his belongings, he sent a message to Ma Ran. Bored and restless, he wrapped up the heavy 10-pound comforter. This comforter as cotton had been brought back by his mother from Xinjiang several years ago. After the new year, when they visited Rongqing, his mother had insisted he take it along. Before leaving, she had cautioned him not to be like his father, losing items along the way. Even if the comforter was no longer needed, he should bring it back. 20 minutes later, the landlord arrived, an overweight woman in her 50s. As she inspected the room, she casually inquired why Su-Yang was leaving. Su-Yang explained that he was transitioning to a new job and desired a change in his living environment. In response, the landlady praised him for his decision and promptly returned his 600 yuan deposit. Su-Yang also mentioned the 2 large suitcases he had, returning the 2 keys to the landlady. Sister Chun-Li, I'm off. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, Chun-Li finally opened the door. She had changed into a light-colored floral long dress, donned a pair of pink flip-flops, and although she had tidied her hair slightly, it still appeared somewhat disheveled. If you're coming over, just give me a call. Chun-Li nodded, neither confirming nor denying. As Su-Yang closed the door behind him, he turned to find the landlady wearing an expression brimming with curiosity. Little Su, you truly have an eye for talent. This girl Chun-Li is quite remarkable. Su-Yang clarified, we are merely ordinary friends. Really? The landlady's face bore skepticism. Of course it's true. The landlady could discern no hint of deception from Su-Yang's countenance. Auntie, could you help me with this? Su-Yang handed a suitcase filled with clothes to the landlady. She immediately expressed reluctance. Why don't you ask Chun-Li for assistance? Although Su-Yang was indeed handsome, she was unwilling to do labor for him. Su-Yang rummaged through his pocket, producing a card and a discount coupon. Here is a coupon for the famous Zhoushiang beef hot pot at Feda Plaza, offering a discount of 40 yuan on purchases over 200 yuan. And this is a 7-day trial pass for Xingho Gym beside the Rongqing Hyatt, where I've heard the weight loss classes are exceptional, plus there's free fruit. Auntie, I'm already quite rounded. No need for weight loss, the landlady remarked. Yet she still accepted Su-Yang's coupon and gym pass, helping him carry his luggage toward the elevator. Su-Yang, with his notebook slung over his shoulder, followed closely behind, managing his suitcase and a bedding package. Trailing the landlady, he observed her trembling flesh and sincerely hoped she would embrace fitness, shed some weight, and attain a healthier body. Ideally, she would purchase more personal training sessions to reimburse him for a year's rent. Around 11 in the morning, Su-Yang finally settled into the spacious apartment. The room had been meticulously cleaned, with even the dust sheets neatly stored away in the closet. Reclining on the balcony, he gazed at the verdant trees, charming villas, and the winding river, alongside the man-made lake adorned with blooming lotus flowers, which lifted his spirits immensely, although the sun was somewhat harsh. Just as he returned to the sofa in the living room, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noted the caller ID, security guard Zhang Shuming from Chenhui Mall in the high-tech zone. With a spark of recollection, he recalled the individual. This was a matter from the 17th of last month. Brother Zhang? Zhang Shuming greeted cheerfully. Boss Su, do you remember me? Of course, how could I forget? Su-Yang possessed an extraordinary memory. Moreover, he had previously gifted 1,000 yuan. He casually remarked as he settled onto the sofa. Has that Japanese cuisine restaurant finally closed down? Yes, I saw they put up a sign for lease. Zhang Shuming responded with enthusiasm. I just saw it and immediately called you. All right, I'll be there shortly. Boss Su, as you said, as long as the information is accurate. It's certainly no problem. Chapter 40, The Informing Security Guard. The Restaurant for Lease. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su-Yang, accompanied by Guofeng and Jianwei, arrived at Chenhui Mall. Despite having engaged in a fierce battle with Chun-Li the previous night, Su-Yang felt no fatigue whatsoever. In fact, he felt even more invigorated mentally. Although it was still afternoon, there was a considerable flow of people at Chenhui Mall, the largest shopping center in Rongqing's high-tech zone. conveniently located not far from Su Yang's Xingho high-tech store. Recently, the government of Japan had unilaterally initiated the discharge of contaminated water from the Fukushima plant into the ocean, prompting Huagua to announce a comprehensive suspension of imports of aquatic products originating from Japan, including edible aquatic animals. This was an existential blow to Japanese cuisine brands. Even if those restaurants claimed that the aquatic products they used were not sourced from Japan, it made little difference. When Su Yang had visited Chinhui Mall last month, he had noticed that particular Japanese restaurant, while other dining establishments thrived, it remained eerily quiet. Utilizing his business acumen, he discerned that if this restaurant were to transform into a Zhoushiang beef hot pot establishment, its business would likely not fare worse than the one at Feda Plaza, albeit the transfer fee was somewhat steep. After all, he was the one approaching them for the transfer. It would be inappropriate for him to haggle excessively. At the time, since his hot pot restaurant at Feda Plaza had only just opened, he resolved to wait a little longer. Zhang Shuming, the mall's patrolling security guard, was conveniently on duty on the second floor. Su Yang gathered information regarding the Japanese restaurant's situation and, upon learning that its business had been dismal over the past few months, handed Zhang Shuming 1,000 yuan, asking him to keep an eye on the restaurant. If it were to go up for transfer, he needed to be informed immediately, promising a bonus for his assistance. Su Yang had merely set up a watchful eye, not anticipating such swift results. Upon arriving at the second floor of the mall, Su Yang spotted Zhang Shuming. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a sallow complexion, pronounced dark circles under his eyes, and a protruding belly. Dressed in a security uniform, he resembled a character straight out of an old film. Upon seeing Su Yang, he was momentarily taken aback, but Su Yang took the initiative to smile. "Brother Zhang, right? I'm Su Yang." "Hello, Boss Su." Zhang Shuming promptly greeted him. Su Yang glanced at the Japanese restaurant, which indeed displayed a sign indicating it was for lease. He pulled out his phone and said, "Here, let me transfer the money to you." "So straightforward," Zhang Shuming exclaimed with delight, quickly retrieving his device. Moments ago, he had been somewhat worried that Su Yang might not honor his word. Upon receiving 3,000 yuan, Zhang Shuming's face lit up with a broad grin, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth. "Boss, do you have any further instructions?" Now that he had received the payment, Zhang Shuming was exceedingly courteous towards Su Yang. Su Yang replied with a smile, "The rest is my responsibility." Guofeng and Jian Wei exchanged glances, instantly understanding that their boss had long been eyeing the restaurant. They couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. "Please wait a moment. I have some matters to contemplate," Su Yang informed Guofeng and Jian Wei. "Of course, boss." The two had no objections. Near the entrance of the Japanese restaurant, Su Yang found a spot to sit and furrowed his attractive brow, appearing deep in thought. Security guard Zhang Shuming stood nearby, wearing a beaming smile, not leaving the vicinity. Several young girls passing by caught sight of Su Yang and couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. However, they hesitated to interrupt him, fearing he might not appreciate the intrusion. Guofeng observed the Japanese restaurant and noted the bustling business of other dining establishments, remarking to Jian Wei, "This Japanese restaurant occupies a prime location on the second floor. It's immediately visible upon ascending the stairs. If a hot pot restaurant were to open here, it surely wouldn't perform worse than mine." "Indeed," Jian Wei nodded, feeling a burgeoning excitement. Guofeng glanced at Su Yang, who remained lost in thought, and remarked, "I must say, the boss truly has a discerning eye for choosing locations. He firmly believes that this location is ideally suited for a hot pot restaurant." Just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a considerable flow of shoppers begins to circulate through the mall. The second floor is entirely occupied by dining establishments, all of which are thriving. 10 minutes later, Su Yang rubbed his temples and waved to Guofeng and Jian Wei, leading them into a Japanese cuisine restaurant. After a round of negotiations, the owner of the restaurant ultimately agreed to transfer the establishment to Su Yang for a fee of 300,000, which also encompassed this month's rent. Su Yang was reluctant to push the price too low, considering the prime location of the establishment. They were not in a hurry to relinquish it. The entire negotiation was swift and efficient, requiring little time for back-and-forth discussions. Guofeng felt that Su Yang's offer was perfectly aligned with the owner's minimum psychological price. Most of the equipment and furnishings in the Japanese cuisine restaurant would be of no use to the hot pot establishment. After consulting with Guofeng, Su Yang decided against taking over those items and allowed the restaurant owner to handle them instead. Subsequently, Su Yang inquired about the salary situation of the restaurant's employees. He had noticed that most of the staff were young, predominantly female. Upon learning that these servers earned even less than those at his own hot pot restaurant, he was inclined to consider integrating them into his team. Recruiting new employees would undoubtedly require considerable effort, and since most positions in the hot pot restaurant lacked specialized skills, he could simply transfer a couple of servers from Zhoushiang Hot Pot to train them later. The restaurant owner was quite accommodating upon discovering Su Yang's interest in his staff. When he learned that Su Yang was willing to increase their monthly salary by 1,000 and would also pay them for this month, all but 2 chefs proficient in Japanese cuisine opted to stay. After exchanging contact information with them through Jianwei, Su Yang exited the mall and asked Guofeng, "Manager Gua, how much do you estimate the renovation of that restaurant will cost? Should the owner aim for a luxurious design, or we should strive to economize?" Su Yang was not inclined to allocate excessive funds for renovations. It should be manageable within 250,000. Guofeng mused, "The restaurant's current decor is already quite upscale. We won't need major alterations, just some decorations." The kitchen was already designed for food service, so only minor adjustments are necessary, with the remaining costs pertaining to tables, chairs, and equipment. Su Yang then inquired, "How long do you think it will take?" Guofeng replied, "If we work expeditiously, we can wrap it up in a month." "Manager Gua, can you oversee the renovations?" Guofeng hesitated. "Boss, this time we may need to hire a renovation company. I can manage everything else." Previously, he had handled the renovations for the Fada Plaza location since it was already a hot pot venue, requiring minimal modifications. However, to push further would pose a challenge for Guofeng. A renovation company? Su Yang couldn't help but recall his recent drinking companion, Dongfeng. Start with a simple design. Considering that even if the takeover of the Japanese cuisine restaurant proceeded smoothly, he would still need to allow a few days for the previous owner to vacate. Su Yang added, "I'll reach out to the renovation company." All right. Su Yang then turned to Jianwei. "Jianwei, please visit their employee dormitory over the next couple of days and foster a rapport with them. You will be responsible for them in the future." Jianwei responded cheerfully, "Sure thing, boss." The following day, Su Yang signed various agreements with the owner of the Japanese cuisine restaurant at the property management office. A 3-year lease agreement, with the option to sublease. The restaurant spans 250 square meters, with a monthly rent of 50,000. Excluding this month's rent, Su Yang also paid various property fees, entrance fees, and a deposit, totaling 70,000. Additionally, he successfully negotiated a 1-month rent-free period for renovations, saving him another 50,000. In total, Su Yang's account diminished by 370,000. Nonetheless, after finalizing all these arrangements, Su Yang felt quite pleased. There was no other reason. If he did not secure this restaurant promptly, someone else surely would. However, reflecting on how busy he had been, only to find a second hot pot location by the following month, he felt a tinge of helplessness. Prime locations for establishments were exceedingly rare and often required a stroke of luck. His good fortune had come through hard work. If he wished to expand his hot pot business swiftly, he would need to adjust his standards for location selection. Su Yang mused, in fact, a restaurant that earns 70,000 a month seems quite appealing, even if it pales in comparison to the two at Fada Plaza and Chenwei Mall. Fortunately, other restaurateurs were oblivious to Su Yang's thoughts. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly harbor a strong animosity towards him. Chapter 41. Su Yang's Rapid Expansion Plans. Chun Li's Thrill. Last month, Su Yang spent the majority of his time searching for suitable locations for a hot pot restaurant. Recently, numerous dining establishments have closed, leading to a plethora of prime spaces available for lease. Although most of these so-called prime spots are often traps, Su Yang diligently scoured the culinary streets of Rome City, seeking those that were available for rent yet had not yet opened. Some of these locations were indeed fit for a hot pot restaurant. However, after establishing his restaurant at Fada Plaza, his expectations had risen slightly. He no longer found standard venues appealing. Moreover, renovations typically took considerable time, and he preferred to capitalize on others' misfortunes. Yet now, Su Yang felt it was necessary to relax his criteria. The expansion of gyms proved difficult. While hot pot restaurants could flourish rapidly, he no longer needed to be overly concerned about whether the hot pot restaurant could yield substantial profits. His primary objective should be to elevate his rank to level 3 and increase the number of employees at the hot pot restaurant to 100. At that point, the restaurant's buffs would enhance, and his business would naturally thrive. With this calculation in mind, Su Yang retrieved his phone and consulted the map to locate the marked position. His phone's map had become densely populated with annotations. He occasionally thought of Chun-Li, but it was merely fleeting thoughts. After all, he had entrusted her with the decision-making power. How Chun-Li chose to proceed was beyond his influence. They had agreed that he would not be responsible. He felt he had acted with a clear conscience. At Wanla Financial, the atmosphere in the large office was somewhat oppressive. Those who could venture out to secure business had already done so. Meanwhile, those remaining were inundated with a barrage of phone calls. Encountering polite individuals, they would either decline the services or hang up directly. Confronted with impatience, some would resort to outright curses. Chun-Li sat at her desk, resting her head in her hands, lost in thought. A girl beside her, wearing black-rimmed glasses, gently pinched her thigh. Chun-Li jumped in surprise. Noticing that it was the girl beside her playing a prank, she exhaled in relief and reproached, Zhang Yan, you nearly scared me to death. Just having a bit of fun. Zhang Yan chuckled. By the way, Chun-Li, have you changed your skincare products recently? You seem to have a healthier glow. Chun-Li touched her face, feeling a slight flush. She couldn't explain the reason and could only offer a vague response. Perhaps it's due to better sleep quality lately. Where were you yesterday? It seemed you didn't come to work. I stayed home. I thought you were out chasing business. Zhang Yan sighed, resting her head on the desk. Feeling that her time here might be limited due to her poor performance in sales, Chun-Li gently advised, you are still young, with ample opportunities ahead. Zhang Yan, feeling dispirited, replied, what opportunities can there be? I missed the prime moment. Zhang Yan had joined in the latter half of the previous year, only to encounter an industry downturn. She then quietly inquired, I heard Brother Wang mention that he easily made 300,000 to 400,000 a few years ago. Is that true? How much has Sister Chun-Li earned? At that moment, the supervisor approached Chun-Li, speaking in a rather brusque tone. Chun-Li, come to my office. The director is waiting for you. With a slight nod, Chun-Li rose and followed the supervisor into the office. Before long, those remaining in the office could hear the sound of a heated argument between three individuals. Many who were on the phone put down their devices, captivated by the unfolding drama. As the confrontation escalated, it appeared that Chun-Li was gaining the upper hand, with the supervisor and director seemingly rendered speechless. Yet, they could still faintly hear remarks along the lines of, you go do it yourselves. We have clients who prefer men. Why don't you go sell yourselves or undergo gender reassignment? After a few minutes, the office door swung open. Chun-Li emerged with a smile, standing tall and confident, as if she had just clinched a significant deal. Her composed demeanor evoked admiration among many young colleagues, who never anticipated that she would suddenly unleash her wrath upon both the supervisor and the director. However, whispers circulated among the crowd, suggesting, Chun-Li must be under immense pressure. Perhaps she will leave soon. What a pity. Are you interested in Chun-Li? Though she can be a bit fierce, she is undeniably attractive. Have you seen the girls in the marketing department? I've heard their quality is on the rise. Are you treating me? I'm broke. What a coincidence. I'm broke too. Haha. It seems Chun-Li appears completely unfazed. Our company has many affluent individuals. They genuinely don't care about this job. Yet their performance is exceptional, unlike our unfortunate selves. Chun-Li has been with the company for several years. I haven't seen any signs of her background. Perhaps she is just adept at hiding it? Maybe she is involved with a wealthy benefactor. Chun-Li doesn't seem like that type. If she were, she would have left long ago and wouldn't still be here. Let us just make that call. Returning to her desk, Chun-Li sank into her office chair, exhaling a long, satisfying breath. What a relief. Truly, what a relief. She felt as though every cell in her body was fervently exhaling. After delivering a scathing rebuke to the supervisor and director, Chun-Li sensed that the grievances and frustrations she had accumulated over the past 6 months had dissipated entirely. Reflecting on her previously precarious emotional state, she felt as if the clouds had parted, revealing clear skies. Initially, she had not intended to erupt. However, they had treated her like a naive fool, one playing the villain while the other feigned innocence. Although she had been hesitant to express her anger, considering how much she needed this job, the thought of Su Yang's promise ignited her indignation, and she exploded. Getting bitten by a dog? That's easy to say. Why don't you go get bitten by one yourselves? Sister Chun-Li, are you all right? Zhang Yan asked, her concern evident. I'm fine. Chun-Li replied with a smile. Are you planning to leave? Zhang Yan cautiously probed. Sort of, Chun-Li acknowledged. She had faith in Su Yang's abilities and promises, though the prospect of facing what lay ahead was daunting. Each time she thought of it, her emotions became tangled. She might not necessarily seek out Su Yang, but he undeniably represented her safety net. That is wonderful, Zhang Yan exclaimed, though a tinge of sadness lingered within her. Without Chun-Li around, she would have few friends left in the company. The day after leasing the Island Cuisine restaurant, Su Yang arrived at the Hot Pot restaurant in Fada Square at 9:30 a.m. All the employees were present, eagerly awaiting the morning meeting. Considering the revenue from the previous month, Su Yang felt quite buoyant. Having opened the restaurant for just half a month in July, they had conducted promotional events for 7 days. The remaining days had allowed them to recoup the rent, utilities, and even part of the labor costs. The prospect of August's earnings only heightened his optimism. Upon entering the Hot Pot restaurant, a hush fell over the crowd as all eyes turned to him. Yet Su Yang felt no trepidation. After a few introductory remarks, he swiftly got to the point. I am quite pleased with your performance. I have observed your enthusiasm and your service attitude towards customers, so I will be awarding each of you an additional 1,000 yuan bonus. Ah, thank you, boss. You are generous. The employees, whose monthly salaries ranged from 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, could hardly contain their joy. The receptionist, Tan Jiasen, exclaimed, the boss is so handsome. This elicited laughter from many, as the youthful crowd, predominantly comprised of young women, contributed to an upbeat atmosphere. Su Yang raised his hands, and the chatter gradually quieted down. Though he often appeared somewhat stern, he commanded respect at the hot pot restaurant. There was no escaping the fact that Su Yang was still quite young, similar in age to many of his employees, making it inconvenient to manage a group of peers. He preferred to maintain a certain distance. If you can continue to uphold your excellent service attitude and maintain enthusiasm for your work, I will consider allocating 20% of the monthly profits as rewards for you. The employees erupted in excitement. Only Guofeng and Jianwei were not particularly surprised, as Su Yang had discussed it with them beforehand. They had no objections, after all. It was the boss's money. Moreover, this generous approach would likely boost employee motivation, facilitating management. Following the promotional events, the restaurant was thriving, and maintaining this momentum could potentially allow for bonuses of 2,000 yuan or more each month. As Su Yang observed the employees' eyes glistening with anticipation, especially among the waitstaff, he recognized the significance of even 2,000 yuan. In the surrounding counties near Rongqing, monthly salaries hovered around 3,000 yuan, even those with formal positions. Aside from various benefits, often earned only 3,000 to 4,000 monthly. Prior to Su Yang's decision to raise their salaries, many employees were receiving 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Working in a hot pot restaurant was no easy task, even for ordinary waitstaff. During peak hours, they found themselves overwhelmed with customers. Those who managed to stay at the hot pot restaurant were typically diligent, hard-working individuals. Su Yang's employees were relatively young, and he wished to ensure they were not at a disadvantage. After all, they were all benefiting from the system. Why not share the wealth? If the hot pot restaurant's business continued to flourish, that 2,000 could potentially become 3,000 or even 4,000. If you can satisfy both me and the store manager, I wouldn't hesitate to allocate 30 to 40% of the profits as rewards for you. Su Yang addressed the crowd. So, do you know what you need to do? Provide excellent service? Enthusiastic service? Retain customers? Work diligently? A chorus of somewhat scattered responses followed. Indeed, it is imperative to work diligently, serve with enthusiasm, and retain our customers. Su Yang nodded, yet he remained somewhat dissatisfied. You must shout louder, with spirit, and in unison. Tan Jiasin proclaimed. Work earnestly, serve passionately, retain customers. Work earnestly, serve passionately. The other employees quickly joined in, echoing her words. Soon, those usually reserved and reticent employees, including Jianwei, were swept up by the fervor, joining the chorus. Ultimately, Guofeng, along with Chef Ding Hani and Li Junpei, participated as well. Initially, they were hesitant, considering Su Yang's presence, as they were all men in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. However, once they began to shout, they too were quickly caught up in the enthusiasm. The entire hot pot restaurant resonated with exuberance, creating a fervent atmosphere. Employees from neighboring dining establishments curiously glanced towards Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot, pondering what commotion was unfolding. Had it not been a hot pot restaurant, but rather a residential area, they might have reported the ruckus with a mere phone call. All right, Su Yang waved his hand, and the shouts gradually subsided. Some employees' cheeks were flushed from the exertion, while others had slightly hoarse voices. Their gazes directed at Su Yang were filled with excitement and fervor. Now, let Manager Guo arrange the work. Su Yang stepped down from his position, only to receive a system notification. Ding. Loyalty of Tan Jiasin, Zhu Zixuan, and others at Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot has increased to 90. And you have received a cash reward of 160,000. Such a remarkable turn of events. Su Yang counted and discovered that 3 employees had indeed elevated their loyalty to 90. Observing the other employees, he noted a significant increase in their loyalty as well. Thus, it appeared that the swift enhancement of loyalty could be attributed to a combination of financial incentives and some form of psychological persuasion. Should he consider adopting methods akin to those employed by insurance companies for early morning classes? Perhaps organizing some activities would prove beneficial? Guofeng's address was succinct and efficient, quickly concluding his speech and organizing the tasks. Just as Su Yang intended to leave, he noticed a short, plump girl at the kitchen entrance speaking with Guofeng. Approaching to listen, he realized she was resigning and inquiring if Guofeng could advance her salary. Su Yang recognized this girl, Li Sihong, 20 years old, a high school graduate. Known for her industriousness, what left a lasting impression on him was her 2 quick little legs. There was a time when, after standing for an extended period, she had hidden in a corner, massaging her legs. Resigning? Su Yang queried, puzzled. Li Sihong, why do you wish to leave? He glanced at her loyalty level, which stood at 87. Though not unwaveringly loyal, it was certainly close. She possessed a strong sense of belonging, making her departure seem illogical. At that moment, the cleaning staff nearby turned their attention to them. Guofeng responded. Her father broke his leg yesterday afternoon, apparently suffering a comminuted fracture. She needs to return home to care for him. What about your mother? Li Sihong lowered her head, falling silent. Su Yang sensed he had perhaps misspoken and swiftly changed the topic. Does your father have insurance? Apparently not. Li Sihong replied softly. He thinks the insurance available in the village is too expensive, and I believe he didn't pay last year. Will you have enough money? I should be able to scrape together enough. Su Yang contemplated for a moment and asked, once your father recovers, will you return? Will the boss still want me? Li Sihong asked, astonished. Su Yang smiled. If you wish to return, I would certainly welcome you back. Honestly, if not for dire circumstances, she would not have left Joseon. She had hesitated for quite a while earlier. However, her father required care during his hospitalization, and her grandparents were too elderly to stay up late. Her relatives would not be able to watch over her father for a month or two. Suddenly, Su Yang inquired, how much money do you have now? 50,000. Su Yang was slightly taken aback. Without the assistance of the system, this girl had more savings than he did. A comminuted fracture would surely require more than 50,000. Su Yang produced his phone and said, I'll lend you an additional 100,000. Huh, what are you surprised about? Su Yang urged, it's a loan, and it must be repaid. Today, the employees of Joseon had brought him an impressive 13,000, uplifting his spirits. Boss, that is not permissible. There's nothing wrong with it. I have plenty of money. Su Yang responded casually. However, you must write a proper IOU. I will expect repayment when you return to work. Guofeng chimed in. When the boss lends you money, you should accept it. You don't have to spend it all. Any leftover can be returned. Tan Jiesen added, exactly. Sihong, just accept it. Take it, Li Sihong. Accept it. That 50,000 surely isn't enough. Indeed, borrowing from the boss is far better than resorting to predatory online loans. The other employees gathered around, all urging Li Sihong. The girls who lived with Li Sihong were already aware of her impending departure, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the collective persuasion. Li Sihong finally pulled out her phone and accepted Su Yang's transfer of 100,000, properly handing him an IOU formatted as Guofeng had taught her. Su Yang did not charge her interest. High interest would portray him as heartless, while low interest would make him seem miserly. Thank you, boss. Li Sihong deeply bowed to Su Yang. When she raised her head again, her eyes were already brimming with tears. Su Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions welling within him, and patted her shoulder, advising, remember, don't resort to online loans, understand? If you truly find yourself short on funds, you can approach Manager Gua. He will notify me. And remember to purchase the medical insurance that the village is promoting this year. Upon hearing this, Li Sihong's tears began to flow uncontrollably. She choked, boss, I will return. Go on. Watching her leave, Su Yang turned to find Tan Jiesen beside him, wiping her tears. Her makeup was in disarray. Glancing at the others, he noticed she was not alone in her tears. This group of girls seemed excessively sentimental, didn't they? However, what about that man? Wasn't he Zhou Zichuan? Why did he also appear on the verge of tears? Ding. Loyalty of Guofeng at Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot has increased to 90, and you have acquired level 1 management skills for the hot pot restaurant. Ding. Loyalty of Li Sihong, Jiang Mingxin, Su Ling, Zhang Yang, and others at Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot has increased to 90, and you have received a cash reward of 120. 000. Ding. Loyalty of Zhou Zichuan at Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot has increased to 90, and you have obtained a dream card discount card from Zhou Zichuan. Su Yang had not anticipated such a strong reaction from the group. However, the 100,000 he had just lent out had returned to him, which pleased him greatly. His finances were quite tight. As for the level 1 management skills for the hot pot restaurant, he was also quite pleased. After all, skills never weigh one down. But what exactly was Zhou Zichuan's dream card discount card? Guofeng urged, what are you all standing around for? Get back to work. Yes, understood. The group of employees hurried back to their tasks. However, Guofeng could distinctly sense their renewed vigor in their work. Su Yang arrived at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, his gaze fixated on the car purchase discount card. Zhou Zichuan's dream car purchase discount card. A 90 discount on domestic cars, a 50 discount on joint venture cars, and no discount on imported cars. After using the card, the funds will be deducted, and the car can be collected within 3 days. Good heavens. This discount allows one to acquire domestic cars at a mere 10 of their price and joint venture cars at 50. Yet, why is there such a disparity in treatment between domestic and joint venture cars compared to imported ones? Furthermore, why can't Zhou Zichuan be a bit more audacious in his dreams? Wouldn't it be splendid if everything were available at 1,001 or even 0,001? He could surely obtain a luxury car worth millions. Noticing Guofeng stepping out as well, Su Yang casually inquired, is Zhou Zichuan fond of cars? Yes, indeed. Just the other day, he was arguing with Lao Ding in the kitchen about whether domestic cars or joint venture cars are superior. Guofeng added, however, he takes his work seriously. It's normal to chat a bit in the kitchen. He favors domestic cars? Su Yang asked. Yes. Guofeng chuckled. Liaoding believes that domestic cars are inadequate and insists that joint venture cars guarantee quality, while Zhou Zichuan feels it's commendable to support domestic brands. Su Yang nodded, glancing at the discount card. Domestic cars are indeed quite good. Liaoding also supported them back in the day. Gazing at the pristine street, Guofeng continued. But the domestic car he bought gave him quite a headache. He claimed that if he weren't in the restaurant business, he could have easily become a mechanic. At that time, domestic cars really did have quality issues, and it's not entirely his fault. Su Yang chuckled, I'm just making casual conversation. His primary aim was to comprehend the principles behind the drop of special items. After all, this was his first encounter with a car purchase card. Once seated in Ma Ran's car, en route to the Xingho Fitness Qinglong District outlet, he casually asked, Ma Ran, which domestic car is preferable at this stage? Is the boss considering buying a car? Ma Ran replied, there is such an intention. Ever since obtaining my driver's license, I haven't driven much. Who wouldn't want a car of their own? The main issue is the lack of funds. After acquiring the Golden Finger system, his finances were rather tight. He preferred to invest his money in the business to generate more revenue. He had a desire to purchase a car worth over 100,000, yet felt it was neither here nor there in terms of status. After all, he had achieved a certain level of success in his career. Fortunately, he now possessed the car purchase discount card. What price range are you looking at? Between 1 million and 2 million. His psychological price range was 10 to 20,000. As for joint venture cars, he wouldn't even consider them. $1 million domestic car was undoubtedly more appealing than a 20,000 joint venture car. Ma Ran gazed at him in surprise, marveling at his boss's prowess. Are you certain you want to buy a domestic car? Of course, I support domestic products. Su Yang declared with conviction. Do you prefer electric cars? Either is fine. Su Yang was indifferent to electric or gasoline vehicles, as he had rarely driven. Finding charging stations in Rongqing was relatively easy, even within his residential area. He had previously driven a Coach S Santana and his Uncle S Ford when he first got his license, but those memories felt quite distant now. I've heard the U8 is quite impressive, Ma Ran said with a smile. The BBD's new energy off-road vehicle boasts 2 top-tier technologies, the Easy Square and the Yunyuan P intelligent hydraulic body control system. And it can even float in emergencies and turn on the spot. Speaking of cars, Ma Ran was a veritable fountain of knowledge, clearly a true car enthusiast. How much is this vehicle? Su Yang recalled that it was priced over $1 million, a rarity among domestic luxury cars. However, the exact price eluded him. The luxury version should retail around $1.26 million. Su Yang nodded, that's rather affordable. Less than 130,000? Just earlier, the employees contributed exactly that amount. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Ma Ran rolled down the window to catch some fresh air, seeking to regain his composure. Once settled, he continued. The U9 is also quite good, a sports electric car, perhaps more suitable for a young person like you. The official price is $1.68 million, but it's not yet available for delivery. You might have to wait half a year. Su Yang glanced at the car purchase card, realizing that purchasing the U9 would indeed require a wait of several months. By then, he figured he could afford to pay in full, rendering the discount card unnecessary. I can't wait that long. I'll opt for the U8. He had a vague recollection of the U8, occasionally spotting it on the bustling streets of Rongqing. Although it was an off-road vehicle, it also had a luxury urban version, making it perfectly suitable for city driving. If he were to buy the U9 now, he was somewhat reluctant. Firstly, the nearly 200,000 price tag was slightly painful. Secondly, the 6-month wait was unappealing. Lastly, sports cars only accommodate 2 passengers, which wasn't very convenient. While a sports car could be useful for courting, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to focus on one's career instead? If he truly wanted to attract someone, surely charm would suffice? Chapter 44. Young man, be wary of the landlord of this establishment. Reflecting on relationships. Su Yang's thoughts drifted to Chun-Li, stirring a sense of restless energy within him, as he opened the window to let in the cool breeze. The car purchase card in his hand transformed into specks of white light, dissipating into nothingness. Simultaneously, a plethora of data regarding the U8 materialized before him. He selected the paint color he preferred, obsidian black, chose gray for the interior, and opted for all top-tier configurations. After finalizing his selections, $1.26 million was deducted from his account. Gazing at his account balance of $1.08 million, Su Yang felt a pang of concern over his finances. Closing his eyes, he transferred 300,000 to both the Xingho Fitness Qinglong District and High-Tech District accounts. Subsequently, he sent another 200,000 to the Xingho Fitness Beda Street outlet, leaving him with only 380,000. Transferring money was essential, due to his recent salary increase. The funds for salaries at the High-Tech District and Beda Street outlets were running low. As for the Xingho Fitness Qinglong District, they were primarily responsible for promotional plans. necessitating the production and purchase of various advertisements and event materials. Looking at the remaining 380,000, Su Yang felt no urgency. In just a few days, all 4 stores would disperse salaries. The thought struck him as somewhat amusing. Here he was, a boss, eagerly anticipating the payday on the 7th, much like his employees. He took out his phone, found Dong Feng's contact, and dialed. Su Yang, what is up? Dong Feng asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Brother Dong, I have a small renovation project, perhaps around 100,000. Are you interested? Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Of course, I'm interested. Dong Feng inquired over the phone. What is the project about? Transforming a Japanese cuisine restaurant into a hot pot restaurant. It's quite urgent, ideally to be completed this month. Is it for a friend? It's mine. Su Yang replied with a chuckle. Yours? Why didn't you mention it before? I intended to. But you were so engrossed in your conversation that I couldn't get a word in. Upon hearing this, Dong Feng recalled that day's scene and felt a bit sheepish. As usual, he channeled his surplus energy into a vigorous workout at the gym. That afternoon, Su Yang headed to Beida Street. He had noticed that the storefront near Beida Street was still available for rent, and upon arriving at the location, he was relieved to see that the rental notice had not yet been removed. This establishment boasts a dual street frontage and an estimated area of no less than 250 square meters. In front of the shop, there lies a rather spacious open area. Judging by the situation of nearby businesses, it seems feasible to set up outdoor seating. Surrounding the shop are various barbecue venues, skewered delights, fish hot pot, frog hot pot, and other restaurants, indicating that this vicinity is a particularly attractive dining street. Nearby are residential complexes constructed a decade ago, with a remarkably high occupancy rate, as well as a public parking lot. At that time, Su Yang did not utilize his business simulation skills and directly set his sights on this shop. However, he felt that the profit margins were somewhat meager, significantly inferior to the performance of the hot pot restaurant at Fada Plaza, which deterred him from making an immediate commitment. After more than a month of diligent investigation, he now believes that a shop earning around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan monthly might not be such a bad prospect. Gazing at the sign of Zhang's Skewers, Su Yang found himself curious about how the previous owner managed to drive the business into the ground, especially given its advantageous location. Could it be that the flavor was simply subpar? That seemed to be the most plausible explanation. Just as he alighted from his vehicle and prepared to dial the number left by the landlord, an elderly gentleman from the adjacent convenience store approached, fanning himself with a palm leaf. The kindly old man inquired with a smile, "Young man, are you interested in renting this shop?" "Yes. I think the location is quite decent." Su Yang replied, puzzled, "Is this shop yours?" "Not mine." The old man replied, "Oh, if you wish to rent this shop for business, you must be cautious of the landlord." "How so?" Su Yang set down his phone, intrigued by the old man's words. He had employed business simulation techniques and found no issues. Previously, this establishment was known as Zhang's Skewers, renowned for its delightful flavors and reasonable prices, favored by locals, and enjoying robust business. Indeed, Su Yang listened intently. However, upon seeing the success of the business, the landlord evicted them and continued to operate under their name. Su Yang inquired further, "Then why is it not open now?" "Huh." The old man chuckled, relishing the tale. The taste was poor, the service lacking, and the portions insufficient. One chicken foot could barely accommodate 14 skewers. It was exceedingly shoddy, and as a result, the loyal customers who loved skewers boycotted them, leading to their closure just last month. "Now I understand." Su Yang nodded, harboring a strong disdain for this landlord. He had heard that the landlord had suffered a loss of at least 200,000 yuan, not counting rent. The old man gleefully gestured a 7 with his hand, adding, "If you factor in rent and penalties, he has likely lost over 700,000. Well, that serves him right," Su Yang mused. The old man continued, "I'm not trying to dissuade you from renting. I merely advise you to be cautious around that fellow. I've been warning everyone who approaches in recent days." "Thank you, old man." Su Yang thought that the prolonged vacancy of this shop might indeed be attributed to the old man's warnings. Encountering such a landlord with a dubious history would certainly intimidate the average aspiring business owner. Without hesitation, he dialed the landlord's number. According to his simulations, it was highly unlikely that this landlord would cause trouble within the next year. He probably learned a harsh lesson from reality and had become more docile. Although this landlord was unpleasant, a shop in this prime location would not remain unoccupied for long. In this day and age, there are far too many headstrong individuals. It would be better to negotiate a lower price with him. Seeing Su Yang on the phone, the old man advised, "Young man, remember to negotiate the penalty clause." Su Yang nodded, "I understand." Soon, he connected with the landlord. "Tong, 3,000. A cacophony of mahjong sounds erupted from the phone. "Who is this? Are you looking to rent the shop on Xinqing Street?" "Yes, of course. Upon hearing Su Yang's intent, the landlord perked up and stated he would come over immediately. After hanging up, Su Yang glanced at the old man's convenience store. Is the shop yours? Yes. Ma Ran. Su Yang called out to Ma Ran, who was squatting by a trash can smoking a cigarette. Though Ma Ran smoked, he refrained from doing so in his car. What's up, boss? Pick 3 packs of cigarettes you like, and choose 3 boxes of drinks. I'll cover the cost. Ma Ran exclaimed in surprise. Is that really okay? Don't mention it. The old man interjected. Young man, it's unnecessary. I merely wanted to remind you. Su Yang responded with a smile. It's fine. I have to buy them anyway. So I might as well get them here. Subsequently, he procured 5 packs of Huazi, 2 boxes of mineral water, 2 boxes of soda, and several Snickers from Ma Ran's car trunk. Although he did not smoke, he could gift them. Ma Ran opted for a box of cola, a box of Sprite, and a box of mineral water. When selecting cigarettes, Su Yang noticed him reaching for packs worth over 10 yuan, so he decisively handed him 3 packs of soft clouds. Previously, he had seen Ma Ran smoke them, but this month his choices had evidently downgraded. Receiving the 3 packs of cigarettes, Ma Ran was elated beyond measure. The convenience store owner generously waived the bill for Su Yang. After paying over 3,000 yuan, the old man had his partner fetch 2 small stools, allowing Su Yang and Ma Ran to sit outside the store and wait. Before long, a white Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the shop. A stout man in his 40s, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, stepped out. He glanced at Su Yang and Ma Ran by the convenience store, his expression stiffening noticeably. Chapter 45. He, Zhang Wanjian, is utterly untrustworthy, just like his father. That's him, the old man declared, the landlord of that shop. Thank you, old man. Su Yang approached the landlord with Ma Ran, who directly asked, So, you are the ones looking to rent? Yes. With a cigarette in his mouth, the landlord queried, Did that old chap mention anything to you? Nothing. We just got out of the car. Su Yang replied nonchalantly, determined not to betray the well-meaning old man. Oh, the landlord produced a key, unlocked the door, and rolled up the shutter. With a loud clatter, Su Yang beheld the interior of the shop. The tables and chairs were nearly all cleared out, and a layer of dust coated the floor. What type of establishment are you planning? A hot pot restaurant. You have quite an eye. The landlord casually switched on the lights and grinned. This shop has an excellent location. Nearly 300 square meters, and the monthly rent is only 30,000 yuan. Su Yang was mentally prepared for the 30,000 yuan rent. Indeed, it was somewhat more expensive than other shops in the vicinity, but there was a rationale behind the price. The location was undeniably prime, ranking among the best on this street. Just as Su Yang was about to agree, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Young man, the old man warned you that this shop should not be rented. Why not? Su Yang asked instinctively, but upon uttering the words, he froze. Turning around, he saw the smiling old man from the convenience store. This landlord lacks integrity. Last time, Zhang's skewers thrived here, but the landlord evicted them upon seeing their success. The 40-year-old landlord retorted angrily, Li Guohong, don't you dare spread rumors. What do you mean by spreading rumors? Old man Li sneered, young man. Feel free to ask the neighbors. They are all aware of this matter. Zhang Wanjian is untrustworthy, just like his father. Do you really think he intends to rent to you? It's merely because he ruined his own business. Once you establish your hot pot restaurant, who knows? He might just drive you away. Upon hearing this from old man Li, even Su Yang, despite his lack of wit, grasped the implication. He naturally feigned hesitation. Zhang Wanquan furiously retorted, Li Guohong, you are going too far. Old man Li chuckled. How am I being excessive? Zhang Wanquan exclaimed, do you think I am unaware? The ones who wanted to rent my storefront were all frightened away by you. Old man Li waved his fan and countered, am I not speaking the truth? They were clearly deterred by your character. Do not cast aspersions on me. You. Zhang Wanquan pointed at old man Li, rendered speechless with rage. He raised his hand and swiftly approached old man Li, seemingly poised to strike. Just as Su Yang was about to intervene, old man Li turned and asked, Su Wan, are you ready? His elderly companion, standing not far off, held up her phone and signaled an okay. I've been prepared, recording everything. Come on, you come here. Old man Li taunted Zhang Wanquan. If I dare to fight, I dare to lie down. The more you hit me, perhaps in my next life, I can hire a caregiver. At that moment, Su Yang positioned himself between the two. He could not bear the thought of this well-meaning old man being harmed. Without needing Su Yang's intervention, Zhang Wanquan remained rooted in place, his face crimson with frustration. Meanwhile, Ma Ran hurried forward, joining Su Yang in shielding old man Li. Standing confidently behind Su Yang and Ma Ran, old man Li proclaimed, Zhang Wanquan, you're not even half the man your father was. At least he dared to fight me. Not to mention your mother. Old man Li's partner chimed in. At this revelation, Su Yang suddenly comprehended the depth of their enmity. It seemed to be a long-standing feud. one where the masks had long been torn off. Do you think I fear you? Zhang Wanquan raised his hand, ready to charge. Let us discuss this calmly. No need for violence. Su Yang urgently grasped his hand. Zhang Wanquan's grip was akin to a vice, leaving him utterly immobilized. However, Su Yang noticed that Zhang Wanquan seemed to exert little effort, as if, just as Li Guohong had stated, he was merely posturing. Thus, he relaxed his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang swiftly employed his business acumen. The situation appeared to be shifting. He needed to adjust accordingly. Seeing Zhang Wanquan restrained by Su Yang, the previously hesitant old man Li continued to taunt from behind him. Let me tell you, Zhang Wanquan, I, Li Guohong, am here every single day of the year. Anyone wishing to rent your place will hear from me what kind of scoundrels the Zhang family are, with me around. You can forget about renting this place in your lifetime. Little brother, let us discuss this elsewhere. Ignore this old fool, Zhang Wanquan insisted, pulling Su Yang into the shop. Su Yang feigned extreme reluctance, as if being dragged in against his will. Upon seeing Su Yang being pulled inside, Ma Ran quickly followed suit. Once inside, Zhang Wanquan declared, "This shop is yours for 30,000 a month. Business will undoubtedly be booming." Su Yang hesitated. "I'll need to consider it." "How about 28,000? Zhang Wanquan pressed. As Li Guohong approached the shop, Zhang Wanquan became increasingly agitated. 28,000 is undeniably a bargain. Just as Su Yang was about to decline, he heard Li Guohong standing at the shop's entrance, saying, "Young man, don't rent from him. I've lived here my whole life. I can recommend you to a better place that guarantees prosperous business. Get out. Get out. This is my shop. You're not allowed to come in." Zhang Wanquan hurried to the door, pulling down the roll-up door. After securing it, he finally took a breath. Was Li Guohong truly finding a better place than his? Zhang Wanquan felt it was quite possible. "Little brother, how about 28,000? At that moment, the roll-up door was rattled again as Li Guohong continued, "Young man, don't rent from him. I might just end up making a mess right in front of my convenience store one day." How ruthless. Su Yang was left dumbfounded. Zhang Wanquan exclaimed, "Li Guohong, don't go too far." Old man Li chuckled, "I told you, with me around. You can forget about renting this place." Zhang Wanquan stepped closer to Su Yang. "Little brother, how about 28,000? Su Yang took a deep breath. "I believe I need to consider this matter with utmost caution. 27,000. It cannot be any less." Zhang Wanquan whispered, "That old man is just trying to scare you. He wouldn't go that far. But what if?" Su Yang replied helplessly, "If he truly did that, my business would certainly falter. I can't afford to gamble." Zhang Wanquan vigorously scratched his head. He understood that Su Yang was speaking the truth. Who in their right mind would want to enjoy hot pot next to a pile of dung? If Li Guohong pulled that stunt a couple of times, all nearby customers would flee. At his age, who could take him on? "I told you, no one will want your shop." Li Guohong banged on the roll-up door again. "That's right, young man, don't rent from him. I'll introduce you to something better. Hurry up and come out." "How about 22,000? Su Yang suddenly whispered. "What? Monthly rent, 22,000. Are you trying to rob me?" Zhang Wanquan nearly jumped up in disbelief. He never anticipated that the seemingly harmless Su Yang could be so merciless. Chapter 46. Old Man Li is a bit anxious. His heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat. "Brother, with such a grand old man around, it's going to be difficult to rent out this shop. Renting it myself entails a significant risk." Su Yang spoke in a low voice. "Moreover, the restaurant industry is currently in decline. If this shop sits vacant for just a few months, your losses will be even greater. If it remains unoccupied for a year, you could lose nearly 300,000. It would be wiser to rent it to me." The shop had not opened its doors for a long time, and the air felt heavy, almost lacking oxygen. Zhang Wanquan muttered, "But it can't possibly be 22,000, can it? The fish hot pot next door rents for 26,000, and it's in a much worse location. But that fish hot pot doesn't have this esteemed gentleman next door." Zhang Wanquan fell silent. "Besides, someone like you, a wealthy individual, wouldn't care about such trifling rent, would you? It's merely a matter of a few rounds at the poker table." Su Yang contemplated briefly and whispered, "How about this? Since that old man claims you can't rent out this shop, you can say you are renting it to me for 28,000. I will fully cooperate with you. This way, you can also vent your frustration." Ma Ran silently turned away, pretending to inspect the shop. Moving to a corner to face the wall, he felt he was about to burst out laughing. His boss was quite cunning. "If I say I'm renting your shop for 28,000, it will surely irk that old man, and I don't know how to mend that relationship afterward. If you're unwilling, then so be it." Su Yang sighed in relief, as if lifting a heavy burden, and called out towards the kitchen, "Ma Ran, let us go." "All right, boss." Ma Ran eagerly responded. "Yes, yes." The old man outside called out, "Come out, and I'll take you to see a good shop." "Wait." Seeing Su Yang about to leave, Zhang Wanquan immediately grabbed him and whispered, "Can we say it's 30,000? Su Yang halted and retorted, "Do you think that old man would believe it?" He knew that Zhang Wanquan would call out to him. Unfortunately, 22,000 was Zhang Wanquan's bottom line. Otherwise, Su Yang could have negotiated for even more. Zhang Wanquan, however, also realized that Li Guohong was not so naive. Su Yang suggested, however, you could offer me some concessions. If you provide a bit more in terms of discounts, he might just believe it. A month of rent-free renovation? Isn't that what I rightfully deserve? Are you really going to charge me rent during the renovation period? Su Yang exclaimed incredulously. This isn't my first venture. Even in large shopping malls, one can typically negotiate a month of rent-free for renovations. Zhang Wanquan awkwardly admitted. I didn't offer that to the previous owner of the skewered food stall. Su Yang whispered, so I should pretend to be a novice in the restaurant industry. Swayed by your enticing terms? Exactly. Zhang Wanquan quickly affirmed. All right then. Su Yang hesitated for a moment. I'll cooperate with you. Zhang Wanquan grasped Su Yang's hand. Brother, you're a lifesaver. Observing this, Su Yang understood that Zhang Wanquan had been severely bullied by the miserly Li Dage. Perhaps he had been bullied since childhood. Ma Ran, who had just approached Su Yang, was utterly bewildered. The rent had been slashed by 8,000 by his own boss, yet this landlord still seemed grateful to his employer. That was 8,000, a sum nearing 100,000 a year. Had he lost his mind? So shall we sign the contract? Absolutely, Zhang Wanquan replied. The contract is in my car. As they opened the rolling shutter door, Zhang Wanquan led Su Yang and Ma Ran outside, where they unexpectedly encountered Li Dage. Zhang Wanquan glanced at Su Yang, and seeing him nod in encouragement, he boasted, Li Guohong, my shop has already been rented out, at a monthly rent of 30,000. Young man, you're making a mistake. Li Dage bellowed, striking his chest in frustration. Ha ha. Zhang Wanquan laughed triumphantly, quickly ushering Su Yang and Ma Ran to his Mercedes-Benz. Once inside the car, Zhang Wanquan handed the contract to Su Yang. After a thorough examination, Su Yang found it to be a standard contract with no issues. Brother, could you please increase the penalty for breach of contract? All right. Zhang Wanquan understood Su Yang's concerns and glanced at the approaching Li Guohong, saying, there's a printing shop down the street. Let us head there. Sure. As the cold wind blew, Zhang Wanquan began to regain his composure, feeling as though he had been outsmarted by Su Yang. However, recalling how Li Guohong had been infuriated moments ago brought him a sense of satisfaction. Yet, Su Yang's words rang true. An ordinary person would undoubtedly hesitate to rent from a scoundrel like Li Guohong. The restaurant industry had indeed seen better days, with many establishments left vacant. Several of his friends who relied on rental income were also lamenting the lack of tenants. If his shop remained unoccupied, it would be akin to incurring losses. It was far better to rent to Su Yang. Moreover, if he were to backtrack now, wouldn't Li Guohong just burst with laughter? On the contrary, he would need Su Yang's assistance to put Li Guohong in his place. Ma Ran was already regretting getting into this car. He glanced at the rearview mirror, trying to suppress his laughter at Zhang Wanquan's expression. The dynamic between his boss and that elderly gentleman was simply too entertaining. He stole another glance at his boss, whose calm demeanor amidst the tumult made Ma Ran feel a newfound respect. So, he quickly rolled down the window to cool off. After modifying the penalty clause, Su Yang and Zhang Wanquan signed the contract with ease. After the first year of the lease, Su Yang would have the right of first refusal for the shop. Su Yang promptly transferred 88,000 to Zhang Wanquan, with a 3-month deposit. After receiving the payment, Zhang Wanquan escorted Su Yang to the entrance of his shop. Had Su Yang not declined, Zhang Wanquan would have invited him for tea. Along the way, Zhang Wanquan reminded him to cooperate fully and to keep the actual rent a secret. Su Yang nodded vigorously, assuring him he would comply. Zhang Wanquan felt a sense of relief. After all, he was the landlord. With an air of arrogance, Zhang Wanquan parked his car in front of a convenience store. Just as Su Yang and Ma Ran stepped out, he waved the contract and shouted towards Li Guohong inside, who said my shop wouldn't rent out. A 30,000 monthly rent is already signed, you old fool. After saying this, he turned to Su Yang, who once again gave him a reassuring nod, indicating his reliability. Upon seeing Li Guohong rush out with a feather duster, Zhang Wanquan cheekily raised his middle finger and sped off, reveling in his triumph. Furious, Li Dage stormed to the roadside, jumping up and down in anger, but as he turned around, his expression shifted to a cunning smile. Young man, you must have negotiated a great deal, right? From Su Yang's quick responses, Li Guohong recognized him as a shrewd individual who likely wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. It's hard to say, Su Yang replied, biting his lip, feeling slightly embarrassed. I have an agreement in place. It's 3,000. 27,000? Li Dage scrutinized Su Yang's eyes, trying to decipher the truth. 26,000? He still couldn't glean anything from Su Yang's expression. Could it be 25,000? Li Dage inquired, puzzled. Are you truly that formidable? Su Yang remained silent, maintaining his inscrutable demeanor. Young man, just tell me. I promise I won't leak it. You must trust my integrity. I swear by the heavens. Li Guohong pleaded, his anxiety palpable. If you don't tell me, I fear I won't sleep well for days. Su Yang hesitated. I am a person of principles. I must honor my commitments. At this moment, Li Guohong's wife chimed in. Old man, don't make it difficult for the young man. After all, Zhang Wanquan is his landlord. Li Guohong scratched his graying hair. But I just want to know. My curiosity is driving me mad. All right then, Su Yang proposed, to express my gratitude. I will help support your business. Maran, come over and help with the goods. Sure, boss. Li Guohong's wife chuckled. No need to be so courteous. The Zhang family and ours have always been rivals. We relish watching them falter. We were going to buy it anyway. Seeing Su Yang's insistence, Li Guohong's wife had no choice but to select a few premium cigarettes. Su Yang calculated the total and added a few bottles of gum and a pack of spicy strips. After paying over 4,000, he thanked Li Dage once more. Young man, just tell me. Li Dage approached the car window and whispered, I promise I won't tell anyone. I'm quite good at keeping my word. After a moment's thought, Su Yang handed the spicy strips to Li Dage. Here, this is for you. I don't care for spicy strips. Watching Su Yang depart, Li Dage couldn't help but feel exasperated. Had I known this young man was so ungrateful, I wouldn't have helped him. Li Guohong's wife laughed. He's not ungrateful. After all, he spent nearly 8,000 here. Humph. Li Guohong was still somewhat displeased. He simply wanted to know how much Su Yang had managed to negotiate off Zhang Wanquan's rent. Coming back to reality, he glanced at the pack of spicy strips in his hand, muttering, only children like spicy strips. I'm no child. Li Guohong's wife smiled indulgently. I think you're just an old child. Humph. Li Guohong let out a cold snort, plopping down onto the chair, his gaze fixed on the spicy strips in his hand. Feeling quite unsettled, he tossed the spicy strips onto the glass cabinet, his mind swirling with questions about how much Su Yang had actually negotiated down the price. 2,000. 3,000. Surely it couldn't be 5,000, could it? Just then, he suddenly shot up from his seat. What did you just say? How much did that young man spend here? It must be nearly 8,000. Li Guohong urged. Calculate it again, be precise. His wife, perplexed by her husband's sudden frenzy, took a moment to use the calculator. Not a penny more or less. Exactly 8,000. Upon recalling that deliberately conspicuous package of spicy strips, Li Guohong's eyes widened in realization, and he couldn't help but exclaim, goodness, 22,000, and he slashed 8,000 off. How did he manage that? Once in the car, Su Yang quickly noticed a new skill appearing on his system panel, entry-level acting. This could be considered a self-taught achievement. Lifting his head, he saw Maran grinning. What's amusing you? Su Yang inquired. Boss, I can't help but feel that Zhang Wanjian is somewhat naive. Not really, Su Yang countered, not perceiving Zhang Wanjian as particularly simple-minded. If it weren't for old Li's relentless pressure, Zhang Wanjian would not have leased the shop to him at such a bargain. It could only be said that old Li was quite formidable, and he was adept at providing just the right support. Furthermore, could Zhang Wanjian truly be cunning and capable? That was utterly implausible. If he were, he wouldn't have driven away the original shop owner and let his store go under, incurring a loss of 700,000. He was simply an ordinary rogue who enjoyed employing a bit of cleverness. Boss, are you really not going to tell old Li how much you negotiated off? Maran asked with a laugh. I believe old Li will have a restless night. I gave him a hint. After a half-minute pause, Maran finally realized. You spent 8,000 there? Indeed. Su Yang confirmed, not surprised. You might as well say it outright. If he truly wants to know, he will surely find the clues. I've already given him a deliberate hint. Su Yang replied helplessly, having already made arrangements with Zhang Wanjian. Are you worried that Zhang Wanjian will breach the contract? Maran queried. Su Yang shook his head. Not at all. If he breaches it, I would simply profit even more swiftly. Maran expressed astonishment. So you merely wish to uphold the agreement? Yes, though I didn't expect you, boss, to care about that little rent. Maran carefully organized his thoughts, saying, I assumed that someone as wealthy as you would be more generous. Haha, after a year, it's still about 100,000. Rather than giving it to someone like Zhang Wanjian, I prefer to offer benefits to my employees. Su Yang deftly shifted the topic. By the way, how's your job search going? Still in interviews. Remembering the new car he was about to acquire, Su Yang inquired. Interested in becoming my full-time driver? I can offer you a monthly salary of 10,000. Boss, I still prefer to find a job. Maran replied somewhat wistfully. I've always been diligent in my studies since childhood, worked hard to get into university, and have been engaged in the gaming industry since graduation. I believe my abilities are decent, and I am quite driven. If I were to drive, sigh. Hearing this, Su Yang chose not to raise the salary further. He understood the resentment in Maran's heart. If given the chance, who would wish to negate their past efforts? Then let's proceed with your employment. Su Yang leaned back gently in his chair. I'll give you a monthly salary of 10,000. You can leave whenever you find a job. Maran had been driving for him for nearly a month now, and the daily payment of 300 was still coming out of Su Yang's pocket. Just thinking about it made him feel it was unfair. He had to formalize Ma Ran's employment. "Thank you, boss." Ma Ran felt a bit teary-eyed, as if sand had gotten into his eyes. For a fleeting moment, he even considered driving for Su Yang for a lifetime. Just then, Su Yang's phone rang. It was a call from Su Jiping. After the call, Su Yang instructed Ma Ran to head to the Xingho Qinglong district store. The talent for short video operations that he had long desired for Xingho Fitness had arrived. Upon arriving at Su Jiping's office, he encountered a woman standing at about 5'7", with a well-proportioned figure, adorned with black-framed glasses. She exuded an alluring aura and possessed a physique accentuated by impressive muscles, which were evidently the result of rigorous training. Su Yang sensed the immense strength she contained. Upon seeing Su Yang, Luo Yihan's eyes lit up. She hadn't anticipated Su Yang would be as handsome as the rumors suggested. Su Jiping introduced Luo Yihan. "This is our boss at Xingho Fitness, Su Yang." "Boss, this is Luo Yihan, a fitness enthusiast and a fitness influencer herself, with accounts on Bilibili, Douyin, Xiaobai Book, and Weibo, boasting over 1 million followers across all platforms." In reality, each platform had around 200,000 to 300,000 followers. Luo Yihan smiled and extended her hand to Su Yang, saying, "I have long admired your reputation, Su Zong. Am I really that renowned?" Su Yang replied, gently grasping Luo Yihan's hand before releasing it. He certainly would not underestimate Luo Yihan's capabilities. Su Jiping had informed Su Yang about her profile 2 days prior, and he had thoroughly reviewed her videos. Beyond her looks, her greatest asset lay in the formidable core strength she had developed through years of training. Such powerful core strength allowed her to perform astonishing feats. This was truly impressive. Moreover, her physique was not the terrifyingly grotesque appearance often associated with bodybuilders. She merely appeared stronger than the average woman. To create videos focused solely on fitness, without resorting to objectification or controversy, and to achieve 200,000 to 300,000 followers on each platform was no small feat. Many beautiful women, even those clad in tight yoga pants, contorting their bodies in ways that tantalize men, often failed to garner as many followers as she had. Overall, Luo Yihan's personal video style was exceptionally well-suited to Xingho Fitness. Su Zong is indeed quite famous, especially within our Rongqing fitness community, Luo Yihan remarked with a smile. Many in Changhua district are inquiring about when you will open the gym. It was precisely due to Xingho's growing reputation in the fitness circle that Luo Yihan readily accepted the invitation after receiving it. Naturally, the compensation Xingho offered was also quite satisfying. She would be able to manage both her and Xingho Fitness's accounts, allowing her to earn extra income while securing a relatively stable salary from Xingho. Chapter 48. From Yuan Cixi to Tao Shui, the forgotten El Yiping. I can only say as soon as possible. Su Yang could not guarantee this. Large commercial gyms are highly selective about locations, often requiring investments of several million. Moreover, they necessitate extensive renovations and equipment purchases, consuming considerable time and effort. In the short term, Xingho Fitness's primary objective remains to turn losses into profits. Subsequently, Luo Yihan and Ma Ran completed their employment procedures, officially joining Xingho. The official short video account of Xingho Fitness was also transferred from the front desk to Luo Yihan's hands. In the future, the official short video account of Xingho Fitness would primarily be managed by Luo Yihan. The transfer of account responsibilities naturally delighted Fong Tong. With a salary increase and improved benefits, it was only natural for her to be thrilled that the boss would also share their workload. The diligent employee of Starfire Fitness, Zhou Xiaolu, has successfully elevated her loyalty score to 90, earning you a reward of 80,000 yuan. This revelation surprised Su Yang slightly, but he quickly comprehended the situation. The account management of Starfire Fitness indeed fell under Fong Tong's purview, yet the other 2 front desk staff were equally integral in assisting her with filming duties. Recently, Su Yang had placed considerable emphasis on the operation of the online account, thereby increasing their workload. By entrusting the account to Fong Tong, he was also alleviating their burdens. Zhou Xiaolu whispered, "Fong Tong, has the account truly been handed over?" "Yes." Fong Tong nodded vigorously. "Wonderful," Zhou Xiaolu exclaimed. "Indeed." Lu Wanwan chimed in with a smile. "Our boss is so kind." Zhou Xiaolu nodded in agreement. It is worth noting that the transition of the Starfire Fitness account to Fong Tong and Zhou Xiaolu was somewhat unfortunate. When Su Jiping inquired among the other fitness trainers, they all claimed they were incapable of shooting short videos. Fong Tong, being the youngest and newly employed, was the most proactive. Upon hearing Su Jiping's question, she confidently asserted her ability to create short videos, occasionally posting a few on Douyin. Consequently, Su Jiping entrusted the account to Fong Tong and Zhou Xiaolu. Each night, as Fong Tong returned home to edit videos on her computer until her eyes blurred, she found herself wishing to slap her own face, berating herself for being so boastful. This was her comeuppance. As for whether there would be additional compensation for managing the gym's account, that was a fanciful thought. In a small company with a modest establishment, it was not uncommon for employees to wear multiple hats. After signing the contract, Luo Yihan cheerfully asked, "Boss, am I permitted to film the trainers at the gym?" "Rest assured," Su Yang replied. "As long as it does not interfere with their primary responsibilities, I will ensure they cooperate fully." I spotted a stunningly beautiful coach at the gym, particularly those long legs. Luo Yihan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "But I've never seen her featured on your official account." "That must be Tao Shui, our gym's star," Su Yang remarked with a smile. "If you require her assistance, I will happily persuade her." "That would be splendid." With Su Yang's assurance, Luo Yihan felt a renewed confidence in her work. After all, managing the Starfire account entailed performance metrics in addition to a base salary. After exchanging a few encouraging words with Luo Yihan, Su Yang and Ma Ran prepared to depart. He noted that Ma Ran's loyalty score had reached an impressive 87. Just as they were about to exit the gym, Lu Wanwan at the front desk alerted, "The boss is here." "Hello, boss." They greeted in unison, their smiles brightening the atmosphere. Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement, but just as he was about to step out, a thought struck him. Pausing at the door, he returned to the front desk and addressed Fong Tong. "Please help me look up the member information for a certain Lu Yiping. L for two mouths, E for justice, and Ping for ordinary." "Of course, boss." Lu Yiping was the member who had previously harassed Yuan Cece during Su Yang's commercial simulations, which had led to her resignation. As Lu Yiping had not appeared in subsequent simulations, he had gradually faded from Su Yang's memory. However, when Luo Yihan mentioned Yuan Cece, the name resurfaced in his thoughts. If he could harass Yuan Cece, what was to stop him from doing the same to other female trainers? After all, during private training sessions, both parties often found themselves in a secluded space. This individual was undeniably a menace. With his extensive experience in commercial simulations, Su Yang had come to realize that ordinary employees rarely featured in these scenarios unless they significantly influenced business outcomes. For instance, Yuan Cece was a cornerstone of the Starfire Fitness Qinglong District branch. Her departure would undoubtedly impact the business. Conversely, a character like Jin Wei, who had the potential to enhance the hot pot restaurant's success, was another example. In other words, if Lu Yiping were to harass other ordinary female trainers, it was likely that the commercial simulation would not provide any alerts. Of course, this was merely Su Yang's speculation, yet now that the thought had crossed his mind, he felt compelled to take precautions. "Is there such a person?" he inquired. "We found him. He registered last month and purchased a monthly pass." Fong Tong promptly responded. "Did he buy any personal training sessions?" "Yes, he purchased 5. Su Yang furrowed his brow. "Were they with Yuan Cece?" "No, they are with Tao Shui." "Has he begun attending classes?" "He has already completed 1 session." Su Yang narrowed his eyes, recalling the youthful and graceful Tao Shui, with her captivating doe-like eyes. What a coincidence. In the simulation, it was Yuan Cece. In reality, it was Tao Shui. Both were striking beauties at Starfire Fitness. Should he commend his discerning taste? Yet, upon learning it was Tao Shui, Su Yang felt an even greater sense of concern. Some women might choose to endure such behavior in silence. And Tao Shui seemed to possess a disposition even more delicate than Yuan Cece's. "Maran, please wait here a moment. I have something to attend to." "Understood, boss." "Fong Tong, is Tao Shui working today?" "Yes, she is. I saw her this morning." "Please inform her to come to the manager's office. I need to speak with her." "Certainly." Su Yang first made his way to Su Yiping's office and directly expressed his intent to expel Lu Yiping from Starfire Fitness, assuring that both membership and personal training fees would be fully refunded. "Boss, is there a problem with this Lu Yiping?" Su Yiping inquired. "I've heard rumors of his history of harassing women, and I fear for Tao Shui's safety." Su Yang offered a plausible explanation, knowing that Lu Yiping had not explicitly committed any infractions, making it difficult to revoke his membership. If he becomes confrontational, it could lead to trouble and tarnish our gym's reputation. Su Yiping harbored no doubts regarding Su Yang's reasoning. It was evident that if their boss wished to investigate someone, it would be a straightforward task. He had previously discerned Su Tianqi's temperament and behavior in a mere 2 days, accurately predicting his every move. It would be impossible to assert that there had been no targeted inquiry regarding Su Tianqi. At that moment, Tao Shui entered the office. "Hello, boss." "Hello, manager." She greeted politely. "Tao Shui, please come in and have a seat." Su Yang gestured towards the sofa beside him. "Of course." Tao Shui complied, sitting down with poise. Su Yang directly inquired, "Are you familiar with Lu Yiping?" "Yes, he is one of my students." Tao Shui responded, her tone slightly anxious. "Did she fear she had been reported? When you were giving him personal training, did he ever make any inappropriate advances? Is this not a complaint?" Tao Shui exhaled in relief, but soon grasped Su Yang's intent. She shook her head earnestly. No? Are you certain? If anything happened, you can speak freely. I will stand up for you. No, nothing happened. Relieved that Tao Shui was not lying, Su Yang felt a measure of comfort, yet he sensed there was more. Noticing her hesitation, he pressed further. What is it? Sometimes, he stares at my sensitive areas in a way that is far more intense than the other students. But I find it difficult to address. It was true that ordinary men tended to gaze longer at women with appealing figures. Even Su Yang was not exempt from this. Particularly when it came to female fitness instructors like Tao Shui, who unabashedly showcased their splendid physiques. However, staring unabashedly felt somewhat intrusive. Chapter 49. Is the boss concerned about me? Why did the boss leave? After a brief contemplation, Su Yang turned to Su Zhiping. Let us not cancel his membership. Instead, citing Tao Shui's fully booked schedule, transfer his sessions to a male instructor. We shall reimburse him for the entirety of his personal training fees and subsequently place him on the blacklist, denying any renewal upon expiration. What do you think? Typically, Su Yang refrained from meddling in the gym's day-to-day operations. He preferred to place his trust in the capabilities of the store managers. Frequent intervention in the specifics of each location could dampen their enthusiasm. If he were to become overly autocratic, turning his subordinates into mere echo chambers devoid of independent thought, he could expect nothing less than burnout. He was already quite overwhelmed as it was. To his surprise, before Su Zhiping could voice any objections, it was Tao Shui who stepped forward to contest. Boss, this doesn't seem quite right. What's wrong with it? After all, he was purchasing my classes. I can endure this for the sake of a few $100 in commission, which Tao Shui was genuinely reluctant to forfeit. She had just joined Xingho, and her business was only just beginning to flourish. She desired her performance to reflect well, at least to justify her substantial salary. Moreover, in this profession, one must inevitably endure certain lewd gazes and malicious conjectures. She had encountered similar clients in her previous gym, where the managers advised her to endure and not to offend the customers, let alone engage in conflict. Tao Shui, the boss is looking out for your well-being. Before Su Yang could respond, Su Zhiping interjected. The boss has discovered that Lu Yiping has a history of indecent behavior towards women. He is concerned for your safety. Hence his wish to transfer your personal training sessions. When did I learn that Lu Yiping has a history of indecent conduct? Su Yang was taken aback. How did Su Zhiping conjure that up? Tao Shui exclaimed in surprise. Really? Upon hearing Su Zhiping's words, she began to feel fear. The image of Lu Yiping, with his oily bald head, filled her with disgust and trepidation. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. I heard it through the grapevine. A mist clouded Tao Shui's beautiful eyes. Heard it? I don't believe it. Lu Yiping was merely an ordinary member. He hardly appeared affluent enough to warrant the attention of someone as significant as the boss. She preferred to trust manager Su's word, believing Su Yang had indeed investigated Lu Yiping. Is he genuinely concerned for me? Suddenly, her heart raced with a fierce flutter. When she first joined the company, she harbored feelings for Su Yang and even attempted to approach him. However, he was always preoccupied with business, diligently training during his sporadic visits to the gym. In such a public setting, she found it challenging to devise a suitable reason to draw near him. Gradually, she began to contemplate giving up. After all, Su Yang's lack of initiative suggested he held no interest in her. But now it seemed he actually cared. Considering the dubious character of Lu Yiping, she gazed at her young, handsome, and immensely wealthy boss seated on the couch nearby. A strong urge to lean into his embrace surged within her. Su Yang, sitting there, exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Tao Shui, I shall consider this an abrupt interruption of your business. The commission from Lu Yiping's 5 personal training sessions will be compensated by the gym, counted as your performance. Su Yang then addressed Su Zhiping. If Lu Yiping wishes to continue with the male instructor, that trainer should also receive a share of the commission. We mustn't shortchange them. Understood, boss. Su Zhiping pondered for a moment before adding. I will also ensure the front desk keeps an eye on Lu Yiping and preserve the surveillance footage of his training sessions. Su Yang's approach to the situation met with Su Zhiping's approval. Even if Lu Yiping were to be troublesome, the gym would not be at fault. Of course, Su Zhiping was unaware that Su Yang had already foreseen the outcome. Lu Yiping would indeed no longer pose a threat to the gym's operations. After all, what capabilities could a person capable of such lewdness possess? If he truly had power, talent, or wealth, there were far more suitable venues for his indulgences: clubs, dance bars, and lounges. Excellent. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. If he dares to act out in public, let him face the consequences. He was no law enforcement officer and could not condemn Lu Yiping based on potential future actions. His responsibility lay in safeguarding the employees and customers within the gym. I understand, boss. Su Yang reflected for a moment and spoke earnestly. Manager Su, sometimes, when our staff is in the right, we must stand with them. Do you understand? Understood. Su Zhiping assumed Su Yang was referring to the matter concerning Tao Shui. Nevertheless, he would remember the boss's teachings. Our Xingho gym does not lack for a customer or two. My employees should not be obliged to serve such scoundrels, nor do I wish to profit from them. Indeed. Su Zhiping nodded solemnly. Su Yang then cast a glance at Tao Shui and remarked, "We are in the legitimate service industry, not begging for alms. Do not compromise your self-worth, understood?" "I understand, boss." Tao Shui lowered her head, rubbing her eyes, her hands becoming damp with tears. She had to admit that at this moment, Su Yang looked exceptionally handsome. Very well. Su Yang rose to leave, not wishing to intrude upon their normal proceedings. As Tao Shui lifted her gaze, she beheld Su Yang's graceful yet indistinct silhouette disappearing at the doorway. She felt certain she would never forget Su Yang's figure. However, she quickly regained her composure. Wait, the boss is leaving just like that? Upon returning to his spacious rental apartment, Su Yang sank onto the sofa to browse videos. Before long, he noticed several messages from Guofeng. It turned out that Chen Xiaoxiao had completed the promotional video for the Jiuxiang beef hot pot restaurant. Guofeng had already reviewed it, but required Su Yang's approval. Since it needed to be posted on several different platforms, the video was divided into various versions. Su Yang scrutinized each one, finding himself quite satisfied with the quality. At that moment, he also noticed that Chen Xiaoxiao had sent him a WeChat message. After adding her as a friend, this was the first time she had reached out to him. As for Su Yang, he had no intention of contacting her first. Chen Xiaoxiao, boss, are you satisfied with the video? Does it require any modifications? Su Yang, I'm satisfied. No modifications needed. I will inform Manager Gua. Chen Xiaoxiao sent a cute emoji. Thank you, boss. JPG. Su Yang, let us have a pleasant collaboration. Chen Xiaoxiao, pleasant collaboration. She appreciated a straightforward boss like him. Shortly after, Chen Xiaoxiao perused Su Yang's moments. With his posts limited to 1 year, she found nothing at all. Quite mysterious indeed. Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh. Having interacted with many clients, she had encountered those who rarely posted on social media. Such individuals were either lazy, experiencing life difficulties, workaholics, privacy conscious, or possessed a sufficiently strong inner self. What category did this aloof, handsome man fall into? After informing Guofeng that the video was ready, he received a phone call from the BBD flagship store, announcing that his U8 had arrived and could be picked up the following day with the necessary documents. Upon hearing this news, Su Yang felt a surge of joy. His very first car was finally on its way. Chapter 50, A Hot Pot Without a Javelin is Truly Delightful. A Novice on the Road. Early the next morning, Su Yang awoke with anticipation. Dressed and ready, he made his way to the living room and stepped onto the balcony, taking in the distant scenery that uplifted his spirits. With the morning breeze caressing him, he stretched his arms wide, indulging in a leisurely yawn. His gaze then drifted to the villa's backyard below, where a vibrant patch of greenery was adorned with numerous crimson, pink, and white blossoms. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that they were likely a blend of peonies and roses, a detail he had noted since his second day of residing there. It must be said, the lives of the affluent possess an undeniable charm. That splendid array of roses was visible to no one but the homeowner and, presumably, Su Yang himself, as his apartment was the only one in the building that faced the villa area. To maintain privacy, the villa owner had constructed towering walls. Yet even these could not obscure Su Yang's view from the 6th floor. Not even the stately trees could hinder his sight. Su Yang found delight in appreciating the flowers tended by others, reveling in the fact that it was a pure gain for him. After freshening up, he descended to await Ma Rant's arrival. "Boss, shall we have breakfast first? How about that breakfast place?" he suggested. Ever since Su Yang discovered his heightened sense of taste, he had become increasingly discerning about food. In particular, he could easily distinguish anything less than fresh, and he had long ceased to order takeout, as he could even detect the taste of preservatives in spicy snacks. Good heavens, they used cheap pre-prepared dishes and still dare to charge exorbitant prices. The breakfast spot Su Yang favored was a quaint establishment run by a couple, known for its delectable dishes, fresh ingredients, and genuine hospitality. Reportedly, it had been in operation for 7 years, becoming a favorite among locals. After choosing a table with Ma Ran, Su Yang ordered a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, 3 meat buns, and a tea egg, while Ma Ran opted for a lotus seed porridge. Previously, Ma Ran had been accustomed to skipping breakfast, but since joining Su Yang, he had adopted a more regular eating routine. While waiting for their meal, Su Yang took out his phone and opened Douyin, where the first video he encountered was a clip of Xiao Xiao expressing her desire to lose weight. The video had been posted the previous evening and had already garnered 7,000 likes. It also included the address of the Jiuxiang beef hot pot restaurant, along with the distance from her current location to the restaurant, indicating that group purchases were now available. Curious, he scrolled through the comments, and the one with the highest likes made him chuckle. "Xiao Xiao, for me, a hot pot that doesn't lead to a javelin throw is simply delicious." Instantly, others chimed in, lamb lover. Just like me, eating fast food or hot pot easily turns me into a jet-propelled warrior. Listening to the rain. Every time I eat hot pot and end up with a stomachache, I feel cheated. Well, hookify. Listening to the rain, bro. You could just eat it again, then it wouldn't be a loss. Quiet Xiao Jing. My stomach isn't great. I also tend to have diarrhea after hot pot. But I've been to Jiuxiang 3 times without any issues. Air E. Quiet Xiao Jing. Is it tasty? Quiet Xiao Jing. Air E. Among the dining establishments near Feida Plaza, Jiuxiang is undoubtedly one of the best. Sunny day. Air E. Moreover, the portions are generous. And the service is excellent. Air E. Quiet Xiao Jing. Sunny day? I'll go check it out. Su Yang smiled, glancing at the second most liked comment. King of Carp. Xiao Xiao spent only 100 yuan for so much food. That is quite a bargain near Feida Plaza. He expanded the 30 or so replies. Noting the amusing exchanges. Flying roast piglet. 100 yuan for one person isn't expensive? Here, 2 people can enjoy hot pot for just 60. Ma Qian 2008. Flying roast piglet. Nonsense. I once spent 450 for 2 people at XX and still wasn't full. Compared to that, Rongqing is a true gem. Flying roast piglet. Ma Qian 2008. That is a high-end hot pot restaurant. Han Xiaoqin. Flying roast piglet. Given the prices around Feida Plaza, this is quite a reasonable deal. Su Yang then perused a third comment. One who goes on dates with integrity. I can't believe I just ate at Jiuxiang and then stumbled upon this video. The service there is truly exceptional. When I left, the hostess even bowed and welcomed me back, making me feel like I had just exited a high-end club. Naturally, the replies were equally entertaining, with inquiries about whether the hostess was beautiful and requests for the address of the high-end club. Overall, the interaction was quite delightful. After finishing breakfast, Ma Ran guided Su Yang to the BBD store according to the location. There, BBD staff held a car delivery ceremony for Su Yang. As they unveiled the blue curtain, revealing the imposing appearance of the U8, Su Yang couldn't help but nod in approval. The vehicle, cloaked in sleek black, boasted a robust and angular profile. The headlights and grille formed a distinctive trident shape, delivering a striking visual impact. Towering at nearly 2 meters high, stretching over 5 meters long, and exceeding 2 meters in width, it appeared more formidable than most SUVs, evoking a palpable sense of dominance. It resembled a beast poised for the hunt, ready to pounce at any moment. Absolutely stunning, Ma Ran murmured, running his fingers over the U8's hieroglyphic emblem. Indeed, it was beautiful. Su Yang had to concede that he was quite fond of the emblem as well. He was, after all, someone who appreciated aesthetics. Had the car not been visually appealing, he wouldn't have placed an order. As for the interior of the U8, Su Yang was equally satisfied. The luxurious decor was commendable, but what pleased him most was the spaciousness within. Being tall, he found the back seat of Ma Ran's car a bit cramped. However, the positioning of the air conditioning vents was somewhat peculiar. Arriving early, with the assistance of the staff, Su Yang completed all the necessary paperwork that day and received a green license plate. To be honest, the green plate wasn't particularly attractive, but it was incredibly useful, as it allowed unrestricted driving in Rongqing. Boss, are you ready? On the bustling streets of Rongqing, the imposing U8, a powerhouse boasting 880 kilowatts of power and capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers h in just 3.6 seconds, was currently crawling at a leisurely speed of 31 kilometers per hour. Of course, Su Yang replied, fixating on the road ahead, his voice barely above a whisper. The salesgirl taught me well on the driving course, and she praised my quick learning. Seated in the driver's seat, with a rigid posture leaning forward, Su Yang's eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance. One might have mistaken him for a soldier preparing for battle, as if he were merely missing a firearm. Do you think this is too slow? Ma Ran inquired softly. According to Article 45 of the Road Traffic Safety Law, on roads without a central line, the speed limit in urban areas is 30 kilometers per hour. I think I might be driving a bit too fast, Su Yang said, reducing his speed to 29 kilometers per hour, feeling quite pleased with himself. I've been diligently studying the traffic regulations lately. Ma Ran glanced at the electronic rearview mirror. However, it seems we are caught behind other vehicles. My speed is definitely fine. It's them who are the problem. Su Yang, seemingly unperturbed, remarked, moreover, with such a conspicuous learner sticker on the rear of my vehicle, they are bound to notice. It was quite astonishing that Ma Ran could not pinpoint a single flaw. It was rumored that Su Yang had obtained his driver's license 3 years ago, but had scarcely driven since then. Observing Su Yang's rather awkward demeanor on the course, Ma Ran, unable to rest easy about his employer's safety, resolved to personally escort him home. As for his own vehicle, it remained parked at the BBD dealership. Once he had safely delivered Su Yang, he would then hail a taxi to retrieve it. Hey there, could you add me on WeChat? A white sedan drove parallel to Su Yang's U8. Leaning forward, Ma Ran turned to glimpse two young ladies. Nevertheless, Su Yang did not spare them a glance, maintaining his stiff posture as he fixated straight ahead, earnest and focused. The young women, perhaps believing Su Yang had not heard them, called out again, "Hey, guy in the U8, could you add me on WeChat?" Irritated, Su Yang waved his left hand dismissively without turning his head, admonishing, "Keep your eyes on the road and look ahead." He was on the verge of exclaiming, "Stop bothering me." After uttering those words, he quickly retracted his left hand to steady the steering wheel, as if the wheel would spin away from him the moment he let go. Watching the white sedan depart reluctantly, Ma Ran could no longer suppress his laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Su Yang inquired, perplexed. "Boss, you truly lack a sense of romance." "No, I'm just concentrating on driving." I understand. Ma Ran empathized, recognizing that his employer was merely a novice driver, and it was entirely natural for him to be excessively tense. He had been the same way in the past, fearful of brushing against another car or colliding with a pedestrian. Noticing Su Yang hastily rubbing his palms on his trousers before gripping the steering wheel again, Ma Ran tugged at Su Yang's hand on the wheel. It felt rigid, akin to a vice, and it was remarkable that his palms were not sweating. "Boss, try not to grip the steering wheel so tightly. Relax a little. All right, don't be too tense. You can lean back against the seat and take it easy." Chapter 51. Su Yang drives steadily. The dragon twirls its tail and makes a U-turn. Thanks to Ma Ran's patient guidance, Su Yang gradually acclimated to the experience. At the very least, his driving posture became significantly more relaxed. By the latter half of the journey, having adapted to Su Yang's driving style, Ma Ran found himself in the mood to explore the luxurious interior of the U8. He had become entirely reassured about his boss's driving capabilities. Although Su Yang's driving speed was somewhat slow for an experienced driver like Ma Ran, he realized that as long as he maintained a calm mindset and did not fixate on the speed, Su Yang's driving was indeed very safe. Whenever they approached a crosswalk, even in the absence of pedestrians, Su Yang would slow down. He consistently maintained a safe distance from the vehicle in front. His driving was meticulous and conservative, epitomizing stability. Typically, seasoned drivers would instinctively cut in front of someone maintaining such a safe distance, especially taxi drivers. However, the U8 boasted considerable recognition and visibility. Throughout the journey, almost no driver dared to merge in front of the U8. After all, a moment's inattention could lead to them being held entirely liable, potentially resulting in significant compensation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Shindu Garden community, the U8 came to a smooth stop. After disembarking, Ma Ran remarked, "Boss, your driving technique is sound. You simply need to practice more." "All right. Also, you might want to find an empty area to familiarize yourself with the U8's features. It's considerably more complex than a fuel-powered vehicle." Su Yang nodded, reminding him to reimburse his taxi fare. "Of course." Ma Ran nodded, casting a reluctant glance back at the U8. He felt a twinge of regret for not having had the chance to grasp the steering wheel of the U8. Like a child reluctant to part with a new toy, Su Yang circled the Shindu Garden a few more times, trying out nearly all the functions, including making a U-turn. As darkness began to fall, he finally drove into the community, registering his vehicle with the security guard. The guard, with a warm smile, inquired, "Boss, is this the newly purchased U8? "Yes," Su Yang replied with a smile and a nod. The guard, enviously eyeing the U8, remarked, "This should be the first U8 in our community. It's only recently been released, so it's quite rare. Is it easy to drive?" "Much easier than the Santana." "You certainly have a sense of humor, boss." In truth, Su Yang was quite serious. At that moment, some residents who had dined early began to take evening strolls. The U8 attracted considerable attention. Even those unfamiliar with it were drawn in by its imposing exterior. As he drove along, searching for a suitable parking space, Su Yang bypassed several empty spots before finding one that required parallel parking skills to maneuver into. He positioned the U8's front at a 45-degree angle against the rear of a large G vehicle. Since obtaining the car purchase card and awaiting the arrival of his new vehicle, Su Yang had not only diligently reviewed traffic regulations, but had also taken the time to familiarize himself with other luxury car brands. He recognized the large G. It was considerably more expensive than his U8, with the top-tier model costing at least $2 million. There were indeed many affluent individuals residing in this community. After assessing the distance between his vehicle and those in front and behind, and feeling satisfied that there were no issues, Su Yang resumed his seat. Activating the easy parking feature on the central control screen, the U8's tires began to spin, smoothly maneuvering the rear of the vehicle into the parking space. The dragon twirls its tail. Peering out, Su Yang observed that the vehicle was parked perfectly within the lines. His spirits lifted. With this feature, he, as a novice driver, would no longer need to fear parallel parking. He raised his head and noticed several individuals standing by the roadside, watching him park. A somewhat portly gentleman approached curiously. "Young man, is this the U8? Yes. Did you just buy it? I picked it up today. How does it drive? It feels quite good. Could you demonstrate a U-turn? The gentleman, somewhat bashful, added, I just wanted to see if you're in a hurry, then it can wait. Seeing the eager expression in the gentleman's eyes, Su-Yang could not bring himself to decline the request. What harm was there? He simply had a passion for cars. Just then, a few middle-aged individuals strolled over, equally intrigued by Su-Yang's U8. Upon hearing that he intended to perform a U-turn, they too wore expressions of anticipation. All right. Su-Yang attempted to maneuver the U8 out from between two vehicles. Observing his somewhat clumsy movements, the gentleman could not help but chuckle. Did you just learn to drive? I've had my license for a while, but I haven't driven much. The gentleman called out to a nearby middle-aged man. Old Lou, is that large G yours? Indeed. Hastily, Old Lou dashed to his large G and drove it aside, clearing a path for Su-Yang. Goodness, even the driver of the large G is curious. However, having agreed to perform the U-turn, Su-Yang was determined to proceed. After executing the U-turn with the U8, the tires left a distinct circular mark on the road. Impressive. This vehicle is quite remarkable. Indeed, it can really perform a U-turn. The elder gentleman was the first to applaud, prompting a chorus of cheers from the surrounding crowd. Su-Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment. These people were rather excessively enthusiastic. Surprisingly, it was the men who were the most fervent, rather than the women. With a graceful flourish, he parked his car and finally stepped out to bid farewell to the onlookers. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Sister Qin Shuang? As dusk settled, he realized he hadn't noticed her earlier. Qin Shuang, with a beaming smile, inquired, Boss Su, are you showcasing your new car? It seems they are rather intrigued by my vehicle. Su-Yang glanced at the elder and the other 7 or 8 men who stood by, scrutinizing his U8 while engaged in animated discussion. Qin Shuang replied, high-end domestic cars are quite rare. Those who can afford and dare to purchase them are even more uncommon. Currently, many harbor skepticism towards domestic premium brands. However, she refrained from voicing further thoughts. At that moment, Su-Yang noticed a young boy standing beside Qin Shuang, holding her hand. The boy appeared to be around 10 years old, somewhat delicate in appearance, with fleeting traces of Qin Shuang's features. Indeed, a little handsome lad. Yet, he seemed a bit shy. As Su-Yang greeted Qin Shuang, the boy clung to her hand. Sister Qin, is this your son? And then greet the uncle. Uncle? Su-Yang awkwardly scratched his nose. Had he reached the age to be called uncle? Hello, brother. The boy replied sweetly. How charming. Su-Yang exclaimed, delighted. The child certainly had a way with words. Yet, Qin Shuang cast a reproachful glance at her son. You should call him uncle. But he looks just like a brother. Anan insisted. Calling him brother is not incorrect. Su-Yang chuckled, speaking in support of Anan. Sister Qin, are you out for a stroll? We're heading back now. Qin Shuang laughed. Let us walk together. It's on the way. All right. Qin Shuang, with her son in tow, escorted Su-Yang to the small villa. It was only after Su-Yang ascended the stairs that Anan released her hand. On their way home, he suddenly asked, Mom, do you like that brother? Why would you think that? Qin Shuang quickly defended, he is much younger than me. Thankfully, it was dark enough that Anan could not see her expression. The one who sent you flowers last time isn't that old, right? That fellow was merely infatuated. Qin Shuang comforted her son by patting his head. I promise you. As long as you don't approve, I won't marry again. I don't like those uncles. Mom understands. Mom, can you and Dad get back together? That's impossible now. Chapter 52. The renovation of 2 shops. The people tricked by the marketing department. Upon returning to the villa, Anan went to his room to do his homework. Qin Shuang sat on a chair in the backyard, looking up at Su-Yang's 6th-floor living room, where the lights were still on. What could he be doing? An inexplicable curiosity filled her mind. As she thought of Su-Yang's handsome face and athletic figure, she felt her cheeks flush slightly. Back in her room, she took out a nail clipper and began trimming her nails gently. The next day, Ma Ran drove his car to the new Capitol Garden. Soon, he was thrilled to touch the steering wheel of the U8. Boss, may I attempt a U-turn in place? Sure, just once. Seeing Ma Ran's eager expression, Su-Yang found it hard to refuse. Thank you, boss. Ma Ran exclaimed joyfully. After trying the U-turn, he happily drove Su-Yang to the Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot restaurant. As soon as the car came to a halt outside the restaurant, Jian Wei exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of car is this? It's huge. Guo Fang, puzzled, replied, it seems to be the U8. Jian Wei sighed. Is this the U8 that Zhou Zichuan mentioned? Guo Fang nodded. Tan Jiasen, confused, asked, is the U8 very expensive? Guo Fang responded, over $1 million. It's definitely beyond my means. At that moment, Ma Ran leaned back, revealing Su-Yang's handsome face. Guo Fang, Jian Wei, get in. Tan Jiasen gasped, is this the boss's car? What is strange about that? Guo Fang chuckled. Our boss is already quite wealthy. He owns several large fitness centers and is quite famous in Rongqing. Tan Jiasen looked bewildered. Why wasn't he aware of this? Guofang replied, "You never asked. Keep an eye on the store's affairs. Jianwei and I are heading to the branch." "All right." Guofang climbed into the U8, curiously looking around. Jianwei appeared more reserved, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Before long, the four arrived at the Island Cuisine restaurant in Chunhui Mall. Upon arrival, Dongfang was already waiting at the entrance. "Su Yang, you really are inconsiderate. You opened a store without telling me." Dongfang couldn't help but tease. "This is my second store. There's a third as well." "What?" "I also acquired a decent storefront that needs renovation." "3 hot pot restaurants?" Dongfang exclaimed. "It seems your business is thriving." "Not bad." Su Yang smiled. "Impressive." Dongfang gave a thumbs up and scrutinized Su Yang. "I truly didn't realize you had a knack for business." "All right, let us head inside and take a look." On the way, Su Yang introduced Guofang and Jianwei to Dongfang. Upon opening the roll-up door of the Island Cuisine restaurant, they found it completely empty. Guofang took out the prepared design sketch and began explaining the renovation details to Dongfang. Su Yang quietly listened, refraining from interrupting, treating it as a learning opportunity. Afterward, Su Yang led them to the storefront on Beida Street, and when Dongfang saw Su Yang's U8, he suddenly understood. He realized how Su Yang managed to win over Chun-Li. Girls like Chun-Li, who work in finance, handle substantial amounts of money and have interacted with numerous bosses, tend to have high standards. Otherwise, Chun-Li wouldn't have remained unmarried at 29. If it were merely a hot pot restaurant, she likely wouldn't be particularly interested. But if it were in U8, that would be an entirely different matter. After all, wealthy individuals with fortunes in the tens of millions generally hesitate to purchase in U8. Most affluent people's mindsets have yet to shift, and they continue to harbor doubts about domestic luxury vehicles. So is Su Yang's family quite rich? Recalling their year of acquaintance, during which Su Yang never revealed any hints, Dongfang couldn't help but comment, "You've kept it under wraps quite well." Upon reaching the storefront on Beida Street, Su Yang greeted the sunbathing Mr. Li with a smile and led the three into the shop. This establishment previously operated as a skewer shop, so renovations would be relatively straightforward. Guofang could outline the general renovation requirements on site, and Dongfang diligently recorded everything. Once the arrangements were finalized, it was nearly noon. Su Yang took the group to a restaurant for lunch. As they reached the halfway point of their meal, Su Yang urged, "Brother Dong, we need to expedite this. I'm eager to open for business. I can assure you, I'll have the quote ready by tomorrow." Dongfang promised, thumping his chest. "Once the quote is approved, the workers will start immediately. Your business will not be delayed." Dongfang was confident, noting that the renovation market was not as bustling as in previous years. The company's business is faltering, leaving numerous renovation workers without jobs. Upon discovering that Su Yang is a wealthy heir, his thoughts began to flourish. He reflected on the past years spent under the same roof as Su Yang. He and Yang Yun had treated Su Yang quite well, and their relationship was relatively amicable. Su Yang's request for his assistance in renovating a shop served as a testament to this. Dongfang did not expect Su Yang to make him rich. As long as Su Yang remembered him when business was good, that was already a considerable favor. "That could be a challenge," Dongfang exclaimed. "Rest assured, I promise to execute this task splendidly." After the four of them had eaten their fill, Dongfang suddenly inquired in the underground parking lot, "Su Yang, there are some matters I'm unsure whether I should ask." "Feel free to ask." Su Yang replied candidly. "Have you had a falling out with Chun-Li?" Why do you ask that?" Su Yang was taken aback. He had assumed Dongfang was going to question why he, despite his wealth, chose to live modestly in a rented apartment. He had even concocted a rags-to-riches inspirational tale. Instead, Dongfang's inquiry revolved around Chun-Li. Dongfang chuckled awkwardly. "In recent days, Chun-Li seems to be in a rather poor mood." "I see." Su Yang understood that Dongfang had misinterpreted their relationship. However, he felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. A little coaxing would suffice for women. Indeed, Dongfang chose not to pursue the matter further and drove away. After Dongfang's departure, Guofang suddenly asked, "Boss, who do you plan to assign to manage the shop on Beida Street? Do you have a suitable candidate?" In truth, Su Yang already had several alternatives in mind, though they were all currently employed at various hot pot restaurants. If Guofang had a candidate, it would save him some trouble. "I have a friend who runs a hot pot restaurant," Guofang stated. Su Yang looked at Guofang curiously as he continued. "However, his business collapsed 2 months ago, and he lost over 400,000. Is he capable?" "He's an industry veteran. His management skills are definitely sound." Guofang replied with a hint of resignation. "It's just that his judgment in selecting locations is nowhere near as astute as yours, having been misled by the shopping mall's leasing department." "Then I would like to meet him." Su Yang surmised how Guofang's friend had been deceived. The leasing department of the mall is responsible for attracting merchants, promising to introduce renowned domestic and international chain brands to draw in foot traffic. Simultaneously, They would often mislead ordinary business owners and aspiring entrepreneurs into renting spaces in the mall, boasting about the strength of the company behind the mall, the grand promotional events planned, and the numerous established brands already present, assuring them of the bustling commerce that awaited. Ultimately, they conveyed to these ordinary business owners and entrepreneurs that they should hurry and rent spaces in their mall, promising a lucrative future. Yet, many ordinary business owners, after renting spaces, investing in renovations, stocking goods, and opening their doors, would find the mall virtually devoid of customers. Ordinary business owners might seek to confront the leasing department, but the staff would typically delay, claiming that foot traffic would increase after some time. If the mall's location is prime and the promotions are effective, foot traffic might indeed improve gradually. However, if the mall's location is poor and the promotions lack impact, the foot traffic will remain stagnant, leaving these ordinary business owners and entrepreneurs to face inevitable losses. The property management will not be lenient. Rent will still be collected as due. Based on Su Yang's month-long field research and data obtained online, he found that many so-called commercial districts across the country are oversaturated, with little to no foot traffic. In Rongqing, he had also visited malls that lacked customers. Aside from street-level shops, a few brand stores, and establishments primarily focused on takeout, the interiors were often eerily vacant. Street-level shops might attract some foot traffic, while takeout establishments do not rely on foot traffic, primarily depending on online orders. A few brand stores managed to survive due to their strong bargaining power, securing lower rents and prime locations that naturally attract some clientele, thus maintaining a lower cost line. Therefore, they can endure better than ordinary shops. If well-known brand stores in the vicinity, like Shui Wang's milk tea shop, go out of business, caution is warranted. An ordinary hot pot restaurant opening in a location devoid of foot traffic is likely doomed to fail, with no prospects of finding someone to take over. As for the leasing department's grandiose promises of foot traffic, such assurances should not be taken seriously. Taking them to heart would be a grave mistake. Su Yang then inquired, "By the way, how are you preparing for the hot pot restaurant equipment? Boss, are you considering second-hand items?" Guofeng asked with a smile. "I contacted a vendor through a friend. He has a batch of hot pot restaurant equipment that's about 80 to 90 new, including tables and chairs. I've inspected them, and the quality is sound, priced at least half below market value." "That's remarkable," Su Yang exclaimed in surprise. "Are 2 shops sufficient? 5 shops would be adequately supplied. Second-hand is acceptable, but ensure the styles are consistent." Su Yang relished the idea of saving money. Guofeng's assistance in sourcing second-hand equipment was also aimed at helping him lower startup costs. Such loyalty was commendable. "That won't be an issue," Guofeng assured him. In the afternoon, Su Yang finally met Guofeng's friend, Xiang Nantian. Approaching 40, Xiang sported a buzz cut and appeared somewhat overweight. However, he already had strands of gray hair and pronounced dark circles under his eyes, giving him a weary appearance. Name, Xiang Nantian. Status, suboptimal health, insomnia, significant debt pressure, remorseful, anxious. Skills, 1. Proficient in hot pot restaurant management. 2. Skilled in hot pot base preparation. 3. Basic driving skills. Xiang's proficiency in hot pot restaurant management was 1 level below Guofeng's, yet perfectly adequate for the task at hand. After chatting for a while and posing several operational queries about hot pot restaurants, questions to which Xiang Nantian answered fluently, Su Yang noted that he still seemed somewhat constrained and anxious in Su Yang's presence. It was evident that he was in dire need of this job. "Then the hot pot restaurant on Beida Street will be entrusted to you." "Thank you, boss." The nearly 40-year-old man bowed deeply to Su Yang. Losing over 400,000 was a significant blow to him. There's no need for such formality. Just focus on your work. Once Su Yang departed, Xiang Nantian expressed his gratitude to Guofeng, saying, "Old Guo, thank you." He understood clearly that without Guofeng's recommendation, this position would not have been his. The compensation Su Yang offers is enticing enough to attract the majority of hot pot restaurant managers in Rongqing. "We are old friends. No need for such formalities." Guofeng chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Don't think about starting your own business just yet. The risks are far too great. Just work hard for the boss. He is generous and undoubtedly more capable than both of us." "I understand." After enduring such a painful loss, Xiang Nantian had no desire to venture into entrepreneurship again. Moving forward, Yu and Jianwei will prepare for the renovations of the 2 new shops. Understood. Upon returning home, Xiang Tiantian pushed open the door to find his wife and sister-in-law, Wu Mei, together. Wu Mei had seldom visited their home prior, but since the closure of his hot pot restaurant, she had been a more frequent guest, primarily due to the considerable sum of 100,000 yuan he had borrowed from his brother. "How did the interview go?" Xiang Tiantian's wife immediately inquired upon seeing him enter. "I succeeded," Xiang Tiantian replied with a smile. "The boss is quite generous, offering a base salary of 15,000, with commissions for good performance." Such a substantial amount? His wife exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, as the manager of the hot pot restaurant, his base salary had only been around 8,000. Old Gui's base salary is even higher. Xiang Tiantian remarked, turning to Wu Mei. I intend to repay the money I borrowed from your family within 6 months. Don't worry about it. We are all relatives, Wu Mei replied with a smile. Everyone faces difficulties at times. You can repay me gradually. We are not in a hurry. Not in a hurry? Then why do you come over so frequently? Nevertheless, Xiang Tiantian remained courteous to Wu Mei, as he truly had borrowed money from her family. In the car, Su Yang noticed that Xiang Tiantian's loyalty had risen to 85. A rapid increase likely due to Su Yang's timely assistance. He then couldn't help but think of Chun-Li. After a moment's hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed her number. After all, there was still some lingering affection between them, even if it wasn't much. Upon connecting, Chun-Li's slightly sarcastic voice came through. Oh, is this Boss Su? What a surprise to receive a call from you. Su Yang chuckled. I heard from Dong Fong that you haven't been in the best of spirits lately. Didn't he expect you to care about my feelings? Have you finished work? How about dinner? I'll treat you. You're treating me, so I'll go? Chun-Li replied. The on XX Street has good flavors. I'll wait for you there at 8. Justa? Where else would you like to go? How about some spicy hot pot? Then I'd prefer the, Su Yang responded. After hanging up, Chun-Li lay on her bed, tossing and turning, her mind filled with thoughts of Su Yang. That annoying man, she muttered under her breath. Before she knew it, it was 6:30. After much internal conflict, she finally climbed out of bed to prepare herself. She changed outfits 7 times, trying on over 10 different ensembles. Looking in the mirror, she regretted not having purchased more clothes, but there was no time left. Knowing Su Yang, if she wasn't there by 8, he likely wouldn't wait for her. At 7:30, she felt somewhat satisfied with her appearance and grabbed her favorite handbag before leaving her rented room. The Su Yang mentioned was not far from the hot pot restaurant they had previously visited, merely a short walk away. While it wasn't a high-end establishment, the location he chose showed genuine thoughtfulness. As she descended the stairs and passed a convenience store she often frequented, Chun-Li hesitated but decided not to stop. However, as she moved further away from her apartment and past a chain supermarket she had never visited, she finally summoned the courage to enter. Upon entering the supermarket, she was greeted by a rush of cool air, which offered her some relief. Instead of heading straight inside, she stood in front of the checkout counter. Hello, how may I assist you? A polite employee inquired. Chun-Li opened her mouth, but before she could speak, her face began to flush. Chapter 54. Boss, another drink, please. I seem to have arrived too early. Standing at the entrance of the, Chun-Li glanced at her phone. There were still 13 minutes until 8. She turned to look at it was quite busy, with only 3 empty tables, and she was uncertain which one Su Yang had reserved. They had 6 tables set outside, and several curious patrons were eyeing her. Chun-Li turned her back to them, facing the street instead. Under the streetlight, her figure in a long dress was particularly striking. A gentle evening breeze tousled her hair, prompting her to quickly smooth it down. She had spent quite some time perfecting her hairstyle. A few men seated at an outside table whispered among themselves, "That girl is beautiful. She must be waiting for someone. Who lacks the decorum to keep such a lovely lady waiting? Who knows? Should we go introduce ourselves?" Just then, a formidable U8 pulled into a parking space along the curb. Under the streetlight, Chun-Li's gaze was immediately drawn to it. She recognized the U8. A client of hers had recently purchased one. Watching the luxury vehicle maneuver into the parking spot, she felt a twinge of envy. For the wealthy, the U8 was merely a grand toy. For her, it remained a distant dream. The U8 also captured the attention of several customers at the, "Wow, look at that U8. It's truly stunning. A luxury car worth over $1 million must be beautiful. If I had over $1 million, I'd definitely buy a Range Rover." Who would choose a U8? Why not? Who knows how reliable domestic luxury cars are? BBD's technology is impressive. Just wait until you have money. When she saw who emerged from the U8, Chun-Li was taken aback. She stood on her toes, leaning forward, eager to approach, but quickly regained her composure. Standing still while clutching her handbag. "Li Jia, how long have you been here?" "Just arrived." She certainly wouldn't admit to having waited for several minutes. Seeing Chun-Li in her current attire, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Her appearance was completely transformed. With sleek black hair, a light floral dress, and a pale purple cardigan, her modest curves were accentuated, presenting a harmonious silhouette that radiated a neighborly charm. Her feet adorned in black high-heeled sandals revealed 10 adorable toes painted in red polish. If Su Yang remembered correctly, Chun-Li hadn't painted her nails the last time they met. "Why not go inside?" Chun-Li replied defiantly, "I just want to enjoy the breeze." "Then let us head inside." "All right." As Su Yang led Chun-Li into the few male patrons seated outside shook their heads in resignation, losing interest in her. One man couldn't help but comment, "How can you be so stingy when dating such a beautiful girl?" Another man chuckled, If you drove you ate. Even taking a girl to eat roasted sweet potatoes by the roadside would attract a crowd. After informing the staff of their reservation, the waiter guided them to a small table. Su-young ordered the broth, and they casually selected some of their favorite ingredients, preparing their dipping sauces before sitting down face to face. Looking at the bubbling broth, Chun-Li said, "I want a drink. Drink if you like." Su-young recalled Dongfang mentioning that Chun-Li was feeling down, and added, "But it's best to drink in moderation. Too much alcohol can harm your stomach. Drink with me." Su-young hesitated for a moment. All right. He figured he could find a designated driver later. "Boss, 2 glasses of plum wine, please." "Certainly." Turning around, Su-young noticed several large glass jars of liquor on the store's shelves. Before long, 2 glasses brimming with brown plum wine were served. Each glass contained approximately 2 taels. Chun-Li lifted her wine glass and took a delicate sip. Su-young also took a small sip, finding it slightly sweet. Unlike the typical fiery taste of regular liquor. He reminded her, "You should eat more dishes." After filling her stomach a bit, and with half the wine consumed, Su-young felt a slight warmth rising within him. He glanced at Chun-Li, who was engrossed in eating and drinking. "I heard you've been feeling down lately?" Chun-Li paused her bamboo skewer, warmth flooding her heart. "Who told you that?" "Dong-gu." She turned to Su-young. "Are you concerned about me?" "Sort of." Having been in Rome City for a year, Su-young had not made many friends. "I got fired." "Huh, I got fired. Why?" Leaning against her chair, Chun-Li spoke with an indifferent tone. "I scolded the supervisor and the director. The whole company knows now." "Were you happy when you scolded them?" Chun-Li couldn't help but smile slightly. "I was quite pleased at that moment. And now? At least I have no regrets." "That's good." Su-young nodded. "Did the company offer any compensation?" "I was fired." "How could there be compensation? Because you scolded your superiors?" "No. The company claims I've been late over 400 times in 3 years." Su-young was astonished. "Is your job time sensitive?" "Actually, there is no strict requirement since we often conduct business outside and don't need to clock in at specific times." Chun-Li paused. They were merely looking for an excuse. Even if you clocked in on time, they would fabricate evidence to prove otherwise. Those in the know understand. "Aren't you worried about it being illegal?" Chun-Li smiled slyly, as if mocking Su-young's naivety. "Isn't your company a major one?" Chun-Li retorted, "Precisely because it's a large company, they act with impunity." "What do you plan to do next?" "What do you think?" Su-young pondered before saying, "Given your temperament, you'll likely pursue legal action, right?" Chun-Li inquired curiously. "Why do you say that? You're usually quite frugal. That's a substantial amount of money." Chun-Li narrowed her eyes. "Are you calling me stingy?" "I never said that." Chun-Li bit her red lip and shot a glare at Su-young. "Don't just point fingers at me. You're quite thrifty yourself. That's called being economical." Su-young corrected. Seeing Su-young's thick-skinned demeanor, Chun-Li couldn't help but laugh. "If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me." Su-young chewed on beef. "I estimate this matter will drag on for quite some time." Chun-Li poured a plate of pig brain into the pot. "I'm mentally prepared. The last person took 3 years to win their case. You could come work with me. It's tough without a source of income." "I'll think about it." Chun-Li finally softened her stance. Just then, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she quickly said, "I need to take this call. Is that necessary?" Su-young chuckled. "I'm not eavesdropping." She hesitated for a moment before answering the call. "Mom, no overtime today." Chun-Li glanced at Su-young. "Work is going quite smoothly. We lack nothing here." "Blind date. Let's skip that. I'm quite busy." I know. Let us leave it at that. I'm dining with colleagues. Bye." Su-young laughed. "You actually lied to your mom." "It's not a lie. Should I tell her I'm unemployed? Isn't that acceptable?" Telling them would only cause them worry, and it serves no purpose. Besides, they would just pressure me, either to return to the county to work, to take exams, or to find someone to marry. They don't realize how competitive it is to take exams nowadays. I've graduated for 7 years, and I have friends who've been preparing full-time for 3 years. What can you do with 3 or 4,000 a month in the county? As for marriage..." Chun-Li glanced at Su-young, who hurriedly stuffed his mouth with the cooled pork rolls. This skewer dish shop had decent business, with fresh ingredients and delightful flavors. She helplessly downed half a glass of wine. "Boss, another glass, please." Chapter 55. The Persuaded Chun-Li. She finally understood Su-young's intention. He had no thought of marrying her. Chun-Li had been mentally prepared for this, yet after testing the waters, she still felt a hint of disappointment. Chun-Li downed 3 shots of liquor in quick succession, causing Su-young to worry a bit. However, once they exited the skewer shop and he noticed her walking steadily, he felt somewhat relieved. Typically, girls who confidently drink tend to have a decent tolerance. Back in college, a younger girl had boldly joined them for drinks, leaving all her male peers completely defeated. The summer heat in Rome City was stifling, with relief only arriving in the evening. At this hour, the streets were still bustling with pedestrians. Some hurriedly carried lunchboxes, as if just returning from work. There were also young couples strolling, along with good friends enjoying a leisurely walk together. Su-young softly suggested, Shall we take a stroll? They walked along the street, passing through a grove of banyan trees. Su Yang gazed down at the stone-paved road and gently said, Li Jia, you shouldn't worry too much, nor should you place excessive pressure on yourself. Regardless of what happens, I will support you. In truth, upon learning of Chun Li's dismissal, he felt a sense of relief. At least she had not compromised her principles by pandering to her superiors. As much as he could, he was willing to lend Chun Li a helping hand. Chun Li lifted her gaze to Su Yang's handsome profile, feeling much better inside. After all, it had been her who took the initiative and assured him that he need not bear any responsibility. Noticing a couple across the street acting intimately, Chun Li gently linked her arm with Su Yang's. Leaning against him, she felt the weight on her shoulders lift significantly. For a fleeting moment, she wished this path would stretch on forever, with no end in sight. Yet while she felt lighter, Su Yang found it somewhat overwhelming. Chun Li had a commendable figure, with a slightly larger frame, embodying a curvaceous form. As she leaned against him, her softness pressed against his arm, causing a rush of warmth to surge through Su Yang. His well-toned physique from regular exercise made him feel invigorated. He halted, wrapping an arm around Chun Li's waist, slowly leaning in. Chun Li instinctively recoiled slightly, but ultimately closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment. 10 minutes later, Su Yang, holding the somewhat limp Chun Li, arrived at a hotel entrance. Chun Li paused, and upon seeing the sign, couldn't resist pinching Su Yang's waist. However, as he pulled her forward, she reluctantly followed him inside. Just as they entered, Chun Li suddenly whispered, I heard there might be cameras in the hotel rooms. What should we do? Su Yang hesitated. He certainly didn't want to end up in a scandal. Chun Li quietly suggested, let's south go to my place. Dong Guo and the others. Then we'll go to your place. All right. Su Yang felt as though his brain was being overridden by his impulses. Once they returned to Xindu Garden, they wasted no time becoming entangled with one another. Wear protection. I don't have any. Su Yang felt himself ready to explode. I have some in my bag. Following the direction indicated by that delicate, fair arm, Su Yang discovered a bag. Upon inspecting it, he found boxes of medium and large sizes within. Was this premeditated? He turned to Chun Li, who, upon catching his gaze, hastily drew the quilt over her face. In the car, Ma Ran cast a curious glance towards the back seat. It was his first time witnessing Su Yang accompanied by a woman from his home. However, he was not overly surprised. After all, it would be peculiar for a strikingly handsome and affluent young man like Su Yang to lack a beautiful girlfriend. Yet, this enchanting woman appeared to be somewhat older than his boss. Did his boss have a penchant for older women? Ma Ran couldn't help but ponder. Soon, the car halted at a familiar alleyway. Sisterly, call me if you need anything. Chun Li, clutching the bag, opened the car door and stepped out with her right foot. The moment she alighted, her right leg buckled, and she stumbled forward. Fortunately, Su Yang was quick-witted, catching her around the waist. Shall I help you upstairs? He inquired with concern. There's no need to trouble yourself. You should get to work. Chun Li glanced at the driver, suppressing her grievances regarding Su Yang's insistence. After all, Brother Dong and the others had likely already departed. All right then. Seeing Su Yang's unwavering resolve, Chun Li refrained from further refusal. As Su Yang approached her, she naturally grasped his arm. Observing the pair entering the alley, an increasingly bored Ma Ran soon noticed that the beautiful woman seemed to walk with an unsteady gait. He inhaled deeply. The vehicle was filled only with a faint fragrance, devoid of any scent of alcohol. Could it be that he was misinterpreting the situation? The morning rush hour had passed, leaving just Su Yang and Chun Li in the elevator. Su Yang, noticing Chun Li leaning against the wall, couldn't resist teasing her. Look at you. One might think you've downed a whole gene of liquor. Why a gene? After all, she seemed unfazed by six tails. It's all your fault. Chun Li retaliated with a playful kick to Su Yang's calf, though he felt no pain. Remember, you promised to report to the Xingho Fitness Center in the high-tech zone tomorrow. Coincidentally, they are hiring over there and indeed require an accountant, which Chun Li is qualified for and should adapt quickly. Chun Li gritted her teeth. You beast. Haha, I'll take that as a compliment. As for how Su Yang had persuaded Chun Li the previous day, that tale remained untold. After escorting Chun Li to her room, Su Yang descended alone. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, Chun Li silently leaned against the window, gazing after his retreating figure. Watching Su Yang vanish from sight, she promptly collapsed onto the bed, unwilling to move. She then turned over to face the ceiling and murmured, forget it. Overthinking serves no purpose. I'll take it one step at a time. A few days prior, she had been pushed to the brink of a mental breakdown and had indeed contemplated self-destruction. Yet, her choice to end her first time with Su Yang was driven by deeper motives. She was not so naive as to simply select a pleasing man at random. Although Su Yang had closed one door on her, he had at least opened a window. It was precisely this that instilled her with confidence. With this thought, feeling utterly fatigued, Chun Li burrowed into her blankets. Outside the alley, witnessing Su Yang leap into the car with an agile demeanor, Ma Ran suddenly felt he might have overthought the situation. After all, his boss appeared quite invigorated. Thus, he inquired, "Boss, shall we go for breakfast? I've already eaten, but I haven't tea. Then, drop me at the gym, and you can grab breakfast on the way." "Understood, boss." Today, Su Yang was in high spirits. And upon arriving at the gym, he immediately began to run. He sensed that his body felt exceptionally good today, light and unburdened. The previous day's vigorous exploits had not significantly impacted him. After all, he was young. The recovery ability of youth is formidable. Moreover, he was not just any ordinary young man. After his run, Su Yang made his way to the strength area, where he observed a group of 7 or 8 young individuals gathered around Luo Yihan. Several other fitness trainers were also present, enjoying the spectacle. "Sister Han, what brings you to Xingho?" "Sister Han, I'm your fan. I follow you on Douyin." "Sister Han, could you perform a handstand?" One young man even pulled out his phone, capturing the moment of Luo Yihan. Su Yang joined in, exclaiming, "Yes, Sister Han, show us a handstand." He vividly recalled this particular move of hers. Luo Yihan was quite renowned in the fitness circle of Rongqing, and her appearance at Xingho would undoubtedly elevate its visibility. This was the joy of gaining publicity without incurring advertising costs. Observing his boss mingling in the crowd, cheering along, Luo Yihan couldn't help but roll her eyes. "All right, everyone. Please step back a little." "Understood, Sister Han." Chapter 56. When the owner who purchased 1,000 personal training sessions arrives at the gym, the crowd obediently retreated, granting Luo Yihan the space to showcase her prowess. She pulled over a yoga mat and performed a few stretches. Then, she placed her hands on the mat, pivoted her body to the right, and with a slight exertion of force, her arms supported her entire weight. At this moment, her body angled to the left, defying gravity. The definition of her arm muscles became increasingly evident. Many novice gym-goers held their breath in awe, admiring this sister. Even several muscular regulars couldn't resist joining the throng. But this was only the beginning. Next, she gently placed her right hand on her right shoulder, relying solely on her left hand to uphold her entire weight. Everyone observed her left hand tremble slightly. Her beautifully sculpted muscles, including those on her arms, thighs, and calves, as well as her exquisite abs, became strikingly prominent. All of this created an intensely visual impact, radiating a powerful sense of beauty. Suddenly, Luo Yihan lifted her head and flashed a smile at the crowd. Combined with her alluring looks and mature aura, along with her cascading hair, it was utterly captivating. The group of novice gym-goers was instantly ignited. "Incredible. No way. Can she really do that? That's a bit exaggerated. Isn't it? Sister Han is amazing. So impressive. Her core strength is phenomenal. When will I ever achieve that? You skinny dude, you might as well stop dreaming." The applause erupted from everyone present. Even Su Yang found himself clapping for Luo Yihan. All of this was the result of years of rigorous training. Remarkably, Luo Yihan was still a woman. Women's upper body strength is typically about 40 of a man's, while their lower body strength reaches around 60. However, this does not imply that a woman's strength is only 12 of a man's. Due to the significantly more developed pectoral and dorsal muscles in men, the disparity between the two is typically 2 to 3-fold. Su Yang estimated that very few of the male fitness trainers under his command could execute this move. Luo Yihan persevered for approximately 7 seconds before relinquishing her stance and settling down onto the yoga mat, panting as she remarked, "All right, everyone disperse, so as not to impede others' workouts." "Sure thing, Sister Han. Could we take a group photo?" "Of course, Sister Han." "All right." After Luo Yihan posed for a picture with her fans, she surveyed the strength training area and spotted Su Yang performing bicep curls with a dual cable machine. Observing Su Yang's stable physique and the impressive biceps that emerged with each curl, Luo Yihan's eyes brightened. Su Yang's strength appeared to surpass that of most male fitness instructors in the gym. The rumors suggesting that Su Yang was a fitness-loving scion of wealth seemed to hold truth. She approached Su Yang and, waiting until he completed a set, said, "Boss, I have prepared 2 video proposal plans, which I submitted to Manager Su yesterday." "Great," Su Yang replied, catching his breath. "I'll take a look shortly." Manager Su had mentioned this matter to him the previous day, but he had been preoccupied at the time. "All right, boss." As Su Yang reclined on the inclined bench, ready to perform a barbell bench press, a striking figure approached his head. Looking up, he was surprised to see Tao Shui. With a sweet smile, Tao Shui exclaimed, "Boss, the barbell bench press can be hazardous. Allow me to assist you. Are you strong enough?" Tao Shui's smile faltered momentarily. "All right, then, I appreciate your help." Noticing her expression, Su Yang softened, recognizing her intention to assist. The bench press indeed posed risks. There had been instances of individuals meeting tragic accidents in the gym. Upon hearing Su Yang's willingness to accept her help, Tao Shui's spirits lifted once more. What about Lu Yiping? He has gone to attend a class with Coach Wang. He hasn't done anything inappropriate, has he? No. That's good. After an intense workout, drenched in sweat, Su Yang enjoyed a hot shower, feeling rejuvenated. He summoned Luo Yihan and Su Jiping to his office and briefly reviewed the two video proposals. Su Jiping recommended, "Boss, I think when a boss pays for 1,000 personal training sessions in one go is quite intriguing and entertaining." After closely examining the proposal endorsed by Su Jiping, Su Yang couldn't help but nod in agreement. The title succinctly described the content to be filmed. A boss who pays for 1,000 personal training sessions in one go is met with a grand VIP reception from the gym's trainers. The trainers line up to welcome him, complete with fireworks and a red carpet. When the boss wishes to perform incline barbell bench presses, two burly male trainers assist in lifting the barbell, and the boss effortlessly raises it. When he decides to swim, one trainer forges a path through the water while two more protect him on either side. Underwater, 3 trainers equipped with oxygen tanks and diving masks support him. The boss sails through the water with ease. When he tires from exercising, 4 trainers immediately offer him massages to help him relax, kneading his shoulders and legs, and using a massage gun to soothe his muscles, displaying utmost attentiveness. Additionally, a beautiful female trainer presents him with sports drinks, concluding with a grand send-off. The entire narrative emphasizes humor and extravagance, particularly when the 2 male trainers lift both the barbell and the boss. While the trainers may come across as excessively sycophantic in the storyline, it is merely a comedic skit. Beyond serving a promotional purpose, it aims to elicit laughter. Su Yang found it to be quite creative. After returning home from work each day, he enjoyed watching amusing comedic sketches. The gym's personal training sessions rely on affluent clientele. Such a production would also reflect Starfire's attentive service. He calculated the cost of 1,000 personal training sessions. If priced at 500 each, that totals 500,000. If based on Yuan CC's quoted price, it amounts to 1 million. My goodness, this sum could sufficiently cover the gym's expenses for a month or two. If a client were to truly make a one-time payment in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, Su Yang felt that such service would not be excessive. Even if he encountered such a high-profile client, he would wear a smile. Despite possessing the golden finger system, Su Yang was clear about his current position. He was merely a small business owner involved in the fitness and catering industries, managing a few establishments, and not yet a significant figure. He needed to develop gradually. "This is indeed splendid," Su Yang declared, pointing to the proposal in his hands. "However, I believe we can fully unleash our creativity and transform this into a series." Luo Yihan nodded in agreement. "I was thinking the same. Our gym has plenty of equipment. If we genuinely wish to create a series of videos, it might be a bit overwhelming for you alone. Brainstorming ideas could lead to a mental breakdown." Su Yang lightly tapped the desk and suggested, "We could organize a contest, inviting all Starfire employees to contribute ideas. For every accepted suggestion, we could offer a reward, and if the video performs well, we might even increase the bonuses. What do you think?" "I think that sounds wonderful." Luo Yihan, aware of her own limitations, recognized that coming up with ideas would certainly be a challenge for her. Most of her creative concepts arose spontaneously after workouts at the gym. Chapter 57, Luo Yihan's Proposal. Filming promotional material for the company herself? However, Luo Yihan still inquired, "Boss, won't this incur excessive costs?" Su Yang casually replied, "Money is not a concern for me." At that moment, Luo Yihan felt her boss was exceptionally handsome. Is this what it feels like to follow a wealthy benefactor? Truly remarkable. Luo Yihan gave a thumbs up. This idea from the boss is undoubtedly brilliant. Collaborating to generate ideas is definitely superior to relying solely on me. Let us reward employees 500 for each accepted idea. Su Yang contemplated before adding, "If the results are favorable, we can offer additional rewards, but let's keep it under 1,000. I worry they might neglect their work time to brainstorm." Upon further reflection, Luo Yihan realized there was indeed such a possibility. Su Yang then picked up the short video proposal that Su Jiping had dismissed, which revolved around customers paying different amounts for varying services. By paying more, one could replace male trainers with female trainers. Adding even more funds would allow one to upgrade from ordinary female trainers to stunning ones. Eventually, there would even be beautiful trainers adorned in traditional attire from various cultures, as well as blonde-haired, blue-eyed, red-haired, and black-skinned trainers. With the encouragement of these enchanting trainers, the trainees would excel, exuding vigor and strength. Su Yang shook his head. "This is indeed somewhat inappropriate. It carries a hint of controversy, and our gym does not provide such services." He looked at Luo Yihan, who shyly remarked, "I believe men tend to enjoy watching beautiful women. The concept is fine, but it doesn't suit us at Starfire." Su Yang elaborated, "I wish for Starfire trainers to embody a more positive, healthy, and uplifting image. Such insinuations could potentially tarnish the reputation of our female trainers." "Understood." Luo Yihan. The elegant lady nodded obediently before asking, "Do you have any further requirements?" Su Yang placed great importance on online promotion. Compared to traditional advertising, if online promotion is executed effectively, it can lead to substantial savings in marketing expenses. Moreover, he harbors ambitions to expand and strengthen Xingho. "I believe it would be prudent to recruit a professional photographer and an editor," boldly suggested Luo Yihan. "With the support of a professional team, the quality of the videos could be significantly enhanced. While I am capable of handling these tasks, I ultimately cannot match the expertise of professionals." It was only after she noticed Su Yang's considerable generosity that she dared to make such a proposal. "Certainly, this is a perfectly reasonable request for hiring, and Su Yang would be pleased to welcome additional staff. Not only does Xingho require them, but Ju Xiang does as well. Is there anything else?" Su Yang inquired with an encouraging gaze directed at Luo Yihan. "The inclusion of gym staff in the filming. The entire Xingho team will support your efforts. I will ensure their participation and offer a monetary incentive." Su Yang contemplated and then added, "For those who participate during holidays, we will provide overtime compensation in accordance with national regulations. If anyone is unwilling to participate, you can directly inform Manager Su. If he cannot resolve it, I will personally address the matter." "Understood, boss." With Su Yang's reassurance, Luo Yihan felt completely at ease. In truth, Su Yang's decision to involve the fitness trainers in the filming stemmed from his own ulterior motives. If a particular trainer gained fame, wouldn't he that enable them to raise their prices for personal training sessions? Much like those who buy tens of thousands of followers to declare themselves as streamers. Subsequently, they can significantly elevate their pricing as influencers. Why shouldn't he be able to increase the rates for personal training sessions with star trainers? Wealthy individuals are often quite image conscious. As long as they are willing to pay more, Su Yang wouldn't mind providing them with not only fitness services, but also a touch of emotional support. "Do you have any further requests?" "As long as they are reasonable, I can accommodate them." Luo Yihan smiled coyly. "Boss, are you saying that everyone at Xingho will support me?" "Of course." At that moment, he also noticed an unusual smile from Luo Yihan and quickly added, "Except for me." "Ah, boss." Luo Yihan immediately lost her composure. She hadn't anticipated Su Yang's swift response. Su Yang exclaimed in surprise, "You truly intended to include me? With such an admirable image, it would be a pity not to make an appearance." Luo Yihan pleaded. The boss could easily portray a wealthy client purchasing 1,000 personal training sessions. It would be a perfect fit. "Absolutely not." Su Yang would not consider appearing on camera. "Boss, this is for promoting Xingho. If you gain fame, it will undoubtedly elevate the reputation of Xingho. Given that the majority of our gym clientele are women, you would certainly attract a following of female admirers." Seeing that Su Yang remained unmoved, Luo Yihan persisted. "In this day and age, even billionaires are willing to step into the public eye to promote their companies and products. Boss, you must keep up with the times." She genuinely believed in Su Yang's potential. His image and demeanor surpassed even that of Yuan Cece. Not to mention his looks and physique, which were already top tier. He would undoubtedly outshine many young stars in the entertainment industry, especially with that robust physique, which holds great allure for affluent women. It is primarily Su Yang's gradually cultivated air of aloofness and authority that captivates younger audiences the most. If we can craft an excellent persona for Su Yang and ensure the quality of the short videos, combined with a financial investment in marketing, he undoubtedly possesses the potential to achieve fame. "Luo Yihan, please refrain from suggesting that I appear on camera." As Su Yang's smile began to fade, Luo Yihan could only respond with resignation. "All right then." Su Yang turned to Su Zhiping. "Manager Su, please cooperate with Luo Yihan." "Understood, boss." "Boss, you might want to reconsider." Luo Yihan whispered, "Once you gain fame, you could save a significant amount on promotional expenses. That is how those billionaires operate. I understand your perspective. You truly have Xingho's best interests at heart." Su Yang leaned back in his chair, "But this matter is non-negotiable. Do you understand?" "Understood." While Luo Yihan's proposal was indeed commendable, he would not entertain it. Those billionaires can afford to promote their companies and products, thereby saving millions or even billions in marketing costs. However, this would irrevocably tie the company's image to that of these affluent individuals and founders. If any scandal were to arise, the company's reputation would suffer significantly as well. It is a double-edged sword. Furthermore, once one becomes a public figure, they attract considerable scrutiny. In this era of pervasive social media, safeguarding one's privacy becomes exceedingly difficult. Every action and word is magnified and examined by the public. Su Yang felt he was still quite young, his character not sufficiently mature to navigate such complexities flawlessly. If given the chance, he would prefer to enjoy a few more decades of anonymity. In this day and age, how many young stars and internet personalities have faced downfall? After all, once one becomes a public figure, even a seemingly innocuous mistake can lead to a collective backlash. Even if one has not erred, There are skilled media professionals who will illustrate the art of editing for you. Moreover, those billionaires and company founders who are willing to stand in the public eye for their enterprises are often in their 40s or 50s. They have weathered numerous storms, their characters fully matured, and they possess the calmness and steadiness necessary for such roles. Their companies wield substantial influence, have the capability to protect their privacy, and possess a comprehensive public relations system, with considerable capital backing to mitigate risks far more effectively than Su Yang could manage. Chapter 58. MCN Promotion and Sales Channels. Planning for the future. Upon reflecting on this, Su Yang suddenly felt he was overthinking. Whether or not he could achieve fame was still uncertain. Regardless, he had no intention of becoming a public figure. The behind-the-scenes role suited his personality far better. If an image representative was truly necessary, he could easily find someone else. Thus, Luo Yihan could only depart in disappointment. Sitting in the office, Su Yang contemplated the future direction of his development. In the short term, he would continue to focus on rapidly replicable hot pot restaurants. He had considered other labor-intensive industries, but many fields either demanded substantial financial backing, possessed formidable technical barriers, or required extensive networking, often all three. Su Yang currently had no grand ideas. For instance, opening an electronics factory would entail daunting costs for factory rentals and specialized equipment. He likely could not bear such expenses, let alone address the critical issue of sales. Regardless of the product, if it cannot be sold, it is of no value. Take contracting projects, for instance. Many places are not commencing work at present. Without solid connections, he might not even get the opportunity to be a contractor. If he encounters projects requiring upfront material payments, that could be disastrous. Even if he successfully completes the project and passes inspections, the collection of payments can be a significant issue, with delays of a year or more being quite commonplace. This could drive someone to despair. It would be far simpler to operate a hot pot restaurant, as customers will pay right after their meal. As for the food delivery industry, the domestic market is already dominated by two colossal monopolies, each valued at over $1 trillion. Behind these giants lies a plethora of powerful capital. At this stage, with his limited resources, he cannot realistically consider competing. What he needs to focus on now is rapidly accumulating capital. Once he possesses a substantial amount of currency, the possibilities of ventures become boundless. After considerable contemplation over the past few days, Su Yang has found himself inclined towards the realm of multi-channel networks, MCN. An MCN is an innovative operational model for influencer management, wherein content creators are united under a single banner, supported by capital to ensure a consistent output of content, ultimately leading to stable commercial monetization. In simpler terms, it serves as an incubator for internet celebrities. However, Su Yang does not aspire to become a mere streamer or influencer. Rather, he is captivated by the promotional prowess and sales capabilities of these online personalities. This idea began to crystallize after his recent engagements in online marketing for a gym and a hot pot restaurant, where he connected with Chun Xiaoxiao and Luo Yihan. E-commerce is an undeniable trend, unyielding to personal whims. The prowess of leading streamers in driving sales is widely acknowledged. In this age, virtually every brand or enterprise allocates substantial resources towards online marketing. Should Su Yang establish a commendable MCN company and cultivate a cadre of high-quality influencers, he would gain significant leverage, regardless of the field he chooses to pursue in the future. If he could secure a top-tier sales influencer, he would even dare to approach banks for loans to manufacture products. The allure of an MCN lies in its minimal financial demands. It does not necessitate extravagant expenditures on equipment, and the initial investment is manageable for him. What Su Yang truly requires is a professional management team, along with connections to platforms and brand representatives. Yet, he can attract relevant professionals with lucrative salaries. As long as the compensation is adequate, he should find it easy to recruit talent. For Su Yang, the most significant expense associated with the MCN could be the cost of acquiring traffic. Nevertheless, some emerging influencers may not require extensive promotion, as their inherent appeal could catapult them to fame. He possesses a natural talent for business recommendations and can discern whether a newcomer will rise to prominence within a year. However, identifying such individuals demands considerable time and effort, which may seem unfair to those destined for stardom. But what harm is there in Su Yang reaping some benefits from them? By leveraging these influencers, he could diversify into other ventures, providing superior services to the public, producing high-quality goods, advancing technology, creating more job opportunities, and ultimately benefiting society. Truly a win-win for the nation and its citizens. With this thought, any lingering guilt he felt dissipated entirely. He gazed out of the office window, unable to suppress a smile. Thus, it should be considered their honor to be part of my venture. With this realization, he could hardly contain his excitement. Consequently, he sent messages to Luo Yihan and Chen Xiaoxiao, both of whom are engaged in social media. As industry professionals, their networks undoubtedly surpass his own. Shortly after, Luo Yihan arrived at Su Yang's office. So what prompted the boss to consider establishing an MCN company? She inquired. I would say it's merely a flicker of interest. Su Yang replied. I aim to lay the groundwork first. Luo Yihan chuckled. Surely, you're not planning to entice Navi, aspiring beauties into signing contracts, are you? I'm not that frivolous. Su Yang retorted. Though he couldn't help but acknowledge that Luo Yihan's suggestion was indeed intriguing. Recruiting more influencer talents could be viewed as expanding his workforce. Are you serious? Luo Yihan pressed. Absolutely. Su Yang affirmed. I've previously been approached by MCN companies, which I turned down. After a moment of thought, Luo Yihan stated, however, I know some contracted influencers with MCN companies who could assist in connecting you with relevant professionals, should you require it. That would be greatly appreciated. He responded. Not a bother at all. After Luo Yihan departed, Chen Xiaoxiao also replied. Like Luo Yihan, she operates independently without a company backing her. Yet she has assembled her own working team. However, her network is broader, as she is acquainted with several local MCN management teams. Reputable MCNs possess an abundance of advertising resources from brand partners. Some advertising resources, which may not align with MCN influencers, could potentially be redirected to Chen Xiaoxiao, provided she is willing to share a portion of the advertising revenue. This constitutes standard business collaboration. They arranged to dine together in 2 days, after which Su Yang left Xinghao. Climbing into Ma Ran's vehicle, he retrieved his densely annotated phone map and informed Ma Ran of the location for scouting potential sites. Although he had resolved to create an MCN company, many matters could not be rushed until he identified a suitable MCN management leader. His primary focus remained on the culinary sector. He possessed ample patience to wait. By around 6 in the evening, Su Yang had yet to receive the promised quotation from Dongfang. However, he refrained from pressing Dongfang and instead called Guofeng. Guofeng informed him that earlier that day, Dongfang, accompanied by the company designer, Jin Wei, had visited 2 store locations for on-site inspections and sought his advice during the process. This revelation eased Su Yang's mind, as it demonstrated that they were diligently working. Passing by a bookstore, he purchased a book on economics and another on philosophy. His routine was quite structured, typically returning home by 6 o'clock. Previously, he would scour the internet for information upon returning home, but feeling his eyes grow weary, he decided to temporarily reduce screen time and immerse himself in literature to further enrich his knowledge. With his photographic memory, it was imperative for him to absorb new information daily. Otherwise, he felt an unsettling sense of wasted potential. By 10 o'clock, Su Yang set aside his book. Overwhelmed by fatigue, these theoretical and profound texts indeed proved conducive to sleep. After taking a shower, he had just settled into bed when he noticed a message from WeChat. Guofeng informed him that the renovation design plans and quotes from Dongfang had been finalized, aligning perfectly with his initial specifications. The materials had been confirmed, and the cost estimates had been reviewed by Guofeng as well. Provided Su Yang approved, they could sign the contract the following day. He skimmed through the 2 renovation blueprints alongside the various costs, design fees, labor fees, and management fees, culminating in a total renovation quote of $2.04 million for both establishments. The proposed renovation for the Japanese cuisine restaurant was notably higher due to its specific aesthetic requirements, which necessitated adjustments. Su Yang inquired, "What is your take on the quote?" Guofeng replied, "It's a fair price, somewhat lower than I anticipated. I'll go ahead and discuss it with Dongfang." Glancing at the time, Su Yang noted it was already 10:30 and decided it was late enough for Guofeng to rest. "Good night, boss." As he scrutinized the design plans through a business simulation, confirming that the renovations would comply with fire safety regulations and facilitate the acquisition of business licenses, he dialed Dongfeng's number. Upon connection, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds, as if a lively gathering was underway. "Donggu, are you indulging in a midnight snack?" Inviting colleagues to indulge in barbecue right beneath the office, Dongfeng cheerfully inquired, "Mr. Su, have you seen the quotation? Please let me know if there are any concerns. Let us finalize it." With a smile, Su Yang replied, "That sounds about right. I will come by your company to sign the contract tomorrow." "Great." After hanging up the phone, Dongfeng joyfully announced, "Mr. Su has given the green light. Thank you all today. Feel free to order drinks on me. Once again, Brother Dong is generous. A bottle of snowflake beer, chilled, please. I would like one as well." The following day, Su Yang entered into a contract with the Jia Decoration Company, represented by Dongfeng, and made a payment of 70,000. Although it was merely a small order, He Jinwei, the owner of Jia Decoration, was exceedingly warm towards Su Yang, likely influenced by Dongfeng's positive remarks about him. He Jinwei assured Su Yang that he would expedite the arrangement of materials and workers, ensuring that Su Yang could commence operations within the month. Naturally, this brought great delight to Su Yang, as time was his most pressing need. As Su Yang departed in his U8, He Jinwei suppressed his envy and remarked to Dong Fong, you must ensure the quality of this renovation is impeccable. He understood how to make selections wisely, knowing that Su Yang had several stores already. He recognized Su Yang as a valuable long-term client and was willing to offer some concessions in pricing. I understand, boss. Even if you don't say so, Dong Fong will enforce strict standards. However, Dong Fong added, boss, I would like to request the transfer of the craftsmen Su Wanzhong, He Song Kong, and Su Ming. Where are they currently? He Jinwei was well aware of these three skilled workers, seasoned veterans known for their excellent craftsmanship and efficiency. The company generally prioritized assigning them work, and they were currently engaged in renovating 2 apartments at Tianyun Garden. Without hesitation, He Jinwei replied, then let us assign them to Mr. Su. Understood. Nonetheless, He Jinwei cautioned, remember to replenish the number of workers promptly after transferring them, so the client does not notice. We wouldn't want to upset them. Dong Fong chuckled, boss, I am aware. Meanwhile, impeccably dressed in tailored attire, with her hair elegantly styled, Chun-Li arrived at the Xingho Fitness Center in the high-tech zone. Gao Chong personally welcomed her into his office. Upon seeing Chun-Li's beauty, he harbored some speculations yet remained uncertain. After all, her demeanor exuded the poise of a seasoned professional. Hello, Miss Chun. He greeted with great courtesy, understanding that she was directly appointed by Su Yang. She was either a trusted confidant or a relative, so he would tread carefully. Chun-Li smiled, Manager Gao, you're too polite. Just call me Chun-Li. After all, I will be one of your team members from now on. Upon hearing this, Gao Chong's impression of Chun-Li improved considerably. She appeared reasonable and easy to work with. Then I shall call you Chun-Li. He replied with a smile, we are all under the boss's command. Her words amused Chun-Li, yet she sensed Gao Chong's underlying respect for Su Yang. Was Su Yang truly that formidable? After some pleasantries, Gao Chong personally handled Chun-Li's onboarding process. Before the 10 o'clock opening, he held a brief staff meeting at the high-tech zone store to introduce Chun-Li to everyone. She received a warm welcome, particularly from the male fitness trainers. Gao Chong naturally emphasized that Chun-Li was directly assigned by their boss, Su Yang. The male trainers immediately settled down, understanding the implication of Gao Chong's hint. After the meeting, Gao Chong produced a card from his pocket and handed it to Chun-Li. Chun-Li, this is a card from the boss for you. What is it? A yearly membership card for Xingho Fitness. The boss personally paid for this, asking me to arrange it for you. Gao Chong whispered. He mentioned that after you complete your duties, you should find time for some exercise. All right. Accepting the fitness card, Chun-Li felt elated. Appreciating that Su Yang had not forgotten her desire to maintain fitness, she sent him a message on WeChat. Thank you for the fitness card. Soon after, as she approached the office door, she received a prompt reply. It was a swift response, making her feel cherished. Feeling a sweet sensation, Chun-Li opened the message to find Su Yang's reply. Make sure to exercise more. You seem a bit frail. I will check on your progress when I can. This man. Upon entering the office, Chun-Li quickly familiarized herself with the accounting tasks at the gym with the help of the cashier. Although it had been a while since she had worked in accounting, her foundational knowledge remained intact. For any unfamiliar aspects, she not only consulted the gym's cashier, but also reached out to other accountants she knew. The connections she had built over the years proved valuable. By around 6 in the evening, Su Yang called Guofeng to inform him to inspect the new store the next morning. What new store? Isn't it already with the renovation company? Guofeng inquired. I am preparing to acquire another one. Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Guofeng fell silent on the other end of the line. The hot pot restaurant at Feida Plaza had only opened for less than a month, and Su Yang was already pursuing a third location. Such rapid expansion seemed somewhat reckless. Seated comfortably in the spacious rear of his U8, Su Yang exuded an air of tranquility. It is a promising location. I feel it would be a missed opportunity not to acquire it. I plan to sign the contract with the landlord tomorrow. The new store spanned 2 floors and over 400 square meters. Situated on a bustling dining street in Do County. Previously, it operated as a high-end Cantonese restaurant, but had since closed down. The monthly rent was 60,000. A figure Su Yang found acceptable, while he might hesitate over stores that could only yield a profit of 20 to 30,000 per month. He had no reservations about securing any location that could rival the profitability of the Feida Plaza outlet. After pondering, Guofeng replied, all right. Su Yang had only paid a deposit, refraining from signing a contract directly with the landlord due to insufficient funds. After paying 70,000 to the renovation company and a 20,000 deposit to the landlord, his bank account had dwindled to 200,000. On his way home, Su Yang heard the long-awaited system notification. Ding. You have received a salary and welfare refund of 1 million for Xingho Fitness employees for July. Ding. You have received a salary and welfare refund of 130,000 for Juxiang Beef Hot Pot employees for July. Money had arrived. Elated, Chapter 60. By day, he must toil for Su Yang. His once deflated wallet was now replenished. The balance in his bank account surged from 200,000 to 1,430,000. Yet, the joyful news did not cease. Ding. Employee Chiu Yifan from Xingho Fitness has reached a loyalty level of 90. You receive 180,000 in cash. Ding. Employee Baoshan from Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot has reached a loyalty level of 90. You receive 30,000 in cash. Ding. Employee Gaolan from Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot has reached a loyalty level of 90. You receive 1 agility attribute point. Indeed, as long as salaries were ample. Employee loyalty surged swiftly. Su Yang scrutinized the list of employees whose loyalty to Xingho Fitness had reached an impressive 90. Most of them hailed from the Beida Street and High-Tech Zone branches. Among them, he also remembered Gao Lan from the Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot restaurant. She was a diligent, nimble, somewhat flat-chested girl of slender build. After a prolonged absence of attribute point rewards, Su Yang decisively allocated his agility points. Upon seeing the 1.64 million in his bank account, he felt an irresistible urge to share his joy with someone. He casually dialed Chun Li's number. Sisterly, are you off work yet? Su Yang recalled that the gym's accountant finished work at 5, unlike the fitness trainers. It was already past 6. Not yet. Chun Li replied from her office. You're still working late? Su Yang asked, somewhat surprised. Isn't this job supposed to be quite easy? I want to sort things out quickly. Let us organize everything tomorrow and go out for dinner. Where shall we go? How about having Western cuisine this time? Sounds good. A wave of sweet anticipation surged within Chun Li. Finally, it wasn't just skewers. Upon arriving at the Western restaurant, she was astonished to discover that Su Yang had arranged a candlelit dinner. This delightful surprise left her breathless. It was also Su Yang's first visit to a high-end Western restaurant, yet he did not feel intimidated. The balance in his bank account provided him with the confidence he needed. Having watched a video on how to use a knife and fork, he executed the dining etiquette with commendable finesse. After settling the bill, Su Yang drove Chun Li home. She noticed that the route seemed off, but chose not to comment. The atmosphere was simply too enchanting, leaving her somewhat giddy. After a series of passionate encounters, she found herself lying on the bed, her rationality gradually reclaiming dominance. As she reached for her phone, she saw that it was already past midnight. Feeling utterly exhausted, akin to having pulled 2 all-nighters, Chun Li suddenly sensed that she might be at a disadvantage. Initially, with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 as a gym accountant, she felt somewhat embarrassed. It seemed her workload did not quite warrant such a generous salary. Yet, it dawned on her that perhaps it wasn't Su Yang who was at a loss, but rather herself. During the day, she toiled for Su Yang, and at night, she continued to labor into the early hours, without even a title to her name. Could this truly be compensated with a salary over 10,000? Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but kick Su Yang playfully under the covers. Darling, do you want something? Su Yang mumbled sleepily. Chun Li quickly embraced him, gently stroking his head as she whispered, Be good, sleep well. We have work tomorrow. Seeing that Su Yang had fallen silent, she finally exhaled in relief. The following morning, Su Yang accompanied Chun Li downstairs, planning to go out for breakfast. Just as they were about to leave the community, a BMW slowly drew parallel to them. Turning his head, Su Yang saw that it was Qin Shuang behind the wheel, with her son and in the passenger seat. Good morning, Boss Su. Qin Shuang greeted. Good morning, Sister Qin. Are you taking it into school? Yes. Qin Shuang glanced at her son, who promptly chimed in. Good morning, brother. Good morning, Anan. Qin Shuang curiously sized up Chun Li, asking, And who might this be? Chun Li, your girlfriend? Indeed. With Qin Shuang's observation, Su Yang had no hesitation in bestowing upon Chun Li the title of girlfriend. Ah, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Qin Shuang remarked with a smile. I must be off now. All right. With a gentle press of the accelerator, Qin Shuang's car gradually sped away. As she departed, she reflected on Su Yang's taste, concluding that his girlfriend was indeed quite commendable. Once Qin Shuang was out of sight, Chun Li gleefully tugged at Su Yang's arm, exclaiming, So you finally acknowledge me as your girlfriend? Of course. Su Yang nodded with ease. I have many female friends, you know. This woman was certainly becoming a bit too demanding. Scoundrel, Chun Li retorted with a playful glare. Yet despite her words, she did not release her grip on his arm. She was reluctant to let go. I wish to rent a place in the high-tech zone for convenience at work. Certainly, let us find a nice place, Su Yang advised. Make sure not to compromise too much. He was well aware of Chun Li's frugality. All right. Su Yang gently patted Chun Li's head. I can reimburse you. Clutching Su Yang's arm tightly, Chun Li hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Chun Li, Su Yang did not head to the gym as was his routine. Instead, he arranged to meet the landlord to finalize the lease for the shop. The contract was for a year, with an option for renewal thereafter. The total payment was 240,000, which included a deposit of 20,000, allowing him to pay 220,000 up front. At that moment, Guofeng arrived by car. After inspecting the shop, he felt the location was quite decent, albeit the rent was slightly steep. However, considering the over 400 square meters of space, it seemed reasonable. What are your plans for the renovation? Save where we can, Su Yang replied. The most critical aspect for a hot pot restaurant is its location, followed by the flavor. As for the decor, as long as it's acceptable, it suffices. What more do we need? If we truly aimed for an elaborate renovation, it could easily cost over $1 million. But that would be exceedingly impractical for me. Guofeng cautioned, at least it cost over 100,000, perhaps close to 200,000. The previous owner of the Cantonese restaurant decorated the entire place in lavish splendor. However, it has now become somewhat dated. Opening a new store definitely requires a bit of renovation. Even if we economize, this space is still over 400 square meters. I am prepared for that. Su Yang felt quite content, especially since there was no transfer fee. That was a significant advantage. As they were about to part ways, Su Yang advised, at the hot pot restaurant, we can hire an additional 10 employees. Besides training, it will also allow for some shift changes. Working in a hot pot restaurant can be quite strenuous, usually starting around 9 or 10 in the morning and lasting until 11 or even midnight. Especially in bustling establishments, customers begin to flood in from noon, and it's normal for the staff to be rushed off their feet. Of course, most people wouldn't even notice them. Understood, boss. Guofeng readily agreed. Given Su Yang's rapid expansion, he indeed needed assistance in training employees. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, the 10th approached. Xingho Fitness was on the cusp of launching its much-anticipated large-scale promotional event. Store managers Su Zhiping, Gao Chong, and Zhou Shunyan were busily engaged. Yet they expressed not a hint of complaint. After all, Su Yang had generously compensated them, as they received their salaries on the 7th. Their high loyalty made them feel somewhat undeserving. Chapter 61, The Fitness Center's Pledge Meeting. Rice Noodles. At 9:30 a.m. on the 9th, all 3 branches of Xingho Fitness held employee meetings. At the Qinglong District branch, Su Zhiping stood on stage, his tone serious as he addressed the assembly. It is well known that the gym continues to operate at a loss. Although our employer is not financially constrained, and even if the gym remains unprofitable, he would never allow it to close its doors. This situation brings us shame. Shame upon me as the manager, as it signifies that we do not deserve such generous salaries. Do not assume that joining Spark Fitness guarantees your security. While the gym may remain open, it does not assure your continued presence here. Su Zhiping stated coldly, the boss may be lenient, but that does not mean I will be permissive. He cast his gaze upon the 3 new young trainers, a duo of women and a man. You may inquire with Zhu Zhou, Meng Yaru, and Xiaolon. During this recruitment for fitness instructors across our 3 Spark locations, we received applications from 300 candidates, yet only 10 were selected. My intention in sharing this is not to instill fear, but to encourage you to give your utmost effort and to approach the upcoming challenge for Spark's 5th anniversary with the seriousness it deserves. The boss places great importance on this event. You must demonstrate your commitment to him. Su Zhiping asked solemnly, do you understand? Understood. Almost everyone in the conference room responded with fervor. At the Beta G location of Spark Fitness, Zhou Shunyan maintained a calm demeanor in the meeting room. Since the boss took over the gym, everyone's compensation has significantly increased, yet we persist in incurring losses. This 5th anniversary challenge is of utmost importance to the boss. He hopes to attract more members through this event to reverse the gym's financial downturn. The boss highly appreciates our service attitude and professional competence. But this does not imply that we have reached our potential. With the industry's leading salaries, we must deliver top-tier service. I hope each of you can muster all your vigor, unite as one, and make this challenge the best it can be. Absolutely, Store Manager Zhou. We will give it our all. The trainers and staff at the Beta Jie Gym exclaimed. Indeed, we must at least live up to the salary the boss has provided us. They added with conviction. The trainers and employees, grateful for the enhanced compensation offered by Su Yang, were largely long-term staff, seasoned trainers who excelled in their craft but were not adept at sales, characterized as a group of earnest individuals. In contrast, the meeting room at the high-tech zone location of Spark Fitness presented a starkly different atmosphere. A loud bang startled all the employees, including the new hire Chun-Li. They looked up to see Gao Chong, a muscular figure, fiercely pounding his fist on the podium. With a fierce glare that exuded an aura of authority, he declared, "This year, the economic climate is not favorable. Many gyms have shuttered their doors. For our recruitment of 10 new staff, we had over 300 applicants. The compensation our boss offers is unparalleled in the industry. You will find no second establishment like ours in Rongqing." The boss once assured that Spark would not close. But that commitment was made to the employees of the Qinglong District Gym, not to us. Last month, we incurred losses exceeding 100,000. If we do not devise a plan to turn this situation around, our high-tech zone gym will continue to suffer losses. A perpetually unprofitable gym is a worthless gym, destined for abandonment. With a resounding thud, Gao Chang struck the podium once more, causing Chun-Li in the front row to flinch. Tell me, do you wish to be discarded? Absolutely not. Nearly all the employees shouted in unison. Make your voices louder. Gao Chang bellowed, slamming the podium again with a forceful clap. Absolutely not. The room reverberated with their collective response, echoing like thunder. Chun-Li felt that if this continued, Gao Chang might shatter the podium. Yes, that is the spirit. Under the astute leadership of our boss, we have recently implemented a series of reforms in our gym, and I trust you have all noticed the positive results. Many members have praised our service and expressed their willingness to train at our gym, even bringing friends along. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Such growth is too gradual, and it will take far too long for the gym to attain profitability. This 5th anniversary challenge represents a significant opportunity. The discounts offered will undoubtedly attract many participants. This event is our best chance to turn our losses into profits. The boss has also promised cash rewards for the store and individuals who enlist the most challengers. Employees who recruit the highest number could earn 30,000 yuan, while each employee from the store with the most average recruits could receive 2,000. We must prove to the boss that our high-tech zone gym is every bit as competent as the Qinglong District Gym. We must demonstrate that the employees at our high-tech zone location are the most exceptional and deserving of the boss's favor. In that moment, the eyes of all the employees ignited with determination. Chun-Li shifted awkwardly in her seat, feeling somewhat out of place among this fervent crowd. Their reverence for Su Yang seemed excessive, particularly towards the leader, Gao Chang. Unbeknownst to her, among the 3 gym managers, Gao Chang was the most loyal to Su Yang. While the 3 managers busied themselves with the motivational meeting and the staff united in purpose, Su Yang sat with Ma Ran at a modest eatery, enjoying a bowl of spicy and sour noodles. Everything that needed to be arranged and prepared had been taken care of, including ample funding. He was fully aware of the capabilities of the 3 gym managers and felt no need to micromanage. At most, he would make a brief appearance to observe their work ethic. His true strength lay in strategic decision-making, and he intended to leverage that advantage, as engaging in other activities would be a mere diversion of effort. After finishing half a bowl of noodles, Su Yang set down his chopsticks and sipped on a bottle of mineral water. The dish was rather mediocre, but having skipped breakfast, he had been craving it. He glanced around the narrow eatery. Aside from himself and Ma Ran, there was only one other young man present. The staff member, an older woman, sat idly at a table beside the kitchen. Noticing Su Yang's pause in eating, she cautiously inquired, "Is the taste not to your liking?" "It's acceptable," she replied with a forced smile that bore a hint of bitterness. Remembering the for rent sign outside the establishment, Su Yang curiously asked, "Is this your shop?" "I opened it with my husband," she indicated towards the man in the kitchen. Su Yang furrowed his brow. "What led you to open a shop here?" To be honest, the location seemed less than ideal to Su Yang. The shop measured approximately 60 square meters, which was not insignificant, yet the entrance was quite small, situated beneath an overpass. Most passers-by would likely overlook the establishment. Although there were some pedestrians on the street outside, they appeared to be few. Nearby, there was only a convenience store, an adult shop, and 2 fruit vendors. The woman smiled awkwardly. They said opening a shop here would be profitable. Does this person have a grudge against you? Su Yang pondered, thinking that anyone with genuine experience in the food industry would never choose such a location for their business. It was someone from the company who suggested it. What company? The franchise company. Su Yang was taken aback. You need a franchise to open a noodle shop? It's a chain of spicy and sour noodle shops. Then why are you selling noodles? Su Yang pointed to the noodles in front of Ma Ran. This is not about the inability to continue making spicy and sour noodles. Rather, it is a desire to explore alternative options to potentially augment one's income. Does one truly require a franchise to produce spicy and sour noodles? If you have a preference for a particular brand, you might invest 3,000 to 5,000 to learn from a mentor, and most likely, they would be willing to teach you. Su Yang expressed his frustration, suggesting that various recipes could surely be found online, and with diligent study, one could hardly go astray. He was genuinely perplexed as to what made these spicy and sour noodles so exceptional. Auntie, in her exasperation, remarked, "It's simply a matter of lacking experience." At that moment, Su Yang finally comprehended. He had encountered yet another novice. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Is it true that the franchise store selected your location?" "Indeed." Auntie nodded helplessly. "Was there a transfer fee?" "Yes, it amounts to 130,000. Su Yang was astounded. Was this establishment truly worth that sum? It utterly shattered his perspective. To put it bluntly, he wouldn't accept that dilapidated store even if it were offered for free. How many days did the franchise employee take to help you select a store? 3 days. Did they reimburse all the expenses? Yes. Soo-young could hardly fathom how they could settle on such a store in merely 3 days. What a peculiar situation. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and concluded. It seems you may have been taken advantage of. Auntie lamented. Now we too believe that we should not have opted for a franchise. Soo-young suspected that this couple had incurred considerable losses in their venture. I'm not criticizing the concept of franchising. Rather, the transfer fee of this particular store appears excessive. At this juncture, Soo-young found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had perhaps spoken too freely. This tendency to overindulge in conversation could be attributed to his recent obsession with entrepreneurship. It was akin to a mathematician watching a primary school student write 113 in a textbook, feeling a compulsion to intervene and correct it, lest he be overwhelmed with discomfort. What is on your mind? Nothing. Young man, please feel free to express your thoughts. Auntie urged, her impatience evident. We too feel we have been deceived, yet some aspects remain baffling. It's difficult to articulate. Auntie offered to treat them to a meal and even included 2 tea eggs, pleading for their guidance. Auntie Chin wore a bittersweet expression, revealing that the capital they invested was their life savings, and she simply wished to absorb the losses with clarity. After a moment's hesitation, Soo-young softened. Do you still have the previous owner's contact number? Yes. Ask them whether the franchise employee received any kickbacks. Auntie looked astonished. Oh, you should call and inquire. All right. Auntie promptly dialed the number as Soo-young advised. Auntie Chun, it was you who insisted on taking over my shop. I refused. Yet you insisted. I know. Noticing Auntie Chun's struggle with the conversation, Soo-young seized her phone and spoke with a commanding tone. Let me be clear. If you are colluding with the franchise, you are committing fraud, and we will take legal action. After a pause, the man on the other end hesitantly replied. That person indeed took 2,000 as a kickback. Initially, I did not know Auntie Chun, but the franchise employee approached me, asking if I was willing to sell the shop at a high price. Naturally, I agreed, and since he requested a kickback, I consented, genuinely believing it was a standard transfer. Auntie Chin stood in silence beside Soo-young. Upon ending the call, Soo-young handed the phone back. Consider pursuing legal action. This unnamed franchise likely operated as yet another predatory company. This couple, aside from being swindled by the transfer fee, had probably incurred significant losses in various franchise fees, material costs, equipment expenses, and renovation charges. With the remaining bowl of spicy and sour noodles, Soo-young found himself unable to continue eating. Moments later, the aunt selling rice noodles approached with a plastic bag containing tea eggs and quietly asked, Young brother, are you involved in the restaurant business? Yes, I run a hot pot restaurant. Do you think this shop can be salvaged? Observing her unwillingness to accept defeat, Soo-young sighed. Let me ponder for a moment. He attempted a business analysis and then stated, it's beyond saving. The longer it operates, the greater the losses. It would be best to transfer it quickly to recover some funds. This establishment lacks inherent value, whether as a breakfast shop, bubble tea, snack bar, or convenience store. It is unlikely to thrive. If the owner were exceptionally attractive and adept at leveraging private traffic strategies, there might be hope for revival. Yet, both of them are in their 40s and clearly lack such skills. Soo-young recalled a trendy restaurant he had encountered, which thrived despite being situated far from bustling areas. Thanks to an astute owner who was not only beautiful, but also a savvy marketer, the establishment boasted a unique decor and innovative menu, attracting customers willing to drive for 20 minutes just to dine there. He glanced at the current shop, estimating that even if a stunning female owner were to come, it would be futile, as the space was too cramped to exploit any potential. Very well. And he nodded, resigned. After Marin finished eating, Soo-young picked up the tea eggs and prepared to leave. There was no possibility of him paying. He believed his insights were worth the meal. Boss, is your shop up for transfer? Just then, Soo-young heard someone calling from outside. Auntie, you should check. Given your health, it's better to transfer the shop and focus on recuperating. Oh, all right. Auntie paused for a moment before realizing and hurriedly stepped outside. Seated in the car, Soo-young opened the plastic bag to find 3 tea eggs inside. He peeled one and tasted it, discovering it was significantly more delectable than the spicy and sour noodles. Why were they even selling those noodles? It would be far more sensible to set up a stall selling tea eggs. The only downside would be the potential pursuit by city management. However, even if the stall incurred losses, they would be minimal. Boss, you're a bit mischievous. Marin laughed as he drove. What's wrong? If that aunt transfers her shop, won't the young man taking over incur losses? Anyone interested in that shop is likely another novice. Soo-young replied while peeling the egg. The transfer fee and rent won't be exorbitant, even if the business fails. It's merely tuition fees. Renting a larger space could lead to even greater losses for the young man. Helping that unfortunate couple may just be a charitable act. This experience will serve as a lesson for the young man, ensuring he approaches his next venture with diligence. After all, he is young and resilient enough to endure setbacks. Marin found some wisdom in the boss's words. Some young people truly do not heed advice until they face failure. Su Yang, wiping his hands, remarked, "If you advise them, they will perceive it as an obstacle to their fortune." Marin suddenly asked, "Are you referring to that young man we encountered on Xinfeng Street?" Indeed. Su Yang had initially hoped to guide him out of goodwill. The following morning, Su Yang arrived at the Xingho Fitness Qingtong district branch. From a distance, he spotted a massive advertising banner unfurled above the gym. Xingho Fitness celebrates its 5th anniversary challenge event, with a grand prize of 100,000 awaiting you. Marian also noticed the banner and asked in surprise, "Boss, has your Spark Fitness been established for 5 years?" Chapter 63, a 5-year established gym. Complimentary gym cards for the advertising company. One could say so. Su Yang replied with an unchanging expression. 5 years ago, he had just begun his university journey. Wasn't it newly opened? Marian questioned, perplexed. The predecessor of Spark was Muscle Fitness, which has been a staple in Rongqing for 5 years, making it a venerable establishment. After pondering for a moment, Marian suddenly understood and couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled that when he first met the boss, he had claimed that Spark originated from Zhongliang Fitness. However, he could grasp the essence of promotion, even as an outsider. Initially, Spark intended to hold a 3-year anniversary challenge event. However, after acquiring Muscle Fitness, Su Jiping proposed to extend the celebration to 5 years. Su Yang considered this and found it reasonable. The public is generally wary of gyms disappearing with their money. Therefore, a long-established gym naturally garners greater trust from customers. To be candid, Su Yang's standards were rather modest. As for the 100,000 reward, it was primarily a gimmick. Without a gimmick, how could one capture attention? Moreover, only members who consistently checked in for 21 days would have a chance to draw from the lottery pool. The lottery pool was an addition Su Yang and Su Jiping had discussed. Regarding the 100,000, Su Jiping initially suggested having family members of employees claim it. However, Su Yang quickly rejected that idea. It was wiser to exercise caution and not jeopardize Spark's reputation. At present, he wasn't particularly in need of that sum anyway. As Marian parked his car, Su Yang approached the entrance of Spark Fitness, where he saw 2 young and attractive female trainers distributing flyers to attract passersby. "Hey there. Our Spark Fitness is currently hosting a 5-year anniversary challenge event. For just 59 yuan, you can obtain a monthly membership card, which is an unprecedented 70% discount. And you can participate in our challenge." A young man declined, "Sorry, I'm not interested in a membership. 59 yuan is merely the cost of 2 cups of milk tea." The female trainer remarked, glancing at the 2 cups in his hands. "The prizes for our 5-year anniversary challenge are exceedingly generous. With just 59 yuan for a membership card, you may enjoy unlimited fruits at the gym. And we can also provide you with a free body assessment. The challenge requires visiting the gym for an hour each day to check in. If you manage to check in for 21 days within a month, we will refund your 59 yuan membership fee, and you will also qualify for the lottery. If luck is on your side, you may even win a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. The young man was astonished. "Really?" "Absolutely. Our Spark Fitness is one of the top chain gyms in Rongqing, and we can indeed offer that amount." The female trainer smiled. "It's just 21 days of working out in a month. It's quite manageable." Manageable? Su Yang certainly did not share that sentiment. The female trainer continued. "Milk tea is high in calories and unhealthy in excess. Why not invest the money spent on 2 cups of milk tea into your health? If 59 yuan can enhance your well-being, it is undoubtedly worth it." After a moment of hesitation, the young man exclaimed, "All right, I'll get a membership." He was genuinely swayed. 59 yuan was a small price to pay, and he indeed had intentions of improving his fitness. Moreover, there was a chance to win 100,000 yuan and enjoy free fruits. Plus, with Spark Fitness celebrating its 5-year anniversary, it seemed unlikely they would vanish. "Hey there. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. If you commit to exercising, it will surely be one of the wisest investments of your life." "Thank you." The young man suddenly felt that spending the money was quite worthwhile. "Is that milk tea for your girlfriend?" "Yes. Would you like to get her a gym membership too?" "Huh." The female trainer noted, "If you find it hard to strike up conversations, why not exercise together? It will also deepen your bond. Girls appreciate men who sweat it out in the gym." This piqued his interest again. He certainly struggled with small talk. You could consult her opinion. "Our gym environment is exceptional, and many girls enjoy taking photos while working out." "Fine." Su Yang cast an appreciative glance at the female trainer, Lu Qian. She excelled in both professional skills and salesmanship. This was only natural, considering Su Yang had offered a generous salary. Su Jiping had lured several young elite trainers from Rongqing with high pay. "Hello, boss." Lu Qian greeted Su Yang promptly upon seeing him. "Well done, keep it up." While he recognized her use of persuasive techniques, as long as it wasn't deceitful, Su Yang was more than agreeable. He wasn't an overly rigid individual. Moreover, Lu Qian was right. Exercising was always beneficial. Upon receiving praise from her boss, Lu Qian beamed. Thank you for the compliment. Before long, the young man returned with his girlfriend to acquire 2 membership cards. As Ru Wanwan signed up, Fong Feng pointed to a row of small figurines displayed at the counter, saying, "Dear guests, if you're willing to share our event on your social media, we can gift you a cute little figurine. I want that dog." The sight of the adorable plush pup momentarily immobilized the girl. After the couple posted on social media, Fong Feng handed them the figurine and reminded, "Please don't delete your posts for now. If these 2 posts receive over 100 likes within a month, you can claim a guaranteed prize of a figurine and participate in a lottery with a chance to win up to 10,000 yuan. Really? The girl gasped. Of course. Once the couple departed, Su Yang glanced around the gym and inquired, "Has everyone else gone out?" Aside from the 2 trainers on duty and a few instructors who couldn't attend private lessons, everyone else has gone out. Some are at Fada Plaza for events, while others are promoting in companies and communities. Fong Feng respectfully replied. All right. Su Yang nodded, seizing the opportunity while the crowd was sparse. He decided to work out for an hour. At the Shengxia advertising agency, Yi Yuhan was engrossed in an advertising design. Just then, Xia Jianjun placed a card on his desk. "Boss." He glanced at the card on his desk, which appeared to be a gym membership card. "This is from the manager of Spark Fitness, who asked me to deliver it to you." Xia Jianjun smiled. "Everyone in our company has received a monthly membership card for Spark Fitness. You can go work out whenever you like. That gym with the 21-day check-in and a chance to win 100,000 yuan?" Yi Yuhan was well aware of Spark Fitness. Recently, the agency had assigned several advertising tasks to him, all concerning Spark. "Yes." Yi Yuhan inquired curiously, "Why are they being so generous?" Xia Jianjun's tone grew complex. "Their boss is Su Yang." Xia Jianjun affirmed, "Indeed, it's the Su Yang you're thinking of." Everyone in the advertising agency turned to look at Xia Jianjun, many with expressions of astonishment. No one could have anticipated that Su Yang, who resigned just 2 months ago, would metamorphose into the proprietor of Xingho Fitness. Chapter 64. High School Graduation. The 100th Employee. Immune to all ailments. After completing his workout, Su Yang took a leisurely stroll around Fada Plaza. Subsequently, he proceeded to inspect the Xingho locations on Beida Street and in the high-tech zone. Observing the staff at the gym actively promoting their services, he made his way to the hot pot restaurant in Qinhui Mall that was currently undergoing renovations. Inside the restaurant, 6 workers were present, surrounded by a considerable amount of construction materials. Jinwei was also on site, primarily tasked with overseeing the renovation progress. Occasionally, he needed to liaise with the mall's management to ensure the renovation proceeded smoothly. "How skilled are these craftsmen?" Su Yang inquired casually. "I can't discern much, but Manager Guo says they are quite competent. Occasionally, Guofang comes by to check on the progress." That is reassuring. Su Yang glanced at the 6 somewhat aged workers, 4 of whom were smoking, likely having just taken a break. "Have provisions been made for their cigarettes?" "Yes, each has a pack of soft clouds, supplied daily. We also prepared 5 cases of mineral water, and the air conditioning is consistently running. Additionally, I purchased several boxes of Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid." "Excellent. Just remember to reimburse these expenses later. They fall under reasonable costs. If the renovation workers are even slightly negligent, the losses for the store could be substantial." "Indeed." Su Yang took another stroll towards the area near Xiang Nantian. There, 5 more renovation workers were present, and Xiang Nantian appeared quite satisfied with their progress. All necessary provisions for the workers had been arranged. Feeling that Dong Fong was rather reliable, he placed a call to him. Upon learning that Su Yang had just rented a shop of over 400 square meters, Dong Fong confidently assured him of continued support. While Su Yang was inspecting the renovation progress at the 2 stores, Guofang was interviewing a new employee. Since the announcement of job openings at the hot pot restaurant, some staff members had expressed a desire to recommend relatives or friends. Guofang had no objections and decided to first interview the candidates recommended by existing employees. If there were insufficient applicants, he would then issue a recruitment notice. Having made his stance clear beforehand, he would not tolerate poor work ethic or bad service, as he was entitled to a 5% commission from the profits. If employees were unwilling to work, they would be draining his resources. The young woman before Guofang was recommended by the waitress Zhu Zixuan. She had a pleasant complexion and a cherubic face that added to her charm. Wearing glasses, she appeared somewhat scholarly. "What is your name?" "Wang Rongrong." "How old are you?" 22. "What is your educational background?" As she opened her mouth to respond, she felt a tightening in her chest, suddenly recalling her cousin's admonition. "High school graduate. Is your eyesight poor?" "Manager, my cousin used to be fond of reading novels, which ruined her eyes," Zhu Zixuan interjected with a smile. "But as long as she wears glasses, she's perfectly fine." Guofang nodded, not overly concerned. The steam in the hot pot restaurant was not excessive. A little caution would suffice. Zhu Zixuan continued, "Manager, My cousin is very diligent. She used to handle chores and farm work back home. Very well then. Wufang nodded. Take good care of her. He sensed that Wang Rongrong had an earnest disposition, making her likely to be manageable. Typically, those from rural backgrounds are more resilient, unlike some city girls who tend to be rather spoiled and temperamental. Thank you, manager, Zhu Zishuan exclaimed. Once a table of patrons departed, she led Wang Rongrong to start working, beginning with cleaning duties. Cousin, be careful. You almost slipped up, Wang Rongrong whispered as she helped Zhu Zishuan clear the plates. I just felt a bit embarrassed to lie. Zhu Zishuan sighed. If you had said you graduated from university, the manager might not have hired you. Wang Rongrong nodded. Zhu Zishuan had previously informed her that the manager preferred employees with lower educational qualifications, fearing that those with higher degrees might be less stable and leave after a few days. Sensing Wang Rongrong was feeling down, Zhu Zishuan conjectured the reason. Cousin, don't frown. If it weren't for the tight schedule and you being in Rongqing, I would have considered bringing my sister along too. That job of yours isn't worth longing for. The monthly salary is merely 2,000, with no social insurance or housing benefits. It's labeled as a clerical position. Yet you spend your days making nuisance calls and enduring insults. Does that even qualify as work? Wang Rongrong murmured. I haven't been confirmed yet. So what if you get confirmed? It's just 3,000 or 4,000 with social insurance. After deducting rent and living expenses, how much can you save? Zhu Zishuan suppressed a smile as she continued. Last month, I earned 6,000, and the hot pot restaurant provides meals, but no accommodation. The boss also promised future profit sharing. So even with you newcomers, we could easily earn an extra 1,000 or 2,000 each month. As she considered the potential salary, Wang Rongrong's spirits began to lift. After all, many of her classmates who graduated alongside her had yet to secure employment. However, she felt a twinge of embarrassment about working as a waitress. As long as her classmates remained unaware, it should be manageable. In truth, she couldn't continue at her previous company. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed her cousin here. If you perform well, there's a chance for a raise. Zhu Zishuan encouraged. The manager mentioned that the hot pot restaurant is opening a branch, and if seasoned employees excel, they could be promoted there, potentially leading to a pay increase. If you excel, there's even a chance to be a host, a front-of-house manager, or compete for a managerial position. The manager's monthly salary is easily over 10,000. Wang Rongrong exclaimed. Really? Of course, I wouldn't deceive you. Zhu Zishuan chuckled. Cousin, as long as you can channel the diligence you had while studying, I believe you could aspire to be the manager one day. Can I? Wang Rongrong felt a flicker of self-doubt. Certainly. You're far more intelligent and hardworking than I am. Zhu Zishuan, despite her lower educational background, held a deep admiration for Wang Rongrong, bordering on reverence for her academic achievements. Zhu Zishuan recalled that in her graduating class, only 3 students had met the college entrance exam threshold, including those attending third-tier universities. Their homeroom teacher was quite pleased with this outcome. In contrast, in some underprivileged regions, gaining admission to a university was exceedingly challenging. Unlike prestigious urban schools, where some teachers would even proclaim that without diligent study, students could only aspire to enroll in nearby 985 or 211 institutions. Shortly after Wang Rongrong joined Jiusheng Beef Hot Pot, Su Yang received a notification. Ding, you have surpassed 100 employees, becoming a level 3 entrepreneur. You have earned the achievement reward, immunity to all ailments. Upon hearing this notification, Su Yang realized it was undoubtedly due to the recruitment at Jiusheng Beef. His milestone of 100 employees had finally been achieved. Immunity to all ailments. Talent, you will be immune to all diseases and viruses. Su Yang felt quite pleased with this talent. Even though his physique was currently robust, it did not grant him immunity to all ailments and viruses. After all, even the healthiest individuals could succumb to serious illness. Numerous diseases and viruses remained beyond the grasp of contemporary human technology. With this extraordinary gift, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Su Yang is destined to live a tranquil life into his twilight years. Chapter 65. The Reluctant Yuan Cece. Tao Shui is not incapable. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Su Zhiping, Zhou Shunian, and Gao Chong convened to report to Su Yang on the progress of card registrations for the day. Thanks to the diligent promotion efforts of the staff, Xingho Fitness has welcomed an impressive influx of 131 new members. It is anticipated that the daily influx of new members may taper off, as it is unrealistic for the gym to engage in promotional activities on a daily basis. A considerable amount of promotional work still needs to be outsourced, but this marks a promising start. However, the stability of these memberships is questionable, as many are drawn in by the allure of the challenge event. Who wouldn't be enticed by the prospect of winning a hefty sum of 100,000 yuan? Moreover, Su Yang's discounts are astonishingly generous. The monthly card, originally priced at 299 yuan, has been slashed to a mere 59 yuan, a veritable bargain. To mitigate potential discontent among existing members, Su Yang instructed the front desks of all 3 gyms to send a text message to all long-standing members, informing them that they too could renew their membership for just 59 yuan and participate in the upcoming 6th anniversary challenge event. This message should incentivize those who have purchased gym cards but have seldom utilized the facilities. Su Yang harbors no fears of incurring losses from the 59 yuan monthly card. Most new members tend to drop out within a few days, making it unlikely for them to recover the investment. While fruits are indeed freely available, most young individuals exercise restraint and would not indulge excessively in a public setting. They would likely only take a few to sample. Should the fruit be swiftly depleted, the gym can afford to delay restocking for a while. If the new members manage to persist for 14, 21, or even 30 days, they will undoubtedly represent the gym's ideal clientele. These individuals are likely to reside or work in proximity to the gym. They either possess leisure time or lead exceedingly regimented lives. Most of them have some financial means, at least sufficient to afford the gym's annual membership fees. Despite the less than optimistic economic climate, there remains a considerable number of affluent individuals in Rongqing. The long-term, stable operation of the gym hinges upon attracting such clientele. They hold immense potential to become loyal patrons of the gym. As for the offer of a refund after 21 days or a complimentary month of membership, Su Yang surmises that most who persevere for 21 days will opt for the monthly card. The rationale is straightforward. Those accustomed to regular exercise understand that once they cease, they feel a sense of discomfort without external interference. This holds true for the average individual, even more so considering the gym's environment, which boosts dopamine secretion. After commending the 3 managers, he proceeded to advise them on customer reception. In the short term, all 3 gyms would likely experience an influx of new members. Should the number of newcomers become excessive, there could potentially be a shortage of gym equipment. At that juncture, it would be essential to organize group classes to manage the flow of these new members. They must ensure that the service provided to these newcomers is well structured. Naturally, these are merely preparatory measures. The managers have already devised contingency plans. Once he finished advising the 3 managers, Su Yang inquired about Gao Chang's assessment of Chun-Li's performance at the gym. Recently, Chun-Li has exhibited commendable behavior in his presence. She has not displayed any emotional outbursts, nor has she ever requested anything from Su Yang. When he occasionally visits her, aside from some rather embarrassing poses, she is generally cooperative. It seems she has grasped Su Yang's intentions, as she has refrained from broaching any topics related to relationships, maintaining an ambiguous stance on their connection. She appears to embody a rather nonchalant attitude, reminiscent of an ostrich burying its head in the sand. However, if she wishes to play the part of the ostrich, Su Yang is content to feign ignorance. He is willing to continue in this muddled state. Placing Chun-Li at the high-tech zone gym was indeed a gesture of goodwill, providing her with employment. Beyond that, he harbored intentions of assessing her loyalty. Although this loyalty does not directly equate to her fondness for him, it reflects the employee's allegiance to the employer and the establishment, serving as a useful reference. After all, if one harbors a strong affinity for their employer, it invariably enhances their loyalty to the enterprise. Upon her arrival at the high-tech zone gym, Chun-Li's loyalty was measured at 78. This level of loyalty is fairly typical among employees. His observations suggest that individuals with ulterior motives tend to see their loyalty increase at a sluggish pace. Nevertheless, as Su Yang makes it a point to engage with her periodically, her loyalty score has been gradually on the rise, which likely indicates an increase in her feelings towards him. It can be asserted that Lu Qian was correct. Engaging in physical activity together indeed fosters emotional connections. Of course, even if Su Yang is highly satisfied with Chun-Li, should she exhibit negligence towards her duties or disrupt the gym's operations, he would not hesitate to dismiss her. It is simply a matter of principle. No one can impede his profitability. Gao Chang responded in the group chat. Chun-Li is performing exceptionally well, learning rapidly, and receiving high praise from her colleagues. Upon reading Gao Chang's message, Su Yang felt no cause for skepticism. Shortly thereafter, Gao Chang sent a voice message. Upon clicking it, Su Yang heard him say, "Additionally, boss, Chun-Li has recently referred 6 high-quality clients to our gym, all of whom have purchased annual memberships and personal training sessions. She is likely to earn close to 20,000 yuan in commission this month." 20,000 in commission? This woman is rather impressive. Although Chun-Li is not a fitness instructor, her efforts in bringing business to the gym certainly yield less commission than that of a regular trainer. Su Yang replied, "Understood." Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 8, leading him to abandon the idea of visiting Chun-Li. The next day, Su Yang arrived at the gym at 10 o'clock, only to find a roughly 1/3 increase in patrons compared to usual. Additionally, there were 4 or 5 newcomers waiting for body assessments. Noting that it was still a weekday and just past 10 in the morning, He paid little heed and seized the opportunity to work out while the crowd was sparse. After warming up, he spotted Qin Shuang in the aerobic area. Clad in a deep crimson bodysuit, with a towel draped around her neck, she was running with an exuberance that drew the attention of nearby young men. "Su boss," Qin Shuang called out breathlessly, waving to him. "Qinjia, you're here so early?" "Yes, if I don't run now, I won't feel accustomed." Su Yang naturally took a place on the treadmill adjacent to hers. He is not particularly fond of socializing and prefers to exercise on a machine away from others. However, given that he had spotted Qin Shuang, avoiding her would have been impolite. After all, it might have given the impression that he was dismissive of her. Fortunately, Qin Shuang engaged him in light conversation for a few moments, after which he quickly slipped into his workout routine, and she fell silent. Once Su Yang completed his workout, Luo Yihan approached him. She had successfully recruited capable individuals for photography and editing yesterday. However, just as preparations for the shoot were underway, she encountered an unexpected obstacle with Yuan Cece. Su Yang inquired, "Have you communicated to Yuan Cece that this is my intention?" Luo Yihan nodded earnestly. "Yes, I have." Did Director Su offer any advice? He had just spoken to Yuan Cece, but she declined, and then Director Su hurriedly left with the team. Upon hearing this, Su Yang pulled out his phone, revealing no missed calls. A glance at WeChat showed that his last interaction with Yuan Cece was over 10 days ago, during which he informed her that he would not be attending personal training sessions for the time being. He wasn't particularly upset about Yuan Cece's refusal to appear on camera. After all, there was no strict requirement for female fitness instructors to be in front of the lens. However, he believed Yuan Cece should have proactively communicated her reasons for declining, even if only to offer a perfunctory explanation. This would have facilitated his conversation with Luo Yihan. Su Yang couldn't help but frown, pondering whether she truly regarded him as her employer. Was Yuan Cece absolutely essential? Was Tao Xue not a viable option? Tao Xue was by no means inferior to Yuan Cece. Their styles merely differed. Luo Yihan hesitated for a moment. Well, that could work. She had initially favored Yuan Cece because of the profound impression she left when she first joined the gym. As for Tao Xue, she was not particularly fond of her, feeling that she had a somewhat pretentious demeanor. Yet now, she was beginning to think that perhaps substituting in Tao Xue would be more advantageous, as she might possess a greater talent for performance. Then it's settled. I will personally speak with Tao Xue. All right. Chapter 66. Su Yang's decision. Establishing a restaurant company. Hey, it's just a matter of sticking to it for 21 days in a month. You wouldn't be incapable, would you? Who said that? Let us get a membership. Tao Xue produced a flyer, proclaiming that if one perseveres for 21 days, they would reclaim their monthly membership fee and enter a draw for a grand prize of 100,000. I know you were just trying to provoke me, but 21 days in a month should be manageable for me. Let us hope so. As she watched the young man rush off to obtain a membership, Tao Xue couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. These young men were indeed easy to manipulate. At that moment, her phone rang. Pulling out her smartphone, she was startled to see it was a call from her boss. Her heart raced at the thought. This was the first time Su Yang had called her. Stepping a few paces behind the event venue, she cleared her throat and answered the call, adopting what she believed to be her most melodious tone. "Boss." Su Yang got straight to the point. "You are aware that Luo Yihan is filming a short video, correct?" "I am. They need you on camera. And there is compensation involved." Tao Xue glanced at Director Su, who was actively overseeing the event, recalling how she had unsuccessfully tried to persuade Yuan Cece to participate earlier that day. Thus, she feigned ignorance. Wasn't he at Sister Cece who was invited by Sister Luo? Sister Yuan has been quite busy with her classes and hasn't had the time. Tao Xue readily acknowledged. That's true. Sister Cece is our gym's top salesperson, so it's understandable she can't spare the time. Are you willing to appear on camera? Tao Xue grinned. Well, if the esteemed boss has requested, how could I possibly refuse? Su Yang sighed. I'm not trying to pressure you. Don't feel compelled. Not at all. I'm joking. After all, appearing on camera is also for the promotion of our Spark Gym. A thriving business benefits us all. Indeed, Su Yang felt a significant weight lift from his heart. This was truly a commendable employee. Boss, give me 15 minutes to inform Director Su before I return. No need to rush. Just be cautious. Thank you for your concern. Boss, I will be careful. All right. After hanging up, Su Yang turned to Luo Yihan. Okay, Tao Xue will be back shortly. Great. Just as Su Yang was about to resume his workout, he noticed that the host, Chen Xiaoxiao, was calling him, presumably with updates from the MSC higher-ups she was supposed to contact. In the personal training area of the gym, Yuan Cece stared at her phone, lost in thought. A middle-aged woman beside her called out, Cece. Yuan Cece turned to look at her client, quickly snapping back to reality. You seem off today, the woman remarked. Sitting on a yoga mat and laughing, are you daydreaming? I'm sorry. Yuan Cece replied apologetically. The woman glanced at her phone. Waiting for someone else's call? No. Then let us continue. All right. After finishing her personal training session, Yuan Cece wandered around the gym, failing to spot Su Yang. Perhaps he hadn't come today. Or maybe Director Su and Luo Yihan hadn't yet informed him. However, she soon saw Tao Shui, holding a piece of paper, engaged in discussion with Luo Yihan, the photographer, and other selected staff. Glancing at the script that Luo Yihan had written, she noticed that it only featured a single female role. Tao Shui's name was notably absent. A sinking feeling settled in her stomach as she began to piece things together. Are you all discussing the plot? She asked, feigning nonchalance as she passed by. Yes. Tao Shui replied with a smile. Sister Cece, have you finished your tasks? Yes. Yuan Cece inquired, what role are you playing? I'm the one serving tea to the boss. At that moment, Yuan Cece realized that she had been replaced by Luo Yihan. It wasn't merely a change in script. Tao Shui sweetly added, Sister Cece is so busy that the boss personally sought me out. I couldn't refuse. Given my lack of competence. Behind Tao Shui stood Luo Yihan, the photographer, the editor, and several male trainers, all regarding Yuan Cece with cold indifference. It was evident from the earlier conversation between Tao Shui and Luo Yihan that they knew Yuan Cece had not only rejected Director Su, but had seemingly also angered the boss. In such circumstances, they instinctively knew where to align themselves. The top salesperson wasn't even distributing them their salaries. Moreover, they felt that Yuan Cece had become somewhat too arrogant. The boss was a genuinely good person, offering subsidies for appearing on camera, so why refuse? Yuan Cece, feeling the atmosphere shift, turned on her heel and left, her expression darkening. The tension in the air was palpable, and her gaze instinctively locked onto Tao Shui. In the Spark office, Su Yang unusually refrained from seeking out the store and instead lay languidly on the sofa. He was genuinely exhausted from the recent hustle. When he first acquired the system, he was immersed in the joy of discovering quality stores and profiting from opening them. He dashed about daily, yet never felt fatigued. Rather, he reveled in it. However, in recent times, that excitement had begun to wane. Without further hesitation, he resolved to recruit personnel to help share the workload. Ideally, he would hire a group of professionals adept at locating quality establishments. They would initially sift through potential venues and present those deemed suitable for a hot pot restaurant to Su Yang for on-site evaluation. This approach would not only significantly enhance efficiency, but also save him considerable time. Unfortunately, the limitations of his business simulation skill necessitated his physical presence to assess the premises. Even live broadcasts were insufficient, let alone recorded footage. With the thought of hiring fresh talent, Su Yang rose from the sofa. Perhaps it was best to establish a restaurant company outright. He recalled that the chain restaurant had a division specifically dedicated to expansion, tasked with selecting suitable locations for the company's outlets. There was no fear of hiring individuals only to leave them without work. If you want to do it, just do it, was Su Yang's consistent approach. He called Guofeng to convey his decision, knowing he had a competent ally in the restaurant business. This was the only person he could consult with. So soon, boss? Guofeng exclaimed. Su Yang intended to establish a restaurant company, and Guofeng had been prepared for this moment, though he hadn't anticipated it would come so quickly. The Zhoushiang Beef Hot Pot had only just opened its first outlet, and it had been less than a month since its inauguration. The other 3 locations were still under renovation. I have given it considerable thought, and I believe establishing a restaurant company would be more manageable, Su Yang mused, then inquired, do you have experience in managing a company? No, Guofeng replied, a bit embarrassed. I have only served as a store manager, but I am eager to learn. He indeed harbored ambitions and aspirations for greater heights. Yet he was also wary of jeopardizing the boss's venture. Very well. Su Yang nodded. Do you know anyone skilled in managing restaurant chains? Not really. Guofeng's answer did not surprise Su Yang. If the boss is truly intent on starting a restaurant company, I suggest you recruit talent from those who have held management positions in restaurant chains. Guofeng sincerely advised. They can undoubtedly save you from making unnecessary detours. And these industry giants possess a well-established management system that would greatly benefit the company's growth. I understand. After ending the call with Guofeng, Su Yang began to search for headhunting agencies in Rongqing. Meanwhile, Yuan Cece found herself increasingly agitated. The reason was simple. Nearly everyone at the gym was now aware that she had upset the boss. Rumors circulated that she had publicly rejected the boss's request for her to appear on camera, leaving him in quite an awkward position. The boss was certainly displeased. Chapter 67. Aren't you getting in the car, boss? Heaven could bear witness. It had been a long time since she last saw the boss. She hadn't even been summoned to his office for a conversation. If it had been an ordinary boss or store manager, Yuan Cece might not have cared if she had offended them, especially since she was the top salesperson. But Su Yang was different. His reputation at the gym was exceedingly high. After taking over, He had not only granted a collective salary increase to all employees, but had also remained calm during times of financial loss, offering encouragement at staff meetings to motivate them to persevere. As soon as rumors of her offending Su Yang emerged, many gym employees began to keep their distance from her, whether intentionally or not. Huli informed her that some individuals in the employee chat groups had expressed dissatisfaction with her, deeming her overly arrogant and not a team player. Others either agreed or remained silent, with hardly anyone defending Yuan Cece. Huli even urged her to apologize to the boss quickly, warning that should the boss become displeased, he might dismiss her. The boss, who was unconcerned even with losses, would certainly not care for a top salesperson. As closing time approached, Su Jiping called Yuan Cece into the office upon his return to the gym. I heard you upset the boss. Is it because of the camera issue? Su Jiping sat in his office chair, his expression far grimmer than when Yuan Cece had rejected him earlier that morning. He ran his fingers through his hair, appearing agitated. He was not angry with Yuan Cece, but was worried that Su Yang might question his management abilities. He glanced at Yuan Cece, unable to suppress a frown. Yuan Cece took a deep breath and said, somewhat aggrieved, can I say that I haven't even seen the boss's face? Su Jiping inhaled deeply. The boss is in the office. I know. That's good. Su Jiping replied. I feel like someone is deliberately spreading rumors about me offending the boss. Who? It should be Tao Shui. Regardless of whether she was innocent or not, Yuan Cece aimed to implicate the most suspicious individual. She wouldn't allow her to have an easy time of it. She wanted to ensure that Su Jiping noted her name as a potential culprit. Su Jiping leaned back in his chair, feeling mentally drained. He had not felt this exhausted after a day of running around outside. Regardless, the boss truly has an issue with you. Su Jiping rubbed his temples and continued, I asked Luo Yihan, and she should not be lying. Yuan Cece nodded. I suggest you apologize to the boss. Su Jiping said coldly. Think it over. After Yuan Cece left, Su Jiping headed to Su Yang's office to admit his mistake. After all, Yuan Cece's insubordination also reflected on him. He hadn't informed Su Yang promptly that morning, and in the rush of the day, he had forgotten. That was also a mistake. However, he refrained from mentioning Yuan Cece's situation. He couldn't possibly urge the boss to be more forgiving and tolerate her behavior, could he? What was Yuan Cece's position after all? When Su Yang saw Su Jiping come to apologize, he did not pay much heed. However, he was quite pleased with Su Jiping's attitude. Once Su Jiping departed, Su Yang reviewed the recent tasks at hand. He decided to let the 3 store managers handle the gym's promotional operations independently. The search for suitable locations would also be put on hold. This month, his primary focus was to establish the restaurant company and then recruit a team to help him find suitable outlets. He did not expect this team to select exceptionally high-quality locations, as even seasoned professionals in the restaurant industry often misjudge prospects. He simply wished for them to eliminate a significant number of subpar options. By around 6 o'clock, Su Yang contacted a headhunting agency named Julong and planned to visit in person the following day. After packing his laptop, he exited his office. Upon stepping out, he encountered Yuan Cece at the corner. Boss, she called. Su Yang nodded at her before striding decisively toward the gym's entrance. Yuan Cece opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Boss. Just then, she noticed a figure in white catching up to Su Yang. Turning around, she saw it was Tao Shui. Unlike her usual gym attire, Tao Shui wore a white dress and carried a pink handbag, exuding a lively, innocent beauty. Upon seeing her, Su Yang could not help but smile. Off work. Tao Shui nodded, then feigned a fearful expression. The boss wouldn't want me to stay late, would he? No need. Just follow the rules. Su Yang waved his hand with a smile. Rest well to better serve the company and our customers. He found Tao Shui to be quite an interesting girl. Tao Shui gazed at Su Yang with earnest eyes and said, the boss is so kind. Not too bad. The boss is too humble. At my previous gym, they practically wanted to chain us to the gym for 24 hours. Su Yang contemplated for a moment and replied, just focus on doing well here. After walking a few paces, sensing a lull in the atmosphere, Tao Shui took the initiative to say, boss, I sold 43 monthly memberships this afternoon. Very good. Su Yang encouraged. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. In half a day, selling 43 monthly passes is undoubtedly an impressive achievement. I shall certainly strive to excel, boss. Yes, Tao Shui possesses a remarkable talent for initiating conversations, and even Su Yang, who is not particularly fond of small talk, finds himself engaging in pleasant discourse with her. Unbeknownst to them, she followed Su Yang to the parking lot beside the gym. Boss, your U8 is truly stunning, she exclaimed. Are you familiar with the U8? Su Yang responded, slightly taken aback. Typically, it is quite rare for a girl to recognize more than 5 car logos. Of course I know it. It is the first domestically produced luxury electric vehicle. How could I not be aware? In truth, it was only Tao Shui who had recently immersed herself in a wealth of knowledge. She had previously been able to identify numerous luxury car logos, but had little familiarity with more common ones. "Boss, can this car make a U-turn on the spot?" she inquired. "Indeed. Can it really drive on water? It should be capable of that as well." Su-Yang glanced at his U8. He too was curious to try it on water, yet he harbored a fear of the vehicle breaking down. To speak candidly, there were moments when, while driving the U8, he secretly wished for a minor flooding in Rongqing. "Boss, may I sit in the U8? Tao Shui asked eagerly. "I've never been in a million-dollar luxury car before." All right. He could not tell if it was his sensitivity, but he felt a distinct impression that Tao Shui was rather eager for something more. "Thank you, boss." Tao Shui cheerfully opened the car door and climbed in. Once seated, she promptly greeted the driver. "Hello, brother Ma." Ma Ran nodded at her through the rearview mirror. Having forgotten her name, it seemed something related to academia. "Boss, this car is indeed luxurious. The back seat is quite spacious, and it even has a display screen. Can we watch movies?" Tao Shui turned around, somewhat puzzled, and asked Su-Yang outside the car, "Aren't you getting in?" Upon hearing this, Ma Ran could not help but chuckle. Su-Yang took a deep breath and settled into the back seat beside Tao Shui. "Do you drive to work?" she asked. "I don't have a car. I take the bus to work." "Where do you live?" Su-Yang reclined against the seat back. "I'll have Ma Ran take you home." "Thank you, boss." Tao Shui replied happily. Having already boarded the vehicle, it would seem rather inconsiderate to ask her to disembark now. Chapter 68. I've already forgiven you. Why are you crying? Tao Shui provided an address, prompting Ma Ran to activate the navigation system and head towards her home. Su-Yang remained oblivious to the fact that a striking silhouette stood at the gym's entrance, watching his car gradually disappear. Since the car had started, the usually loquacious Tao Shui fell silent. Before long, they encountered a traffic jam. "Boss, I'm sorry. It's all right." Su-Yang replied nonchalantly. "Traffic jams are quite normal." After nearly 40 minutes, Ma Ran finally maneuvered the car into an older part of the city. The buildings here were rather antiquated, with few tall structures in sight. The roads were narrow, and many vehicles were parked haphazardly. Even Ma Ran, an experienced driver, had to exercise caution. Noticing the navigation indicated they had arrived, Ma Ran inquired, "Have we reached the destination?" "Just that alley ahead." "All right." The car came to a steady halt, and Tao Shui eagerly jumped out, turning to express her gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Su-Yang replied in a gentle tone, "You're welcome. Make sure to rest well at home." Tao Shui's demeanor noticeably dimmed. Her face lacking the smile she wore upon entering the vehicle. She felt she had been sufficiently proactive, and there was no reason for the boss to remain unaware of her intentions. Yet, Su-Yang displayed no indication of reciprocation. No response equated to rejection. As he rolled down the window, the evening breeze dispelled the lingering scent of perfume, gradually calming the restlessness within Su-Yang. The night scene of Rongqing was indeed quite beautiful. Ma Ran stole a glance at Su-Yang through the rearview mirror. "Boss, that girl is definitely interested in you. Perhaps, if you show a bit of initiative, hold her hand, she surely wouldn't refuse." "Maybe." Su-Yang closed the window, and the temperature inside the car began to drop. At that moment, Ma Ran couldn't help but admire Su-Yang's composure. He thought to himself that if he were in the boss's position, he would surely struggle to maintain control. That girl left a profound impression. She was truly enchanting. "Boss, you are remarkably chivalrous." After much contemplation, Ma Ran found himself unable to conjure a fitting descriptor. "I can hardly claim to be a gentleman." Su-Yang chuckled. "Mainly, I'm uncertain about what she desires." Ma Ran was astonished. "Is there something you can't provide?" "Indeed." "What is it?" "Emotional value." At this, Ma Ran fell into a contemplative silence. Let us not invoke the cliché about not mixing business with pleasure. In truth, Su-Yang's moral threshold was quite low. If pursuing Tao Shui posed no risk and was harmless, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation. Primarily, he wished to avoid complications and refrain from diverting too much attention to trivial matters. Tao Shui, unlike Chun-Li, appeared far too youthful. Youth often entails emotional volatility, leading one to make impulsive decisions that could induce headaches. Su-Yang preferred to exert all his efforts in strategizing against adversaries rather than wasting energy on deceitful entanglements with women. His goals were eternally fixed on recruiting talent, generating profit, and advancing his career, followed by further recruitment. As for women, they were certainly a consideration, yet he favored those who were obedient, understanding, emotionally stable, and unlikely to cause disturbances. The following day, Ma Ran directly escorted Su-Yang to Julong Headhunters. Su-Yang's choice of this recruitment agency stemmed from its prominent ranking and esteemed reputation in Rongqing, as well as its proximity to his residence. Upon reaching the front desk, Su-Yang met with manager Zhang from Julong, a tall, somewhat handsome middle-aged man dressed in a sharp suit and wearing glasses, exuding a cultured demeanor. After briefly discussing Su-Yang's needs, he inquired, "Mr. Su, could you elaborate on the scale of your Joseon catering business? It would assist me in engaging relevant talents." The company is not yet registered. Su Yang replied with a calm tone. However, we do have one hot pot restaurant that is performing quite well, with 3 more currently under renovation. Zhang's expression remained composed, seemingly unconcerned about the scale of Zhu Xiang, and continued to ask, what salary can you offer? A rough estimate will suffice. If the candidate meets my expectations, $1 million annual salary is not an issue. Upon hearing this, Zhang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Mr. Su, are you certain? A catering company with only one location offering $1 million annual salary to a general manager seems rather unrealistic. I am certain. Su Yang placed the U8's car key on the table. It was not that he sought to flaunt his wealth. Rather, it was more persuasive and would save him considerable explanation. Indeed, upon citing the distinctive car key, Zhang's expression brightened. It can only be said that in business, owning a fine vehicle proves quite essential. He smiled with a hint of respect. Mr. Su, would you like to recruit any additional personnel? Perhaps a few vice presidents for operational management, administrative management, financial management, or marketing management. Or perhaps individuals to oversee procurement, public relations, auditing, planning, or engineering. Su Yang inwardly exclaimed with astonishment. Was he truly intent on relentlessly squeezing every ounce from him? First, summon the general manager, and then we shall see. Yet, Su Yang did not harbor any intentions of severing ties with the other party. Should they meet my expectations, I shall continue to seek your services. We assure you that Mr. Su will be satisfied. Lin Zijiang spoke with palpable confidence. The restaurant industry had been facing challenges lately, with even the giants resorting to layoffs. As long as Su Yang was willing to pay generously, he was confident in his ability to find the talent that would meet his satisfaction. In the ensuing hours, Su Yang visited 2 establishments undergoing renovations and inspected the promotional efforts of 3 gyms before finally arriving at the gym for his workout in the afternoon. After an invigorating session that left him drenched in sweat, he returned to his office in high spirits, only to be greeted by a knock at the door. Come in. Upon entering, the visitor promptly closed the door behind them. Su Yang looked up to find Yuan Cece standing before him. What brings you here? He inquired. Boss, I am here to apologize. Apologize for what? I should not have declined the request to appear on camera. Yuan Cece was indeed not fond of being in the limelight. Yet had Su Yang approached her, she would have certainly acquiesced. She harbored feelings for Su Yang, but ever since their private coaching sessions concluded at the beginning of the month, he had nearly severed all communication with her. Their prior relationship had been amicable, even holding the promise of blossoming into something more. Yet, it had been abruptly cut off. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Upon learning that the request for her on-camera appearance originated from Su Yang, she had indulged in a moment of petulance, hoping he would humble himself to appease her, only for matters to devolve in an entirely opposite direction. Recalling Tao Xue, who had climbed into Su Yang's car yesterday, her heart surged with both anger and frustration. Su Yang, exercising patience, replied, I am not upset about that. You are not even a contracted performer at our gym. Noticing Yuan Cece's downcast demeanor, he contemplated for a moment and said, forget it. I forgive you. You may return to your work. He had no intention of holding her accountable. After all, she was a vital asset to the gym's business, and their previous rapport had been quite good. Yuan Cece had committed no egregious error. Half a minute later, Su Yang noticed Yuan Cece still standing there. What is it? He asked. She lifted her gaze, and he observed her eyes had reddened, as if she were on the verge of tears. Why are you crying? He asked, somewhat bewildered. Recently, there have been rumors circulating at the gym that you are dissatisfied with me. That hardly qualifies as a rumor, does it? Huh. Yuan Cece gazed at Su Yang in disbelief. Did you not just forgive me? How about this? Su Yang proposed after a moment's thought. You help me order a nutritious meal, and we shall have lunch together. All right. Yuan Cece managed to regain her composure. She refrained from mentioning Tao Xue, as she was still uncertain about the nature of Tao Xue's relationship with Su Yang. Nevertheless, she had already harbored resentment towards Tao Xue. In the days that followed, Su Yang found himself increasingly occupied. After renting office space in the Kai Mao building, he enlisted an agency to assist with company registration. Given that immediate capital was not required for registration, he opted for $5 million. Considering the domestic legal restrictions on sole proprietorships and single-member limited companies, he brought his parents into the restaurant venture, granting them each a 5% stake. He also invited them to Rongqing for a brief visit to see his hot pot restaurant, knowing that witnessing its thriving business would delight them. However, seeing Su Yang so engrossed in work, they only stayed for a couple of days before departing. Before leaving, his mother urged him to take care of his health and inquired about his romantic prospects, while his father emphasized the importance of prioritizing his career. Chapter 69. Tomorrow, I shall have Gao Chong terminate your employment. As for the company's legal representative, Su Yang decided to undertake that responsibility himself. With his business simulation skills, he was unafraid of any risks. Moreover, even if he were not the legal representative, as the actual controller of the company. He could not escape accountability should any significant issues arise. Meanwhile, Zhulong headhunters swiftly provided Su Yang with profiles of 10 suitable candidates for the position of general manager of the restaurant company. These individuals had all held managerial roles at major restaurant corporations or chains, each boasting a minimum of 10 years of industry experience, precisely the type of talent Su Yang sought. Jiang Zilin candidly remarked that with a little more time, he could uncover even more candidates. At this stage, the domestic market was not lacking in managerial talent. Rather, it was the aspiring entrepreneurs like Su Yang who were in short supply. Shortly after the completion of company registration, Su Yang's interview process was nearing its conclusion. His interview method was straightforward. He first assessed the candidate's managerial competency, then sought to understand their business philosophies and salary expectations. Finally, he employed his business simulation skills to project the company's performance under each candidate's leadership. No matter how eloquent, experienced, or correct their answers might be, nothing could replace the tangible results observed in practice. Ultimately, Su Yang selected Ji Guoxiong, a local resident of Rongqing, aged 45. Ji Guoxiong possessed over 20 years of experience in the restaurant industry, with advanced skills in managing large restaurant chains and optimizing supply chains. He had previously served as a regional manager and in executive roles at a major domestic restaurant corporation. After resigning, he co-founded his own restaurant brand, which ultimately failed. Following his entrepreneurial setback, he took the position of general manager at a medium-sized restaurant chain, which declared bankruptcy 2 months prior, leaving him unemployed. Despite the seemingly dismal trajectory of his career, Ji Guoxiong excelled after joining Jiushan Catering. While he was not the most outstanding candidate among the 10, he was undoubtedly the best fit for Su Yang. For instance, there was a 35-year-old candidate named Su Tian, who possessed advanced management skills for large restaurants and expertise in brand development. However, he demanded 5% equity from the outset. While equity was negotiable, Su Yang had already utilized business simulations to determine that maintaining over 50% equity would allow him to retain ownership status. Ensuring employee salaries would still be reimbursed, he ultimately decided against it. As Jiuxiang continued to flourish, Su Tian would inevitably part ways with Su Yang over the matter of franchise expansion. Although Su Tian was ambitious and possessed commendable skills and sound business principles suitable for most entrepreneurs, he was not a match for Su Yang. Restaurants lacked control over franchise operations, and employee salaries at franchise locations would not be reimbursed to Su Yang. He not only sought profit, but also desired to cultivate a larger workforce to unlock further rewards. It was simply a matter of incompatible philosophies, destined to remain unfulfilled. In contrast, Ji Guoxiong's temperament was far more placid. He did not even mention equity. He was simply attracted by the generous annual salary of 600,000. Otherwise, he would not have considered Su Yang's restaurant. During his peak, Ji Guoxiong had commanded an annual salary exceeding 1 million. However, following a series of setbacks, his demands had gradually diminished. Su Yang discussed his plans with Ji Guoxiong, primarily emphasizing that he did not intend to pursue franchise opportunities in the future. Ji Guoxiong expressed complete acceptance of this arrangement. Ji Guoxiong also inquired about the amount of capital Su Yang had allocated for starting the restaurant company. Su Yang indicated that he had prepared at least 10 million in startup funds, which would be dispersed in stages. Upon hearing this, Ji Guoxiong felt a renewed sense of enthusiasm. Ultimately, regardless of the type of company one establishes, capital is undeniably crucial. Nevertheless, when entering into the contract, Su Yang proactively granted Ji Guoxiong a 5% equity stake. This was intended to invigorate the enthusiasm of Ji Guoxiong, a seasoned individual in his 40s. After conducting a series of business simulations, it was determined that providing Ji Guoxiong with a 5% stake could potentially accelerate the company's growth rate by approximately 20%, thereby enhancing profitability to a certain extent. However, offering additional equity beyond this would yield diminishing returns. The equity granted conferred only the right to dividends and was non-transferable. Should Ji Guoxiong depart from the company, his shares would be reclaimed by the organization. This arrangement posed no threat to Su Yang's control over the company. Most importantly, the 5% stake fell under the category of employee benefits. For every amount Ji Guoxiong received, the system would reimburse Su Yang correspondingly. Ji Guoxiong was exceedingly pleased with the 5% stake entrusted to him by Su Yang, perceiving it as a delightful surprise that revitalized his vigor. Upon signing the contract with Su Yang, his loyalty rating surged to 76. After the agreement was finalized, recognizing Su Yang's ambition for significant endeavors, Ji Guoxiong, after consulting with him, began to rally some of his former local associates to bolster the company's workforce. Among these former associates were some unemployed individuals, while others were discontented with their previous employment and eager to transition to follow him. After all, the salary offered by Su Yang was quite enticing. Concurrently, Ji Guoxiong suggested that Su Yang recruit 2 vice presidents from a headhunting firm. Furthermore, he recommended that Su Yang assign a trustworthy financial officer, deeming this to be of utmost importance. In Chun Li's rented apartment, Su Yang lay on the bed, gently stroking her long hair, saying, "You've made remarkable progress lately. Your health has improved significantly." Chun Li lifted her head and rolled her eyes at Su Yang, having detected the underlying implication in his words. "I heard you have a 30,000 yuan share this month." In recent days, Chun Li had been recruiting for the gym again. "That's the money I'm entitled to." "I know." Through their time together, Su Yang had come to find Chun Li quite peculiar. She seemed to vanish into thin air, never initiating contact, yet would not refuse him when he sought her out. At times, he could not discern who was truly playing whom. "I've established a catering company. I need a financial officer." Ji Guoxiong urged him to find a reliable financial officer. However, after much consideration, Su Yang concluded that only Chun Li would suffice. None of his relatives possessed financial expertise, and the gym's financial staff were either too young or inadequately qualified to manage a catering business. In truth, he could forego appointing a financial officer, but he feared Ji Guoxiong might feel unsettled. Based on Ji Guoxiong's recruitment strategy, it was evident he did not wish to monopolize power. Chun Li murmured, "I think the work at the gym is quite good." She genuinely found the job at the gym enjoyable. Her efficiency was high, allowing her to complete her tasks in a short span, leaving her ample time for workouts, yoga, and aerobics under the guidance of a fitness instructor. Whenever she felt fatigued, she would retreat to the office to daydream or watch television dramas. As long as Su Yang did not visit, she could easily fall asleep by 10 or 11 o'clock. She would wake up promptly around 6 or 7 in the morning, never suffering from insomnia, experiencing no hair loss, and her menstrual cycle remained stable. Her skin had gained a luminous glow, making her feel rejuvenated by several years. She often pulled her chair to the office window, sipping juice while basking in the gentle morning sunlight, feeling that this was the life one ought to lead. Recently, she had visited a pet market, contemplating the purchase of a pet. However, she found herself torn between adopting a cat or a dog. As for her relationship with Su Yang, she had come to terms with it. Having remained single until the age of 29, she had long prepared herself for the prospect of never marrying. At least her current life was quite satisfactory. A 20,000 monthly salary. Upon hearing the figure, Chun Li looked at Su Yang, pursing her vibrant red lips. She hesitated. 20,000 was indeed an enticing prospect for her. Despite her current month's earnings of 30,000 from commissions, that was merely a result of her previous networking. She glanced at Su Yang, hoping he might offer an even higher salary. If the compensation was adequate, she would not mind working at the catering company. "Tomorrow, I'll have Gao Chong dismiss you. You scoundrel." Chapter 70. The expanding headquarters of the catering company. Market Development Department. "Do you believe I will sue you too? I don't believe it. I'll bite you." The following morning, Chun Li found herself begrudgingly taken to Jiuxiang Catering Company by Su Yang. While in the car, she remained fuming. However, upon disembarking, her expression quickly transformed into one of seriousness. Clad in a fitted business suit, she exuded an air of professionalism. Su Yang could not help but ponder how she might fare in a similar outfit on another occasion. Upon introducing Chun Li to Ji Guoxiong and revealing her responsibility for financial matters, Ji Guoxiong visibly relaxed, assessing her and concluding that she appeared to be quite dependable. In the ensuing period, Ji Guoxiong recommended his former subordinate, Mao Yufei, for the position of vice president, overseeing operations, sales, and quality control. Su Yang also engaged a headhunting firm to recruit 2 additional experienced vice presidents. Cheng Haochuan, aged 40, would manage procurement, engineering, the central kitchen, and the research and development department. Mei Jingshan, aged 37, would oversee the office, human resources, and market expansion. Both possessed extensive management experience in the chain restaurant industry. Mei Jingshan was currently unemployed at home, while Cheng Haochuan had been recruited from a mid-sized chain hot pot restaurant. Su Yang conducted business simulations pairing them with Ji Guoxiong, and the results were promising. He offered each a salary of 400,000 annually, along with a 3% equity stake as an incentive, which all 3 vice presidents found quite satisfactory. Although they did not anticipate significant returns from the 3% stake, they recognized Su Yang's earnestness. Granting equity to the general manager and vice presidents was a testament to their wealth of experience. As the company was in its nascent stages, their leadership was essential. As for increasing salaries and benefits for other employees, Su Yang planned to address that at a later time. The remuneration he proposed was already quite generous. He was cautious not to inflate salaries or benefits excessively at once, which could spoil the ordinary employee's expectations. Gradual salary increases and incremental benefits would foster a sense of achievement and happiness as they grew alongside the company. With the addition of Mao Yufei, Cheng Haochuan, and Mei Jingshan, Jiuxiang Catering's recruitment accelerated significantly, swiftly establishing a formal organizational structure. However, as Jiuxiang Catering currently operated only one outlet, with 3 additional locations undergoing renovation. Each department had a limited number of staff, typically just 2 or 3 individuals. Some departments even had only a solitary manager serving as the sole representative. The leadership outnumbered the employees. Yet, this was unavoidable. Hiring too many individuals without available positions would lead to financial penalties for Su Yang from the system. After assembling a competent team, the company commenced operations under the guidance of Ji Guoxiong, Mao Yufei, Cheng Haochuan, and Mei Jingshan. Mao Yufei commissioned individuals to register a company trademark, sought a design firm to create a logo, and orchestrated a cohesive interior design plan for the Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot restaurant, alongside a unified staff uniform design. Additionally, he arranged for the registration of Jiuxiang Beef Hot Pot's accounts across various platforms. Cheng Haochuan initially visited the hot pot restaurant to familiarize himself with the procurement channels, compiling a list of the diverse dishes offered, and preparing to innovate the menu. He also dispatched personnel to assist Su Yang in overseeing the renovation work. Mei Jingshan, besides preparing the company's management and evaluation systems, also readied training for the employees from the former Japanese cuisine restaurant. Simultaneously, she began posting recruitment information online to build a talent pool for Su Yang's impending openings of 2 hot pot restaurants. Su Yang informed Mei Jingshan of his intention to expand the market development department's workforce to 20 employees. Their primary responsibility would be to identify suitable locations for opening hot pot restaurants, a crucial factor in Su Yang's establishment of the company. Moreover, he planned to transfer some promising managerial talents to the market development department, allowing them to scout for suitable venues in the absence of sufficient hot pot restaurants. Mei Jingshan expressed concern regarding the company's financial situation, as the costs associated with 20 new employees could be substantial. However, Su Yang reassured her, stating that funding was ample. Given this assurance, Mei Jingshan felt compelled to support Su Yang's decisions and intensified recruitment efforts within the market development department. In the following 2 days, Su Yang integrated 9 new employees into the market development department. 6 of these individuals were recommended by Guofeng and Xiang Nantian, all possessing proficient skills in hot pot restaurant management. The remaining 3 were recruited from struggling hot pot restaurants, lured by Su Yang's generous salaries. After inquiring about the 9 candidates, Mei Jingshan promptly suggested that they undergo several days of training. She discerned that while their management capabilities were commendable, their understanding of identifying suitable hot pot restaurant locations was somewhat nebulous, lacking clear concepts and standards. When asked about appropriate sites for hot pot establishments, their responses were vague, merely mentioning high foot traffic and the proximity of other eateries. Mei Jingshan required them to meticulously tally foot traffic from Monday to Sunday, assess the local dining establishments, including their numbers and daily revenues, and evaluate the demographics of nearby residential complexes, determining whether the area was predominantly inhabited by young people or the elderly, and whether it was home to local residents or migrant workers. This data would need to be compiled to draw preliminary conclusions about potential restaurant sites. Naturally, Su Yang valued Mei Jingshan's advice, recognizing that individuals lacking commercial strategy skills must rely on data analysis, an approach that is indeed more scientific. While the venues selected through this method may not guarantee success, they would certainly eliminate the majority of unsuitable options, which was precisely what he sought. He briefly reassured the 9 candidates, all of whom expressed their willingness to undergo training, having been vetted by Su Yang. Many of these prospective managers had previously faced business failures, while others were entirely unemployed. Before securing venues, Su Yang offered them a base salary of 6,000. Each of them aspired to become a manager and earn a salary exceeding 10,000. Consequently, Mei Jingshan established a training program and assigned manager Zhou Yaoxian from the market development department to conduct the sessions. After enrolling the 9 prospective managers in the training program, Su Yang exhaled deeply, relieved that once their training concluded and the market development department expanded, his workload would significantly diminish. He had to acknowledge the professionalism and reliability of Ji Guoxiong, Mao Yufei, Cheng Haochuan, and Mei Jingshan. However, the anticipated losses for Jiuxiang Catering this month weighed heavily on his mind, as the profits from his sole hot pot restaurant could hardly cover the headquarters' expenses. Once Mei Jingshan recruited an additional 20 staff for the market development department, the total personnel count for Jiuxiang Catering would surpass 50, leading to monthly wage expenditures exceeding 550,000. Fortunately, the salaries and benefits disbursed would be reimbursed. Otherwise, he would not have dared to construct such a framework for a restaurant chain at this stage while employing industry elites like Ji Guoxiong, Mao Yufei, Cheng Haochuan, and Mei Jingshan. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that both hot pot restaurants were set to launch by month end. and he anticipated that Jiuxiang Catering would not incur significant losses next month, potentially achieving a balance between income and expenditures. For him, reaching a break-even point would be tantamount to a substantial victory. Chapter 71. What if Xingho goes bankrupt? Group fitness classes. At this juncture, however, Suyang found his bank account dwindling to merely 270,000. The 400-square-meter venue required a 5,000 deposit for renovations. The 700-square-meter office space demanded a monthly rent of 40,000, for which he paid 80,000 upfront. A nefarious recruitment agency charged him 200,000, claiming it was a discounted rate. Additionally, he had transferred 1 million to Jiuxiang Catering's account. Various office supplies and basic renovations had already consumed 300,000. Even with the restaurant company responsible for the renovation expenses of the two locations, next month's salaries for the headquarters employees were likely to be covered. On the fitness center front, the results were exceedingly promising. The sale of 59 yuan monthly passes attracted an overwhelming number of participants for the challenge event. A surge of new and returning customers flooded into the gym, surpassing its capacity. Even with the introduction of group fitness classes, where numerous young individuals followed along in a large studio, the influx of clients remained unmanageable. Consequently, the three fitness centers had to impose limits on the issuance of 59 yuan monthly passes. Suyang had already forecasted that following this event, the three gyms would not only gain substantial revenue, but also cultivate a loyal customer base. As long as they maintained quality service, profitability was assured. Although significant profits might not be realized, Suyang was relatively content. Everything was progressing favorably. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Hubin arrived at Xingho Fitness. Upon witnessing the situation within the gym, he could not help but lament inwardly. There were simply too many people. Almost every piece of equipment was occupied. Aware that this was peak gym time, he regretted not arriving later. Ever since his initial visit to Xingho Fitness last month, he had developed a profound fondness for the establishment. In comparison to Zhongliang Fitness, Xingho was in a league of its own. The environment was splendid, the equipment comprehensive, and the fitness instructors were exceptionally friendly. Perhaps it was the inviting atmosphere that left him feeling rejuvenated after each session at Xingho. Having persisted for over half a month, he noticed improvements in his sleep quality, waking up each day brimming with energy. He had even shed a pound, feeling healthier overall. Recently, while others in his office had succumbed to illness, he remained steadfast. His colleagues envied his robust health. Proudly, he recommended Xingho to his coworkers, believing that investing in a gym membership at Xingho was far wiser than donating to hospitals. Despite his demanding work schedule and frequent overtime, Hubin diligently carves out 3 days each week to engage in workouts at the gym. Gradually, he has forged friendships with several fellow fitness enthusiasts, and they formed a small group that occasionally trains together at Xingho. However, today, Hubin finds himself alone, as the others have chosen to avoid the gym during peak hours. Upon presenting his membership card at the front desk, he could not help but express his frustration. Lately, the gym has become overwhelmingly crowded. It feels as though there is hardly any space left. The receptionist, with a hint of apology, bowed slightly and responded, "I'm sorry. Our gym has seen a surge in new members recently, which has impacted everyone's training experience. However, we are working to improve the situation by limiting the issuance of new memberships." "Oh no, please. I'm merely venting," Hubin quickly interjected, gesturing dismissively. "I understand the challenges you face at Xingho, and I genuinely hope your business thrives." The receptionist expressed her gratitude with a warm smile. The exemplary service and environment at Xingho are well acknowledged. Recently, as Xingho's reputation has spread, it has become widely recognized within the fitness community of Rong City for its superior service standards. Yet, many fitness aficionados who frequent Xingho have begun to harbor a different concern. If the trainers do not aggressively promote personal training packages, how will Xingho remain profitable? What if the gym were to close down? They are acutely aware that the costs of staff salaries, rent, equipment maintenance, and utility bills accumulate to a substantial monthly expenditure. Even in their group chats, they occasionally deliberate over this issue, with some expressing anxiety over the possibility of the owner discontinuing operations. The rationale behind Xingho's recent challenge event is understood by all, even though the influx of members has led to a shortage of equipment, causing inconvenience during workouts. The majority of the group remains empathetic. At that moment, another receptionist, adorned with a whimsical hairpin and possessing a sweet demeanor, handed Hubin his membership card with both hands. With a spirited tone, she encouraged him, "Dear guest, today marks your 14th check-in this month. Keep it up." In an instant, Hubin felt invigorated. "Yes, I will push myself," he proclaimed, raising his fist in determination. "If equipment is scarce, you can head to the group exercise room." "All right," he replied, entering the gym with a smile. Just then, he heard a voice from behind. "Hey, beautiful. Give me some encouragement too." Indeed, The gym was bustling with no equipment left unoccupied. After a moment's hesitation, Hubin opted to proceed to the group exercise room. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by familiar music. Over the endless mountains, across the vast seas, if hope remains, spring will surely bloom. The melody resonated deeply within him, and he found himself humming along, though he couldn't recall the song's title. The group exercise room was packed, with a well-toned female instructor leading the class with her back to the participants. The rest followed her movements, resembling a lively dance. Another instructor stood nearby, using a microphone to motivate everyone to keep moving and cheer them on. Young women constituted the majority of the participants, but there were also quite a few men. Hubin noticed a young man, who appeared to be around his age and possibly weighed over 250 pounds, fully immersed in the routine, sweat-soaked and breathless, yet diligently following the instructor's lead. The back of his white t-shirt was completely drenched. Some of the younger participants seemed to be newcomers, their movements somewhat awkward. But no one mocked them. Everyone focused on the instructor, aligning their actions with the rhythm. Typically, Hubin preferred solitary workouts and was not particularly fond of group classes. However, at that moment, he felt himself gradually swept up in the infectious energy of the atmosphere. The door he entered was the back entrance of the exercise room. And noticing space available in the rear, he hesitated for a moment before summoning the courage to join the ranks. Initially, he struggled to keep pace with the instructor's movements, given his lack of dance or aerobics background. Yet, to his relief, no one seemed to notice his initial awkwardness. Gradually, he found his limbs becoming more coordinated, allowing him to synchronize with the instructor's actions and the music's tempo. The aerobic routines were not overly complex, and the rhythm was manageable for beginners. Once he settled into the groove, moving in time with the music and the instructor, an inexplicable joy enveloped him, dissipating the stress accumulated from work. Time passed unnoticed as some participants exited through the back door, fatigued, while new individuals joined the class. Just as Hubin was deeply focused on his movements, he suddenly felt a sharp pinch on his right fingertip. Turning, he saw a graceful girl apologizing. "I'm sorry. I moved too vigorously and accidentally bumped into you." Hubin graciously replied, "No worries." Yet, as he turned back, his thoughts were consumed by the girl. Chapter 72, Management and Evaluation. 2 hot pot restaurants open. Upon returning home, Hubin collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained. Suyong opened Douyin and navigated to the Xingho fitness account. Over the past 10 days, Luo Yihan had managed the account quite effectively, posting 4 short videos, 2 sharing fitness tips and 2 depicting a comedic series titled "When a Boss Pays for 1,000 Personal Training Sessions in One Go," which garnered nearly 30,000 new followers for Xingho. Seeing that Xingho Fitness had amassed 80,000 followers, Suyong felt a sense of satisfaction. The audience responded positively to the series, finding it humorous, and many locals left favorable reviews for Xingho. There were even comments praising Tao Shue's beauty, with inquiries about her Douyin handle for those wishing to follow her. Recently, Suyong had met with employees and management from various MCN companies. However, due to his hectic schedule and significant financial pressures, he had postponed his plans to establish an MCN company, as he had yet to encounter suitable talent. The former MCN company owner he had previously met was indeed a managerial talent, but Suyong found it challenging to align with his business philosophy and could not envision a partnership. That MCN company was a classic example of an exploitative enterprise, luring aspiring young women into signing 5 or 10-year contracts with meager guaranteed salaries and stringent monthly live streaming requirements. When those girls could no longer endure the conditions and sought to terminate their contracts, they were met with exorbitant penalties. Furthermore, the company collaborated with cosmetic surgery clinics, fostering appearance anxiety among the contracted streamers by promising that enhancements would attract a plethora of followers. What if they lack funds? Just take out a loan. Such practices were merely the tip of the iceberg. Suyong envisioned an MCN company that was far removed from such deceitful operations. He aspired to create a company that would possess the capability to nurture and develop internet celebrities. It is imperative to possess exceptional content production capabilities, and it would be advantageous to have access to certain advertising resources. For Suyong, this realm remains relatively unfamiliar, necessitating a team of seasoned professionals. This thought inevitably led him to contemplate the services of a headhunting firm. However, the establishment of an MCN company is undoubtedly beyond his immediate reach this month. He closed Douyin and opened his preferred platform, Bilibili, seeking updates from his favored content creators. Compared to Douyin, he finds greater enjoyment in browsing Bilibili, particularly the content from knowledgeable creators. Prolonged exposure to Douyin leaves him with a sense of intellectual degradation. If it weren't for the significant importance of the Starfire Fitness account on Douyin, he would hardly bother to access it. This is simply the reality. After all, the demographics favoring Douyin are larger, yielding higher commercial value. In the ensuing hours, aside from overseeing the market expansion department, Su Yang collaborated with Mei Jingshan to establish the company's assessment and management system. At the initial stages of the company's establishment, he had no intention of being a hands-off executive. Numerous issues and requirements left unaddressed during this foundational phase would only grow unwieldy later. The assessment and management system was naturally modeled after several renowned domestic restaurant chains. Following in the footsteps of his predecessors is a prudent approach. However, Su Yang harbored reservations regarding the evaluation of service attitude. He disapproved of certain restaurants' excessively stringent and mechanical demands regarding service demeanor. Overly enthusiastic servers could inadvertently burden customers, often interrupting conversations or intrusively inserting themselves into discussions. Even when customers explicitly expressed a desire not to be disturbed, these servers persisted in finding opportunities to intrude. It was almost comical that customers were even bowed to when they merely needed to use the restroom. Such excessive service is not initiated by the servers themselves, but rather compelled by the assessment system and corporate culture, with cameras monitoring every angle of the establishment. Su Yang believed that exemplary service should at the very least embody kindness, gentleness, and respect. Hot pot restaurants, being quintessentially social dining establishments, typically host friends, family, or couples seeking to foster relationships. Thus, it is crucial to honor the customer's personal space. Refraining from interruption is a form of service in itself. Coercive service not only imposes pressure on customers, but also exploits employees, turning the service into an over-marketed endeavor and hastening customers to finish their meals and leave. Su Yang preferred his employees to exude confidence rather than adopt an excessively subservient demeanor. An overabundance of deference could undermine the dignity of the staff, which in turn would hinder the enhancement of employee loyalty. Moreover, confidence serves as a reflection of brand culture. Furthermore, his hot pot restaurant is not solely about service. As for increasing table turnover and enhancing store profits, Su Yang was not particularly concerned. Firstly, he was confident in his ability to ensure profitability. Secondly, he held the decisive voice in the entire board of directors. He had no significant demands regarding profits and would not exert pressure on the management team due to insufficient earnings. Thus, he advised against overly quantifying the assessment of service personnel, advocating for a more humane approach. In contrast, issues concerning food safety and hygiene could not be overly detailed. After understanding Su Yang's requirements, Mei Jingshan revised the company's assessment and management system multiple times until it met his approval. Unbeknownst to them, August was drawing to a close, and the restaurant business had fully settled into a routine. 30 employees from the market expansion department, having undergone training, began assisting Jiuxiang catering and identifying suitable locations within the parameters set by Su Yang. With Ji Guoxiong, Mao Yufei, Cheng Haochuan, Mei Jingshan, and Chun Li on board, he merely needed to visit the office occasionally for signatures. Once the 30 employees submitted appropriate venue choices, he would conduct the final review. They enjoyed certain privileges. Should they strongly favor a particular location and time be of the essence, they could request an expedited review from Manager Zhou of the Market Expansion Department. The second and third Jiuxiang hot pot restaurants had completed their renovations, having procured quality equipment and furnishings from second-hand dealers in preparation for their opening. The Jiuxiang headquarters also intervened in the store renovations, imposing higher standards and incorporating various distinctive logos and styles to enhance the brand's visibility, resulting in an additional expense of $50,000 for the renovations. Additionally, there were costs associated with the unified procurement of uniforms. Consequently, Su Yang had to transfer another $200,000 to Jiuxiang's account. As expected, the performance of the two hot pot restaurants post-opening exceeded even Su Yang's projections, likely due to the added advantage from Jiuxiang headquarters. This was particularly true for the outlet managed by Cheng Hui at the G Mall. Ji Guoxiong, Mao Yufei, Cheng Haochuan, Mei Jingshan, Chun Li, and other promotional staff from headquarters beamed as they witnessed a surge of young patrons entering the hot pot restaurant. Su Yang's salary offerings were quite generous, naturally fostering their desire for the company's growth and success. Chapter 73, Regular Forces. The Woman Among Roses. Inside the hot pot restaurant, all female servers had their hair elegantly styled in buns, adorned in coordinated red traditional short-sleeve tops, and black aprons. The uniforms featured exquisite embroidery along with the Jiuxiang logo, prominently displaying the Jiuxiang large seal script on the back. The unified attire exuded a spirited professionalism, instantly conveying to patrons that this establishment was undoubtedly reputable, promising commendable service. Furthermore, the interior decor of the hot pot restaurant distinctly diverged from the first outlet at Feida Plaza, showcasing the Jiuxiang logo and large seal script prominently displayed on the walls, complemented by beautiful Chinese knots and other unique embellishments. Had it not been for Su Yang's intentional budgetary restraints, The Jiuxiang headquarters could have effortlessly elevated the renovation costs by several $100,000, with custom-designed tables and equipment. Is your Jiuxiang beef hot pot restaurant affiliated with the one at Feidao Plaza? A curious couple inquired as they entered the restaurant. The hostess responded with a smile. We are part of the same chain. I've dined at the Feidao Plaza location, and the flavors were delightful. This restaurant's offerings should be equally impressive, correct? The couple continued. The hostess confidently affirmed, absolutely. As feedback regarding the performance of the two newly opened locations reached Jiuxiang headquarters, the loyalty of the personnel began to rise. Everyone aspires to be associated with a promising company, which in turn fosters a sense of accomplishment in their work. Originally, Su Yang envisioned a grand opening promotional event lasting 7 days, but Ji Guoxiong reduced it to 3 days. However, the lottery event remained intact. Regarding group purchase promotions, Ji Guoxiong advised limiting the North Street location to 5 days and the Ji Mall to 3 days, cautioning against excessive durations. In Ji Guoxiong's view, group purchase promotions were best suited for initial opening publicity. They should be avoided at other times to prevent customers from becoming accustomed to such discounts. Should customers grow used to group purchase offers, the absence of such promotions later would likely leave them feeling exploited. Many underperforming establishments frequently resorted to group purchase promotions, which, in essence, was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. The more group purchases one engages in, the greater the discounts become, yet the losses also accumulate. If one ceases to offer group purchase discounts, customers may easily vanish, leading to a perilous cycle. Su Yang found Ji Guoxiong's words to be quite insightful. The group purchase conducted by Guofeng at the beginning of the month lasted merely a week. It was not sustained for long. Additionally, Su Yang introduced Chen Xiaoxiao to Mao Yufei. Mao Yufei, appreciating the quality of the account managed by Chen Xiaoxiao, agreed to invite her to promote the 2 branches of Jiuxiang Catering. In gratitude, Chen Xiaoxiao expressed her thanks to Su Yang over the phone. On September 1st, Su Yang, for once, awoke at 8 o'clock. After dressing, he made his way to the balcony. Basking in the refreshing morning breeze, he stretched lazily, feeling entirely at ease. He gazed at the distant villa district, admiring its exquisite landscaping and the man-made lake. His habitual glance then fell upon the small villa below, particularly the cluster of rose and monthly flowers. However, he soon noticed a red figure amidst the blooms. Was it the owner of the villa? He leaned against the railing, peering at that figure. Perhaps sensing his gaze or simply wishing to stretch her legs, she stood up and instinctively looked towards Su Yang's 6th-floor balcony. Their eyes met. Qin Shuang. Su Yang was somewhat uncertain. The distance made it difficult for him to see clearly. It was only when she waved that he confirmed her identity. She seemed to be wearing green rubber gloves. Su Yang reciprocated the gesture. It must be Qin Shuang. Among the few women he knew in the villa, he hadn't expected her to reside in that particular house. At that moment, he had to admit that Qin Shuang appeared quite charming. Standing amidst the flowers in her red attire, she resembled a blooming, vibrant red rose. Just then, Su Yang observed Qin Shuang retrieving something from her pocket and placing it to her ear. Shortly after, his phone, resting on the coffee table in the living room, rang. Upon answering, he indeed heard Qin Shuang's voice. Su boss, what are you gazing at on the balcony so early in the morning? Su Yang moved to the balcony, looking at Qin Shuang with a relaxed tone, just admiring the beauty. Is that so wrong? Had he been standing before her, he would never have spoken so casually. However, over the phone, it felt different. After his remark, he heard her laughter on the line. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. Perfect timing. My housekeeper has prepared breakfast. If you don't mind, why not come over and have a bite? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Qin Shuang replied confidently. My housekeeper's cooking is quite good. Well, given the invitation, Su Yang felt that declining would be somewhat ungracious. He decided to treat it as a visit to a neighbor. Then it settled. Qin Shuang hung up and turned to head back into her villa. Su Yang tidied himself in front of the mirror before descending the stairs. The villa district was beautifully landscaped, creating a pastoral escape amidst the concrete jungle of the city. Su Yang mused that if he ever found himself with excess funds, he would certainly invest in a villa. However, that was a consideration for the future. He had no particular demands regarding his current abode. Besides, the wait-and-see approach would never lead to loss. Arriving at Qin Shuang's residence, he knocked on the iron gate, which was promptly opened by Qin Shuang herself. She wore a sleeveless red blouse and snug black shorts, revealing her fair arms and legs. Her hair, slightly wavy, cascaded down to her chest, exuding an aura of mature femininity. Come in. Sure. As he stepped into the small courtyard, Su Yang glanced once more at the profusion of roses and monthly flowers. Do you like those flowers? I quite enjoy them. I admire them each morning. Su Yang replied with a smile, surprised to learn they were planted by Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang giggled. I thought you were admiring me. That remark left Su Yang at a loss for words. To be honest, it was a bit of a mood killer. yet dissembling felt somewhat frivolous. Fortunately, Qin Shuang did not linger on the comment, leading him through the front door of the villa and offering him a pair of clean disposable slippers. As Qin Shuang bent down to place the slippers at his feet, he instinctively looked down and was greeted by a stunning expanse of whiteness. The sight momentarily dazed him. He had not previously noticed how casually Qin Shuang dressed at home. It reminded him of Chun Li's habits. She also preferred to dress comfortably at home, citing discomfort with constraints. Yet, today he was a guest. Swallowing hard, Su Yang hurriedly slipped on the slippers. Entering the spacious and cozy living room, which was impeccably tidy, he noticed toys, stationery, and books neatly arranged on the coffee table and counter. A chubby blue British short-hair cat lounging on the sofa observed Su Yang's entrance before scurrying into the kitchen. It soon peered out with curious brass-colored eyes. "Make yourself comfortable," Qin Shuang said. "Breakfast will be ready shortly." Finding the villa somewhat spacious, Su Yang sat on the sofa and casually inquired, "Where's An?" She went to her grandfather's. Oh, noticing the absence of the housekeeper, he rose and ventured into the kitchen. Spotting Qin Shuang ladling porridge, he approached to lend a hand. In the spacious dining area of the villa, it was just the two of them. The housekeeper had yet to make an appearance. As Su Yang busied himself eating millet porridge and nibbling on steamed buns, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped them, leaving him at a loss for conversation. Had he known it would turn out like this, he surely would have found an excuse not to come. At that moment, Qin Shuang, sitting across from him, smiled and asked, "Su Boss, may I call you Su Yang?" "I feel Su Boss sounds too formal. We should consider ourselves friends by now, shouldn't we?" "Of course," Qin Shuang casually inquired. "I heard you opened a new catering company?" "Indeed," Su Yang replied with a smile. "Zhuxiang Beef Hot Pot has already launched 3 branches. If you're interested, Qinjia, you might want to give it a try." Su Yang had not concealed his venture into the catering business from anyone. The headquarters was located near Xingho Fitness, and Zhuxiang's coupons frequently appeared in the gym's raffle pool. Many at the gym were aware of his new beef hot pot establishment. "You've opened 3 branches. It seems you intend to make a significant impact in the catering industry." "That's the plan," Su Yang acknowledged earnestly. "Does this mean your focus will shift away from the gym?" "The gym remains a priority, but its expansion will be somewhat gradual." "Your business appears to be flourishing." "One could only describe it as small-scale endeavors," Su Yang modestly remarked, recognizing his own standing. Compared to the affluent individuals in Rongqing, he still felt like an inconspicuous minor player, with an accumulated fortune of only a few million at most. Yet, he firmly believed in the brightness of his future. "I had thought that young people like you would be more inclined towards cars and women. Different pursuits, perhaps." Su Yang took a sip of rice porridge, contemplated for a moment, and remarked, "I occasionally entertain similar thoughts, perhaps indulging in some frivolous spending." To be honest, when he first received 3 million, such notions crossed his mind. In the subsequent months, as the system returned his salary, he found himself grappling with these thoughts. After all, sudden wealth can be quite overwhelming for an ordinary person. Qin Shuang looked at Su Yang with curiosity and asked, "Then why don't you go ahead?" At that time, he reflected, "If I had access to that money, I would certainly squander it." Furrowing his brow, Su Yang mused, "But the question remains, am I in control of money? Or is money controlling me?" This was indeed a dilemma he had pondered, yet he felt no significant internal struggle. He had resolved to focus on developing his career and amassing greater wealth first. A few million spent carelessly would not last long. After all, a single vehicle could easily consume it all. He could only blame the system for its excessive stinginess. However, to Qin Shuang, this was interpreted quite differently. She recalled that Su Yang had previously stated at a staff meeting in the gym that he wouldn't bat an eye at losing 100 million. Thus, in Qin Shuang's eyes, Su Yang embodied a thoughtful, self-disciplined, and ambitious young heir. Although such heirs often squander their fortunes, at least they possess a spirit of enterprise. Resting her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes gazed intently at Su Yang, seeming to shimmer with autumnal clarity. "What are your aspirations?" Su Yang pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps to become an entrepreneur, a conscientious businessman." "A conscientious businessman?" Qin Shuang smiled, her lips pursed. "In truth, those lacking conscience can earn even more." "I am not in want of money," Su Yang replied candidly. Even if he maintained the current scale of his business, he could easily earn over 1 million each month, sufficient for a lifetime of comfort. Moreover, he had no need to exploit his employees for profit, nor would his character permit such behavior. "I heard your gym is still operating at a loss. It should turn a profit soon, likely by next month." "Such confidence?" "Absolutely." Su Yang nodded earnestly. There was an undeniable undercurrent of intimacy in the atmosphere. The fabled housekeeper had yet to make an appearance. Su Yang finished his breakfast quickly, thanked Qin Shuang, and, upon exiting the villa, released a long sigh of relief. His concern was not about Qin Shuang's intentions, but rather about himself. Driving his U8, Su Yang headed towards the headquarters of Jiuxiang Catering at the Hyatt building. Today, he was driving himself while Ma Ran went for an interview. Just as he parked his car, Su Yang received a call from his mother. "Mom, what's the matter? Are you busy at the moment?" "Not at all. It's about your cousin." Su Yang, puzzled, responded, "Cousin? Which cousin?" "Your cousin, He Zhiheng. What has happened to him?" "Your third aunt is worried and asked if you could check on him." "Did you tell them I've opened a store?" "Yes." His mother whispered on the phone. "Will that have any impact?" "No." Su Yang replied, perplexed. "But isn't He Zhiheng working at a foreign company in Shanxing? I heard the foreign investment was withdrawn, and the factory has closed." "Your cousin never informed your third aunt. She only found out yesterday that he returned to Rongqing." Su Yang's mother sighed. "You know how your cousin is. He's rather reserved and doesn't like talking much, especially with your third aunt. Your relationship with him is a bit better." "I understand. I'll go check on him." "All right." After hanging up, Su Yang noticed a message on WeChat from his third aunt, essentially asking him to see how his cousin was doing. Without much thought, he agreed. His family relationships were quite amicable. His father had been a son-in-law, but later earned enough to build a new house. Su Yang maintained good relations with his mother's side of the family and did not fare poorly with his father's relatives either. Many of his relatives hailed from farming backgrounds and frequently came to the city to work. During busy farming seasons, they would help each other out, and in their spare time, they often gathered to play mahjong. In his childhood, his third aunt had been particularly kind to him, giving red envelopes during the new year in 2 parts, one openly for 200, knowing it would be taken by his mother, and a secret 50 slipped to him. However, despite her kindness, his third aunt had a strong personality and would not hesitate to disregard even his grandfather's authority when angered. She held very high expectations for her son. His cousin, He Zhiheng, was somewhat introverted and sensitive, initially performing well in the first year of high school. However, his grades began to decline in the second year and plummeted in the third due to immense pressure that affected his mindset. Nevertheless, his third aunt believed his academic decline stemmed from an obsession with online novels. To the older generation, psychological issues were non-existent. They simply deemed it stubbornness. Fortunately, He Zhiheng enrolled in a vocational college after graduation, studying mechanical engineering. Afterward, he was fortunate enough to secure a position at a factory in Shanxing, affiliated with a Japanese company that offered excellent benefits, including overtime pay that surpassed his earnings at an advertising firm.